Song traversed into a world where universal job transitions occurred, awakening as a brain-class armorer. The singular characteristic of this class was its ability to equip all types of gear. Fortunately, Song also awakened a divine equipment compendium, enabling him to synthesize all the legendary artifacts within this realm and integrate their attributes into one. From that moment forth, Song soared to greatness with the Annihilation Divine Bow. A single ordinary attack unleashed 1,000,000 arrows of annihilation, accompanied by a 100 reflective damage armor and a 100 reflective damage cloak that completely rebounded harm. The divine summoning staff allowed for 1,000-fold summoning, manifesting as the staff of divine summons. As Song accumulated more artifacts, the formidable beings of the world trembled beneath his feet. Confronting the so-called one true deity, Song gazed at the weapon in his hand, adorned with 99,999 attributes. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Chapter 1. The most outstanding genius of Shengjing No. 2 High School. It is once again the time for this group of young individuals to transition jobs. Haha, I wonder how many strength classes will emerge from Shengjing City this time. Do you not recall that last year, only 4 individuals from our entire city transitioned to strength classes? Director Liu, this year is different. This year, there are indeed too many monstrous geniuses. For instance, from Shengjing No. 1 High School, we have the little dragon girl Long Xiao Xiao, a hybrid of the White King from the dragon lineage and the daughter of the human race's Pope. The White King, a grand sorcerer dragon. The Pope's daughter, also a divine grace priestess. It would be difficult to miscalculate the awakening of such a profession. And then there's the grandson of the president of the Warriors Association Xiao Heba. Their family boasts 3 generations of strength professions, the legacy of the Berserk warrior. With such pure bloodlines, this generation is likely to produce an strength Berserk warrior, or perhaps even awaken into an S-strength limitless warrior. And let us not forget the erudite scholar from the White Tower, a candidate for saged. Oh, that one is truly formidable. The grandson of a demigod Chu He. He is indeed the grandson of a demigod. This cohort of students is genuinely impressive. Upon hearing these remarks, another man sighed. Indeed, Shengjing No. 1 High School, the finest high school among the Eastern human race, has always been a gathering of heroes. Essentially, all the talents of the Eastern human race have pursued their studies at Shengjing No. 1 High School. This generation of youth is indeed formidable. While in previous years there might have been a few exceptional talents, such a collection of monstrous prodigies as this year is a rare occurrence. Monstrous? Haha. In the past, Shengjing No. 1 High School may have outshone Shengjing No. 2 High School. But this year, it is uncertain. When it comes to monsters, can any compare to that individual? He is the most prodigious talent I have ever witnessed. The gazes of these 2 teachers fell upon the foremost student seated among them, Song. On May 28th, this day marked the national job transition that in this world, where monstrous beasts roamed and myriad races coexisted, humanity was merely one of the many species. Between the various races, cooperation and conflict existed for survival. The reason humanity possessed the capability to contend with powerful races was due to job transitions. This world bestowed upon every race an equitable opportunity for transition. Upon transitioning, one would obtain a profession, granting them immense power. Of course, such power was not acquired from thin air, but required continuous leveling and enhancement. Shengjing City Center. Job Transition Square. Today, students from hundreds of high schools across Shengjing City gathered in this location. The reason for their congregation was singular: to partake in the job transition ceremony, facilitated by the array. Upon the podium of the job transition square stood a man in a tailored suit, addressing the students before him. This man was none other than the mayor of Shengjing City. The job transition ceremony was a momentous occasion for the city. On this day, the mayor was obliged to attend and address the students. Dear students, today marks your day of transition. Following your transition, you may awaken to various unique professions. Regardless of the profession you awaken to, you will contribute to our Eastern human race. Moreover, no matter the profession awakened, each of you will find your own path. The admission quotas and requirements for various institutions are listed on their respective official websites. If you wish to secure early admission, fulfill their assessment criteria. Of course, those who do not complete the special admission assessment need not despair. Excelling in the national exam on June 8th will also open doors to your desired university. Furthermore, if you do not wish to pursue higher education, you may leverage your profession to join corresponding guilds, such as Heavy Armor Warriors, Greatsword Warriors, or Magic Warriors, all of which can lead you to the Warriors Association. Magic professions can simply join the Mages Association. Additionally, if you prefer not to join the various guilds, you may join an adventurers group to hunt monsters, enhance your strength, and earn wealth and renown, which also offers a promising future point. One of our Eastern human race's guardians, Lord Momo, was once a Black Steel-level adventurer. Moreover, if you aspire to a life profession to contribute to the grassroots of humanity, gather at the Life Profession Hall. However, you must remember, although every profession has the opportunity for advancement and to become a combat profession, not every profession is suited for battle. For instance, the architect. Initially, the architect may transition into a gunner, but constructing turrets is exceedingly vulnerable to destruction and has a long cooldown. The profession itself is rather fragile. Surviving in dungeons proves to be quite challenging. Moreover, even with the turret's power, it may not surpass the attack intensity of an archer. Such professions are unlikely to achieve outstanding results in the national exam. If one cannot secure a good score in the national exam, the path to university will be exceedingly bleak. That I personally do not recommend pursuing combat as an architect. Rather, serving as a life profession to contribute to humanity is a commendable choice. Besides, there are also blacksmiths, brewers, alchemists, scroll makers, etc., etc. These professions are ill-suited for combat. That if you observe any life profession entering combat roles, I can only say that they are a mere minority. Even these individuals often come from affluent backgrounds, capable of investing sufficient resources to support their transition into combat professions. For instance, the 4-turn alchemical maniac from Nanchang City had his initial profession as an alchemist. However, his family boasted a 4-turn endgame knight, a noble strength profession. A family with 4-turn professionals must have ample living conditions. Even if he were a brewer, he could be trained into a 3-turn brewmaster. Thus, students, it is essential to recognize your positioning. Chasing dreams is commendable, but be mindful of whether you possess the resources to pursue those dreams. All right, that is all I wish to convey. Let us commence the job transition ceremony. The mayor earnestly reminded the students of numerous matters regarding the job transition. In this world, myriad paths lay before them, not limited to merely pursuing university after high school. They could also join guilds, contribute to the guild's endeavors, and seek advancement. Alternatively, they could join adventurer groups, acting as monster hunters and hunt creatures. Every individual possesses the right to make their own choices. Of course, these matters have been discussed countless times before transitioning into a new profession at a total of 12 years of compulsory education. From the tender age of 6, students have been instructed on dungeons, types of monsters, classifications of professions, job changes, combat techniques, and various abilities. While not all may be applicable, they are nonetheless essential to master. As the mayor concluded his speech, a palpable tension enveloped the students. Those who truly attain powerful job changes are indeed rare gems, even within the esteemed St. Capital's Second High School. Historically, the proportion of students transitioning to lifestyle professions has reached as high as 60%. In other institutions, the likelihood of shifting to lifestyle roles may soar to an astonishing 90%. Although any profession can potentially transform into a combat role, this requires ample resources to fuel such a transition. The vast majority of lifestyle professions lack viable paths if forced into combat roles. The job change ceremony is undeniably a paramount event in the life of any job changer. To claim that one is not anxious would be an outright falsehood. This very moment, Lu Tsong stood at the heart of the job change plaza, positioned centrally among all the students. He swallowed hard. In his previous life, he hailed from Earth, and now, having reincarnated in this world for a full 18 years, he had finally reached this momentous day. A persistent message echoed in Lu Tsong's mind. Upon job change, the profession shall attain ultimate evolution. While the extent of this ultimate enhancement remained uncertain, Lu Tsong felt a spark of optimism. After all, this was an innate advantage bestowed upon him as a transmigrator, and it surely could not be lacking in merit. Cough, cough. Now, according to the rankings over the past 3 years of study, the announcer proclaimed, the first to undergo a job change is none other than the president of the Student Council at St. Capital's Second High School, that a prodigy with perfect scores across all subjects in the cultural examinations, that a genius with maximum values across all 4 attributes. The most outstanding student of St. Capital's Second High School, Lu Tsong. As each accolade was declared, an array of honors adorned Lu Tsong. At that moment, he stood in the limelight, attracting the gaze of countless onlookers. Even those who stood behind him half gone. The little dragon girl, Long Xiao Xiao, the warrior of the 3rd generation, Xiao Heba, the grandson of the demigod of magic, Chu He, Bei Bei from the Summoner Association, and Dai Lon from the Hunter Association appeared to pale in comparison before him. Over the past 3 years, Lu Tsong's overwhelmingly dominant performance had eclipsed their rightful brilliance. Despite being from different schools, their cumulative rankings throughout the years had consistently been overshadowed by this genius from St. Capital's Second High School. Yes, Lu Tsong, let it be you who begins. Chapter 2, Awakening. The Armed One. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Lu Tsong consistently achieved the highest academic performance in the city, earning him the title of the foremost genius in Shengjing City. according to the theoretical doctrines of the human race. Those who excel academically during their high school years are often destined to awaken a commendable profession, even before undergoing a career transition. Their innate potential has already granted them corresponding talents. For instance, those on the verge of awakening as warriors possess extraordinary physical capabilities. Those about to become assassins exhibit remarkable agility. Mages are endowed with exceptional elemental perception and robust mental strength, while summoners can intimately understand the emotions of plants and animals alike. Although no professional awakening occurs during high school, numerous assessments have been conducted prior to this event. Based on students' performances in various tests, one can roughly infer the type of profession a student is likely to awaken. Liu Cang, with his flawless attributes in strength, agility, constitution, and intellect, stands as a remarkably unique individual. He is the only one in the annals of human history to have fully maximized all attribute values before awakening. Ordinary individuals typically possess attributes ranging from 4 to 5 points, which may see slight improvement, perhaps an increase of 1 point, over 12 years of training. Therefore, even upon awakening, a common profession might yield an attribute score of merely 5 to 6 points. Some professions with outstanding characteristics may attain slightly higher values. For instance, mages could reach a mental attribute of 7 points, while warriors might boast a strength attribute of 7 points as well. Schools utilize this information to project the potential for a student to awaken a powerful profession. In Liu Cang's case, each of his 4 attributes stands at a perfect score of 10. To those observing, this signifies a paragon among geniuses, a pinnacle of excellence. Whatever profession he awakens, it is certain to be an exceptional one. Experts predict that Liu Cang's awakening will undoubtedly result in a top-tier profession, possibly even a rare and formidable one that may only emerge once in a millennium. It is worth noting that even the formidable Xiao Heba possesses a strength attribute of only 9 points and a constitution of 8 points. Long Xiao, whose father is the legendary White King of the Dragon race and whose mother is the daughter of the Holy Sea's Pope, represents a powerful magical profession. Yet, even she only achieves a mental attribute of 10 points, with her other attributes resting at 5 points. Attaining 9 points in any given attribute is already considered genius level, while reaching 10 points marks one as a prodigy among prodigies. Thus, Liu Cang, with all 4 attributes at 10 points, presents an unimaginable force. Moreover, throughout his 3 years of study, he has consistently scored full marks in theoretical and cultural examinations. This transcends mere genius. It epitomizes a prodigious anomaly. Consequently, even among a multitude of prodigies, his brilliance remains unparalleled. As Liu Cang's name was called, he gracefully ascended the awakening platform under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Filled with anticipation, Liu Cang wondered what profession he would awaken to. However, as a transmigrator, he was already aware of the benefits that came with his status. Regardless of the profession he awakened, it was bound to be exceptional, ensuring a significant enhancement in his abilities. Consequently, Liu Cang felt remarkably at ease. Upon making contact with the awakening crystal on the platform, a resonant hum echoed as a radiant light erupted from within Liu Cang. Extraordinary phenomena unfolded across the heavens and the earth with a thunderous roar. The very apex of the awakening hall was blown away by the brilliance emanating from the awakening crystal. What on earth is happening? An anomaly. This is a celestial phenomenon. Chief Liu has awakened a profession that has triggered a divine spectacle. Unbelievable. I always knew the chief would be extraordinary. This time, the profession must be of the highest caliber. A rank? Could it be a rare rank profession that comes once in a decade? A decade? That seems too modest. It should be a millennia-level profession. Our human guardians are indeed of the rank profession. Once again, we are set to gain another protector among our ranks. And I will be a classmate of a human guardian. Ha ha ha. As the anomaly unfolded, the dazzling light persisted for a full minute before gradually dissipating. This spectacle left the vast majority of teachers, students, and leaders utterly astonished. The magnitude of this event was simply overwhelming. As the radiance subsided, a fully armed symbol of humanity materialized around Liu Cang. Congratulations on awakening the profession of armored combatant. Upon witnessing this profession, every student present was left in stunned silence. An armored combatant? He actually awakened this profession? The strength of Liu Cang's awakening phenomenon was so formidable that it rendered all the students speechless. It is commonly said that only the awakening of exceptionally powerful professions generates celestial anomalies. Such professions are at least of the rank. Even rank professions do not typically evoke such terrifying phenomena. Yet, The awakening result left them all utterly dumbfounded. This is simply outrageous. The armor combatant is classified as a combat profession of the rank. It is entirely reliant on equipment. Most importantly, this profession is inherently weaker than others. Regardless of the gear equipped, a longbow cannot rival that of an archer. Swords, daggers, and hammers fall short compared to warriors. Daggers do not compare to assassins, and staves are no match for mages. While other professions possess distinct strengths, this particular vocation is mediocre across all dimensions. Being categorized as a ranked profession places it at the lower echelon of its category. Furthermore, this profession is exceedingly expensive to thrive. One must acquire a full set of quality equipment, while others require but one set. An armored combatant must maintain 4 or 5 sets of gear. The chasm of wealth between them cannot be measured by reason. Although Liu Cang excels academically, he has been orphaned since childhood, raised by an orphanage, a fact well known among many teachers and classmates. In terms of family background, Liu Cang possesses none. It is precisely this absence of pedigree that makes him so remarkable. He ascends relentlessly, surpassing numerous prodigies. Logically, one would expect his journey to be a triumphant one. Yet, how has he awakened as a warrior? Where is the genius endowed with full attributes? Alas, what a fine talent, yet he has manifested as a mere warrior. I had anticipated the emergence of a premier profession from our high school, but the most promising candidate has only awakened to an intermediate profession. What a disappointment. What St. Capital's foremost genius? Even the mayor of St. Capital cannot help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Typically, when the top student of the city takes the stage, they awaken to a commendable profession. More often than not, it is an advanced one, igniting enthusiasm among subsequent students and providing them with hope. At the very least, the city's top student would awaken to an intermediate profession. However, this first awakening results in merely an intermediate profession, a first in history. Consequently, even the staff poised to celebrate behind the awakening platform hesitated to step forward. Celebrate an intermediate profession? What nonsense! Although not openly stated, the various leaders of St. Capital and even the recruitment heads of the eastern tribes, who had gazed at Liu Cang with anticipation as he took the stage, were suddenly engulfed in profound disappointment. The students present sensed the shift in atmosphere. Could it be that Liu Cang is merely a warrior? Surely not. Could there be an error in the system? With full attributes and perfect scores across all subjects, how could the exceptional Liu Cang be reduced to a warrior? Well, perhaps being a warrior isn't so bad. The probability of awakening a formidable combat profession is ultimately quite low. His awakening as a warrior suggests that we might share the same world. Liu Cang is so handsome. Had he awakened an advanced profession, I would have felt unworthy. Now that he is a warrior, perhaps there is hope for me yet. Some girls from various schools in the audience were whispering among themselves, for Liu Cang's striking appearance is undeniable. A handsome face, coupled with outstanding academic performance, has made him the universally acknowledged school heartthrob, inevitably garnering the affection of many female admirers. Below the ceremonial platform, countless students and factions were engaged in fervent discussions. Yet, on the awakening stage, Liu Cang remained silent as he regarded his profession. At that moment, notifications began to appear before him. Your profession has attained an ultimate enhancement. Warrior has ascended to Divine Armorer. Chapter 3, Divine Armory. You have acquired professional specialization, perfect artifact embryo, supreme enhancement, attribute absorption, equipment concealment, perfect adaptation, perfect divine skills. Perfect artifact embryo. All equipment that you can don can be crafted into a perfect artifact embryo. Once it ceases to be under your ownership, it will revert to ordinary equipment. Equipment transformed into a perfect artifact embryo will have its level permanently equal to your own. The attributes and effects of the equipment will be enhanced as the level increases. Effect 2. The perfect artifact embryo can absorb higher quality artifact embryos for quality enhancement. It cannot absorb equipment exceeding its own level. Effect 3. The effects of the equipment from the perfect artifact embryo will receive divine enhancement. Supreme enhancement. The equipment you possess will be directly enhanced to the highest level of enhancement. It cannot surpass the upper limit of enhancement levels. Attribute absorption. Your perfect artifact embryo can absorb attributes from equipment of the same type. Perfect adaptation. You may wear all types of equipment and negate all negative effects stemming from the equipment, including negative effects from equipment attributes. The level of your equipment will be equivalent to that of the wearer. The attribute values and effects will enhance with the equipment level. Perfect divine skill. When you acquire the exclusive skill of the armored ones, this skill will undergo divine evolution. Equipment concealment. You may modify the appearance of your equipment to be hidden, rendering it imperceptible to others by any means. You have obtained the Divine Equipment Compendium. Divine Equipment Compendium chronicles the synthesis methods of all divine equipment in the world. You can synthesize artifact from artifact embryos through specific methods. One prompt after another appeared before Lu Tsang. However, he had yet to take the time to examine them closely. Lu Tsang, come down. There are other students who need to awaken. Ahem, those who have completed their awakening may leave the venue. Reminded in such a manner, Lu Tsang suddenly recalled that he was still on the awakening stage. He promptly descended from the platform and exited the area. After Lu Tsang completed his awakening, hundreds of awakening ritual arrays illuminated the awakening square. The awakening ritual had officially commenced. Lu Tsang, level 1, class, Armored 1 artifact user, can choose to display class. Second transition, metamorphic divine equipment, unique. Health 1000, 1000. Mana 200, 200. Strength 10. Constitution 10. Agility 10. Mentality 10. Class specialization, perfect artifact embryo, supreme enhancement, attribute absorption. Equipment concealment, perfect adaptation, perfect divine skill. Skills acquired, none. With the completion of his class transition, a panel appeared before Lu Tsang. Prior to the awakening ritual, those undergoing class transitions could not view their attribute panels and could only gauge their attributes through specialized instruments, yielding an estimated value. Now, it was evident that the measurements were accurate. With 10 attribute points, he had already reached the pinnacle of attributes for a level 1 untransformed individual, far surpassing the ordinary 5 points. As Lu Tsang departed from Square, countless classmates were captivated, whispering amongst themselves about Lu Tsang's recent awakening. However, Lu Tsang remained entirely unperturbed, fixated instead on the panel before him, examining the effects of various occupational specialization abilities. The only aspect he needed to comprehend was the Divine Equipment Codex. The Divine Equipment Codex allows for the synthesis of a unique, unparalleled artifact through the formulas inscribed within the Artifact Compendium. For every 5 levels attained, one unlocks a tier of artifact ranking. The compendium catalogs various types of artifacts belonging to the human race, including bows, great swords, staves, scepters, whips, crossbows, dual daggers, rods, shields, and gauntlets, among countless others. Amongst the great sword artifacts, ranked 99th is the, which can be synthesized. It boasts a base attribute of 500 in strength. The effect is astonishing. Each ordinary attack generates a shockwave, inflicting equivalent terrestrial damage within a radius of 100 meters, calculated at 10-fold the strength value base. Is it not excessively formidable for each ordinary attack to unleash a shockwave spanning 100 meters? Moreover, this shockwave inflicts damage at 10 times the strength value. This is indeed a remarkable feat for an ordinary attack. It is worth noting that even a second-tier mage would find it challenging to conjure skills with a 100-meter radius. More critically, this damage is calculated at 10 times the strength value. Greatsword-type equipment offers the highest strength value enhancement. Under typical circumstances, a greatsword without any additional enhancements inflicts only 2 points of damage per ordinary attack. Yet Lu Tsang's sword delivers 10 times that, equating to 5-fold the damage with each strike compared to others. Even more terrifying is that this is a cancelable terrestrial-type damage. Should physical damage exceed terrestrial damage, one can opt for physical damage alone, or vice versa, effectively providing an additional choice in damage types. Let me review the synthesis path. Earth Scroll Skill Book, Greatsword-type equipment, and 10 Earth Crystals. Wait a moment, this synthesis method seems rather straightforward. The Earth Scroll Skill Book should be a skill for mages, likely accessible to a level 62nd tier Earth Mage or a level 103rd tier mage of any type. The Great Sword type equipment, a black iron quality greatsword, should suffice, and there are no additional requisites. The 10 Earth Crystals, while somewhat challenging to procure, are not exceedingly rare commodities. Is it truly possible to synthesize an artifact with just these items? Lu Tsang stared at the description of the equipment, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that creating an artifact would be a complex endeavor, given the overwhelming potency of its effects. How could it be that such items could be so easily acquired? Is this really all it takes to forge an artifact? Subsequently, Lu Tsang turned his gaze towards other artifacts. The Heavenly Bow of the Great Ark ranks as the 99th among divine artifacts. Its attributes include a base agility value of 200. The effect: your shots will unleash a simultaneous barrage of 100 arrows, each imbued with identical supplementary effects. Lu Tsang gazed at the equipment's capabilities, unable to suppress a gulp. Is this what one refers to as a divine artifact? To launch 100 arrows at once. This attack speed is without a doubt 100-fold that of others. Most significantly, Each arrow can bear the same additional effects. The primary assault method of an archer is to enhance arrows with various effects. This capability is utterly extraordinary. How astonishing it is. And this is merely the 99th ranked artifact. What those ranked higher? Surely, they must be unfathomably powerful. The synthesis requirements are as follows. One piece of shortbow type equipment, which must absorb the attributes Scatter and Random Shot, in addition to requiring the multi-shot skill book and 100 units of Black Star Meteorite. The material demands appear somewhat excessive. The Black Star Meteorite is likely an exceedingly rare material, and acquiring it now seems impossible. The multi-shot skill is presumably a first-tier skill for swift archers, which I could obtain without issue. However, specifically absorbing those equipment attributes might prove to be a bit troublesome. Over the course of 12 years, Liu Cang has amassed extensive knowledge regarding this world. It appears that crafting the heavenly bow is not as straightforward as it seems. Not every divine artifact can be easily fused. Liu Cang then shifted his focus to other equipment. Within the divine artifact compendium, beyond weapons, there exists armor for the head, body, boots, and lower garments, 4 total body equipment slots, alongside a necklace and a ring, making for a total of 7 equipment slots, including weapons. The compendium meticulously catalogs all types of equipment. At Liu Cang's current level, he can only access the information on the 99th ranked divine artifact. After all, a new rank is unlocked every 5 levels. To unveil all rankings, he would need to reach level 500. Chapter 4. Acquiring Materials for Divine Artifacts. After departing from the job transition ceremony square, Liu Cang made his way to the nearest trading hall. Gold coins, 99, 320. This nearly 100,000 gold coins represent Liu Cang's scholarship accumulated over 3 years. To enter the prestigious Sacred Capital No. 2 school, one must either possess a remarkable background or demonstrate exceptional aptitude. Even orphans from humble origins can attend, provided they possess formidable talent. In contrast to Sacred Capital No. 1, students at No. 2 are generally unencumbered by such formidable backgrounds. Exchange students from various races, such as the forest elves, dragons, demons, and beastmen, also attend, all of whom belong to the category of fantasy species akin to humans. Among themselves, students often attend each other's training academies, fostering friendships while simultaneously broadening their horizons. This lays a foundation for enhancing their capabilities in the future. In this world, knowledge is indeed a facet of strength. However, Liu Cang's experience at Shengjing No. 2 High School is far from advantageous. While it is the second best institution in Shengjing City, the disparity compared to Shengjing No. 1 is stark. The school predominantly enrolls students who possess innate talent, yet lack influential backgrounds. Such students ultimately fall short when compared to their more privileged counterparts. Rarely does a prodigy like Liu Cang arise, a gem that may only appear once in centuries. Yet, Liu Cang, endowed with exceptional aptitude, astonishingly awakened a high-tier profession, leaving Shengjing No. 2 High School in dismay. They had initially believed that Liu Cang would mark the dawn of their illustrious ascent. Little did they anticipate the extraordinary nature of his professional awakening. While the absence of a high-tier profession would have been acceptable, awakening as a tiered armorer was beyond their wildest imaginings. Liu Cang's innate qualities are unprecedented throughout history, and yet, such a talent awakening to such a peculiar vocation is truly astonishing. In the trading hall, Liu Cang retrieved a white card and swiped it through the card slot. An interface promptly emerged. Trading interface. Please enter the item you wish to search for. He searched for equipment and weapons. Weapons of the specified type have been located. Black Iron Greatsword. Weapon category, Greatsword. Equipment level, 1. Quality, Black Iron. Strength, 10. Effect, none. Description, an exceedingly ordinary greatsword. Price, 50 gold coins. Black Iron Bow. Weapon category, Longbow. Equipment level, 1. Quality, Black Iron. Strength, 10. Effect, none. Description, an exceedingly ordinary longbow. Strong Iron Claw, Black Iron. Price, 55 gold coins. White Shield, Black Iron. Price, 65 gold coins. One piece of equipment after another was displayed before Liu Cang. Well, such low-tier equipment can also be dropped in dungeons. Let's take a look at skill books. Searching for skill book, Earth Scroll Technique. Skill book found, Earth Scroll Technique. Skill book, Earth Scroll Technique. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Soon, Liu Cang discovered a list of Earth Scroll Technique skill books, all priced at 50,000 gold coins. This type of skill book is not particularly rare, and its price remains stable. For a level 62nd tier Earth Mage, 50,000 gold coins might be trivial. But for me, it represents half of my savings. Alas, The immediate priority is to procure a divine artifact. He then proceeded to examine the divine equipment catalog. Lutsong discovered that the artifact he could most readily create might very well be the Vina. Following closely was the heavy armor, Heart of Tenacity. However, even the Heart of Tenacity was not something Lutsong could forge immediately. Its effect was remarkably straightforward. Effect: for every type of monster you slay, permanently gain 100 points to your maximum health, limited to once. For slaying monsters of a specific type, gain 2,000 points to your maximum health. For world-type monsters, gain 50,000 points to your maximum health. This simple yet brutal effect of permanently increasing health was undeniably powerful. In this world, the variety of monsters was staggering. Even a single dungeon could contain dozens of different types. To claim that there were billions of monster types in this world would not be an exaggeration. Could it be that a single piece of equipment could offer hundreds of billions in maximum health? Moreover, this dungeon and the world could provide even more health. Lutsong was quite envious of the Heart of Tenacity. Nevertheless, attempting to create it at this moment seemed quite daunting. The rest would have to suffice for now. Subsequently, Lutsong searched for Earth Crystal. Enchanting material Earth Crystal has been located for you. Earth Crystal, enchanting effect, adds Earth enchantment to a piece of equipment. 50 of damage dealt with this weapon is converted to Earth damage, with an additional 10 points of Earth damage. Price: 4,500 gold coins. This price was manageable. He purchased 10 Earth Crystals. You have purchased 10 Earth Crystals. You have spent 45,000 gold coins. Then, Lutsong turned his attention to the Earth Scroll Skill Book he had just acquired. He purchased the Earth Scroll Skill Book. You have purchased Earth Scroll Skill Book 1. You have spent 50,000 gold coins. Current balance: 4,320 gold coins. In that fleeting moment, Lutsong had expended the gold coins he had accumulated over 12 years. 90,000 gold coins vanished like flowing water, leaving his heart aching. Yet it was worth it. If 90,000 gold coins could secure an artifact, that was indeed a profitable exchange. At the same time, Lutsong felt grateful that he had maintained exceptional performance over the years. Otherwise, he would not have received a scholarship, and thus would lack the funds to purchase these materials. Aspiring to obtain an artifact from the outset was undoubtedly a lofty ambition. However, if he were to possess a favorable background, gathering the materials to synthesize an artifact would become considerably easier, wouldn't it? With a solid background, he could enlist his family's assistance in gathering materials, making it plausible to forge items such as the Heavenly Bow, Speculative Blade, and Broken End Blade. Yet Lutsong sighed. After all, he had traversed into this world as an orphan. He then selected a greatsword-type equipment from a list. Lutsong did not intend to use mere black iron quality equipment as the embryonic form of a divine artifact. After all, he still possessed nearly 5,000 gold coins. Purchasing a moderately better silver quality weapon would be more than sufficient. To forge a divine artifact from black iron quality equipment seemed rather impoverished. As he continued his search, Lutsong's attention was soon captivated by a silver quality colossal sword. Chapter 5: Fully Enhanced Divine Artifact. Outrageous Effects and Attributes. Charged Colossal Sword. Weapon Type: Colossal Sword. Equipment Level: 1. Quality: Silver. Strength: 20. Effect: charge your charging speed with an additional 200. Charge Heavy Strike. Description: a colossal sword that accelerates the speed of charged attacks. Price: 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. This was exceedingly expensive. Black iron equipment cost merely 50 gold coins. Yet a piece of silver quality equipment demanded a staggering 1,500 gold coins, a 30-fold increase. As for gold quality equipment, it was indeed available, but the minimum price was 15,000 gold coins. Such items could only be obtained from nightmare difficulty dungeons, and even then, they dropped with a mere chance. Hence, their prices were exceptionally steep. Lutsong could not afford them. Level 1 equipment would soon be obsolete. Typically, those without a background as adventurers would not transition with level 1 gold equipment in the early stages, except, of course, for the wealthy. Well, it's decided then. I shall purchase you the Charged Colossal Sword. You have purchased the Charged Colossal Sword. Subsequently, Lutsong turned his gaze towards other equipment. Since he was here, he might as well acquire a complete set. You have purchased the Agile Boots. You have purchased the Featherlight Garb. After acquiring these two pieces, Lutsong found himself with less than 500 gold coins remaining. The prices of different equipment varied significantly. Not every item was fixed at the price of 1,500 gold coins. Some silver quality equipment reached as high as 1,800 gold coins. Lutsong gazed at his dwindling gold reserves, feeling a mix of amusement and despair. 12 years of savings, during which he had taken on numerous part-time jobs to earn money. Yet compared to his scholarship, it was a meager sum. Typically, he could earn only 1 gold coin for 2 hours of work, equating to a mere 5 silver coins per hour. Truly, spending money was far easier than earning it. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang merely sighed slightly before proceeding to the collection space. He swiped his card and extracted the items he had just purchased. Phew! Regardless, this expenditure was worthwhile. A divine artifact, after all, must be worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Let me see if this artifact truly lives up to its name. After extracting the items, he returned to the accommodation assigned to him at St. Capital Secondary School, a small single apartment. As the president of the student council and a once celebrated genius of St. Capital Secondary, Lu Tsang deserved such treatment. However, the timing was set after the college entrance examination. However, Lu Tsang remained indifferent to this matter. In this world, as long as one possesses strength, there is no concern for a lack of shelter. You have equipped Charged Greatsword. Would you like to transform it into Artifact Embryo? Transformation. Buzz. As a beam of light swirled, the white greatsword in Lu Tsang's hand gradually underwent a transformation. A faint luster shimmered upon it. Ding! With a soft sound reminiscent of steel balls colliding. The equipment completed its transformation. You have transformed the Charged Greatsword into an Artifact Embryo. The equipment effect of the Charged Greatsword has achieved ultimate enhancement. Charged Greatsword Artifact Embryo 3. Weapon Category Greatsword. Equipment Level 1. Follows the user's level. Quality Silver can grow. Strength 30. Effect Charged Strike. Ultimate. Each of your ordinary attacks will become a Charged Heavy Strike, dealing triple damage. Description: Artifact Embryo. Effect has been significantly enhanced. Every attack can deliver a Charged Heavy Strike. Lu Tsang observed these attributes, his pupils constricting slightly. This is truly fully enhanced? A level 1 equipment with a strength value of 30. This seems excessively powerful, does it not? Moreover, this effect, each ordinary strike is a charge attack. Every type of weapon possesses its own means of charge attack. The charge attack of arrows extends range and increases damage. The charge attack of daggers also amplifies damage. Among them, weapons such as greatswords, axes, and heavy hammers boast the highest multiplier for charge damage, capable of dealing triple damage. But now, every one of his ordinary attacks can transform into a charged heavy strike. Does this not imply that henceforth, every ordinary attack he makes will yield triple damage? Merely this one weapon has surpassed countless job changers. Even golden grade weapons do not compare favorably. However, in comparison to artifacts, it still falls short by a considerable margin. Lu Tsang opened the Divine Equipment Compendium. Simultaneously, he retrieved materials from his storage space. He produced an exceedingly heavy brown skill book. The Earth Scroll Technique skill book was brought forth. 10 heavy crystals, resembling stones and shrouded in a black aura, were extracted. Earth crystals. You have gathered the materials for the artifact, Jinhua. Would you like to fuse the artifact, Jinhua? Fusion. Would you like to use the Charged Greatsword as the embryo for the fusion artifact? Yes. Buzz. A radiant light erupted from Lu Tsang's hand. Boom. A dark brown glow engulfed the entire room. Boom. The entire chamber trembled. Cracks splintered across the walls. Lu Tsang gazed at the greatsword in his hand. Jinhua Artifact 3. Quality Silver can grow. Equipment Level 1. Strength Value 750. Critical Hit Rate 25. Critical Hit Effect 200. Effect: each ordinary attack by Jinhua will unleash a shockwave, inflicting equivalent Earth-type damage within a radius of 100 meters, dealing damage equal to 10 times the strength value. Critical hits possible. Effect 2. Charged Strike. Ultimate. Transforms each ordinary attack into a charged heavy blow, dealing threefold damage. Effect 3. Void can absorb attributes. Effect 4. Seal. Unlocked with Equipment Quality Enhancement. Effect 5. Seal. Unlocked with Equipment Quality Enhancement. Effect 6. Seal. Unlocked with Equipment Quality Enhancement. Effect 7. Description: Jinhua, a sword that stabilizes heaven and earth. One of the legendary giant sword artifacts, possessing the might to calm mountains and seas. You have equipped the giant sword, perfectly adapted and activated. You are exempt from the negative effects of the giant sword, sluggishness and heaviness. Wielding the giant sword will not incur any penalties to attack or movement speed. Lu Tsang gripped the black, iron giant sword in his hand, his heart overwhelmed with awe. In the preview, Lu Tsang observed the attributes, which indicated an increase of 500 in strength. To his astonishment, his synthesis resulted in a boost of 750 strength points. Compared to the 30 strength of the silver great sword, the attributes of this artifact were simply beyond reason. Indeed, What I previewed were the unenhanced attributes, while equipping it allowed for automatic full enhancement. Lutsong gazed at his attribute values. His current strength had soared to 760 points. Which first-level class changer could possess such terrifying attributes? Furthermore, with each ordinary attack dealing damage equal to 10 times his strength value, and within a radius of 100. This was comparable to the blast radius of missiles in my previous life, wasn't it? Additionally, Lutsong noted that the previous effect of the charged great sword had not vanished. Instead, it had seamlessly transferred to the Jinhua artifact. The attribute that turned each attack into a charged strike remained intact. If the threefold damage effect could still trigger the Jinhua attribute, could it mean that with a single attack, I could inflict 30-fold damage? This was simply terrifying. After acquiring the new equipment, Lutsong was already eager to engage. He donned the other 2 pieces of silver quality armor. These 2 pieces of armor had also been transformed into artifact embryos. Light Spirit Boots, Artifact Embryo, 3. Weapon Category, Boots. Equipment Level, 1, follows User S level. Quality, Silver, can evolve. Agility 20. Effect, Light Spirit, Ultimate, grants an additional 50 boost to your movement speed, with a corresponding increase in attack speed. Description, boots that significantly enhance movement speed. Light Feather Garment, Artifact Embryo, 3. Equipment Category, Upper Garment. Equipment Level, 1, follows User S level. Quality, Silver, can evolve. Constitution 15. Agility 15. Maximum Health, 500. Effect, Clear Wind Guardian, Ultimate, gradually gains a shield while moving and receives a speed boost. With a maximum of 1,500 points of shield and 30 movement speed, after moving 1,500 meters. Description, an equipment that provides substantial protective capabilities, boasting impressive defensive prowess. Though it was already afternoon, Lutsong could hardly contain the eagerness bubbling within him. Clutching an artifact in his hand, who could resist such temptation? He surely had to take it for a few test runs. With this thought in mind, Lutsong neglected the disaster scene at home and stepped out once more, heading towards the nearby dungeon area. Chapter 6, A Single Strike. The Power of the Artifact. At St. Capital's Secondary School No. 2, there existed a dedicated dungeon area. Within this space, 3 dungeons were available, specifically designed for recently graduated students to grind and quickly elevate their levels. At this moment, the students who had completed their awakening began their journey of empowerment. Naturally, they could not refrain from discussing the events of the day. Dungeon, Weeping Forest. Before the entrance to the dungeon, several students from St. Capital Secondary School No. 2 gathered around a flickering flame, munching on rations while conversing about the happenings of the day. Do you think today's awakening ceremony was too much of a blow for Chief Lu? One student pondered. I saw him leave earlier, looking dazed and disheartened. Alas, that is only natural. The feeling of plummeting from paradise to the depths below is far from pleasant. After graduation, thoughts turned to leveling up. Typically, at this juncture, familiar classmates would form teams to train together. Those with the means would pursue special recruitment tasks based on the criteria of their desired institutions, while others aimed to level up swiftly before the college entrance examination. The higher the level, the better the potential grades for the examination. However, all of this was only applicable before the second job transfer. If a student underwent the second transfer before the examination, their results would be rendered void. Generally speaking, it was rare for ordinary students to complete their second transfer prior to the examination, as achieving level 30 within a few days and fulfilling the job transfer tasks was a formidable challenge without familial support. Yet for those with family backing, fulfilling the special recruitment requirements became a relatively effortless endeavor. Who would still participate in the college entrance examination if they could secure special recruitment? Joining various associations was also a simple matter for those with connections. The regulation prohibiting second transfers before the college entrance examination served not as a constraint for ordinary students, but as a form of protection, safeguarding them from competing against prodigies. These geniuses had already completed their second transfer and ventured on a broader stages, leaving ordinary students to compete for examination resources in a relatively fair manner. Have you heard? Long Xiao wept after Lutsong descended from the awakening platform. Goodness, that news is sensational. Does Long Xiao secretly harbor feelings for Lutsong? Sure. You may not be aware, but a year ago, during the academic exchange meeting with Shengjing No. 1 High School, Lutsong and Long Xiao crossed paths. Who knows if Long Xiao developed feelings for the esteemed Lu at that moment? Alas, our Lutsong is quite the heartthrob. His charm is simply irresistible. Hush! Be careful with your words. If this reaches the ears of the White King, how many heads do you think you would lose? The White King is notoriously protective of his daughter. Ahem, however, It is quite natural for someone as handsome as Lu Tsang to be the object of secret admiration. Ahem. Let's not digress. The state of weakness following revival has concluded. Let us return to the dungeon. Indeed, one should not attempt the hardest difficulty right from the start. Even with the guidance of predecessors, it remains a formidable challenge when faced alone. It would be wiser to begin at an easier level. Before the dungeon, students bustle about, anxiously preparing for the instance, eager to level up. At this moment, Lu Tsang arrives at the entrance of the dungeon. Crying Forest. Dungeon level 5. Entry level requirement. Level 15. Dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Dungeon description. A standard dungeon for newcomers. Is that not Lu Tsang? Goodness, is that really him? Did I not just hear that he had been disheartened after awakening his armed profession and had resorted to drunken revelry at the trading hall? He certainly does not appear to be inebriated. What nonsense! He is still the chief after all. Silence, everyone. Upon seeing Lu Tsang, the students lowered their heads, unsure of how to face him. In truth, Lu Tsang is well liked. Despite being a genius, he does not carry the airs of one. Moreover, having such a prodigy emerge from our school is a source of pride for us. The students of No. 2 High School cannot help but stand tall when speaking of Lu Tsang. Now, Lu Tsang awakening as an armed warrior is not something the students of No. 2 wish to witness. Yet, Lu Tsang shows no sign of acknowledging the oppressive atmosphere around him and strides directly toward the dungeon. Chief Lu, if you don't mind, would you consider forming a party with me? I am a level 1 holy healer, and I promise to keep you safe. Suddenly, a girl steps in front of Lu Tsang, gathering her courage to extend an invitation. No, thank you. I am fine on my own, he replies, brushing past her. Goodness, how bold. How dare she invite the chief? What of it? The past is the past, and the present is the present. If he were not Lu Tsang, a level 1 armed warrior without any equipment, he would be quite weak in the early stages, and it would be an overreach for him to seek a healer of her level. But Lu Tsang remains Lu Tsang. Were I in his position, I too would find it difficult to lower my stature. Once again, the surrounding students fall into silence. Lu Tsang, however, has already reached the dungeon entrance. As for why he did not join a party, the reason is simple. Experience is divided among teammates. In a duo, each individual would only receive 50 of the experience, effectively halving it. Lu Tsang is not inclined to accept such a reduction. Standing before the dungeon, he hesitates not a moment and selects the dungeon's difficulty, Nightmare. He enters the dungeon. Buzz. As the distorted light flickered, Lu Tsang's figure vanished before the dungeon. This maneuver left the surrounding students utterly astonished. Wait a moment, did I hear correctly? Chief Lu has chosen a Nightmare difficulty dungeon? Goodness. No. The more pressing concern is that Chief Lu entered alone. He vanished all by himself. Is he attempting a solo run? My word, a level 1 armed warrior tackling a Nightmare dungeon solo? Is this truly the same Chief Lu we know? He aced every theoretical exam. How could he make such a fundamental mistake? Anyone with common sense knows that a Nightmare difficulty dungeon cannot be completed solo, regardless of level. Could it be that Chief Lu has gone mad after awakening as a level 1 armed warrior? Chief Lu has lost his mind. Crying Forest, Nightmare. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Tsang immediately sensed danger. In an instant, he retreated 3 steps. Bang, bang, bang. From the ground where he had just stood, 3 spikes erupted. Is this what a Nightmare difficulty dungeon entails? Right at the entrance, he was met with an ambush. Simultaneously, Lu Tsang noticed a faint crimson glow surrounding him in the dimly lit forest. Those were the eyes of the monsters. Earth-throwing goblet, stone-throwing goblet, frost goblet, wind wolf, earth demon wolf. Immediately upon entering the dungeon, he found himself encircled by monsters. Stone-throwing goblin. Level 5, health 3000. Skills, stone throw, rapid stone throw, stone barrage. Description, the most common goblin monster in the Crying Forest. Lu Tsang examined the attributes. With 3000 health, this would already be a formidable foe in a simple difficulty dungeon. However, it was game over. Lu Tsang unsheathed Jinyu. The moment the colossal sword was drawn, a whirlwind of dust and debris swirled around him. Subsequently, Lu Tsang raised Jinyu and brought it crashing down upon the earth. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Bang! Buzz! Boom! 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 Damage numbers soared through the air. 22941, 19292, 15493, 23924, 23847, 17845, 18328. You have slain the Frost Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 400 experience for defeating a foe 4 levels higher. You have slain the Flame Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 400 experience for defeating a foe 4 levels higher. You have slain the Fury Goblin, Elite, level 5. You have gained experience. 6250. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 400 experience for defeating level 4. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 2. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 3. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 4. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 5. Your Divine Equipment album has been unlocked. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 6. You have defeated the boss of the dungeon, the Wailing Pigment. You have gained experience. 70,000. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 600 experience for defeating level 6. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 8. A series of upgrade notifications echoed. With a single strike, Lutsong's level surged directly to 8. As he surveyed his surroundings, the ground lay cracked, littered with the corpses of monsters, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Is this the power of the divine artifact? Chapter 7, 6-second dungeon completion. Divine artifact evolution. With this strike, even those he had yet to encounter were swiftly dispatched. However, it was reasonable, as low-level dungeons often featured compact arenas. Particularly in the Holy Capital's second high school, they had intentionally selected 3 small map dungeons to create this dungeon zone. Congratulations. You have completed the dungeon, Wailing Forest. You have set a new record for the fastest completion of a dungeon. Current record, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 6 seconds. Please enter your team name. Team name? What team do I possess? Then let it be Hung Luo. Lutsong randomly filled in a name. Do you confirm Hung Luo as your team name? Confirm. After all, this team name could be changed with each subsequent dungeon. Subsequently, Lutsong did not immediately exit the dungeon, but instead ventured deeper into the Wailing Forest. Within the dungeon, the fissures in the earth gradually diminished. The terrain possessed regenerative capabilities. Even if damaged, it would quickly restore itself. Soon, Lutsong arrived at the site of the dungeon. The corpses now lay scattered upon the ground. Wailing Pigman Boss. Level 7 Health 050000. Omana 4000. Skills: Roar, Howl, Blood Fury, Chaotic Blade Dance. Description: an exceedingly ferocious pigman. His health had already reached 0. As Lutsong touched the corpse, a hum resonated. In the next moment, beams of light ascended from various points within the dungeon. These emanated from the bodies of the minor monsters. Soon, hundreds of beams converged upon the corpse, which began to glow faintly. Ultimately, they formed a treasure chest. You have completed the dungeon. Damage incurred, 0. Score. Time taken, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 6 seconds, far exceeding the average of 1 hour, 36 minutes, 33 seconds. Score. Single-player completion of the dungeon. Additional score bonus. You have obtained the premium treasure chest from the Wailing Forest. Lutsong gazed at the chest, gradually taking shape before him. Wailing Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest, Premium. Description: exquisite treasure chest, potentially yielding precious items. Is this truly the legendary exquisite treasure chest? Achieving a high rating is no easy feat. It typically requires hundreds of attempts, collaboration, and an intimate understanding of the dungeon mechanics to attain such a rating. Furthermore, due to the level restrictions inherent in each dungeon, progressing through them purely by virtue of higher levels to secure an elevated rating becomes a formidable task. Moreover, high ratings are only attainable in the most challenging dungeons. The lower the difficulty, the further the scoring ceiling diminishes. In dungeons of simple difficulty, the highest rating one can secure is limited to a modest level. The rewards, consequently, are rather meager. Upon opening the chest, you have acquired Large Health Potion X50, Large Mana Potion X50, Berserk Potion X3, Heavy Sword Gold, Clear Crown Silver, Clear Necklace Silver, Silver Greatsword, Bronze Greatsword, Bronze Regeneration Ring, and 200 gold coins. Is this amount of gold truly insufficient? Lutsong gazed at the meager 200 coins that had dropped. Nevertheless, the equipment was plentiful, boasting 4 pieces of silver quality gear and a considerable number of bronze quality items. The real treasures, however, are undoubtedly these pieces of equipment. Astonishingly, there was even a piece of gold quality gear. Lutsong swallowed hard. A level 5 gold quality item, the heavy sword. If he were to sell it at the trading post, wouldn't it fetch upwards of 10,000 coins? Yet, the thought of selling this equipment never crossed Lutsong's mind. Heavy sword. Equipment level 5. Strength 60. Quality gold. Effect: Charge of Dominance. While in a charged attack state, gain invincibility. Alongside a damage reduction of 30 and a shield of 250 points, does not stack with other types of damage reduction. Description: A heavy sword that allows you to charge with peace of mind. A gold quality greatsword. I should be able to absorb it perfectly. Lu Tsang retrieved Jinyue and brought it into contact with the heavy sword. Detected a higher quality item of the same type. Would you like to absorb this equipment to enhance the quality of Jinyue artifact? Upon enhancement, Jinyue will acquire a new attribute. Invincible attack, ultimate. Invincible attack. Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will grant you an invincible state, providing a damage reduction of 50 and a shield equivalent to 10 of your maximum health. Following the enhancement of the attribute, the effect instantly strengthens significantly. Enhance. With Lu Tsang's command, the heavy sword gradually melted away, transforming into a radiant light that merged into Jinyue. Jinyue's quality has been elevated to gold. Jinyue's enhancement level cap has been raised to 4. Jinyue artifact, 4. Quality, gold, upgradable. Equipment level, 8. Scales with user level. Strength, 8,000. Critical rate, 30. Critical effect, 250. Effect. With each ordinary attack, Jinyue unleashes a shockwave, inflicting equivalent Earth-type damage within a radius of 150 meters, amounting to 10-fold of the strength value. Critical hits possible. Effect 2. Charge Strike. Ultimate. Transforms each of your ordinary attacks into a charged heavy blow, dealing triple damage. Effect 3. Unyielding Assault. Ultimate. Grants each of your ordinary attacks an unyielding state, providing a damage reduction of 50 and a shield equivalent to 10 times your maximum health. Description. Jinyue, capable of instantaneously charging, now wields this colossal sword unimpeded by any foe. Chapter 8. Speedrun? How did you solo it in 6 seconds? Lu Tsang gazed at the newly enhanced Jinyue, unable to suppress a gulp. Such effects are simply astounding. Not only have the attributes been augmented, but even the equipment's effects can be further elevated. The radius has expanded from 100 meters to a staggering 150 meters, significantly increasing the area of effect. Moreover, the equipment's attributes have escalated to an impressive 8,000 strength points, a 10-fold increase from the previous 750 points. Of course, this is also a result of Lu Tsang's level advancement, rising from level 1 to level 8. As levels increase, the attributes of the equipment are bound to improve, for the equipment's power is always commensurate with Lu Tsang's own level. However, prior to Jinyue's ascension, Lu Tsang had examined its attributes, which were merely 6,000 strength points at the time. Reflecting on this, he recalled that the base attribute for level 4 is double that of level 2, while level 3 is only 15 times. Through comparison, Lu Tsang arrived at a conclusion. The attributes of divine artifacts are initially calculated based on their divine grade, and do not increase in base attributes with quality elevation. After all, which silver grade equipment begins with a strength value of 500 points. Nonetheless, although the base attributes of the equipment remain fixed, the quality enhancement allows for continual improvement as the cap on the upgrade level rises. This implies that the potency of the equipment's attributes is solely dependent on one's level and the enhancement ceiling. If I recall correctly, the enhancement multiplier for radiant grade equipment maxed out should be 18 times, while celestial grade equipment maxed out is a staggering 50 times the attributes. This is truly astounding. As Lu Tsang pondered this, his excitement grew. Alas, my gold. Selling this level 5 golden weapon could fetch anywhere from 10 to 20,000 gold coins. At the very least, it would yield over 10,000 gold. Nevertheless, after a moment of lamentation, Lu Tsang steadied his mindset. Completing a dungeon in 5 seconds? Surely, I can earn gold without worry. Outside the Weeping Forest dungeon. Fastest completion record for the Weeping Forest Nightmare difficulty dungeon has been refreshed. What? The dungeon record has been reset? The completion record for Nightmare difficulty? I recall that the last record was set by a senior from 50 years ago, correct? I remember it well. At that time, the copy record stood at 5 minutes and 44 seconds, a remarkable speedrun for a level 5 Nightmare dungeon. Across the entirety of humanity, very few could achieve such a feat, huh? It is said that others have already advanced into the Mage Association, ascending to high ranks. And I have heard whispers that one has even become a 4th-tier Mage Saint. Good heavens, a Mage Saint? That is a height I could scarcely imagine in my lifetime. Who could have possibly set this latest completion record? Today, we have just unified our class transitions, and everyone should be at level 1. How can anyone clear a level 5 dungeon so swiftly? You have no idea how rapidly those with connections can level up. It is beyond your comprehension. While it appears that they have just awakened, those with prestigious backgrounds have long since made arrangements. Have you ever seen families of substantial influence? Upon transitioning, they immediately purchase an entire set of level 5 golden quality gear, all fully enhanced to level 4. The attributes are staggering. At level 5, The primary attribute can soar to a terrifying 500 points. A warrior with 500 points of strength at level 5 would obliterate any opponent, wouldn't they? Alas, such extravagance is only possible for the wealthy families who can afford it. A single piece of golden gear costs a minimum of 10 to 20,000 gold coins, and fully enhanced, it starts at a staggering 300,000. Equipping oneself could easily run to 180,000 gold coins. And level 5 gear needs to be replaced daily. What a burning expense. Just recently, you must remember the scene at our class transition square? That long Xiao Xiao arrived on a frost dragon. It seems the Holy Church has reserved an entire training area for her to level up. Such treatment is beyond our reach. The starting point for others is the end point of our lifetime of effort. However, I recall that the Weeping Forest dungeon was also cleared by a prodigy equipped with a complete set of golden gear. It should not be too weak. How could this record be broken? To surpass this record, one would have to be a prodigy of that caliber, right? It cannot possibly be that today as newly awakened super warrior, Xiao Heba, could it? The students were abuzz with discussion. Yet, some students hastened directly towards the record monument. They yearned to discover who had shattered the record. Soon, one after another, students arrived before the inscription of the dungeon record, eager to investigate. Upon glancing at it, they were left utterly speechless. Fastest dungeon completion record, Nightmare first place loot song, team name, Hung Luo. Completion time, 00006. Upon reading this record, the students present found their minds momentarily frozen. What is happening? Am I seeing things? That name, Loot Song. Is he not the president of the student council from our holy capital S Second Academy? Is he not the one who just awakened as a level class armed warrior? And this completion time, are you kidding me? 6 seconds? Can you complete a nightmare dungeon in just 6 seconds? And all on your own? How is that achievable? Chapter 9. Continuous clearances. Accelerated completion speed. Outdoor leveling zone. At this moment, Long Xiao Xiao held her staff. Her gaze absent as she stared at the horde of monsters before her. Xiao Xiao, the monsters are coming. Don't lose focus. Concentrate. Upon hearing the shout, the next instant brought forth a surge of skills. Frost stab, bang, bang, bang. 124, 112, 105, 109, 96. A series of ice crystals erupted. In an instant, this batch of monsters was annihilated by Long Xiao Xiao. Well done, second miss. Long Xiao Xiao had awakened to the class of Divine Sorcerer. This class is an exceptionally powerful magical profession, capable of unleashing devastating divine spells. The effects and potency of these spells are on an entirely different level compared to ordinary ones. Even among advanced classes, it stands at the pinnacle. Observing the days-long Xiao Xiao, Long Qinxue, who was accompanying her in leveling, couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiao Xiao, are you still thinking about him? Sister, is there truly no future for an armor? Upon hearing Long Xiao Xiao's question, Long Qinxue sighed. Alas, Xiao Xiao, you know well what future lies ahead for an armorer. Even our holy see cannot cultivate an armorer into an independent powerhouse. Xiao Xiao, it's time to forget that man. At this moment, Long Xiao Xiao was leveling up under her family's arrangements. Ordinary individuals must personally venture into dungeons and engage in combat. However, for someone like Long Xiao Xiao, who has a notable background, she hardly needs to exert much effort. Her family arranges for others to draw and defeat monsters for her. Once these monsters are left with a sliver of health, they are brought before her to finish off. The entire process is as simple as having experience fed directly into her mouth. Generally, it takes just a few hours to swiftly reach level 30. Of course, only someone like Long Xiao Xiao, backed by a force as formidable as the Holy See, possesses such privilege. She has effectively monopolized an entire outdoor leveling zone for her training. After all, in the wild, the spawn rate of monsters is limited. The more ground secured, the greater the number of monsters that can be spawned. Naturally, the speed of leveling also depends on the leveler themselves. Without skills, it is challenging to handle large groups of monsters. The experience gained from wild monsters is inferior to that from those within dungeons. This is why, even with numerous individuals assisting in leveling, it still requires several hours to reach level 30. Indeed, the eldest young lady is correct. Second miss, you should not dwell on him. If he were truly a genius, he would have the capability to stand alongside you. However, he is merely an armorer now, belonging to a completely different realm than you. Upon hearing these words, Long Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Enough, Lao Zhao, cease your remarks. Focus on leveling up, striving to attain the coveted level 30 in the shortest time possible. One wonders if this year's challenge dungeon has indeed been refreshed. Should we secure the first kill at level 30, the influence of our sacred tribunal would undoubtedly expand further. If I could be the first to reach level 30, I believe I shall represent our sacred tribunal in claiming this challenge dungeon's inaugural defeat. After completing the dungeon, Lutsong departed without delay. Despite the multitude calling out to him, he had little time to attend to their pleas, as he was immediately en route to the next dungeon. What was Lutsong up to? Having just emerged from the Weeping Forest, he swiftly turned to enter another adjacent dungeon, the Twilight Graveyard. Dungeon level, 15 entry level requirement, 515 dungeon difficulty, simple, normal, hard, nightmare dungeon description. In the dimly lit graveyard, there exists a host of unwilling undead. Choosing the nightmare difficulty, Lutsong entered the dungeon without a hint of concern regarding being noticed. Others could not probe his identity, as his specialized profession concealed his equipment information. Even if someone attempted to scrutinize him, they would glean nothing, for all of his abilities stemmed from his gear. As for fame, Lutsong was indifferent. In fact, having a reputation might facilitate resource acquisition. After all, when the time came to forge divine artifacts, acquiring rare materials would be essential. Without a name, why would anyone part with their precious resources? It should be noted that as levels increase, some items become unattainable by mere currency. In this context, a resounding reputation becomes crucial. With a decisive confirmation, Lutsong swiftly re-entered the dungeon. Observing this maneuver, the students outside the dungeon were left in utter confusion. What was happening? He had just emerged from one dungeon, only to plunge into another. Was there no respite? Moreover, this dungeon seemed to require a level of 515. In a mere 6 seconds, had he truly ascended by over 5 levels? What manner of beast was this? What terrifying speed of leveling was this? One might question the existence of such a formidable player. In the wild, it was conceivable for seasoned veterans to guide novices, with a level 100 champion escorting a level 1 newcomer. Such absurdities could indeed occur. However, dungeons impose level restrictions, rendering overpowering dominance impossible. Dungeon records serve as a testament to an individual's prowess, with achievements that have been refined over centuries. To break a record by even a second is a remarkable feat. The record for the Weeping Forest dungeon, for instance, is differentiated by mere milliseconds after the first place. To improve by a second is unfathomable, let alone for the top 10. Within the span of 5 minutes and 44 to 45 seconds, the aspiration to achieve a time of 5 minutes and 43 seconds could, under ordinary circumstances, take a decade. Yet, Lutsong has astonishingly shattered this record by 6 seconds, rendering it nothing short of miraculous. One might ponder whether Chief Lu has undergone a professional metamorphosis. I have heard whispers of certain anomalous professions that acquire extraordinary power, such as the adept juggler, who, after transformation, can rival the illustrious trickster. Perhaps Chief Lu has experienced such a transformation? What sort of anomaly could facilitate a record-breaking feat in a nightmare difficulty dungeon within a mere 6 seconds? Do you think Chief Lu will surpass records upon entering the Twilight Graveyard? I find it rather improbable, as his equipment has yet to match the innovation of the armed elite. Indeed, upon leveling up, one must also replace their gear and procure new skill tomes to enhance their prowess for the forthcoming dungeons. To venture directly into the next dungeon without adequate preparation may lead to inadequacy. Nevertheless, breaking records remains uncertain, for 6 seconds is exceedingly remarkable. However, the onlookers had barely begun to discuss this when suddenly, another notification appeared for the Twilight Graveyard dungeon. The fastest clearance record for the Twilight Graveyard, Nightmare difficulty, has been refreshed. Fastest clearance record, Nightmare first place Lutsong. Clearance time, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. Upon witnessing this record, all the students were left in a state of shock. What was happening? Just moments prior, they were marveling at the astonishing compression of the Crying Forest dungeon record to 6 seconds, only for Lutsong to have completed the adjacent dungeon in an astounding 3 seconds. Chapter 10, The Embryo of Divine Artifacts. The instant Lutsong entered the dungeon, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he swung down his colossal sword. Possessing perfect mastery over his abilities, none of his equipment bore negative effects, and thus, there was no hint of sluggishness. With a single strike, he unleashed a thunderous crash. 210-322, 231010, 243-549, 234943, 238949, 225493. You have slain the Twilight Spectre, level 15. You have gained experience, 52,500. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 700 experience for slaying 7 levels above. You have slain the Graveyard Warrior, level 15. You have gained experience, 52,500. Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 700 experience for slaying 7 levels above. You have slain the Twilight Phantom, level 15. You have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 700 experience for slaying 7 levels above. You have slain the Graveyard Slaughterer, level 15. You have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 700 experience for slaying 7 levels above. You have slain the Grim Gravedigger, Elite, level 15. You have gained experience points, 126250, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, level 7 Overkill, 700 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to 17. A series of kill notifications erupted before Lu Tsang. His experience points surged dramatically. All these monsters were simultaneously defeated the moment he entered the dungeon. This meant he could fully benefit from the Overkill bonus. Typically, others would see diminishing returns as they leveled up, with the gap in Overkills narrowing and experience gains dwindling. It was only a peculiar individual like Lu Tsang who could annihilate all monsters in an instant. Each monster counted as 1 slain at level 8, each carrying a 7-fold experience bonus. The speed of leveling was exhilarating. Each attack was a charge strike, with a power value of 8,000 multiplied 30-fold. That amounted to 240,000. Such damage could easily overwhelm a common level 15 monster. And this was merely a basic attack. Who dares assert that a basic attack can only strike once? After the initial strike, witnessing the surge in experience, Lu Tsang showed no sign of hesitation. He immediately unleashed a second attack. 2 consecutive strikes took barely 2 seconds. Boom. 253982. From a distance, the enemies had no time to react. With only 300,000 health, 2 strikes were enough for Lu Tsang to obliterate them instantly. Congratulations on defeating the Deep Grey Burier, level 15, boss. You have cleared the dungeon, Twilight Graveyard. Dungeon duration, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. You have achieved the fastest clearance record for this dungeon. Your score for this dungeon is... Lu Tsang gazed at the notifications before him. This was far too effortless. Possessing the divine weapon Jinhua made clearing the dungeon feel like childish play. However, this time his speed was still not fast enough. He believed he could improve upon it. This time, there was no single strike kill. If he could manage an instant kill, the clearance time could potentially be compressed even further, possibly down to 2 seconds. Nonetheless, having completed this dungeon, Lu Tsang had already reached level 17. The level cap for this dungeon was 5 to 15. This indicated that Lu Tsang had exhausted his opportunity to replay this dungeon. Yet, if others were to learn of Lu Tsang's thoughts, they might choke on their disbelief. Clearing a dungeon in 3 seconds and still being dissatisfied, wishing to be even faster? Was there no sense of fairness left? Lu Tsang felt a tinge of regret regarding his record for this dungeon. He then turned his gaze toward the treasure chest of the dungeon. Twilight Graveyard Premium Chest. Opening the chest, he received Space Crystal, Armed Skill Book, Dual Wielding, Protective Necklace, Silver. A Space Crystal? This was a rare treasure indeed. Spatial Crystal, Backpack Capacity Expansion. Increased backpack capacity by 100 slots. Lu Tsang stored everything into his backpack. The initial backpack, obtained after awakening his profession, has a default capacity of 500 slots. Currently, Lu Tsang's backpack contains approximately over 100 pieces of equipment, still far from its limit. With the acquisition of this spatial crystal, the capacity for equipment has further increased. Lu Tsang's attention then shifted to a skill book. Is this the skill book for the armed class? Skill book, Dual Wielding. Exclusive skill for armed class. Effect, allows you to equip 2 main hand weapons simultaneously, but the attribute enhancement will decrease by 20. It must be said that the armed class is indeed a secondary profession. The skill is profoundly lackluster. Equipping 2 weapons yields an attribute total of merely 160 due to the 20 reduction. Furthermore, there are no additional enhancements. Generally, main hand weapons are the most powerful equipment currently available. Crafting 2 main hand weapons requires a significant financial investment. Moreover, with the energy required to create 2 weapons, why not focus on enhancing a single weapon instead? The enhancement only amounts to 60. However, the financial and energetic investment is double that of crafting 1 weapon. It is precisely because even the skills are so underwhelming that the armed class is not highly regarded. Learning the skill, Dual Wielding. You have acquired the skill, Dual Wielding. The perfect divine technique has triggered, and the Dual Wielding skill has attained its ultimate evolution. Dual Wielding Duplication. Duplication. When you wield a one-handed weapon, you can replicate that weapon in your other empty hand. This projection will possess attributes identical to the weapon being replicated. When you switch weapons, The duplicate disappears. Duplicates cannot be traded. Duplicates cannot exist independently. Effect 2. Your offhand can equip any wieldable weapon, and the effects and attributes of this weapon will not experience any degradation. This skill is remarkably powerful, although aware that his skill would evolve. Liu Cang did not anticipate such a formidable enhancement post-evolution. Originally capable of enhancing attributes by 20, it can now elevate them by 100 without the need to invest in a second weapon. More importantly, upon acquiring other types of weapons in the future, he could directly replicate them without incurring costs. This essentially grants him a double weapon advantage. Additionally, due to the existence of perfect adaptation, Liu Cang can wield a great sword with one hand, unlike other classes that require two hands. This means Liu Cang can dual-wield great swords that others can only equip with both hands. In a sense, he possesses the equivalent of 2 additional hands compared to other transfigured warriors, effectively granting him 2 extra weapon slots. The mere presence of this light attribute opens up unfathomable possibilities. Aside from the skill books, Liu Cang surveyed the other spoils. Subsequently, he selected several pieces of equipment to don. The advantage of the perfect artifact embryo lies in its ability to disregard equipment levels, liberating Liu Cang from the vexation of constantly upgrading gear in tandem with his ascent in levels. For an ordinary job changer, the continual need to swap equipment during the process of enhancing one's capabilities incurs astronomical expenses. Ultimately, Liu Cang adorned himself with an entirely new set of gear. Protective headband artifact embryo 3, equipment slot, head, equipment level 17, follows user S level. Quality, silver, can grow. Vitality, 255. Effect, life protection, ultimate, after sustaining damage. Recovers 80 life points from the damage taken, with a built-in cooldown of 5 seconds. Description, artifact embryo. The effect has been significantly enhanced, enabling substantial recovery from inflicted damage. Surely, this effect rivals that of equipment of platinum quality? After being attacked, regaining 80 life points equates to a unique form of 80 damage reduction. Furthermore, this is a restoration of life points, which can also benefit from healing amplifications. It's even conceivable to recover life exceeding the damage received after sustaining a single blow. One must concede, the enhancement of equipment after being transformed into an artifact embryo is indeed outrageously powerful. In addition, Liu Cang equipped the protective ring and protective necklace, along with a pair of chain iron pants. In the absence of a deficit in output, he maximized his defensive capabilities. Protective ring, artifact embryo 3, category, ring, equipment level 17, follows user S level. Quality, silver, can grow. Effect, protective barrier, ultimate, gains a shield of 3,400 life points every 5 seconds. Description, artifact embryo. The effect has been significantly enhanced, resulting in a substantial increase in shield capacity. Protective necklace, artifact embryo 3, category, necklace, equipment level 17, follows user S level. Quality, silver, can grow. Effect, melee resistance, ultimate, after receiving a melee attack. Generates a repulsion aura, pushing the target 10 meters away with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Description, artifact embryo. The effect has been significantly enhanced, greatly extending the repulsion range and reducing the cooldown period. Equipment of the accessory type does not augment attribute values. However, its effects are typically more specialized than those of other equipment slots. At equivalent levels and qualities, the effects of necklaces and rings surpass those of other gear. Even if both provide increased attack speed, a necklace might offer a 50 boost, while a weapon may only confer 20. More importantly, certain unique effects manifest solely on necklaces and rings. The other equipment slots remain unattainable. Chain iron pants, artifact embryo 3. Equipment category, lower garment. Equipment level 17, corresponds with user's level. Quality, silver, upgradable. Constitution, 255. Effect, damage mitigation, ultimate, reduces damage by a fixed value of 100 points. Description, artifact embryo. The effect has been significantly enhanced, greatly increasing the damage reduction value. At this point, Liu Cang had donned all his equipment. After counting the spoils, Liu Cang issued a command to exit the dungeon. In the next instant, Liu Cang reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Upon witnessing his return, his classmates were utterly bewildered. From the moment Liu Cang entered the dungeon to his emergence, it had scarcely been 10 seconds. This serves as proof that he had indeed completed the dungeon. A mere 3 seconds. Typically, upon entering a dungeon, one would experience a blackout by the time clarity returned. A second would have already elapsed. Now, You tell me that Lu Tsang cleared this dungeon in merely 3 seconds? What ist? Chief Lu, are you breaking records? Having just completed 2 dungeon records, should you take a breather? Ha! Who claimed that Lu Tsang from Saint Capital 2 had fallen? This is a sign of his resurgence. My goodness, he is heading toward the next dungeon. He intends to clear another dungeon? Wait, that dungeon is for levels above 15. The Black Tomb, that notoriously challenging dungeon. I recall that within the same difficulty tier, its actual difficulty is 2 to 3 times greater than that of others. Teams capable of leveling up in other dungeons struggle to clear this one. I remember that in this dungeon, Nightmare difficulty spawns 3 adversaries simultaneously, each possessing double the combat power compared to those in other dungeons. If the difficulty were to increase even slightly, it would likely reach a frenzied level. This must be the pinnacle of Nightmare difficulty, right? Is Chief Lu truly daring to challenge that? No way. It has only been an hour since he completed his job change. In just an hour, even the legacies of those prominent families do not level up that swiftly, do they? What do you mean an hour? It has barely been a minute. In fact, from the moment Lu Tsang appeared until now, it has indeed been around a minute. Entering the Weeping Forest, he emerged in half a minute. Entering the Twilight Graveyard, he was out in 10 seconds. One can say that the time spent within the dungeons did not exceed 40 seconds. The time Lu Tsang took to count his loot far exceeded his time spent completing the dungeons. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lu Tsang arrived before the 3rd dungeon. Black Tomb. This dungeon remains within the realm of the undead. The entry-level requirement is between 15 and 30. Gazing at this dungeon, Lu Tsang pondered to himself, wondering if completing this dungeon would elevate his level to 30. Otherwise, another run would be necessary. Selecting the difficulty, he chose Nightmare and entered the dungeon. In the realm of dungeons prior to level 30, the only difficulty available was that of Nightmare, with the highest quality equipment being gold tier drops. For those who had yet to ascend to level 30, gold tier represented the pinnacle of gear quality. Superior tiers of equipment could only be acquired from more challenging dungeons. As for the monsters lurking in the wild, they predominantly yielded only white tier items. All creatures capable of dropping high-quality gear resided exclusively within these dungeons. In an instant, Lu Tsang vanished from his original location, entering a new dungeon. Almost simultaneously, a notification emerged before the students gathered at the entrance to the Black Tomb dungeon. Shimmering before their eyes, fastest completion record for the Black Tomb, Nightmare difficulty, has been refreshed. Chapter 11. 1 second completion? What an absurdity. Buzzing with anticipation. Lu Tsang had already gripped the Jinyue in his left hand prior to entering the dungeon. With the dual-wielding ability activated, Lu Tsang, now at level 17, wielded a Jinyue boasting an attribute of 17,000 strength. At this moment, his strength had soared to an astounding 34,027 points. To possess such immense power at level 17 was truly terrifying. Upon entering the dungeon, darkness momentarily enveloped Lu Tsang. However, before the shadows could disperse, he immediately swung his colossal swords. The earth trembled with a cacophony akin to an earthquake. A barrage of damaged figures erupted forth. 1, 856, 556. 1, 555, 599. In scarcely a second, all the monsters succumbed in an instant. Wielding 2 Jinyue effectively doubled Lu Tsang's strength. Moreover, the equipment's effects were also amplified, translating into a 10-fold strength damage wave from a single Jinyue. With 2, that became 20 times. This meant that his 34,000 strength unleashed a staggering 680,000 damage. Regrettably, this charged attack did not stack, maintaining a triple damage output. Yet, even so, each strike inflicted an impressive 1,800,000 damage. What was even more astonishing was that, due to dual wielding, Lu Tsang's attack speed had effectively doubled. With double equipment effects, double attributes, and double attack speed, this weapon replication seemingly provided a mere doubling of attributes. However, it actually augmented Lu Tsang's output efficiency by a staggering 8-fold. Furthermore, as he acquired more attributes on his weapons, the potential for greater effects would only escalate. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the student stood utterly petrified. 1 second? No way. What kind of sorcery is this? How could such a record be achieved? Chief Lu must be concealing his true profession. To complete a dungeon in a mere second? This is beyond comprehension. Is he going to achieve a 0-second completion next? Wait, isn't this the highest difficulty dungeon? How could it be cleared faster than the Dusk Tomb in his hands? Is there truly no limit to his prowess? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the strength of a warrior is derived from their equipment, is it not? From a moment he entered the first dungeon, he has not changed his gear. In the eyes of others, Lu Tsang has consistently wielded an ordinary iron sword, clad in a garment of silver quality and donned with silver quality shoes. Typically, the quality of equipment can be discerned from its appearance. Those adorned with a faint silver luminescence are classified as silver gear, while others fall into the categories of bronze or black iron. What on earth are you waiting for? Hurry and report this to the teacher. But Haven T, we already graduated? For heaven's sake, does that matter in this situation? We might have misjudged Chief Lu. Chief Lu remains as formidable as ever. These students initially believed that Lu Tsang would fade into obscurity, yet they were unprepared for the swift slap of reality. In a mere hour, the so-called useless class of Lu Tsang had triumphantly cleared the 3 major dungeons in Sacred Capital 2. Furthermore, he set records that seemed unfathomable. At this moment, in the office of Ms. Li, she was diligently organizing student data. For the students, it was a holiday. Having completed their vocational awakening, they could now pursue their own paths. However, for the teachers, they were tasked with inputting these students' information into the archives to be submitted to various universities. As Ms. Li perused the data on Lu Tsang, she lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Alas, Lu Tsang, how I have watched you grow. Why did you have to awaken as a warrior? Just then, her chat window began to vibrate incessantly. Ding, 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 ding. 20th cohort student Mo Chunrong has sent you a message. 20th cohort student Li Haoran has sent you a message. 20th cohort student Hu Zhenggao has sent you a message. The barrage of messages flooded the screen, leaving Ms. Li momentarily stunned. Why are so many students reaching out to me all of a sudden? She then opened the messages to find. Teacher, Chief Lu Tsang has shattered the dungeon records. Teacher, Chief Lu Tsang has cleared the Black Tomb dungeon. Teacher, Chief Lu Tsang has obliterated all records. Teacher, Chief Lu Tsang has finished the dungeon in under 10 seconds. Teacher, Chief Lu Tsang has completed the nightmare difficulty of the Black Tomb in just 1 second. As she read these messages, Li Chun was left dumbfounded. For a moment, she was at a loss as to where to begin her thoughts. Lu Tsang? Hadn't he just recently awakened as a warrior, clearing the Black Tomb dungeon? Wasn't he that dungeon accessible only to those of level 15? And what did it mean to break the completion record, to finish in 1 second? Each word was comprehensible, yet when strung together, they formed an enigma. What are these students really talking about? Clearing the Dark Tomb dungeon in just 1 second? That simply cannot be the case. Is it to be taken literally? Chapter 12. Instantaneous completion of the Dark Tomb. Level 30. Upon reading these messages, Teacher Li stood frozen in place, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Were the students conspiring to deceive her? What kind of surprise was this? It shouldn't be so. Each cohort of students has always been somewhat similar. After so many years of teaching, she had never encountered such a situation. Could it possibly be true? Yet, as she gazed at the barrage of messages, the corners of Teacher Li's mouth twitched. If this were genuine, it would be utterly outrageous. Clearing the Dark Tomb in 1 second. What does that even mean? To date, the fastest record for completing this dungeon was 56 minutes and 33 seconds, nearly an hour. Now, these students claimed that Lu Tsang, who had just awakened at a level 30 arm class, had completed it in under a second. In an hour's time, even the scions of the most prominent families would likely just be reaching level 10. That was only achievable by monopolizing a vast leveling area, with thousands of players serving one individual simultaneously. Yet, they were asserting that Lu Tsang had independently leveled up to 15 in less than an hour and had conquered the most challenging level 15 dungeon within Holy Capital City. Could that possibly be credible? However, the number of students sending her messages was increasing, not just from her own class, but from others as well. The messages were strikingly similar, all heralding Lu Tsang's remarkable feat of clearing the dungeon in 1 second. Was this some new form of deception? Teacher, I'm not joking. The chief really did clear it. You must come and witness the stone tablet for yourself. Chief Lu is not as simple as you think. Observing the relentless stream of messages from her students, Teacher Li ultimately decided to set aside her current task and investigate the nearby dungeon area. Perhaps these mischievous youngsters simply wished to summon her and present a surprise. Yes, if that were the case, it would make sense. Such surprises from students after graduation had not been unheard of in years past. These little rascals truly were a handful. As the darkness dissipated upon entering the dungeon, Lu Tsang found himself bathed in light. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a scene of devastation. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, and the earth was split open with numerous fissures. Of course, these cracks were rapidly healing before his eyes. You have slain the Phantom Lich, level 30. You have slain the Death Chantress, level 30. You have slain the Ashen Lich, level 30, elite. You have slain the Annihilation Lich, level 30, elite. You have slain the Soul Singer, level 30, elite. You have vanquished the Guardian of the Black Tomb, boss. You have earned experience points, 6, 500, 000, 500 experience from Nightmare Dungeon, 1, 300 experience for defeating at level 13. You have vanquished the Harbinger of Fear, boss. You have earned experience points, 6, 500, 000, 500 experience from Nightmare Dungeon, 1, 300 experience for defeating at level 13. You have vanquished the Mourner of the Black Tomb, boss. You have earned experience points, 6, 500, 000, 500 experience from Nightmare Dungeon, 1, 300 experience for defeating at level 13. A series of notifications of kills appeared. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Thus, you have ascended to the 30th level. Indeed, it aligns closely with my expectations. This dungeon is teeming with monsters. After eliminating all these creatures, the experience gained is substantial. More importantly, Loot Song is soloing the dungeon. The experience distribution mechanism within the dungeon allocates points evenly. If 5 individuals were to tackle the dungeon together, the experience from each monster would be divided into 5 parts, effectively granting each person only 20% of the experience. Even if teammates do not engage, they still receive experience points. This is also a channel for classes like priests to level up. After all, if experience is only awarded for direct engagement, healing and support roles would find it exceedingly difficult to gain experience. It is precisely because of this experience distribution mechanism that Loot Song intends to solo the dungeon, effectively acquiring 5 times the experience of a normal 5-man group. Furthermore, the dungeon's entry level ranges from 15 to 30. However, in Nightmare difficulty, the monsters are predominantly at level 30. Thus, Loot Song is indeed defeating monsters above his level. At level 17, he instantaneously obliterated all these creatures, gaining 13 times the experience. Others typically enter this dungeon at level 30. Otherwise, they are merely seeking punishment. Calculating this, Loot Song's actual experience points are an astonishing 65 times that of a typical class change player engaging in the dungeon. Ascending to level 30 within a single dungeon is hardly surprising. Rather, it can be said that Loot Song's experience has already overflowed. However, upon reaching level 30, he must complete a second class change to continue leveling up. Otherwise, with his current experience points, reaching level 40 would not be impossible. Soon, Loot Song found himself confronted by 3 Black Liches. To be precise, they were 3. The Mourner of the Black Tomb, boss. The Harbinger of Fear, boss. And the Guardian of the Black Tomb, boss. Level 30. Health 10, 000, 000. With 1,000,000 health points, even the strongest of class change players, upon reaching level 30, would possess only 7 pieces of gear, all golden quality and fully enhanced. Even with attributes maximized, a piece of equipment merely boasts a total of 2,400 attributes. Furthermore, accessories do not contribute any attributes. Thus, when combining 5 pieces of equipment, the total attribute count barely exceeds 10,000. Facing 3 foes with 1,000,000 hit points each presents a formidable challenge. Moreover, it is improbable that this 10,000 attributes consist entirely of primary attributes. Otherwise, one attribute would be excessively inflated at 15,000 points, while others languish at a mere 40. Such lopsidedness is untenable, particularly concerning vitality, which is essential. Without adequate resilience, even a single area attack could obliterate one instantly. Even an assassin must allocate a modicum of health to ensure survival against indiscriminate area damage. Consequently, even for a class changer fully equipped with optimal gear, this dungeon remains exceedingly daunting. Loot Song placed his hand upon his body. With a soft hum, a new treasure chest materialized before him. Black Tomb Premium Chest. Probability of rare materials. Upon witnessing this chest, a realization struck Loot Song. His level had ascended to 30, unlocking numerous divine equipment illustrations. Perhaps he could already synthesize other artifacts. However, he decided to first inspect the contents of the chest, hoping for a piece of golden quality equipment. Such equipment could fetch a handsome sum, at least over 10,000 gold coins. With wealth, he could more readily forge divine artifacts. Contemplating this, Loot Song opened the chest. St. Capital's second high school, dungeon area. My son, during these past 3 years, you have been overshadowed by Loot Song for far too long. Now that you have awakened the ultimate warrior class in our family's history, you must establish the reputation of our warrior association. This year, St. Capital First High School is not devoid of formidable awakeners. Among them, the son of the Warrior Association's president has awakened a superior class, an overlimit warrior. This elite warrior class surpasses even 3 generations of their family's bloodline. It stands as the pinnacle profession within the warrior lineage. As for the superior class, it may not manifest even once in a millennium. Let that thought go. At this moment, Xiao Heba, adorned in fully enhanced level 5 golden quality gear, was equipped with selections meticulously chosen by his family prior to his awakening. Furthermore, he had acquired 2 exclusive skills of the Overlimit Warrior. 1. Power Overclock grants double power enhancement on every third attack, while the other, Overlimit Amplification, boosts all attributes by 50. Both skills are akin to wielding a cheat. Fully armed, Xiao Heba arrived at the dungeon area near St. Capital Second High School. My son, the time has come to vindicate yourself. Let them forget the so-called lewd song. You are the most prodigious talent of this generation. Go, refresh the nightmare difficulty record of the Weeping Forest. The senior who previously refreshed this record is merely a berserker of the highest rank, a long-standing member of our warrior association. Now that you have awakened as an Overlimit Warrior, you are undoubtedly capable of surpassing his record. You have reviewed the strategy, Haven TU? Strive to make your mark on the leaderboard on your first attempt. As he spoke, Xiao Batian led his son to the instance area of Shengjing No. 2. Chapter 13. The Rewards of the Level Up Competition. What on earth is the first prize? You have received a premium black tomb treasure chest. Lu Tsang gazed at the treasure chest gradually taking form before him. Black tomb instance treasure chest, premium. Description: a premium treasure chest that may yield precious items. Lu Tsang was quite familiar with this process. In a mere 10 minutes, he had consecutively opened 3 premium treasure chests. The efficiency in treasure chest opening was unparalleled. Upon opening the chest, he discovered yet another piece of golden equipment. A surge of joy welled up within him at the sight of the golden gear. With the ability of Artifact Embryo, he could absorb the attributes of these items. However, unlike artifacts, which could absorb numerous attributes, golden quality gear could only possess 2 attributes at a time, while silver gear could hold but 1. This was the reason Lu Tsang had amassed such a plethora of equipment, yet failed to absorb all the attributes. Nonetheless, this was merely a temporary setback. Once he could refine the artifact embryo into a true artifact, he would be able to accommodate a multitude of new attributes. Lu Tsang examined the newly acquired golden equipment and subsequently transformed it directly into an artifact embryo. Holy Crown of Clarity, Gold, Artifact Embryo. Mental Value, 2,400. Effect: Mental Shield. Ultimate: grants a shield capable of withstanding damage, equivalent to 3 times your current mental value. Once the shield is broken, it enters a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Description: a crown that provides a substantial shield. Lu Tsang absorbed the crown, and thus his headgear achieved golden quality. My level has finally reached 30. It is imperative to complete my second-class transition promptly. However, this rate of leveling has exceeded my expectations. Lu Tsang understood that his profession would undergo a divine evolution, but he had not anticipated such an extraordinary transformation. An artifact, albeit one ranked 99th, had enabled him to expedite the completion of 3 instances in succession. How formidable will I become upon acquiring additional artifacts in the future? Lu Tsang opened the Divine Equipment Compendium. Now that he had reached level 30, he had unlocked equipment ranked 93rd. As expected, the higher the rank, the more expensive the materials required for synthesis. The Forbidden Spell Ring ranked 94th requires 100,000 Philosopher's Stones. Why not seize it? However, the effects, reducing mana consumption for all forbidden spells by 99 and allowing instant activation with a 10-fold power increase, are undeniably powerful. This Forbidden Spell Ring is clearly designed specifically for mages who cast forbidden spells. Lu Tsang gazed at the array of extraordinary artifacts depicted in the Divine Equipment Compendium, unable to suppress a gulp. Nonetheless, among these fantastical items, there were indeed some that he could aspire to forge. One was the Heart of Tenacity, while the other was the Abyssal Summoning Staff. The synthesis requirements for the Heart of Tenacity included 10 dragon beast hides, 100 life crystals, 1 stomach of the devouring colossus, 1 heart of the giant. The dragon beast hide should not be overly expensive, as a dragon beast is a level 60 wild creature. Slaying just one would yield the hide, priced at approximately 1 gold coin each. Quite affordable indeed. The devouring colossus, on the other hand, is a level 80 monster found in the Northern Territories. Even so, this material would not be exorbitant, costing around 5,000 gold coins, as it is merely a byproduct. As for the Heart of the Giant, it is a drop from any giant-type creature, easily acquired through a casual encounter, with a price tag of 50 gold coins. The sole expensive item among these is the 100 life crystals. Life crystals, being high-grade gems, possess immense utility across various domains. They are essential for releasing skills, enchanting items, grinding into powder for crafting life potions, or conducting divination rituals. The cost of a single life crystal stands at 20,000 gold coins, rendering the prices of the other materials negligible by comparison. Thus, the Heart of Tenacity is effectively priced at 2 million gold coins. Fortunately, Lu Tsang believed he could procure a sum of 1 million gold coins at this moment. Regarding the other artifact, the Abyssal Summoning Staff, this magnificent item does not require monetary expenditure. Instead, it necessitates Lu Tsang's personal venture into areas tainted by the abyss to obtain the polluted staff, which would then allow for its creation. Such artifacts that do not demand financial investment are particularly favored by Lu Tsang. Upon confirming his intentions for the tasks ahead, he swiftly arrived at the town center. Within the holy capital, there are fixed teleportation points, providing great convenience. The heart of the city boasts numerous shops, offering a plethora of services. However, Lu Tsang's purpose for visiting the town center at this moment was for a different matter altogether: collecting funds. Accessing the community system, Lu Tsang opened the community interface. Within the community page, there exists a section titled Holy Capital Events. This segment enumerates all activities hosted within the Holy Capital. Among them, a particular event captured Lu Tsang's attention: the Holy Capital Leveling Competition. Host, the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild. Eligibility: those who completed their awakening and job transition on May 28th. Rewards are based on leveling speed. First place, 1 million gold coins. Second place, 100,000 gold coins. Lu Tsang vaguely recalled that this leveling competition is held annually. Indeed, it is a general observation that the vast majority of students are unable to secure the rewards from this leveling event. After all, those with advantageous backgrounds level up at an astonishing rate. This event primarily serves as a means for the Brilliant Gem Consortium to forge connections with the prodigies of affluent families. The chances of an ordinary participant winning are virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, having reached level 30, I see no reason to forego the reward. It amounts to a staggering 1 million gold coins. With such wealth, I could potentially craft half of the Heart of Resolve equipment, thereby enhancing my defensive capabilities. Despite my currently high damage output, my health remains alarmingly low, with under 1,000 vitality points. A mere brush from a formidable foe could spell disaster. In the later stages, certain maps may feature toxic gases or extreme temperatures, as well as dungeons that could cause damage through environmental hazards. Furthermore, some adversaries might possess invulnerability mechanisms, shifting forms while unleashing unavoidable damage. In such scenarios, having substantial health to withstand a single attack becomes exceedingly crucial. More importantly, while death within a dungeon allows for resurrection, demise in the real world is irreversible. To safeguard my life, acquiring a piece of life-preserving equipment is of utmost priority. The Heart of Resolve, which offers an infinite accumulation of health, stands as the optimal choice. Defeating a creature grants a permanent increase of 100 maximum health points. Stacking millions of health points is easily attainable. Thus, I made my way to the Brilliant Gem Consortium. The rules of this event are quite straightforward. Any awakened class holder may present their identification card. Upon reaching level 30, one is entitled to claim their reward. The Brilliant Gem Consortium is one of the largest merchant guilds among the Eastern peoples, and it would be unwise to tarnish their reputation over a mere million gold coins. Their establishment is conveniently located in the heart of Holy Capital City. Upon entering the guild, I was greeted with the inquiry, "How may I assist you today?" I responded, "I have come to claim my event reward." Event reward? Would you like to exchange gems for gold coins, participate in the Enchanter's competition, or join the stone opening event? It was evident that the Brilliant Gem Consortium regularly hosts a plethora of activities, with an abundance of competitions and entertainment options. As I glanced at the notice board, I noticed, Second Transition Enchanter Competition Prize, 10 million gold coins. The sight of such a bounty caused my eyelids to flutter. The enchanter profession indeed offers lucrative opportunities. Yet, I remained steadfast in my purpose for visiting. I wish to redeem my reward from the leveling competition. I am an awakened one of this session and have achieved level 30. The receptionist momentarily froze. Level 30? If I recall correctly, the awakening ceremony commenced merely an hour ago, did it not? The city of Shengjing boasts an abundance of high schools. Typically, the awakening process requires around 3 hours, commencing with the more prestigious institutions before progressing to those of lesser rank. To this day, the awakening ceremony has yet to reach its conclusion. However, an unexpected graduate has emerged, claiming to have ascended to level 30, having dedicated over a decade to the illustrious Gemstone Association. She is well aware of the significance of this leveling competition, which has a century-long history. Based on previous years' experiences, it generally takes approximately 15 hours from the start of the awakening ceremony to reach level 30. The fastest recorded ascent was achieved in a remarkable 14 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds, a record set by the current Sacred Law Temple. Yet here stands an individual asserting that they have attained level 30 in merely 1 hour. Is this a jest? Nevertheless, her professionalism compels her to suppress her doubts. As a receptionist for the Gemstone Association, it is imperative that her demeanor remains poised and graceful. Even if she suspects Lu Tsong of causing a disturbance, she continues to wear a smile. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Lu Tsong follows her to a device labeled Personal Information Assessment Machine. Dear guest, kindly update your personal information on this machine. Lu Tsong, familiar with the apparatus, adeptly places his hand upon it. In an instant, new information is displayed. Name, Lu Tsong, level 30, occupation, armorer, alma mater, Shengjing No. 2 high school graduating class. Awakening duration, less than 1 day. Detected client meets the requirements for the leveling competition. Prize has been dispersed. Account credited, 1,000,000 gold coins. Lu Tsong gazes at the prompt that has appeared before him, impressed by the efficiency of the process. He had heard that the competition automatically grants rewards upon successful identity verification, but he did not anticipate such a generous payout. This significantly enhances his favorable impression of the Gemstone Association. After receiving the funds, Lu Tsong turns to leave, while the receptionist beside him feels her lips twitch slightly. She stares at the screen, uncertain of what to say. She had meticulously prepared a series of responses to address any potential disruptions caused by the student. According to the service protocol she has studied for 12 years, she would handle the situation with utmost elegance and professionalism, regardless of the guest's actions. Yet, this individual is indeed genuine. He has truly reached level 30 within an hour and claimed the rewards of the leveling competition. Suddenly, a voice pierces her thoughts. Alan, what are you dawdling for? Bring him over. In a manager's office, the manager himself is seated, leisurely sipping tea, in his esteemed position. The tasks at hand are exceedingly effortless, essentially amounting to sipping tea in the office. Rarely do their matters intrude upon this leisurely routine. It is a delightful position where one can earn money while idling away time. Today, he was once again indulging in his usual pastime when, unexpectedly, a prompt appeared before him. The champion of the leveling competition has emerged. A prize of 1 million gold coins has been awarded. At that very instant, the manager inadvertently spewed his tea. The prize for the leveling competition had been claimed. However, as a seasoned veteran who had toiled in management for half his life, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. In a flash, he realized that either a malfunction had occurred or a prodigious talent capable of reaching level 30 within an hour had surfaced. Regardless of which scenario it was, allowing that individual to slip away was not an option. In the next moment, he recalled the name of the person who had claimed the prize, Lu Tsong, the renowned genius from Shengjing City. Remarkably, just an hour prior, he had awakened as a seemingly useless armored warrior. Yet now, the once deemed inept armored warrior, Lu Tsong, had seized the leveling competition's reward. In the Shengjing No. 2 middle school instance zone, Xiao Batian, accompanied by Xiao Heba, encountered Lu Tsong's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, before the entrance to the Crying Forest instance. Upon seeing Lu Tsong's teacher, a smile spread across Xiao Beishan's face. His son had awakened the prestigious super warrior class. Such an impressive vocation. Naturally, as a parent, he felt a sense of pride. More importantly, the entire Shengjing city had been focused on Lu Tsong, overshadowing his son's brilliance. Now, with Lu Tsong's fall from grace, his own son had ascended to the super warrior class, achieving a remarkable level. Eager to engage in conversation with the teacher, he exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Li, what brings you here? Even during the break, you're supervising students tackling instances? Look, my son has awakened as a super warrior. His achievement is undoubtedly linked to your guidance at the exchange meeting." Xiao Batian intentionally emphasized the title of super warrior loudly, ensuring that the entire instance zone could hear him. Many turned their gaze towards Xiao Batian. Mr. Li glanced at Xiao Batian and then at Xiao Heba behind him, his brows slightly furrowing. Surely, she was aware of what class Xiao Heba had awakened to. When the top 100 students in Shengjing City awakened, all the teachers were present. They remembered each of those who achieved the prestigious class distinctly. Xiao Batian was merely seeking to flaunt his son's achievement. It was nothing more than a broken record in the instance they were waiting for the record breaker to emerge. Oh, a record-breaking feat? Haha, Mr. Li. I was just about to take my son to shatter the records of these instances. Teacher, allow me to assert that I am the president of the Saint Capital branch of the Warriors Association. We shall forego the prize for breaking the record. It will be far more beneficial for your esteemed institution to promote this event. Upon hearing such words from Xiao Batian, Teacher Li's expression grew peculiar. The corners of Teacher Li's mouth twitched. A broken record? These few dungeons? Are you quite certain? Hearing the doubt in Teacher Li's voice, Xiao Batian slapped his son's head with a resounding thud. Xiao Heba's feet sank into the ground, causing him to grimace in pain, his head buzzing. Of course. I'm certain. What is there to be uncertain about? It's merely a few broken records. These records are as old as the hills. Son, come here. Xiao Heba, momentarily stunned by the blow, gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching slightly. Dad, how many times must I tell you? Could you please refrain from hitting me so casually? The elder warrior of the association, a fourth-tier class changer, found himself momentarily dazed from the slap. What's wrong with giving my son a little smack? Now, let me see where the record stands. I recall that last time, it was 5 minutes and 44 seconds, correct? So, let us aim to improve by 10 seconds this time. With that, Xiao Batian approached the record stone of the dungeon to check the records. Suddenly, the records materialized before his eyes. Upon seeing the dungeon records, Xiao Batian was momentarily struck dumb. Who is this first placeholder? Chapter 14. A million a day? Isn't this akin to picking it up for free? First place, Lute Song? That name seems oddly familiar. No, it must be said that it is impossible to forget. The clearing time, 6 seconds? What on earth? Is there something wrong with the record stone? Xiao Batian could not fathom how a 5th-level newly awakened class changer could achieve a record of 6 seconds in the dungeon. More importantly, this record was set by Lute Song. Lute Song. Wasn't he just newly awakened to the armed occupation? Isn't that a low-tier profession? Cough, cough. Teacher Li. The record stone, it couldn't possibly be malfunctioning, could it? Upon hearing this inquiry, Teacher Li frowned. How could the record stone possibly malfunction? There has never been a case of a record stone breaking down. Moreover, even if that particular dungeon's record stone was defective, how do you explain these other records? Teacher Li gestured towards the 2 nearby dungeons. Upon hearing Teacher Li's words, Xiao Batian seemed to grasp something and promptly moved to the record stone beside the Twilight Graveyard to check the clearing records. Good heavens. First place, still Lute Song. Clearing time, 3 seconds. What in the world? How could this be? Faster than the Crying Forest? And this was achieved just moments ago? As a high-tier class changer, Xiao Batian possessed an extraordinary memory. The recent completion time of the Crying Forest dungeon has been meticulously noted. This particular dungeon was conquered within a minute following the completion of the Crying Forest. Subsequently, he cast his gaze toward the Black Tomb dungeon before Teacher Li. This was a level 15 dungeon. Teacher Li, are we waiting for someone? Could it be that we are awaiting Lute Song? Upon hearing Xiao Batian's inquiry, Teacher Li slowly nodded. Is it possible that Lute Song is currently breaking the record for the Black Tomb dungeon? However, in response to this question, Teacher Li shook his head. No, he has already finished. We are waiting for him to emerge. In that moment, Xiao Batian was rendered speechless. Finished? The Twilight Graveyard dungeon was completed merely 5 minutes ago. Could it be that Lute Song managed to complete the Black Tomb dungeon in just 5 minutes as well? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he made his way toward the record monument of the Black Tomb dungeon. Upon seeing the monument, Xiao Batian was instantly petrified. First place in the completion records, Lute Song. Completion time, 11 seconds? Staring at this record, Xiao Batian was left utterly dumbfounded. A completion in 1 second? How on earth was that achieved? Xiao Batian glanced at Teacher Li, who merely shrugged, wearing a look of helplessness. Don't look at me. I was just as astonished when I first saw this record. Behind Xiao Batian, Xiao Heba, who had been following him, was equally stunned by the records displayed. However, as he observed these astonishing records, a greater turmoil surged within him. Lute Song, why must it always be you? For 3 years, since entering high school, he had been overshadowed by that monster. For a full 3 years, people have forgotten about him, the third-generation bloodline Xiao Heba, only remembering the monstrous Lute Song with his 4 maxed attributes. Today, after finally awakening, he thought Lute Song had awakened a worthless class. He believed he could finally escape the oppressive shadow of this terrifying genius. Yet, to his dismay, the others still managed to keep him firmly underfoot. Breaking records? Those completion times of 6 seconds, 3 seconds, and 1 second? How could he possibly compete? He hadn't even touched a single monster, while others had already cleared the entire dungeon. This was simply beyond the capabilities of an average person. But hadn't Lute Song awakened as an armorer? How could he achieve such outrageous results? At this moment, within the manager's office of the brilliant Gem Merchant Association, the manager gazed at Lute Song's profile card, his expression filled with disbelief. Could it truly be that he has reached level 30? Manager Huang, did you summon me for this matter? If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. Lu Tsang furrowed his brow, aware that his time was incredibly precious. Having reached level 30, he was now poised to undergo his second-class transition. After the second transformation, his combat prowess is destined for another surge. The term alone conveys an impressive allure. Most importantly, the Awakening is a globally unified event. Following the Day of Awakening, numerous entirely new dungeons will emerge worldwide. Certain dungeons will impose a level restriction, permitting entry only to those above level 30. Moreover, some restricted areas will undergo world resets. When no one else has reached level 30, the ability to access those zones solely means one could monopolize the world. Just imagine the bounty of spoils one could amass. It is worth noting that even a level 30 world is valued at no less than 1 million gold coins. Furthermore, such worlds may yield rare items that money cannot procure, including exceptionally rare skill books. The portly manager's intrusion upon his time was understandably irksome to Lu Tsang. Observing Lu Tsang's furrowed brow, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and presented a card from his chest. Sir Lu Tsang, esteemed guest, please remain patient. This is our establishment's gold card. Holding this card entitles you to a 7% discount on all purchases made at our shop. This is the utmost privilege I can extend, as I am merely a lobby manager and do not possess a black card. Upon seeing the gold card, Lu Tsang's impatience slightly waned. He accepted the card and inquired, how much longer must I stay here? With the gold card, he could save 140,000 gold coins on materials for the Heart of Resolve. In other words, a few words could save him a significant sum. This did not even account for future discounts. Our illustrious Gem Merchants Association aspires to invest in you, Mr. Lu Tsang. You are a prodigious talent, young and accomplished. We hope to forge a fruitful partnership with you. Hearing this, Lu Tsang nodded slightly. Very well, what are your terms? Seeing Lu Tsang's interest, Manager Huang exhaled in relief. Some dungeons have level restrictions, and this year's challenge dungeon is expected to open soon. We wish for you to represent our association in this year's challenge. Given your rapid progression, you may very well be the first to undertake the challenge. You could potentially hold the top position on the leaderboard for at least 2 days. Consequently, as the challenge dungeon becomes a focal point of attention throughout the eastern region, our association stands to gain considerable profit. We are prepared to offer you 2 million gold coins in exchange for your participation. All you need to do is include the name of our Gem Merchants Association on your completion team. Upon hearing this remuneration, Lu Tsang maintained an indifferent expression, though his throat slightly constricted. 2 million gold coins, such wealth speaks to the association's affluence. Yet, Lu Tsang did not immediately accept the offer. Instead, he tapped the table and spoke. If I have maintained my record at the top for an extended period, is 2 million gold coins rather insufficient? Upon hearing this inquiry from Lu Tsang, the manager furrowed his brow slightly. In truth, it was not he who was negotiating terms with Lu Tsang, but rather the leaders of the Merchant Association behind him. As a mere lobby manager, he was not equipped to handle such matters. When Lu Tsang posed this question, the Merchant Association leaders behind Manager Huang could not help but chuckle. At such a tender age, he has already begun to negotiate conditions, they mused. Does this Lu Tsang truly believe we are unaware that he is merely an awakened-level armed warrior? Does he think he can remain at the top for long? Let him learn that conditions must be earned through strength. Without power, even favorable terms will slip from his grasp. They decided to offer him a bargain. If he could maintain his position at number 1 for just 1 day, he would be rewarded with 1 million gold coins. Though they were uncertain how he had managed to level up, they knew that an armed warrior's potential was ultimately limited. There was no way he could compete with the other formidable contenders this year. They were confident that he would not be able to hold the top position for long. Once he fell from first place, the contract would become void. This message reached Manager Huang's inbox. Dear guest Lu, if you successfully complete this year's challenge dungeon and maintain your record at the top for 1 day, we are willing to offer a reward of 1 million gold coins. The longer you hold the record, the more gold you will receive. However, should you drop from the first position and attempt to reclaim it, we will not compensate you. It was evident that the opposing party had set a rather arbitrary price. Typically, such offers were only effective in the initial days. Thereafter, the worth would dwindle far below 1 million gold coins. They were assured that Lu Tsang would be unable to maintain a speedrun record, especially considering the exceptionally talented students this year. Among them were 5 who had undergone level transitions, and more than 10 were top-tier transmuters. It was a veritable gathering of monsters. What could a relatively fast-leveling armed warrior accomplish amidst such formidable competition? With level transmuters backed by powerful family resources, how could they not easily handle an armed warrior? Rapid leveling did not necessarily equate to formidable combat prowess. Thus, for the splendid Gem Merchant Association, it was akin to wagering against a disabled individual, betting that he could surpass the world champion's record. Even a bid of $1 billion would not enable the disabled person to break the record. The disparity between level professions was even more pronounced. However, Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback. Such an opportunity? Are you certain? A reward of $1 million for maintaining the record for a day. He held a modicum of confidence in his ability to set dungeon records. $1 million for a day? It felt like a windfall. Stifling a laugh at this proposition, he thought, since you have presented such terms, let us proceed with the contract. Manager Huang sighed in relief. Dear guest Lu, the contract has been printed for you. What do you think? Lu Tsang gazed at the contract paper presented before him. He swiftly perused the contents, confirming that it was indeed as he had been informed, without any hidden traps. The Radiant Gem Merchant Guild would not stoop to such treachery in matters of this nature. Subsequently, Lu Tsang inscribed his name upon the document. Contract activated. Esteemed Lu, 2 million gold coins will soon be deposited into your account. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang called out to Manager Huang. Wait a moment. Convert the 2 million gold coins into materials for me. He then requested a sheet of paper and inscribed the materials required for the synthesis of the Heart of Resolve. Manager Huang, can you assist me in gathering these items? Since the funds are sufficient, it will be prudent to procure all necessary materials directly from this guild and synthesize the Heart of Resolve forthwith. Chapter 15. A million a day. Am I to lose 700 billion? For the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild, producing 100 life crystals was well within their means. As for the other materials, they were hardly rare commodities. The stomach of the devouring stone and the heart of the giant were graciously provided by the guild. The entire collection of these materials took no more than half an hour. After purchasing all the items, Lu Tsang had spent merely 185,000. With Manager Huang graciously waiving the minor excess. Upon departing the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild, Lu Tsang found a secluded corner to initiate the synthesis of the Heart of Resolve. At that moment, he surveyed the heavy armor adorning him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Heart of Resolve Artifact 4. Quality, Gold Upgradable. Equipment Level, 30. Max Health, 150. 000. Health Recovery, 2000 per second. Healing Reduction Resistance, 30. Effect. When you slay a creature of any specific type, you permanently gain 100 points to your maximum health, limited to one instance. For creatures of a certain type, gain 2000 points to your maximum health. For world-type creatures, gain 50,000 maximum health. Effect 2, Vigorous Life, Ultimate. Your maximum health gains an additional increase of 30. Effect 3, Empty Absorbable Attribute. Effect 4, Seal, unlocked with Equipment Quality Upgrade. Effect 5, Seal, unlocked with Equipment Quality Upgrade. Effect 6, Seal, unlocked with Equipment Quality Upgrade. Effect 7. Lu Tsang was particularly pleased with the second effect of the Heart of Resolve. He had selected a piece of heavy armor imbued with the Vigorous Life attribute for the synthesis of the Heart of Resolve. Following the synthesis, the attributes of the armor were entirely transferred to the Heart of Resolve. Originally, the Vigorous Life attribute would only enhance the maximum health by 5. But once transformed into an artifact embryo, it escalated to an increase of 30 in maximum health. This enhancement multiplied the effect sixfold, allowing Lu Tsang's health to surge beyond 200,000. At level 30, he possessed a staggering 200,000 health. Even a mundane nightmare pales in comparison to this. Generally speaking, the health points of a dungeon boss are often hundreds of times greater than those of the challengers attempting to conquer it. Now, however, Lu Tsang's health is already formidable. How terrifying this is. Moreover, the true horror of the Heart of Resilience lies in its capacity for infinite stacking of health. At present, Lu Tsang has not even begun to stack. Should that health begin to accumulate, the only fitting description would be invincibility. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Tsang's mind. He deactivated the Do Not Disturb mode. You have disabled Do Not Disturb mode. Ding 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 ding. A flurry of notifications instantaneously appeared before Lu Tsang. Class Teacher Lu Tsang, where have you been? Why haven't you emerged from the dungeon? Please explain how one conquers this dungeon. Student Council Vice President Ling Shuer. Brother Lu, you're amazing. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Could you take me through the dungeon? Classmate Zhang Wei, Lu God. Incredible. How on earth did you clear it? Your armored fighter is astonishing. Please take me along. Companion Zhang Tao, Lu God. I bow before you. A barrage of messages bombarded Lu Tsang's notification list. He gazed at these messages, lost in contemplation. Lu Tsang was no fool. He understood the implications of clearing the dungeon in such a manner. It appeared to be even more intense than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang had no intention of remaining anonymous. Lu Tsang, where are you? Why are you taking so long to exit the dungeon after finishing? Lu Tsang read the message from Teacher Li. After a moment of reflection, he replied, Teacher, I am at the Transcendence Temple. If you have any matters, please wait until I complete my class change. By the way, please save the reward for breaking the record. The second high school of Shengjing has established a rule. A reward of 100,000 gold coins is granted for breaking a dungeon record. This reward is too good to pass up. 300,000 is still a substantial sum. Furthermore, for Lu Tsang at present, it remains a considerable fortune. Having concluded his message, Lu Tsang closed the chat window. Dealing with other classmates and teachers was not of paramount importance. The most pressing matter was to undergo the class change. He needed to enter the newly released Misty Domain ahead of others. The world would not refresh a second time. For every creature slain, there would be one less to contend with. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Lu Tsang had just departed, and Huang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. He then resumed sipping his tea while browsing through the day's community updates. A life spent drinking tea and scrolling through updates was indeed quite comfortable. Meanwhile, on the trending topics, a significant portion of the news revolved around Lu Tsang. Most of it consisted of rumors about his awakening as an armored fighter. Once a genius, now a waste? A top-tier armored fighter, is this all? The joke of Shengjing City, a genius praised for 3 years, is revealed to be merely an armored fighter. Proposal to abolish the evaluation system and restore the bloodline system. Bloodline is the only true path to awaken high-tier professions. Talent is unreliable. A once-in-a-lifetime genius? Merely a lifetime of waste. Manager Huang gazed at the news, his mood surprisingly buoyant. The announcement of Lu Tsang being the first to reach level 30 had yet to be released. This information was known only to their illustrious Gem Merchant Association. A so-called waste would soon be the first to enter the challenge dungeon and claim the top spot. The spectacle of it all was bound to capture many an eye. After all, the Gem Merchant Association was composed of shrewd businessmen who understood the power of public opinion. Such a sensationalist gimmick was sure to draw attention. The 2 million gold coins spent to secure Lu Tsang's services would surely prove worthwhile. However, as he scrolled through the news, a startling headline surged to the forefront of the trending topics in the Holy Capital. Genius or waste? The record at Holy Capital number 2 high school shattered. Record breaker. Genius Lu Tsang. 6 seconds in Weeping Forest. 3 seconds in Twilight Tomb. 1 second to clear the Black Tomb. The birth of a godlike genius, Lu Tsang. A dungeon slayer like no other. Is this the waste warrior? The genius has not fallen. The genius is simply rising in a different manner. These articles had only been published within the last few minutes, yet they were rapidly ascending the trending charts. Manager Huang clicked on the articles, and upon reading them, his cup crashed to the floor. Staring at the barrage of astonishing news, he felt darkness encroach upon his vision. 6 seconds to clear Weeping Forest. 3 seconds to conquer Twilight Tomb. 1 second to complete the most challenging dungeon in Holy Capital at level 30, the Black Tomb. This news could not possibly be true. But damn it, he was reading this on the official media outlet, the Holy Capital Observer. Would an official source fabricate such a story? As he absorbed this news, he recalled the contract he had just signed with Lu Tsang. If the record held for a single day, they would owe Lu Tsang 1 million gold coins. No, what if he broke the record in just 1 second? If Lu Tsang continued to clear dungeons at this rate, the Gem Merchant Association would be obligated to pay him 1 million gold coins daily for the rest of his life. Given that the lifespan of a combat class changer was roughly 200 years, did this not imply that, should Lu Tsang live to a natural end, they would owe him nearly 70 billion gold coins? Oh, Lu Tsang, when you tackle dungeons in the future, please do not be as ferocious as you are now. After leaving the trading hall, Lu Tsang made his way to the Job Transition Temple. Job Transition Temple. Numerous job changers were awakening their professions within the hall. Lu Tsang glanced around before locating an unused awakening crystal. He approached and placed his hand upon it. Your level has reached 30. You have met the conditions for the second transition. In an instant, a flurry of new information filled Lu Tsang's mind. Your job transition direction. Divine Armorer. Wanhua Divine Armor. Unique. Please select the level of your transition task. The higher the difficulty level of the transition task, the greater the development potential. You may choose difficulty levels. Class Advancement Quest Rewards. Awakening Divine Gear. Completion Reward for Class Advancement Quest. Awakening Divine Gear. Receive a random level 90 ranked Divine Gear, Platinum. Completion Reward for Class Advancement Quest. Awakening Divine Gear. Receive a random level 10 ranked Divine Gear, Platinum. Obtain an exclusive Divine Temple. Is this not a scam? For others, the difficulty of class advancement usually peaks at level. Those who can choose levels are few and far between. Yet here I am, starting at level, the highest, directly jumping to level. There is simply no opportunity to opt for a lower difficulty. Nevertheless, this reward appears rather outrageous. The difficulty of the class advancement quest only offers two choices. Lutsong pondered for a brief moment. Subsequently, he declared, "I choose level." This reward directly grants a level 10 artifact. What reason could there be to refuse? Furthermore, Lutsong intended to ascertain just how high the difficulty could escalate. More importantly, the disparity between the rewards for level and level is astoundingly vast. Divine gear ranked within the top 10. Damn, even the rank 99 Jinyu is already formidable. How powerful could a rank 10 divine gear be? Although the reward for level, a rank 90 divine gear, is not to be sneezed at, it pales in comparison to the rank 10 divine gear. One could only say there is no basis for comparison. You have accepted the level class advancement quest. Buzz. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lutsong's form entirely. What the hell? What is happening? Light? What light? So bright it blinds my eyes. Is this phenomenon a result of someone accepting the level class advancement quest? Level class advancement quest? Generally, is it not the case that a certain level of profession corresponds to a specific level of class advancement? A level profession can only undertake level quests at most. Could it be that a level class advancer has emerged? How is this possible? If there were a level class advancer, how could we possibly be unaware? Once a level class advancer appears, the entire Easter human tribe would certainly know. Wait, today is May 28th. Today is Awakening Day. Could it be that a class advancer has awakened today? No way, you must be joking. This is the class advancement hall. One must reach level 30 to undergo advancement. Who doesn't know that professional awakenings occur at 4 in the afternoon? It is barely 5 in the afternoon now. Are you telling me someone has already reached level 30 and awakened within this little over an hour? Even a level profession cannot level up that quickly. However, as the light gradually dissipated, what they beheld was a young man, tall and handsome, exuding an aura that kept others at bay, as if he were a born superior. What the heck? That person I once saw in the community news. ISNT that Lutsong? The most extraordinary genius in the history of Holy Capital. Chapter 16, the airport of Holy Capital. Un questuno, solo ant world class quantity, 10. Quest 2. Possess 2 or more artifacts. Lutsong gazed at these two tasks. Solo hunting the world. The very first task is already so perplexing that it defies comprehension. The world is often characterized by grand battles of vast armies. Securing the final blow often hinges on sheer luck. Even a deliberate attempt to deliver the finishing strike may not guarantee success. Managing health points is a formidable challenge, with the risk of missing entirely being ever present. Not to mention the endeavor of solo hunting. The world itself is a resource coveted fiercely by various factions. Gaining entry into a raid party is an exceedingly arduous task. One must consider whether an individual can even contend with the world itself. Merely reaching the world before others is a daunting feat. As for the second task, which necessitates the possession of 2 artifacts, Lutsong believes that aside from himself, others are unlikely to accomplish it. Who, at level 30, possesses 2 artifacts? The difficulty of this job transition task is indeed excessively high for the average person. It is no wonder that it is categorized as a task of extreme difficulty. It is said that among the advanced professions that have emerged in this world, even those capable of undertaking high-level job transition tasks and achieving high-level awakenings have seen half of them fail to complete the associated challenges, merely accomplishing the secondary transition tasks instead, and thus not reaching their peak potential. Now, upon seeing the task, Lutsong realizes just how grotesquely challenging the high-level tasks truly are. These tasks are akin to torment for the average individual. Time is of the essence. In the instance zone of St. Capital High School 2, gazing at the freshly updated instance records, Xiao Heba took a considerable time to compose himself. Father, shall we continue to pursue the records? In response to Xiao Heba's inquiry, Xiao Batian examined the records with a grim expression. Pursue? What nonsense is that? Haven't you heard? Lutsong has already proceeded with his job transition. Merely an hour after awakening, he undertook the secondary transition. He is truly a monster. Stop dawdling. We cannot afford to waste time on low-level instance records. I have already contacted the Warrior Association. A team to assist you in leveling up will soon arrive at the nearby training area. Hurry and elevate your level. Thus, Xiao Batian led his son away from the instance zone in St. Capital High School 2. On the other side, the students of St. Capital High School 2 gazed at the instances before them, feeling a sense of ennui. It seemed that no matter how many instances they completed, the thrill was lost. Realizing the prowess of the genius, they could not help but feel like worthless failures in comparison. Is the chasm between us and Chief Lu truly this vast? Even after awakening as an armored one, Chief Lu remains in existence beyond our reach. Upon entering the Temple of Job Transition and accepting the job transition task, Lu Tsong felt the intensity of the surrounding gazes growing increasingly fervent. His own appearance belongs to the realm of the breathtakingly beautiful, easily drawing attention in a crowd. Not to mention, he is now a celebrity in Saint Capital City, a genius, a waste, a genius reborn. Various titles shrouded him, making it difficult for him to remain inconspicuous. Furthermore, the news of Lu Tsong's instantaneous completion of the Black Tomb instance had begun to circulate, causing his fame to rise steadily over time. Consequently, Lu Tsong found it necessary to visit a nearby general store to purchase a mask, concealing his face to evade the attention of others. However, at that moment, new information about him had already emerged within the community. Lu Tsong has appeared in the Awakening Temple, with an awakening phenomenon comparable to taking on a high-level job transfer quest. Could Lu Tsong possess a mutated profession, with the armored warrior merely being a facade? The Emerald-level adventurer group, Kingfisher, has extended a recruitment invitation to Lu Tsong. The Martial Fighters Association has issued a special invitation to Lu Tsong. The community was increasingly inundated with reports concerning Lu Tsong. Some factions even directly extended an olive branch to him. It is noteworthy that, after Lu Tsong awakened as an armored warrior, nearly all factions had fallen silent. Those that initially sought to recruit him had feigned ignorance. Now, sensing Lu Tsong's burgeoning strength, they had resurfaced once more. Yet, in response to these external invitations, Lu Tsong did not present himself before the media. Instead, he appeared at the sky port of Holy Capital City, purchasing a ticket to St. Lian City, eager for the next departure. After leaving the job transfer temple, he logged into the community to check the location of this year's Level 30 exploration area. Every year, new lands emerge across the world, each typically possessing certain level restrictions for entry. Level 30 and 60 areas, Level 60 and 100 areas, and Level 100-200 areas, corresponding to the exploration's following second, third, and fourth job transfers. For combat professions, advancing from Level 30 to Level 60 usually requires a year, making it predominantly fresh graduates who have just awakened that vie for the newly opened Level 30 areas. After a year, these level restrictions are lifted, and the newly revealed maps become integral parts of the world. This time, the new map is surprisingly located near St. Lian City. Fortunately not too far away, only a 5-hour journey. After examining the map, Lu Tsong felt a sense of relief. St. Lian City is a united city-state of the forest spirits and eastern humans, where both races coexist, along with a significant number of half-elves, the offspring of human and forest spirit unions. Such hybrids are not uncommon in this world. In fact, they may endow their descendants with enhanced prowess. Long Xiao Xiao serves as a quintessential example, being a half-dragon. If the newly open area were located too far away, it would have posed quite a challenge for him. In certain regions, even traversing by airship from the airport may require a journey of 10 days and nights. If one were to expend such an inordinate amount of time, the advantage of swift progression would swiftly dissipate. The tickets for the airships heading to St. Lian City are priced at 688 gold coins for the standard service and 888 gold coins for the express service. The standard ship, the Whale, is scheduled to depart at 1930, with an estimated arrival in St. Lian City in approximately 4 hours. Conversely, the express vessel, the Cang, will take off at 1900 hours, promising to reach its destination in about 2 hours. Sir, which type of flight would you prefer? Lu Tsong glanced at the time. It was currently 18:15. I'll take the express, thank you. He swiped his card. Beep. You have successfully paid 888 gold coins. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Tsong felt a pang of anguish. Even though he was spending nearly 20,000 gold coins all at once, the sensation of loss lingered. No worries, no worries. Wealth will return, he reassured himself internally. Is it not just 18,800? Sir, here is your ticket, along with a guiding compass. Follow the direction indicated by the compass, and it will lead you to your designated airship. Lu Tsong carefully stored the ticket and, following the compass's guidance, proceeded into the depths of the airport. St. Lian City remains the capital of the human race. It was afternoon, and coinciding with the awakening day, the airport was bustling with various beings boarding airships. Not merely humans were present. Occasionally, one could glimpse individuals with pointed ears. Indeed, these elegant and ethereal beings, often adorned with golden or silvery hair, were none other than elves. As Lu Tsong entered the port, Witnessing elves disembarking from airships stirred a sense of excitement within him. After having been reborn into this otherworldly realm for so long, he was finally encountering elves. As he navigated through the airport, he observed not only elves but also robust dwarves donning iron helmets, and even lizard folk and beastmen. Above, thousands of airships ascended and descended around the airport, and, occasionally, majestic dragons soared through the skies. Dragons. Real dragons. This sight filled Lu Tsang with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. To be candid, throughout these 18 years, he had been primarily immersed in study, with his life revolving around home and school, 2 points connected by a linear path. He seldom ventured beyond the confines of his academic environment. Even in this rebirth into another world, most of his experiences were gleaned from the pages of books. His encounters were largely limited to martial arts exchanges with St. Lian No. 1 High School and sparring matches with the prominent students like Xiao Heba, Dailon, and Long Xiao Xiao. Ultimately, these individuals bore little distinction from humanity. Although he resided in the capital of the Eastern Humans, St. Lian City, for the past 18 years, Lu Tsang's world had been confined to a realm encircling his home and school, seldom exceeding a 5-kilometer radius. The wonders of the world remained largely unseen. Before the awakening at the age of 18, individuals are subjected to stringent control. Students who have yet to awaken are exceedingly vulnerable, lacking both rank and skill. Even a mere level 1 wild beast could potentially bring them to their demise. Thus, prior to awakening, Lu Tsang refrained from embarking on any adventures to explore the world. Even the community network was only accessible post-awakening. Before that, they possessed merely the most rudimentary communication capabilities. Their understanding of the world was confined to the teachings of the school and the pages of books. Now, having arrived at the air harbor, Lu Tsang felt as though he had truly emerged into the world. This is the other world. Guided by the compass, Lu Tsang boarded the Cang, an airship. On board, he encountered numerous well-equipped job changers. A swordsman clad in a blue scarf and wielding a massive sword, a magician adorned with a green hat and holding a colorful staff, and even a cat girl with feline ears and tail clad in gauntlets. There was even a fair-skinned, half-blood vampire girl holding an umbrella. Witnessing this spectacle filled Lu Tsang with exhilaration. This is the essence of adventure in another world. Attention, esteemed passengers. The express airship Cang will take off in 15 minutes. Please refrain from extending your heads or hands beyond the protective membrane and avoid casting skills, flying, or summoning on the airship. Should you have special requirements, please contact the crew. We wish you a pleasant journey. Chapter 17, St. Lian City. Rumor has it that a new map has been unveiled near St. Lian City. Ha! We can profit from the newcomers again. We shall stand guard at the entrance of the new map, purchasing the materials they bring out at a low price. We are sure to swindle many inexperienced players. You, a level 70 assassin, are planning to deceive the newcomers? Isn't that disgraceful? Ah, you do not understand. A profit is a profit, and it also serves to enlighten these newcomers about the harsh realities of the world. Experiencing minor losses early on will prevent significant losses in the future. We are imparting a profoundly meaningful lesson. If anything, we are the true benefactors. Moreover, I never anticipated that leveling up would become so arduous after the third job change. Without accumulating some wealth, it would be nearly impossible to advance. After reaching level 60, another awakening of the profession awaits. This is indeed a watershed moment. 4 combat classes, reaching the third job change is not particularly challenging. However, post-third job change, the discrepancies between different job changers become immensely pronounced. Simultaneously, the experience required for leveling up after the third job change skyrockets, rendering advancement exceedingly difficult. If, after completing the second job change, one could effortlessly reach level 60 within a year and then undergo a third job change, the ensuing decades following the third job change will become a protracted journey toward level 100. Even after decades, reaching level 100 may remain elusive. Furthermore, even if one attains level 100, the quests required for the fourth job change are extraordinarily difficult. 4 combat classes at level 100 and below, it is conceivable that they may remain stuck at level 100 for their entire lives. However, conversely, as long as one is a combat class transferee, with sufficient effort, reaching level 100 within a lifetime is not an arduous task. However, this also signifies that the realm beyond level 100 is where true power resides. Lu Tsang, aboard the airship, observed the excited exchanges among various class transferees. The Day of Awakening is not merely an exhilarating occasion for high school seniors. It is also a much-anticipated event for seasoned transferees and renowned adventurer guilds. This day heralds the opening of new maps and the emergence of fresh dungeons. The reason the Day of Awakening is designated as May 28th is not merely a matter of choice, but because it marks the annual day of transformation in the world. Information for sale. Leveling guide for St. Leon City. No one is interested in buying. A classified distribution of dungeons in St. Leon City. Strategies unattainable in the community are available here. Only 500 gold coins for a piece of top-secret information. Still no buyers. Upon hearing the shout, some transferees directed their gazes toward the source. On this airship, not only were there advanced transferees, but also several like Loot Song, who were awakening today. Their sole purpose for heading to St. Leon City was to level up. This latest new map, set at level 30, is located near St. Leon City. In a few days, tickets for the airship to St. Leon City will surely be in high demand. Thus, these parents are hastily taking their children to St. Leon City while they still can. Otherwise, it will be too late, unless one possesses a private flying mount. Traveling overland to St. Leon City could take up to 2 weeks. I like a guide. That's 500 gold coins. I want one too. Madam, would you like to join our elite group chat? It comprises children of the same level in St. Leon City, making future team-ups more convenient. Even seasoned transferees are part of this chat. If your child teams up with a high-level player, it would be a boon. What do you think? Joining the chat is only 1,888 gold coins. Surely, you wouldn't want your child to arrive in St. Leon City without capable teammates for leveling, would you? The vendor at one end of the airship attracted numerous parents of children. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the airship, different shouts echoed. Now only 188. After we disembark, it will be 888. Lutsong regarded these opportunistic merchants with indifference, harboring no intention of purchasing anything. Acquiring goods on the airship felt akin to shopping at an airport in a past life, encapsulated in 2 words: exploitation. Lutsong was unwilling to squander his gold coins on such frivolities. The speed of the conch was astonishing, a luminous barrier enveloping the airship to shield against the fierce winds. Lutsong stood at the edge of the vessel, hands resting on the railing, watching the clouds swiftly retreat into the distance. Even from a distance, several winged creatures and dragons could be seen trailing behind. The Easton clan's swift airship had already surpassed the speed of ordinary flying mounts. Lutsong quietly admired the nocturnal scenery from the airship. 2 hours swiftly passed, and the conch approached an exceptionally radiant city. A gentle light diffused, enveloping the entire city in a soft, verdant glow, evoking a sense of prosperity, tranquility, and profound peace. This was the city of St. Leon, a joint city-state of the elves and humans. Simultaneously, Lutsong observed thousands of lights in the sky converging towards St. Leon. Furthermore, numerous magical beasts soared through the air, heading toward the city. These creatures were the flying mounts of the affluent. With the opening of each new map, cities in proximity would become bustling hubs of activity. Moreover, St. Leon was already one of the most prosperous cities of the Easton clan, rivaling even the capital city of St. Capital. The conch is descending. The conch will dock at port 1067. This journey has come to an end. We wish all passengers a pleasant trip. The conch steadily anchored at the port, and Lutsong disembarked along with the other passengers. No one noticed Lutsong blending into the crowd. In truth, a myriad of celebrities were arriving in St. Leon, and Lutsong's fame was merely that of a top scholar from a single city. In comparison to world-renowned figures, he was but a minor player. Thus, he harbored no anxiety about being recognized. The airship terminal of St. Leon was as bustling as that of St. Capital. In fact, the city was teeming with a staggering number of elves and half-elves. Lutsong beheld golden-haired elven maidens with ample bosoms and slender waists gracefully traversing the terminal. A truly delightful sight. Ah, St. Leon is indeed a paradise. He mused momentarily before regaining his focus. This was not the time for reveries about this otherworldly realm. What he needed to seize was his level advantage and continue to snowball his progress. As the first human to reach level 30, and currently the only one eligible to enter the level 30 new map, Lutsong possessed an undeniable innate advantage. Within this new territory lay a plethora of primitive treasures. He might stumble upon a treasure chest along the way. Such lands were indeed rich beyond measure. More importantly, some exceedingly rare materials could also manifest in this untouched expanse. Possibly even precious gemstone veins. Various types of gems were often essential raw materials for crafting diverse equipment, potions, and enchantments, particularly for forging legendary artifacts. Some materials were so rare that they could not be purchased no matter the price. At this moment, other humans were still focused on leveling up. Lutsong is the sole individual capable of monopolizing the treasures within this new map. In previous years, even if others managed to be the first to enter the new terrain, their advantage was minimal, typically within mere minutes. A multitude of prodigies reaching level 30 would enter the map sequentially. Even the frontrunner could not capitalize on their lead for long. However, Lutsong now possesses a full 10 hours of head start. Without further ado, Lutsong opened the map, and soon the entirety of St. Lian City appeared before him. Following the map's guidance, he departed from the air harbor and arrived at an establishment known as the luxurious mount shop. "Owner, I wish to rent a swift mount for 3 days," he requested. The owner looked at Lu Tsong, and promptly a window appeared before him. Rental menu. Necromancer's Warhorse, level 60, 2,000 gold per day, average speed 500 note, entirely skeletal. Lacking a specialized saddle may result in discomfort. Swift Dragon, level 80, 3,000 gold per day, average speed 560, note, a modest black dragon, the king of cost-effectiveness. Unicorn level 85, 5,000 gold per day, average speed 580, note, exceptionally handsome, a must-have for charm. Phantom Warhorse, level 90, 17,000 gold per day, average speed 700, note, treads upon black flames, capable of momentarily walking on air, exceedingly stylish. Wind Dragon, level 180, 30 million gold per day, average speed 12,000. Note, a 4th-tier dragon beast with formidable combat prowess. Note, the mount will be bound by a temporary rental contract solely for transportation purposes. Engaging it in combat will nullify the contract, resulting in the mount attacking indiscriminately. Lu Tsong gazed at the menu, his lips twitching slightly. He understood that mounts were indeed costly, yet this was a justified expense. 30 million gold a day. Why not seize it? Nevertheless, the level 180 Wind Dragon was undeniably worth its price. Mounts exceeding level 60 were prohibited from entering the new map, rendering a higher-level rental ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tsong's focus settled on the 2,000 gold per day Necromancer's Warhorse. To purchase it outright would cost 1 million gold. Never mind, he mused, likening it to the luxury cars of his past life, renting for a few thousand a day, while outright ownership demanded over 1 million. After a brief consideration, he realized a level 60 mount would only serve him for a short duration. He could surpass level 60 in just a few days. Furthermore, if he could craft the artifact shoes known as the Swift Journey Boots, ranked 97, which would enhance his movement speed 100-fold while in a disengaged state and synergize with other speed-boosting effects, he would hardly need a mount. "Owner, I shall take the Necromancer's Warhorse," Lu Tsong declared. The owner, upon hearing Lu Tsong's request, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he entered the adjacent dimensional gateway. Shortly thereafter, he summoned a necromantic warhorse. The deposit was set at 200,000 gold coins. For every day overdue, the rental fee would be calculated at the original price. If overdue by more than 7 days, it would be deemed lost. The proprietor warned him, "Young man, do not meet with any misfortunes if you cannot afford compensation. You may find yourself in arbitration court, and incarceration at such a young age would be unfortunate." As Lu Tsong listened to the owner's remarks, his eyelids fluttered. Is this how one converses with customers? Threatening them with jail time? How could such a business thrive? Nevertheless, Lu Tsong was disinclined to engage further. He merely paid the 200,000 gold coin deposit along with a rental fee of 6,000 gold coins. Additionally, he spent 50 gold coins on a premium necromantic saddle before departing the mount shop. Upon returning to the expansive street, he mounted the ethereal, smoke-emitting skeletal horse and set off towards the outskirts of St. Lian City. Lu Tsong observed that individuals around him were frequently overtaking him on more extravagant and impressive mounts. One even rode a Terra Dragon beast, which, as it dashed down the road, stirred up a cloud of dust and debris, causing Lu Tsong to cough. Was there no sense of decency, riding a Terra Dragon beast on the main thoroughfare? Lu Tsong gazed at the retreating figure of the rider with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once I am affluent, I shall certainly acquire a superior and swifter mount, even if it means having to craft extraordinary footwear. As he traversed the path leading out of the city, Lu Tsong stopped by a general store to purchase 10 bottles of Vitality Potion. Each potion, priced at 500 gold coins, could restore energy and stave off fatigue. Thus, 10 bottles amounted to 5,000 gold coins. These potions were concocted by an apothecary, and Lu Tsong estimated their actual cost to be merely 100 gold coins. Taking advantage of the Awakening Day, when everyone was racing to advance, the price of the potions had soared to 500 gold coins. Lu Tsong could not help but marvel at the profitability of the apothecary profession. It seems that life-oriented careers could indeed rival combat professions. Along the journey, Lu Tsong witnessed numerous class changers battling monsters in the wild, leveling up at an exceedingly slow pace. However, for those unable to conquer dungeons, this was their sole means of advancement. Killing a single red-eyed rabbit took 1 to 2 minutes, yielding merely 23 experience points. In an hour, one could expect to gain around 60 experience points. This was the most basic method of leveling up for ordinary class changers. Combat professions constituted 70 of all fighting classes in the world. Yet these combat classes were remarkably weak in the early stages, often unable to overcome even the simplest dungeons. Thus, they needed to level up to a certain degree before attempting any dungeons. Liu Cang had long ceased to compare himself with the average person. His point of reference was already the prodigies of the Saint Capital's foremost academy, individuals backed by powerful factions and illustrious families, and who themselves were exceptionally talented class changers. However, beneath the geniuses lay a multitude of ordinary souls, students preparing for a crucial examination. In the realm of professional pursuits, it is indeed the norm for the majority of humanity. In the vicinity of the continuous mountain range, freshly graduated students can be seen engaging in minor skirmishes to level up. One such student gazed upon the mountains enveloped in a faint luminescent veil, and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, the continuous mountain range. I wonder if I shall gain early access to this new map. At this rate, in 3 weeks, I should reach level 30 and enter the new territory. I do hope that by then, I might seize some valuable treasures." As he pondered, a striking youth suddenly charged towards the shimmering boundary of the continuous mountain range atop a skeletal steed, shrouded in dark mist. The horse moved with astonishing speed, accelerating further still. Onlookers training in the wild watched in wide-eyed disbelief as this bone horse bore down on the barrier. "What the, brother? There's a restriction. You cannot enter." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Liu Cang vanished before their eyes. He, along with his mount, transcended the barrier and entered the depths of the continuous mountain range. Stunned, the onlookers stood frozen. What has transpired? Someone has breached the continuous mountain range? But wait, ISNT entry restricted to those who have just transitioned to level 30? Could this individual truly be among the current level 30 class changers? Dragon Tribe's Silent Stone Ridge level restriction, 60 to 100. A golden dragon roared defiantly towards the heavens. "Comrades, tear apart that stone giant. This year, we shall secure the world's first kill." As Liu Cang stepped into the continuous mountain range, the Dragon Tribe team had already encountered the world and launched a full-scale assault. Chapter 18. A ground littered with treasure chests. Upon crossing through the luminous veil, Liu Cang found himself in an entirely new map. You have entered the continuous mountain range. This area is an origin map, accessible only to initial class changers. Should you perish within the continuous mountain range, you will resurrect outside the barrier and be unable to re-enter for 2 hours. Initial awakeners are those who have just completed their class transition, typically within the past year. Thus, even a level 60 player who has remained stagnant for an entire year cannot access this new territory. Despite being stuck at a certain level, they are no longer considered initial class changers. The landscape is characterized by an unbroken chain of mountains. The terrain is not overly steep, as the expanse of the mountain range is vast. Much like Liu Cang's previous life on Blue Star, where the earth is round, yet people tread upon flat ground. The ground here is predominantly grassy. Scattered amidst the grass are piles of rubble. Rather than mountains, it resembles more of a sprawling prairie. Were it not for the gradually rising slopes and the sight of immense peaks, one might easily mistake this for an open grassland. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly draws attention is the wide-open expanse, where Liu Cang could behold dozens of treasure chests, tightly closed, strewn across the grassy fields. Heaven, this is truly paradise. I had long heard of the new map, where arriving early grants one the freedom to choose from an abundance of treasure chests. Now Liu Cang has finally witnessed this for himself. What is most exhilarating is that this particular map consists of an expansive mountain range, offering an exceptionally open vista. Unlike the usual maps, which are set in forests, stone formations, or rainforests, where locating a treasure chest requires a considerable search, in this vast environment, the chests are readily visible. Just as Liu Cang marvels at the wealth of resources, a creature materializes beside him. White leopard common. Level 30. Health 6000. Skills: scratching, pouncing, biting. Description: a common magical beast from the Broken Mountain range. Upon seeing Liu Cang, the white leopard immediately adopts an aggressive stance. Yet, Liu Cang wears a smile, drawing forth a formidable black sword from behind him. Jinyue for golden artifact. Dual-wielding replication. Projection. Whoosh. A second great sword appears in Liu Cang's left hand. Boom. with a single strike. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 996. 3, 599, 995. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 997. 3, 599, 998. A flurry of damage numbers erupts. In an instant, a horde of monsters collapses around Lu Song. You have slain the white leopard. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the furry worm. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the flying wire mouse. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the black wolf. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the white leopard king. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 2000. A series of kill notifications pop up. Although currently bound by the requirements of a job change quest, which necessitates completing a second job transfer to earn experience, Lu Song possesses the steadfastness of heart. With each monster he encounters, he gains an increase in his maximum health. During this encounter alone, Lu Song has amassed an impressive 2,600 points to his maximum health by defeating one of each of the 6 different types of monsters. How exhilarating is that? Merely by engaging in a skirmish, he has augmented his health by 2,600. While reveling in this secret delight, Lu Song does not pause in his actions. Instead, he urges his skeletal steed toward a nearby silver treasure chest, disregarding the iron and wooden chests entirely. It is as if a treasure trove lies before him. He cannot simply collect the refuse. As he sprints toward the silver chest, Lu Song remembers to brandish his Jinhue 4 golden artifact. Whoosh! Bang! Another strike lands. Centered around Lu Song, a surge of energy erupted. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a cascade of damage numbers appeared. 3, 599, 998, 3, 599, 996, 3, 599, 995. 3, 599, 998, 3, 599, 997, 3, 599, 998. You have slain a venomous caterpillar. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. You have slain a fire-breathing lizard. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. You have slain a burrowing mole. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. You have slain a spiny scorpion. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. In this area, the nearby monsters were not densely populated, nor were there many varieties. A single strike yielded only 400 health points. However, Lu Song was unconcerned, having just slain one creature, resulting in a slightly higher accumulation. In this expansive landscape, wild creatures were abundant, and they could hardly withstand a single blow. Ordinary monsters at level 30 possessed merely 6,000 health. It is noteworthy that in the nightmarish difficulty of the Crying Forest, even a level 5 goblin boasted 3,000 health. This starkly illustrates the vast disparity in strength between ordinary monsters in the wild and those in nightmare dungeons. Yet, death in the true wilderness meant actual demise. If the infinitely respawning monsters in the wild were as formidable as those in nightmare dungeons, countless lives would be lost in monster attacks. Boom! Another strike. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 996. 3, 599, 995. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 997. 3, 599, 998. You have slain a thick-lipped snail. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. You have slain a big hat mushroom. As this is your first kill of such a creature, you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. Another 200 health points were added. In a given area, only a few types of monsters usually appeared. Lu Song had not ventured far, and the types of monsters nearby had begun to repeat. Thus, with each strike, the health accumulation naturally diminished. Heart of Resilience did not grant an increase of 100 health points for every monster slain. Rather, it was calculated based on the type of creature. For instance, when defeating a white leopard for the first time, one would gain 100 health points, but subsequent kills would yield no additional health. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Song swung his great sword in rapid succession. However, as the nearby monsters were of the same type, there was no further health accumulation. Yet within this short span of a few hundred meters, Lu Song did not anticipate encountering dozens of different types of monsters to bolster his health. Soon, Lu Song stood before a silver treasure chest. Upon opening it, he discovered, "You have obtained Wind Shield Silver, 5 basic status cure potions, 4,000 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins from a single chest? That seemed exceedingly generous. However, Lutsong quickly regained his composure. The treasures within this chest, while seemingly abundant for an ordinary class changer, were of little significance to him. The combined worth of 4,000 gold coins, a piece of silver equipment, and potions amounted to a mere 7,000 gold coins. In a flash of insight, Lutsong reached a conclusion. Investing time to open such a chest was a futile endeavor. Presently, he could engage in a dungeon raid, swiftly opening chests and selling golden quality equipment, thereby earning over 10,000 gold coins. To him, the mere 7,000 gold coins from this chest felt like a loss. Yet, should other class changers learn of Lutsong's sentiments, they would likely be astounded. After all, this was a treasure chest found by the roadside, devoid of any requirements for opening. Simply picking it up guaranteed 7,000 gold coins. And he dares to express dissatisfaction over such a treasure? Nevertheless, in Lutsong's mind, were it not for the necessity of completing his second class change, he would indeed consider repeatedly farming the Black Tomb dungeon, fervently opening chests and amassing wealth. While others might attempt 100 runs without obtaining a single high rating or securing the top rewards, he was certain to achieve a high rating every time. Moreover, he could finish the runs in just a second. Ultimately, however, becoming stronger took precedence. There were still formidable foes in the world that needed to be vanquished. Wealth could be acquired later and in greater quantities after attaining strength. Furthermore, the treasures dropped by the world might not necessarily surpass the rewards from rapid dungeon runs. Soon, Lutsong's gaze wandered to the horizon once more. This time, he beheld a colossal golden chest, guarded by a muscular giant bear. King of the Angry Bears, while level 45, health 1,500,000. Skills: Slam, Fury Flame Eruption, Shockwave Charge. Description: a frenzied king of bears, possessing immense strength and notable speed. Do not underestimate its agility, due to its size. Surrounding it were numerous lesser creatures. Golden chests are often protected by formidable guardians. Seizing such a chest, even with the advantage of being the first to arrive, was no simple feat. Should a class changer venture into the Broken Mountain Range and lay eyes on this chest, they would likely perceive it as a troublesome obstacle. However, upon seeing the King of Angry Bears guarding the golden chest, Lutsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The wild nature of the bear, coupled with the treasure chest, presented him with an opportunity to stack health and acquire valuable loot. Outside of Holy Capital, Long Xiao consumed a vial of enhanced energy potion, dispelling all traces of drowsiness and fatigue. Holy Snow burst. A gust of cold wind swept through. Boom, 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 boom. Countless ice crystals rained from the sky, instantly annihilating dozens of level 40 frail wild wolves. Second miss, the second wave. Holy Light Break. Bang. Columns of light descended from the heavens, once again obliterating numerous wild creatures with a single strike from Long Xiao. Of course, all these creatures were fragile. Second miss. The third wave is upon us. Withering ice crystals. Bang. A mystical array manifested upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, icy spikes erupted from each creature ensnared within its confines. 1202, 1293, 1042, 1105, 1286. Second miss, the fourth wave. Dissolution of light. A wave of radiance swept across the battlefield. 1202, 1293, 1042, 1105, 1286. Yet another throng of monsters fell. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 16. Second miss, splendid work. Take a moment to rest. You have been grinding for 3.5 continuous hours. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. Time passed, and Dragon Xiao's level ascended to 16. She had been leveling up for over 3 hours. Rapid advancement is a formidable challenge. Since Dragon Xiao commenced her training in the designated area, her skills had never ceased. Upon vanquishing one wave of monsters, the next would immediately follow. The moment she mastered a skill, she would unleash it without hesitation. For 3.5 hours, there had been scarcely a moment's respite. Moreover, upon reaching a new level, she would promptly utilize the skill book she had prepared, learning new abilities and employing them right away. It was precisely due to this high-intensity monster farming that she could achieve swift advancement through defeating low-experience wild creatures. This methodology for leveling up has been refined over millennia by various factions and clans, leaving little room for improvement. Upon hearing the butler suggest a break, Dragon Xiao plopped down onto a stone behind her. After over 3 hours of relentless skill casting, she was utterly exhausted. In her brief respite, she casually opened the community interface. As soon as she did, she was rendered speechless. The channel for Saint Capital was inundated with news regarding Lu Tsang. Had Lu Tsang completed the Black Tomb dungeon in a mere second? So many factions were vying for his allegiance? What transpired? Dragon Xiao Xiao perused the messages in the community. Feeling utterly bewildered, the Warrior Association is offering a handsome reward to recruit Lu Tsang. The armorer should be classified as a warrior profession. The Mage Association has issued a statement. The armorer can wield a staff and is thus categorized as a magic-based profession. We welcome Lu Tsang to join the Mage Association. The Storm Church declares, regardless, I adamantly wish to recruit Lu Tsang. No reason required. Dragon Xiao Xiao stared at these community updates, her expression one of utter confusion. Yet, amidst her astonishment, she felt a surge of joy. Did this not signify that Lu Tsang was far from a failure? He remained the prodigy he always was. Sister, have you seen the community news? Lu Tsang completed the Black Tomb dungeon in a second. That's incredible. I read that a designated person has visited the dungeon to verify the stone tablet. This news must surely be true. There are even rumors suggesting that Lu Tsang has reached level 30. Long Xiao Xiao seemed to be more elated than when she herself advanced to level 30. Meanwhile, Long Qianxue could not help but sigh at her sister's foolish demeanor. Alas, Xiao Xiao, this may not be entirely good news. I have just seen the report. However, I am hesitating whether to share it with you. Xiao Xiao, have you ever heard of certain mutated professions that, upon awakening, possess a deadly move that can only be utilized once in a lifetime? Chapter 19. The Absorbing Ring. The world emerges. This particular move, once executed, cannot be used a second time. Yet, when unleashed, it possesses terrifying might, far surpassing any other profession of the same rank. In the second district of a dungeon, someone recorded a video of Lu Tsang. I have already watched the entire process. He acted with such urgency, presumably to save time. Perhaps he was under some time-restricted condition, which allowed him to clear the dungeon in a mere second. However, Xiao Xiao, consider carefully what level of ability would enable a novice to complete the Black Tomb dungeon in just 1 second. Apart from a forbidden ability that can only be used once in a lifetime, I cannot think of anything else. Upon hearing Long Qianxue's description, Long Xiao Xiao's heart raced. Sister, do you mean to say Lu Tsang used that forbidden move so early, thus his later life is destined to be mediocre and unremarkable? In response to Long Xiao Xiao's words, Long Qianxue shook her head. No, it could be even worse. Such moves, while usable only once in a lifetime, often come with severe side effects. Some side effects can lead to blindness, while others may result in the loss of a limb. In fact, some side effects could render one's later life more torturous than death. Long Qianxue's expression was exceedingly grave. This is not a mere fabrication. These are documented facts. Hearing Long Qianxue speak thus, Long Xiao Xiao trembled slightly. I hope he is unharmed. Even with such speculations, our Holy See still wishes to recruit him. In truth, I believe other factions have also considered this. However, those factions do not lack for positions. What they likely desire is merely to capitalize on Lu Tsang's current reputation. Moreover, there's an element of risk involved. Even if Lu Tsang were to become incapacitated, they would not suffer losses, as their organization is not short of resources. Yet, if Lu Tsang truly clears the dungeon through his own strength, they would profit immensely. The Broken Mountain Range. Boom! Lu Tsang wielded his Zhenyu. Before him, the Angry Bear King fell straight down, now a massive corpse. Presently, Lu Tsang dealt 3.6 million damage with a single strike. The ordinary simply cannot withstand his blow. Soon, Lu Tsang rode his ghostly steed to the stronghold. Within the stronghold, numerous corpses of angry bears lay scattered about. These were mere angry bear minions. The heart's resilience has triggered. Maximum health value 2,100. Delightful. This time, Lu Tsang only vanquished the angry bear and the angry bear king. One boar, 2,000 health. While minor foes merely possessed 100 health. Lu Tsang dismounted and approached the fallen creature. Unlike in dungeons, the Broken Mountain Range can be regarded as a self-contained microcosm. A dungeon requires a team to enter, and even if multiple teams enter the same dungeon, they remain isolated from one another. Each team experiences their own independent instance. However, the Broken Mountain Range, being a new map, is a realm accessible to all who meet the criteria. Aside from the ability to resurrect, everything else bears no distinction from the outside world. In the wilderness, one can directly loot the corpse upon defeating an enemy to claim their spoils. In contrast, within a dungeon, rewards are only distributed after the final encounter has concluded. In this world, Death inside a dungeon results in resurrection outside of it, and one cannot re-enter the dungeon thereafter. When a dungeon is completed and rewards are calculated, those who fell within cannot loot corpses for individual rewards. This mechanism embodies a certain degree of fairness. Otherwise, in large-scale dungeons, some players may perish early, leaving the others without a share of resources. Furthermore, some dungeons necessitate sacrificing a portion of the team to activate specific mechanisms, often at the cost of their lives. If contributions were assessed, it would be impossible to clear the dungeon without these individuals. Additionally, some class changers may play an exceedingly significant role in the early battles of a dungeon, contributing even more than those who survive to the end. If rewards were allocated without considering them, it would be profoundly unjust. If each player were to loot corpses individually, only the living would receive rewards, leading to a reluctance to sacrifice, as everyone would prioritize their survival. Thus, all rewards within a dungeon are settled at the conclusion. However, the wilderness operates differently. There is no settlement mechanism. Upon death, one can immediately loot the corpse for their treasures. Loot Song rummaged through the Angry Bear King's remains. You have obtained 50 Angry Bear fur, 1,000 gold coins, 1 skeleton summoning necklace, silver, 5 energy herbs. A skeleton summoning necklace? It summons a small skeleton of the same level as the wearer, of common rank. Utterly useless, Lu Tsong mused, considering the notion of a mundane skeleton trailing behind him. With a single strike, the earth would quake, and the skeleton would accomplish naught. The artifact enhancement permits the summoning of a hero-ranked skeleton, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Yet still, it is of little utility. For the average person, this equipment could be deemed a miraculous skill, summoning a hero-ranked skeleton every 30 seconds. Hero-ranked creatures surpass elite monsters. It would certainly be formidable. However, for Lu Tsong, this effect is indeed superfluous. Hero rank, capable of effortlessly vanquishing formidable wilderness creatures, which are indeed beings of the boss tier. Lu Tsong decided to inspect the treasure chest instead, for at least it could yield some monetary value. He felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering the meager contents, merely 4 or 5 pieces of silver equipment. Subsequently, Lu Tsong turned his gaze towards the golden treasure chest beside him, identical in appearance to the exquisite chests found within dungeons. He approached and opened the chest. Congratulations! You have received Absorption Ring Gold, 5,000 gold coins, and 10 Wind Spirit Herbs. Golden equipment? Moreover, Wind Spirit Herbs? To his astonishment, such valuable items could be obtained. The Wind Spirit Herb is a crucial component for crafting the Boots of Swift Travel. The recipe requires 10 Wind Spirit Herbs, 10 Thunder Spirit Herbs, 10 Eternal Motion Stones, and any quality of human footwear. Each material is exceedingly difficult to procure. It was unexpected to find 10 Wind Spirit Herbs here. Wind Spirit Herb. Effect upon use. Permanently increases agility by 20 points and grants temporary flight ability for 1 hour. Required auxiliary material for learning the skill Sky Tornado. Essential ingredient for crafting the Sword of Wind King. Can be used to create the Windwalker Potion, providing extended flight ability for 6 hours. A cascade of effects unfolded before Lu Tsong. The Wind Spirit Herb, undoubtedly valuable in numerous contexts, is exceptionally rare and thus exorbitantly priced at 500,000 gold coins each. At present, Lu Tsong could scarcely afford it. He felt as if he had struck gold. Entering the Broken Mountain Range for the first time was indeed exhilarating. A mere casual pick could yield 5 million gold coins. Next, Lu Tsong examined another prize, the Golden Quality Absorption Ring. Its effect, to absorb items within a 50-meter radius that belong to the user, transforms into a divine artifact embryo. Lu Tsong was eager to discover what form this equipment would assume post-transformation, transforming Absorption Ring into Divine Artifact Embryo. Absorption Protection Ring, Divine Artifact Embryo. 4. Category, Ring. Equipment level, 30, scales with user's level. Quality, gold, can evolve. Effect, Ultimate Absorption, pulls all loot within a 1,000-meter radius directly into your backpack, while simultaneously expanding backpack capacity by 1,000. Description, Divine Artifact Embryo, possessing formidable absorption and storage capabilities. Lu Tsong gazed upon this effect, his heart swelling with joy. With a single strike, he could easily defeat 100 or more monsters. Yet, the thought of manually looting each corpse seemed cumbersome. Allowing those spoils to languish felt wasteful. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Particularly, during his previous life as a gamer, he was the sort to rummage through every nook and cranny, willing to traverse vast distances on the map in pursuit of a single free health potion. Simultaneously, while engaging in gameplay, every creature encountered must be thoroughly searched. with all dropped items meticulously collected into one backpack, even if their monetary value is minimal. However, in the pursuit of efficiency, Liu Cang has chosen to abandon the corpses strewn across the ground. While it may not evoke the same discomfort as slaying them, it nevertheless leaves an itch in his heart. With the acquisition of this ring, the issue has finally been resolved. The golden tier equipment conveniently possesses two attributes: absorption. With a mere thought, Liu Cang employs the absorbing ring to assimilate the ring he is currently wearing. A hum resonates as a beam of light flows forth, transferring the effects of the ring onto the absorbing ring. Concurrently, the ring he initially equipped vanishes from his grasp. Absorbing protective ring, artifact embryo 4. Category, ring. Equipment level, 30, scales with user level. Quality, golden, capable of growth. Effect, absorption, ultimate. Directly absorbs all spoils belonging to you within a radius of 1,000 meters into your backpack, while simultaneously expanding backpack capacity by 1,000. Effect 2, protective barrier, ultimate. Grants a shield of 9,000 health points every 5 seconds. Description, artifact embryo, endowed with formidable absorption and storage capabilities, and capable of providing substantial shields. The effects of the two rings have seamlessly merged, with the original protective barrier effect seeing an enhancement. Previously, the shield provided at silver quality was a mere 6,000 health points, but now it offers a robust 9,000 health points. It can even be posited that certain fragile assassins, at level 30, may find their health surpassed by this shield. Liu Cang gazes at the ring's effects with great satisfaction. Subsequently, he rises to his feet, and in that fleeting moment, streams of luminous energy ascend from the corpses of the monsters. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They rush towards Liu Cang's ring as if being drawn into its interior. You have obtained Deer Hide 1, Copper Coin 2. You have obtained Leopard Skin 1, Copper Coin 1. You have obtained Scorpion Venom 1, Copper Coin 2. A series of notifications appear before Liu Cang, and soon, his backpack is filled with a plethora of trivial materials. However, the amount of gold has only marginally increased by 5 coins. This peculiar situation elicits a mixture of amusement and exasperation from Liu Cang. The system does not automatically collect trivial materials, which are restricted by quality, gray and white. This realm is, after all, not akin to the games of his past life. In this world, an excess of worthless items cluttering his backpack would indeed be a source of great vexation for Liu Cang. Nonetheless, the abundance of infinitely stackable gold is a blessing, as one can never have too much wealth. The more coins collected automatically, the better. Just as Liu Cang prepares to advance towards the next treasure chest, a thunderous rumble erupts from the earth. Liu Cang turns his gaze towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, in the distance, amidst the trees on the mountainside, a colossal turtle-like creature was seen moving slowly. With a single glance, Liu Cang recognized what it was. At last, it had appeared. The world. My second transition mission objective. Chapter 20. Infinite blood stacking. Health doubled. However, that world was quite far away. The mountain range was exceedingly vast. Regardless, the continuous mountain range was capable of accommodating the entire Dongren tribe and all the awakened individuals of the current generation. Each year, approximately 1 billion individuals awaken within the Dongren tribe. Imagine 1 billion people coexisting within the same expanse without feeling overcrowded. It is clear how immense this map must be. This was also the reason Liu Cang intended to rent a mount, not only to reach the continuous mountain range more swiftly, but also to facilitate easier navigation within it. Otherwise, pursuing just one individual could take several hours, and by then, he might have encountered only a handful, having already arrived at the second day. Others who had reached level 30 transitioned into the continuous mountain range one after another. Drawing from the knowledge acquired in class, Liu Cang employed a measuring technique to estimate his distance from that entity. Since he observed from below with no visual obstructions, he could see the distant object clearly, akin to how humans can gaze upon the stars from the ground. Theoretically, as long as there are no obstructions, the distance of visibility could be considered infinite. After a brief calculation, Liu Cang estimated that he was approximately 150 kilometers away from the world. Even at his current speed, it would take him half an hour to arrive. However, if the undead warhorse accelerated, he could reach it even faster. Average speed does not necessarily equate to maximum speed. If the undead warhorse were to unleash its full potential, achieving double the speed for a brief period would not pose a problem. Of course, the downside would be that after such a frenzied sprint, it would succumb to extreme fatigue, rendering it unable to move. Resolute in his decision, Liu Cang urged the undead warhorse to gallop towards the location of the world. In the community of the human race, new trending topics emerge daily. This world is vast, and countless events unfold each day. Within the holy capital, Lu Tsang may be quite renowned, but when viewed on a global scale, he appears less remarkable, overshadowed by numerous other significant happenings. Yet at this moment, in the community of the human race, a new trending topic had just surfaced: continuous mountain range, first-person perspective. Someone has entered the continuous mountain range. Appendix, video. A post that was swiftly elevated to the top of the Dongren tribe community. What? Someone has entered the continuous mountain range? Riding an undead warhorse? Which prominent family's young master is this? That undead warhorse must be worth 1,000,000 gold coins, right? Come on, do you lack discernment? A young master riding an undead warhorse? Shouldn't he be riding a young dragon? Are you truly dazzled by 1,000,000 gold coins? No, the focal point is the undead warhorse. The focus should not be on the fact that this fellow has entered the Jagged Mountains. Rather, can you believe he has reached level 30? This suddenly brings to mind a prodigy from Saint Capital who completed the most challenging level 15 dungeon in a mere second, shattering records in the process. Rumors suggest that he has also ascended to level 30. Could it be that the one who ventured into the Jagged Mountains is indeed him? I have also heard that the leveling rewards from the Glimmering Gem Guild have all been claimed, leaving only those for the second place. It seems someone has truly reached level 30. Could it really be that individual named Lu Tsang? If so, the first kill in the challenge dungeon is likely to be snatched away. But hold on, he is the only one who has entered so far. Even if he secures the first kill, it will only be for the easy difficulty level. The easy difficulty challenge dungeons can be completed solo by anyone with a modicum of skill. Any combat class can conquer an easy difficulty challenge. I must admit, I'm genuinely envious. The Jagged Mountains are laden with treasures, and it feels like they're being handed to him on a silver platter. I wonder how many treasure chests Lu Tsang will manage to collect. After spending several hours alone, he might come away with a fortune. Moreover, he rides in on a level 60 skeletal steed, which will only hasten his treasure-gathering endeavors. Regardless, being the first to enter the Jagged Mountains means he will reap extraordinarily rich resources, especially since he has more than 10 hours to himself without any competition. This only intensifies the envy among other class changers. Western Saint Capital. Burning Desert Level 30 Training Area. Has Lu Tsang truly entered the Jagged Mountains? His speed is impressive. However, were I in his position, I would certainly do the same. It is not only the major factions that are keeping a close watch on Lu Tsang. The geniuses from his cohort are also paying close attention. For them, Lu Tsang looms like a shadow, perpetually overshadowing their existence. Throughout their entire high school careers, they have been utterly eclipsed by him. Whenever the topic of genius arises in Saint Capital, the first name that springs to mind is invariably Lu Tsang, rendering the names of others seemingly inconsequential. Thus, upon completing their class changes, they remain fixated on Lu Tsang. At this moment, while perusing the community news, Chuhi furrows his brow. He is the grandson of a demigod, wielding immense power and status within the Mage Association. Additionally, he has awakened the Forbidden Sorcerer class due to his divine bloodline, becoming a distinguished sorcerer. Old Xiao, can my leveling speed increase even further? I am capable of enduring hardship. Young master, if you push your leveling speed too much, your body will not be able to handle it. Lu Tsang has already entered the Jagged Mountains. I cannot afford to fall behind him. Upon hearing Chu He's declaration, the butler sighed. Young master, it is highly likely that Lu Tsang has employed forbidden techniques to level up so rapidly, which certainly comes at a significant cost. Who can clear the Black Tomb dungeon in a second without resorting to forbidden powers? He is most likely on the verge of becoming a cripple. Young master, if you continue to bicker with the useless, and if you harm yourself, how shall I explain it to the master? You are well aware that the master dotes on you the most. Should anything happen to you, I would not be able to live with myself. Upon hearing the steward's words, Chu He clenched his teeth slightly. Old Xiao, I feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems. The Lu Tsang I know would not so easily become a waste. The fear of being dominated by Lu Tsang gnawed at him. During the exchange meeting between Shengjingno, 1 and number 2 high schools, amidst a series of contests related to magical deconstruction, elemental affinity, and magical interpretation, he was utterly defeated. Yet, Lu Tsang maintained an air of nonchalance, as if all his victories meant little to him, as though he were saying that his ambitions lay far beyond this. How could such an existence recklessly allow himself to become a waste? At the exchange meeting, Lu Tsang left an indelible impression on Chu He. He could not fathom that Lu Tsang would reduce himself to such a state. Nevertheless, Chu He managed to calm himself. Based on my current leveling progress, how long will it take for me to reach level 30? Young master, with your current leveling pace, under the most favorable circumstances, You could reach level 30 in 10 hours. This is the method we have meticulously developed to suit your needs. Logically, you should be the first to reach level 30 this year. However, even if we level up a bit slower, it is of no consequence. At least you can defeat the world before Lutsong. Having your name on the first kill of the world would still be a victory, regardless of whether he enters the Lian Duan Mountains. After all, it is impossible for one person to solo the world, right? Enough. No need to say more. Continue leveling. In the Lian Duan Mountains. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding impact, crows took flight in the forest. The ground was littered with the corpses of various magical creatures. Effective Heart's resilience has been triggered. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. You have slain the creature Fire Lizard King. Heart's resilience has triggered. Permanent health increased by 2,000. You have slain the creature Ice Water Scorpion. Heart's resilience has triggered. Permanent health increased by 2,000. You have slain the creature Frenzied Zombie King. Heart's resilience has triggered. Permanent health increased by 2,000. A continuous stream of kill notifications popped up, and Lutsong's health rose at an astonishing rate. Boom! With a single strike, a vast area of damage erupted. 3. 599, 998. 3. 599, 996. 3. 599, 995. 3. 599, 998. 3. 599, 997. 3. 599, 998. Once again, the earth was strewn with the corpses of magical creatures. During this half hour, Lutsong rode his skeletal warhorse, wielding his Jinyue, and continued to attack, even while mounted. Even though Lutsong had not acquired any skills related to mounted combat, his health had remarkably surpassed 400,000. He gazed at his health bar, which had previously been just over 200,000. In a mere half hour, his health had doubled. Given a span of 10 hours, reaching 2 million health would be well within reach. At that point, he would truly be more resilient than any foe. It is noteworthy that, among those of the same level, health bars often far exceed that of ordinary adventurers by several times. Finally, he had arrived. Lutsong stood before the forest, maintaining a steadfast course as he progressed forward. Battling lesser creatures was merely a matter of course. After a lengthy journey, the colossal being of the world lay just ahead, the Xian Heavy Giant Turtle world. To solo this world, based on what I have learned, no one in existence has ever accomplished such a feat. Chapter 21. Hunting. World Battle. Xian Heavy Giant Turtle World. Rank. World Level. 30 health. 150. 000. Mana. 10. 000. Skills. Earthquake. Trample. Earth Pulse. Shockwave. Traits. Critical resistance. Less likely to be critically hit. Earth resistance. Heavy armor. Description. A world-class magical beast with an independent special rank, possessing immense destructive power and extraordinarily high vitality. Description 2. A world-class giant turtle with astonishing and grotesque defensive capabilities, exhibiting formidable earth resistance, rendering earth attribute attacks exceedingly ineffective. Description 3. Should it be defeated, it may yield extraordinarily remarkable treasures. With 150 million health, Lutsong could not help but swallow hard upon observing the health bar. This health bar was the thickest he had ever encountered. 15 green bars were vertically aligned, each representing 10 million health. Although Lutsong had heard of the world and studied its knowledge, witnessing it manifest before him was an unprecedented experience. The Xian Heavy Giant Turtle was enveloped in black stone, with faint red currents flowing between the stones, resembling obsidian, as if to convey to the adventurer its formidable sturdiness. Unlike a common turtle, the tail of the Xian Heavy Giant Turtle was long and thick, adorned with an irregularly shaped stone at the tip, reminiscent of a meteor hammer. However, aside from its coloration and tail, it bore no other distinctions from an ordinary turtle. As he scrutinized the creature, Lutsong's expression grew grave. Though his current damage output was exceptionally high and his combat prowess formidable, this creature was one that would typically require an army of at least 10,000 to vanquish. It was far from a trivial opponent. More importantly, the teams that conquer the world are often not merely composed of level 30 players, but rather consist of individuals who have achieved higher ranks. The members of these teams typically reach levels between 40 and 50 after completing their second-class transition, making them formidable adversaries in their quests. Particularly in the case of first-kill teams, they are often comprised of elite players from various renowned families and associations, excelling among their peers. It is the convergence of such exceptional talents within a single team that enables them to secure the first kill in a new realm, a testament to the sheer power of the world. Currently, Lu Tsang's second-class transition task necessitates a solo challenge. Fortunately, there are no other players in the vicinity. A benefit of arriving early. Once the area becomes crowded, a casual encounter with another player would no longer count as a solo kill. This moment represents the optimal opportunity to accomplish the second-class transition task. With a grave expression, Lu Tsang does not linger unnecessarily. His potential for further enhancement is limited to stacking health. Even a slight delay would yield no better outcome. Rather than overthinking, he decides to act decisively. With a health pool of 400,000, he is confident he will not be eliminated instantly. At least, not by this particular world entity, as it is defensive in nature, suggesting that its damage output will be somewhat lower. Armed with the twin blades of Jinyue, Lu Tsang strikes. In an instant, his sword cleaves through the air. Boom! The damage registered at 202, 534. Remarkably, this strike inflicts over 1,000,000 points of damage. Impressive. This hit finally draws the attention of the massive creature, the Xianzhong giant tortoise. Yet, upon noticing the diminutive Lu Tsang, its coarse eyelids droop, akin to dismissing a mere mosquito. How audacious for a feeble level 30 human to challenge its authority. Simultaneously, the tortoise's tail swings violently towards Lu Tsang. He swiftly mounts his skeletal steed. The undead warhorse seems to sense the impending danger, momentarily accelerating like a gust of wind, darting several meters away in an instant. Just as the warhorse makes its escape, a thunderous crash erupts behind Lu Tsang. He feels a shockwave approaching, resulting in a loss of 210 from his shield. His health remains intact. However, Lu Tsang does not underestimate the situation. This is merely the opponent's splash damage, and it has yet to unleash its skills. As Lu Tsang continues to evade, he seizes every opportunity to counterattack. Simultaneously, 2 notifications appear. You have slain a colorful butterfly. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the colossal ant, marking your first triumph over such a creature, and you have gained a maximum health increase of 100. Within a radius of 150 meters around Lu Tsang, one can only wonder about the unfortunate monsters that might have been instantaneously vanquished by the residual force of the battle. Boom! Yet, the next strike was already upon him. The giant tortoise, appearing massive in size, was not slow in its assault. War tread. Bang! It raised its colossal legs and forcefully stomped down upon the earth. Observing this, Lu Tsang hastily wielded his weapon, Jinyu. Boom, boom, boom. 152, 534. 202, 541. 052, 264. The ground trembled. With each swing of Jinyu, the earth split open with fine fissures. The Xuanzhong giant tortoise also possessed formidable earth-based attack capabilities. Its destruction of the terrain was equally formidable. Bang! As the giant tortoise's legs descended, a shockwave radiated towards Lu Tsang. 102, 201. In an instant, Lu Tsang's health bar plummeted by 40,000. The remaining 60,000 was mitigated by his shield. Lu Tsang was adorned with various shields. Holy Crown of Enlightenment 4, Golden, Artifact Embryo. Mental value 2400. Effect, Mental Barrier. Ultimate, grant a shield to absorb damage, equivalent to 3 times your current mental value. Once the shield is breached, it enters a cooldown period of 10 seconds. The ring also provided a shield. Even his boots, which he had purchased at the marketplace shortly after awakening, accumulated shields through movement. Currently, these effects bestowed upon Lu Tsang an additional 500 points of shielding. Just from these pieces of equipment, his shields amounted to 20,000. Adding to this was the third effect of Jinyu. Effect 3, Body Slam Attack. Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will grant you a Body Slam status, reducing damage by 50 and providing a shield equivalent to 10 of your maximum health. Consequently, Lu Tsang's shield value soared to 60,000. A 50 damage reduction had already cost him 100,000 health. Such damage was exceedingly monstrous. Were a typical level 30 job changer to face this, would they not be instantly obliterated? It is worth noting that, even with the Heart of Resilience equipped, Lu Tsang possessed merely 200,000 health. It was only through subsequent health accumulation that this number had increased. Simultaneously, Lu Tsang observed the shockwave spreading forth. This shockwave had extended at least 500 meters, surpassing the range of his own Jinyu attack. Were an ordinary level 30 expedition team to confront this, would they not face total annihilation? Lu Tsang could comprehend why. In the world of subjugation, the team's levels must exceed by at least 20 levels. Goodness, if they were not at least 20 levels higher. Who could withstand such a strike? With such damage dealt, whether a team of 10,000 or 100,000, they would be utterly decimated. Only those capable of enduring such a blow could continue to deal damage. To live is to deliver output. Once dead, all is lost. Yet, fortunately, with that strike, Lu Tsang realized that the attack was merely a trifling inconvenience to him. Green numbers floated around Lu Tsang. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. The attribute of steadfastness not only encompassed health, but also life regeneration. Boom, boom, boom. 115, 2534, 120, 2541, 105, 2264. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Tsang did not cease his relentless assault. With a staggering health pool of 150 million, each of his strikes dealt over 1 million in damage. It would take merely 150 hits to vanquish this foe. Boom, boom. With his twin swords dancing in the air, Lu Tsang observed the enemy's health bar plummeting at a remarkable rate of 13 per second. This represented the pinnacle of Lu Tsang's output, 2 normal attacks each second. Bang! Yet debris erupted. 102, 419. Another shockwave surged toward Lu Tsang's position. 314902. But suddenly, the steed beneath Lu Tsang stumbled. In that instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Alas, while he could withstand the assault, his mount could not. The creatures suitable for riding were typically characterized by their swiftness, but they lacked in attack power, defense, and health. This skeletal warhorse, though a level 60 creature, boasted a health pool that scarcely exceeded 100,000. Moreover, it lacked damage mitigation and shielding. After enduring 3 attacks, it was already on the brink of death. Run, Lu Tsang urged, giving his mount a swift pat on the rear, causing him to tumble off the horse. The warhorse galloped away into the distance while Lu Tsang immediately rolled on the ground, adjusting his stance. The fall had inflicted minimal damage, only a few dozen points. The primary purpose was to reposition himself to face the impending attack. As for the mount, if the battle continued in this manner, it would surely perish. Without a steed, traversing the jagged mountain range would become exceedingly cumbersome. One could imagine, should there be a world several hundred kilometers away, would he truly walk there to hunt? By the time he arrived, dawn would have broken. After relinquishing his mount, Lu Tsang swiftly wielded his weapon, Jinhue. The onslaught must not cease. Each area of effect damage dealt him 4,000 health points. However, even with a recovery of 2,000 health per second, it would take 20 seconds to regain 4,000. This meant that the current contest between Lu Tsang and his adversary hinged upon their respective kill speeds. Who would perish first? Him or the foe? With this thought in mind, he consumed a Berserker Potion. You have used a Berserker Potion. Strength 50, attack speed 30, casting speed -20, movement speed 30, duration 120 seconds. This Berserker Potion was a drop from a previous battle. The enhancement in strength was negligible. Yet the increase in attack speed by 30% significantly augmented Lu Tsang's efficiency in dealing damage. 115, 2534, 120, 2541, 105, 2264. In an instant, a trio of attacks erupted. Boom! Simultaneously, a counterattack was launched against Lu Tsang. Swiftly turning, it pursued Lu Tsang. The Xuanzhong giant turtle, once dismissive, had now shifted to a state of heightened concern. In a mere span of several seconds, its health had plummeted by 20. This human should not be underestimated. As Lu Tsang noticed the relentless pursuit, he began to retreat, all the while unleashing a continuous barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 152, 534. 202, 541. 052, 264. 152, 534. 202, 541. 052, 264. Effective Heart's Tenacity has been activated. You have slain the fiery golem. As this is your first defeat of such a creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the herbivorous dragon. As this is your first defeat of such a creature, you have gained maximum health, 100. While Lu Tsang engaged in battle with the world, the effects of Heart's Tenacity triggered repeatedly. Creatures lurking nearby, unaware of their impending doom, were obliterated by the shockwaves of combat. Suddenly, he looked up. A heavy hum resonated. At that moment, the clouds above parted. A meteor plummeted from the sky. Damn! Lu Tsang swiftly maneuvered, dashing toward the distance. Yet, even in motion, his assault remained unceasing. With Lu Tsang as the epicenter, ripples of darkened waves spread outward. The circular area quaked continuously. Each swing of Lu Tsang's sword elicited a profound response from the earth, akin to a radius of 150 meters in a powerful slash. Boom! Behind Lu Tsang, a tremor erupted. The meteor struck the ground behind him. The world's attacks were not always area-based. Rather, they were quite the opposite. In fact, wide-range assaults were seldom employed by the world. After enduring 3 expansive attacks, the misfortune was palpable. While Lu Cang could withstand such blows, how could the expedition team endure? Even with healing to restore their health, time was required to rejuvenate the entire party. These 3 area damages would likely decimate the team significantly. Thus, the success of an expedition against a world relies not solely on strength and strategy, but also on a touch of luck. However, simultaneous skills possess cooldown periods. Now, his 3 colossal area skills have been exhausted. If he could evade single target attacks, yet, concurrently, under Lu Cang's relentless onslaught, the creature's health had dwindled to 60. Did it jest with the loss of 66 health? Upon executing the strike, the being momentarily halted, clearly affected by the recent skill. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Cang would not let it slip away. He immediately stood firm and unleashed a continuous barrage. In motion, his attack speed was, in fact, slightly slower than when standing still. 158, 534. A series of outputs erupted in rapid succession. 207, 541, critical hit. 192, 267. 153, 535, 501. 541, critical hit, and 1055, 263. At this moment, a critical hit was finally achieved, a remarkable feat given the resilience against critical damage. Seizing the opportunity for stationary output, Lu Cang unleashed a torrent of attacks. The health points plummeted at an astonishing rate: 60, 58, 54, 51, 48, 45, and 43. Lu Cang's efficiency had escalated to the point where he could inflict a loss of 2 health points nearly every second. A mere 10 seconds of immobilization passed, and the health dipped to 40. It was then that the immobilization came to an end, and a furious roar resonated across the world. The health bar transformed instantaneously into a gray lock state. What could be the cause of this deceptive health lock? Nevertheless, Lu Cang understood the stakes. Chapter 22, a 1-minute solo challenge of the world. The world first kill. Lu Cang refrained from closing in. Instead, he consumed potion after potion. Minor healing potion, medium healing potion, small healing elixir, 1000, 550. By utilizing these potions, he accelerated his health recovery. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Every little bit of health regained counted. Continuous attacks had already reduced Lu Cang's health to 250,000. After all, relentless area attacks left little time for shields to regenerate. In the midst of this, he gradually shifted his stance. The heavy shell upon his body fell away in pieces, crashing to the ground and sending up clouds of earth. Lu Cang observed this scene with calm detachment, maintaining a safe distance to avoid the debris from the fallen shells. Sitting aside, he quietly consumed potions to restore his stamina and condition. Watching the shells shed, Lu Cang's expression remained grave. This indicated that the opponent had sacrificed defense for a significant boost in offensive power. A single hit in this state could prove perilous. The shedding of the shell persisted for a full 30 seconds, during which Lu Cang managed to recover 80,000 health, bringing him back to 330,000. Simultaneously, his shield was replenished to 20,000 points. With the 10-point life shield from wielding Jinyu, he now boasted a full shield of 60,000. With the final shell fragment crashing down, a gust of wind swept through. As the dust settled, the creature, once a tortoise, transformed into a dark, lizard-like entity, surrounded by floating shards of dark red shell. In that instant, its health bar shifted from the gray lock state to green, signifying that damage could once again be inflicted upon it. As Lu Cang witnessed the health bar turn green, he immediately brandished the colossal sword in hand. Lu Cang maintained a distance of 150 meters, ensuring that his attacks consistently found their mark. Boom! 3-0-12, 503. 3-0-29, 942. 3-0-95, 205. In the blink of an eye, 10 million hit points vanished into thin air. The damage had escalated. In response to Lu Cang's onslaught, a thunderous roar erupted. In the next moment, countless fragments of turtle shell erupted from his surroundings, hurtling toward Lu Cang. Observing this, Lu Cang swiftly maneuvered away while simultaneously ramping up his offensive. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. Behind Lu Cang, the shell fragments relentlessly pursued him as he sprinted at an astonishing speed. Debris flew in all directions as Lu Cang appeared to be under the relentless fire of a Gatling gun. Amidst this frantic chaos, his attacks never wavered. 3-0-12, 503. 3, 029, 942. 3, 095, 205. 3, 012, 503. 3, 029, 942. 3, 095, 205. The health points plummeted at an astonishing rate, with only 60 million hit points remaining. Liu Cang's output had tripled per second. In a mere instant, the health points dwindled to a mere 15. Liu Cang had no intention of granting any respite and resolved to seize this opportunity to claim the kill, lest the opponent unleash some devastating skill that could obliterate him in an instant. 10-7. 4-1. Bang. Void Marsh. The Void Marsh is one of the new maps of the Eastern People, categorized as a level 60 to 100 zone, in contrast to the 30-level maps, which impose entry restrictions only for current job changers. The Void Marsh has no such limitations. Any job changer within this level range may enter. At this very moment, a team of level 100 explorers was encircling a colossal mass of sludge in the Void Marsh, launching a fierce assault. Void Devouring Sludge, World, Rank, World, Level, 70 health points, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, mana points, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, skills, Void Devour, Sludge Healing, Chaos Strike, Toxic Touch, Toxic Body, Stench Cloud. Description: a world-class beast possessing a unique special rank, exhibiting immense destructive power and extraordinary vitality. Description 2. A world-class void sludge, possessing formidable physical resistance and nearly complete immunity to physical attacks, with potent toxic assault capabilities. Engaging it requires exceptional resistance to poison. Description 3. Should it be vanquished, it may yield astonishing treasures. A level 70 world, compared to the 60 level and 30 level regions. The greatest advantage lies in the immediate opportunity to engage in world-class battles. Essentially, each year, the world's first kill emerges from the level 60 realm. In contrast, the regions above level 100 are exceedingly formidable. The number of elite players exceeding level 100 is scarce, making it a daunting task to assemble a complete raid team. Furthermore, participating in world raids necessitates not merely being level 100. Often, it requires individuals of level 150, 170, or even 200 to inflict meaningful damage. A remarkably powerful team is essential for a successful raid. However, such individuals are renowned within the human race, and forming a team from them proves exceedingly challenging. Conversely, in the level 60 realm, the level 100 transfigured individuals represent the pinnacle of combat professions. No particular talent is required. Mere effort suffices to attain this level. Consequently, the number of level 100 transfigured beings is considerable, with many possessing formidable strength. Indeed, some individuals even face prolonged challenges in completing their fourth job advancement at level 100. They are also qualified to enter the new maps at level 60 and can participate in world raids. This void mud is precisely countered by our team. With 100 purifiers supporting us, the threat is virtually non-existent. At this rate, in just half a day's time, we shall vanquish it. Who could have imagined that our Kingfisher Adventure team would secure the world's first kill? At this moment, the leader of the Kingfisher Adventure team is overwhelmed with excitement. This could very well be their first kill in their lives. Every year, they strive for the first kill upon the world's reset, which typically takes a day to manifest. After all, no world first kill record has ever been less than a day. Yet this time, they encountered it as soon as they entered the map, and fortuitously, it is an enemy they can counter effectively, allowing them to advance their defeat time significantly. At this moment, the leader wields dual blades, his expression exuberant. His eyes are ablaze with fervor, and the blades emit a chilling azure glow, an aura of high-tier ice enchantment, bestowing pure ice attribute damage upon his weapons. Death's Dance. Swish, 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 swish. 61481, 62329, 65249, 66043, 65786. The damage erupts with fervor. The Kingfisher Adventure team has suffered the loss of the world first kill 4 times consecutively, each time falling short by half a minute, and on one occasion, by a mere second, to another team that snatched the world first kill ahead of them. Yet now, the world first kill of this year lies before them. They require merely half a day to secure it. The previous records indicate the shortest time was 1 day, 2 hours, and 22 minutes. Now, they need only 15 hours. Surely, this record cannot be claimed by others. They might even shatter the record. Moreover, there exists the tantalizing prospect of achieving the world's first kill. Who else could possibly contest us for this honor? Everyone, Unleash your full potential. Do not hesitate to consume your potions. If you possess them, use them without reservation. Cast your enchantments with fervor. If you have scrolls, deploy them. I shall bear the cost of all our expenditures in today's battles. Upon hearing the leader's fervent declaration, the members of the Kingfisher Adventurer Group transformed into a whirlwind of energy, akin to having received a potent elixir. They retrieved their long-preserved potions and downed them in a single gulp. Ancestral high-level spell scrolls ignited in flames instantaneously. High-grade enchantment stones were summoned forth and applied with fervent intensity. They laid bare their most formidable abilities, prepared for an all-out assault. The world's first kill represents not merely an honor, but also promises exceedingly generous rewards. First kills are categorized into world first kills, racial first kills, and regional first kills. The world first kill encompasses not just the human race, but includes other races as well: elves, dragons, and orcs. Typically, the humans stand little chance, as the world first kill is invariably claimed by the dragons each year. The Kingfisher Adventure Group seeks only the human first kill. Unlike regional first kills, the human first kill of each year carries remarkably high additional rewards, sufficient to elevate an entire team to greatness. With this thought in mind, how could they not feel exhilarated? This was indeed an opportunity for a life-changing reversal, a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Just as their spirits soared with anticipation, a sudden notification popped up in the lower right corner of their vision. Human Race, East, World Announcement. First kill, Xuanzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, World. Achieved. World Slayer, Loot Song. Time taken for kill, 001-5202. Human Race, Loot Song has achieved the world first kill. Upon witnessing this announcement, the entire Kingfisher Adventurer Group fell into a state of stunned silence. Leader of Kingfisher Adventurer Group, bang! In that fleeting moment of shock, the enormous polluted realm unleashed a tendril of sludge, striking the bewildered leader with a resounding crack. In the northern starry wilderness of Saint Capital, at this moment, Xiao Batian sat upon a stone, observing his son, Xiao Heba, drenched in sweat as he furiously battled monsters. A look of satisfaction gracing his face. Son, strive to level up. I have already secured connections for you. When the time comes, you should be among the first to enter the continuous mountain range. That loot song does not count. Our warrior association has also trained a cadre of elites whose leveling speed will not be sluggish. Once you enter the continuous mountain range, hasten your advancement. We have coordinated with the Holy Church, the Mage Association, the Assassin's Guild, and the Archers Guild, each cultivating a team of elites. As soon as they reach level 40, they will embark on a campaign against the world. We shall at least secure the regional first kill in the continuous mountain range. Should we achieve the world first kill and uncover your exclusive skill book, you will have the opportunity to surpass Loot Song. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Heba felt an invigorated determination to level up. For 3 years, all shadows had loomed over him, cast by Loot Song. 3 years, a full 3 years. He was perpetually consumed by the desire to surpass Loot Song, to emerge as a paragon among the younger generation, to become a name etched in memory. Rather than merely a prodigy of the Warrior Association, who had been bested by Loot Song in a martial arts exchange. Upon hearing his father's arrangements, he seemed to glimpse the dawn of surpassing Loot Song. Thus, Xiao Heba committed himself even more fervently to leveling up. If this endeavor could lead him to exceed Loot Song, he was willing to do anything. As an extraordinary warrior, though it was a prestigious profession, he still found it to be the most arduous path of all. Warriors possessed scant area of effect skills and, in the early stages, primarily relied on melee techniques. Consequently, his monster farming speed was not nearly as swift as that of the other talented science. While others mages could obliterate foes with a single spell, he had to rush into the fray, hacking away at groups of monsters. Even if he could strike down 4 or 5 at a time, it would still require 7 or 8 rounds to eradicate an entire wave. Thus, his efficiency lagged far behind that of others. Yet, the pressure of Loot Song loomed heavily upon him, leaving no room for complacency. This was compounded by the fact that Xiao Batian had not disclosed to Xiao Heba the speculation that Loot Song belonged to a mutated forbidden profession. This was Xiao Batian's ploy to instill some motivation in his son, urging him to level up quickly and not fall behind the other prodigies. As Xiao Batian laid out plans for Xiao Heba's next actions, painting a vision of a blissful future, suddenly, a notification materialized before them. Human Race, East, World Announcement. First kill, Xuanzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, World. Achieved. World Slayer, Loot Song. Kill duration, 0 hours 0 1 minutes 52 seconds 0 2 milliseconds. Lian Duan mountain range. A dull thud resonated as he collapsed to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Behind Lu Tsong, the turtle shell's explosive barrage also came to a halt. Phew, it was finally accomplished. Indeed, it proved somewhat challenging. He had nearly faced disaster. Evidently, 40,000 hit points were still insufficient. After the kill, Lu Tsong seated himself upon a nearby stone, wiping the sweat from his brow. This battle could only be described as thrilling but ultimately safe. Initially, he believed that his 40,000 hit points would suffice to withstand the onslaught. However, in retrospect, such optimism was naive. After all, he was the primary target of the world's enmity, facing singular attacks while simultaneously managing his output position, all without the aid of a healer to restore his health. While others took the brunt of the attacks, their dedicated healers would instantly replenish their vitality upon any dip in health. Yet, he had no healing support to bolster his health, shields, or damage reduction. Soloing the challenge was still vastly different from a coordinated team assault. Had his health been any lower or his positioning slightly less precise, it could have easily resulted in his demise. In such a scenario, he would waste several hours unable to enter the Lian Duan mountain range, incurring significant losses. Nevertheless, the risks he undertook were indeed worthwhile for the gains they promised. After vanquishing the world, a prompt emerged before Lu Tsong. The heart's resilience has been activated. You have slain the world, the enormous heavy tortoise. This marks your first kill of such a creature, and you have gained a maximum health increase of 50,000. This world has bestowed upon him a remarkable addition of 50,000 to his maximum health. However, the crux of the matter lies not here. Lu Tsong gazed upon the carcass, which had transformed into a mound of treasures. The riches lay piled like a small mountain. Upon defeating the creature, one could reap exceedingly generous rewards substantial enough to be distributed among a team of thousands, ensuring that each individual receives a bountiful compensation. Yet now, he alone could bask in the entirety of these spoils. More crucially, this is a world-first kill, promising an even greater bounty of loot. Chapter 23. A Mountain of Treasures. The world announcement unfolded before all the transcenders of the Eastern human race. From a newly awakened youth of merely 18 years to the 199-year-old elder, who faced a lifetime without hope of advancement, all beheld the announcement of Lu Tsong's achievement. The revelation ignited a flurry of activity across the various social channels of humanity. Each annual world first kill is a momentous event, heralded to the entire Eastern human populace. Humanity World Channel. What on earth is happening? How did we achieve a first kill? And moreover, a world first kill? Which team is this formidable? Has a level 30 team already entered the continuous mountain range to secure the first kill? My child has only just reached level 6. I recall that for the past century, the world first kills have been claimed by the dragon race, who can dismantle the world within a mere 10 hours. While we have only managed to achieve a race first kill, it has been nearly 100 years since humanity last claimed a world first kill. Goodness, this truly brings honor to our race. It is a moment of great pride. Wait, should we really be surprised by this? Have you not noticed the kill list? Are these details not astonishing? Pray tell, what else is there to be amazed by? What a kill list. I remember that in previous years, the kill list was lengthy and included team names. Yet this time, there is but a single name on the list, Lu Tsong. Prompted by this revelation, some members of humanity finally recalled to check the kill list. I swear, I hadn't even noticed the kill list until you mentioned it. The kill list typically requires one to click to view, hence many initially only noticed the eye-catching world first kill prompt. After all, it was too striking to ignore. The kill list is usually extensive, documenting every participant's name, akin to the credits after a film, which most tend to overlook. Generally, individuals are disinclined to peruse it unless they might find the names of acquaintances within. However, this time, the kill list bore an unusual distinction. On the entirety of the kill list, there exists but a singular name, Lu Tsong. The only name. Does this not signify something profound? Upon this realization, the entirety of humanity collectively swallowed hard. Within their hearts, a chilling hypothesis took root. How could this be? This world, the team tasked with vanquishing it, boasts a mere 5,062 members. It requires at least 5,000 souls to conquer a world. Yet now, only one name graces the list. The sole explanation is that this individual is engaging in a solitary effort to conquer the world. One extraordinary figure Lu Tsong must be. This name had not previously echoed in the ears of many. How did it suddenly emerge? Not everyone is familiar with Lu Tsong. Akin to the overworked individuals or the long-graduated scholars who rarely recognize the prodigies of high school, as it bears no relevance to them. The true cognizance of Lu Tsang belongs to a select few, educators or recruiters for various powerful factions. However, this announcement has finally catapulted Lu Tsang into the limelight. The message conveyed by the world's notice, albeit brief, delivers a formidable impact. The first kill in the level 30 region. A world first kill. Accomplished in merely 1 minute and 52 seconds. The kill list contains only Lu Tsang's name. This is a solo achievement. Each line of the announcement bursts forth with explosive information, rendering minds momentarily paralyzed. What transpired? Regardless, all information coalesces into a singular truth. Lu Tsang is extraordinary. In the Dragon Clan's desolate stone ridge, hundreds of juvenile dragons form an assault team, besieging a colossal stone giant. This realm belongs to them. In this world, each race has its own territory, with new maps emerging. Simultaneously, these new territories impose entry restrictions based on race. Non-human entities cannot encroach upon human maps, and vice versa. At this moment, the dragons besieging the stone giant were met with the announcement of Lu Tsang's world first kill. Upon witnessing this notification, the dragons fell into a profound silence. How had they secured the world first kill? Logically, humanity should not have achieved it so swiftly. A golden-scaled dragon radiated its intent, and around it, hundreds of dragons remained mute, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, the leader, a golden dragon, did not express excessive astonishment. It seemed that this year, they would only attain the racial first kill. Boom! The stone giant raised its colossal fist, striking down towards the golden dragon. In response, the golden dragon lifted its wings, which gleamed with a brilliant golden light. In an instant, it became extraordinarily resilient. Clang! 2139. This strike inflicted over 2,000 points of damage solely upon this golden dragon. Golden dragon trait, super hardened scales. Xia, which human adventurer group has achieved the first kill this time? In response to the leader's inquiry, the captain replied, this time, the first kill by humans is rather extraordinary. They are not an adventurer group. Oh, could it be the Holy See? Or perhaps one of the major associations? Neither. My lord, this world first kill was executed by a single human player. The normally composed golden dragon suddenly narrowed its pupils. A human, soloing? Forest of Dawn. Elise, the sacred telekarumi of the Elven Queen, I hereby officially bestow upon you the inheritance of the Elven Saint. The Elven Queen, holding her verdant staff, gently tapped it upon Elise's head, much like a knight bestowing an honor. A hum resonated as a gentle light radiated from Elise, slowly expanding outward before coalescing. You have acquired the inheritance of the Elven Saint. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding elves finally exhaled in relief. Congratulations, Elise. You have successfully accepted the inheritance of our kind and become the Saint of the Elves. As a stellar archer of the highest caliber, you are likely the most formidable class to awaken in this century. I foresee a bright future for our elven race under your leadership. Elise slowly opened her eyes. Yes, my queen, Elise shall shoulder the mission of guiding our people. Elise, you should focus on leveling up. Accepting the inheritance has consumed much of your time. Nonetheless, I am confident you are among the most exceptional of the younger generation in the Alliance. Even a mighty dragon cannot compare to you. Elise, I look forward to you leading the elven race into a unique era of prosperity. The Elven Queen expressed her high expectations for Elise, who stood poised to inherit the flame of her race and elevate them to greater glory. After all, even she, the Elven Queen, was merely a high-tier class, significantly lower than that of Elise. The Elven Queen, filled with anticipation, did not hesitate to praise her. As she bestowed her commendation, the Queen opened the doors of the Hall of Inheritance, preparing to send Elise forth to level up. Just as the doors swung open, a notification appeared before all the elves present. First kill, Xuanzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, world. Achieved. First kill race, human. Killer's name, Lu Tsang. Time taken, 0:01:52:02. Previously, within the Hall of Inheritance, all external information was blocked to ensure the process remained undisturbed. Now, with the doors ajar, the news naturally reached the Elven Queen's mind. Upon seeing this notification, the Elven Queen was momentarily taken aback, quickly absorbing all the information contained within. What on earth is happening? In a level 30 world, has there been a first kill? Moreover, was it achieved by a single individual? What kind of prodigy has emerged among the human race this year? The Severed Mountain Range. Lu Tsang gazed upon the colossal mound of treasures. Just the equipment of golden quality numbered over 30,000. Silver quality items exceeded 100,000. However, it is regrettable that this world is constrained to level 30. The highest quality of equipment obtainable at this level is merely golden, a law of this realm that cannot be circumvented. Thus, the highest loot from this level can only yield golden quality equipment. Nonetheless, Lu Tsang was indifferent. If need be, he could simply purchase platinum quality gear, allowing him to upgrade his equipment. Rather than inspecting the equipment first, Lu Tsang delved into the pile of items. As expected, he unearthed hundreds of spatial crystals. Indeed, it is worthy of being the world's first kill. The bounty is truly extravagant. Among them, the highest quality was the giant spatial crystal, of which there were 10. Spatial crystal, giant. Effect, expands backpack capacity by 50,000. Maximum usage, 10. Description, an exceedingly rare, giant spatial crystal, obtainable only by achieving the world first kill each year. One such crystal provides a capacity of 50,000 slots. For the vast majority of adventurers, even if they packed their entire fortune into their backpacks, they might not fill 50,000 slots. Acquiring a giant spatial crystal is akin to securing a lifetime's worth of backpack space. However, for Lu Tsang, he surmised this would merely suffice. After all, the treasures obtained this time were abundant. Without hesitation, Lu Tsang activated the spatial crystal. These spoils would occupy at least hundreds of thousands of slots in his inventory. His current backpack capacity was insufficient to accommodate such a monumental reward. You have used Spatial Crystal Giant X10. Your backpack capacity has been expanded by 500,000 slots. Next, Lu Tsang turned his attention to the lesser Spatial Crystals. Spatial Crystal Large Effect expands backpack capacity by 5,000 slots. Maximum usage, 10. Description, a rare large spatial crystal. Obtainable from dungeons of extreme difficulty or from world race first kills. In comparison to the giant spatial crystals, the large variants have numerous acquisition methods. However, their capacity is significantly lesser, merely 1/10 that of the giant crystals. Even so, they remain exceedingly rare treasures. A total of 50 large spatial crystals were discovered. In the market, each could fetch approximately 2 million gold coins. This is indeed a windfall. Using 10 for himself could yield a profit of 80 million gold coins. And this is merely from the spatial crystals. There are still countless other spoils to consider. Lu Tsang proceeded to utilize the large spatial crystals. The capacity of the backpack has been expanded to 550,000 slots. Subsequently, medium and small spatial crystals were utilized. All spatial crystals were completely filled and directly employed to reach the maximum quantity limit. In the end, Lu Tsang's backpack capacity grew to 570,000 slots. After completing this, Lu Tsang had a thought and activated the ring's absorption function, prioritizing the absorption of high-rarity loot. In an instant, the mountain of accumulated spoils was entirely collected into his backpack. The space within the backpack exists as a purely independent, weightless dimension. The items stored within do not impose any weight burden on the individual. Watching a small hill vanish entirely as all treasures entered his backpack, Lu Tsang couldn't help but feel a refreshing sensation throughout his body. However, even with a backpack capacity of 570,000 slots, some loot remained scattered on the ground, including various worthless potions, scrolls, and equipment of bronze and black iron quality. Lu Tsang, even in the act of absorption, prioritized items based on their rarity. The lowest rarity junk was not something he intended to store in his backpack. He organized the backpack, categorizing items by rarity. In mere seconds, the items within the backpack were neatly arranged from high to low rarity. Among the highest rarity materials, Lu Tsang's gaze fell upon the category of materials in his backpack. The first items that caught his eye in the front row were 50 pieces of black star meteorite. Could this be the material for crafting the celestial bow? Lu Tsang examined the description of black star meteorite. Black star meteorite, a key material for crafting exceptionally high-quality equipment. Effect 1. Can be used to enhance the quality of equipment, with the potential to elevate it to crystal level. Effect 2. Can repair damaged equipment. Description. Sourced from celestial creatures or divine beings, or as a bonus for achieving a world first kill. Upon reading this description, Lu Tsang realized that this item could only be obtained from a world first kill. As for those celestial creatures and divine beings, Lu Tsang chose to disregard them. According to the description, they are far rarer than world first kills. A world first kill occurs at least once every year, but celestial creatures, like the sun above and the moon, are indeed celestial entities themselves, not mere monsters residing among the stars. As for divine beings, the situation is even graver. For 5,000 years, their appearances have always been accompanied by significant disasters, and historically, they have manifested only 3 times. In comparison, world first kills seem more reliable. Just the 50 pieces of black star meteorite alone could be worth an unimaginable sum. Lu Cang had no knowledge of the market price for black star meteorite, as it was never available for sale. He speculated that if he priced it at 1 billion, it might very well sell. Nonetheless, Lu Cang had no intention of selling. This item is essential for oneself. After selling it, acquiring it again in the future would prove exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, Lu Cang turned his attention to other materials. Two specific items captured Lu Cang's interest: Eternal Motion Stone 50 and Thundergrass 50. Hiss! Aren't these the materials required for the Boots of Swift Journey? The Boots of Swift Journey necessitate Wind Spirit Grass, Thundergrass, and Eternal Motion Stone. Wind Spirit Grass can still be procured with gold coins, priced at 500,000 coins per unit. However, Thundergrass and Eternal Motion Stone are far more elusive. Thundergrass starts at a minimum of 1 million coins, and even then, is not guaranteed to be available. This item is essential for level 100 mages to craft advanced Thunder-type scrolls. As for the Eternal Motion Stone, it is simply unattainable. This material is related to time and holds immense significance across all domains. Furthermore, it can only be obtained through the means of a racial first kill, which yield a mere 10 pieces. A world first kill can drop 50 pieces, but the human race is unlikely to secure a world first kill. With an annual output of only 10 pieces, how can it suffice for the strong to divide among themselves? Thus, upon discovering these materials, Lu Cang's emotions were exceptionally stirred. He could finally forge a new artifact. He was one step closer to achieving his goal of equipping himself entirely with artifacts. Chapter 24, New Artifact. A complete equipment revolution. Lu Cang gazed at the equipment, beginning his search for boots. Shortly, he stumbled upon a pair of golden quality boots with commendable effects, shadow boots. Upon seeing these boots, Lu Cang immediately transformed them into an artifact embryo. Transformed into an artifact embryo. Shadow boots, artifact embryo, 4. Category boots. Equipment level, 30, follows the user's level. Agility, 2,400. Quality, golden, can grow. Description: with these boots, one can move freely within walls. The effect of these boots greatly satisfied Lu Cang. He was unwilling to navigate various obstacles while moving at high speed. If he could traverse in a straight line, the efficiency of his journey would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Subsequently, Lu Cang rummaged through the pile of equipment and quickly found another pair of boots, frenzied dance boots. He deftly transformed them into an artifact embryo as well. Transformed into an artifact embryo. Frenzied dance boots, artifact embryo, 4. Category boots. Equipment level, 30, follows the user's level. Attributes: agility, 1,500. Quality, golden, can grow. Effect: frenzied dance, ultimate, grant a 40 physical evasion rate, evasion. Physical attacks will directly pass through the body, causing no damage. Grant an additional 100 hit rate. If an attack from an out-of-combat state directly kills the target, it will not enter combat status. Description: dance, revel, and boil with excitement. The feast of slaughter has begun. This pair of battle boots is clearly intended for swiftly vanquishing minor foes and facilitating travel. What Lu Cang has set his sights on is precisely this effect: an instant kill that prevents one from entering combat. After all, the effect of the swift travel boots requires one to exit combat to activate. Without disengaging, one cannot attain the 100-fold speed boost. The effect of these Dance of Fury boots, if placed among golden quality gear, could only be deemed rather superfluous. The evasion rate possesses some utility, yet the accuracy is virtually ineffective in the early stages, as few possess the attribute of evasion at that time. Furthermore, the effect of an instant kill that avoids entering battle is seldom in demand. In other words, the only beneficial aspect of these Dance of Fury boots is the evasion rate. For the vast majority of professions, this attribute is far from ideal. However, for Lu Cang, these Dance of Fury boots and the swift travel boots are a match made in heaven. Subsequently, Lu Cang produced 10 of each: the Eternal Stone, Wind Spirit Grass, and Thundergrass. Using the Dance of Fury boots as the base, he commenced the synthesis of the swift travel boots, absorbing the equipment attribute, shadowy boots. Do you confirm the synthesis of the artifact? Materials cannot be returned post-synthesis. Confirmed. Synthesizing swift travel boots for you. With a whoosh, the boots before Lu Cang radiated waves of light, producing a cacophony of howling winds that spread in all directions. Suddenly, a powerful gale erupted. A new artifact was born. Swift travel boots, artifact, 4. Artifact rank, 97. Quality, gold upgradable. Equipment level, 30, scales with user level. Agility, 30,000. Movement speed, 10. Physical evasion rate, 30. Effect. Upon disengaging from combat, movement speed increases to 100-fold, stacking with other acceleration effects, allowing for fatigue-free movement and heightened awareness, enabling perfect control over 1s speed. While in combat, you may forcibly activate the movement speed bonus up to 3 times, increasing with quality. Duration, 1 second, also increasing with quality. Second effect, Dance, Ultimate grants a 40 physical evasion rate, evasion. Physical attacks will pass through the body, inflicting no damage, along with an additional 100 accuracy. If an attack while disengaged directly kills the target, one will not enter combat. Description: the most outrageous artifact boots for speed enhancement, possessing the swiftest velocity in existence. Who can rival my swiftness in this world? Liu Cang surveyed the effects of the boots. The preview displayed only the 100-fold speed increase upon disengagement from battle. The ability to activate the effect 3 times while in combat had not been previewed previously. It appears that this enhancement is due to the quality of the item. Evidently, my artifact effects will improve with the elevation of quality, which is indeed a fortunate circumstance. After crafting the Swift Journey boots, Liu Cang continued to peruse his backpack, followed by a glance at the Divine Equipment Compendium, seeking to discover what other gear he could potentially create. He soon realized that, although he was unable to forge new artifacts at the moment, he had already acquired certain materials essential for some of them. For instance, the Chaos Hidden Ring. An artifact capable of concealing one's information required the precious Chaos Mist, which he had successfully obtained. The remaining auxiliary materials could likely be procured from the trading market, costing approximately 100 million. Such an artifact was indeed beyond the means of ordinary individuals, being exceedingly costly. Fortunately, having secured the world's first kill and reaped the rewards, he was well funded. 100 million was certainly within his reach. As for other artifacts, he had gathered some materials, yet they remained incomplete. The majority of the components required for artifact crafting truly matched the esteemed status of the artifacts themselves. Furthermore, Liu Cang had only unlocked up to the 93rd ranked artifact. Thus, the items he could preview were rather limited. He was uncertain whether the materials he possessed could facilitate the creation of higher-ranked artifacts. Nonetheless, he had no intention of selling these rare materials. Should he later upgrade and unlock the Divine Equipment Compendium, discovering that the materials he had sold were precisely what he needed, only to find them irreplaceable, he would be filled with regret. After reviewing the materials, Liu Cang turned his attention to his equipment. Following a meticulous selection process, he adorned himself with a new set of gear designed to mitigate damage. He was determined to avoid any near-fatal incidents in the future. His output was more than sufficient. As long as he could ensure his own safety, he could effortlessly vanquish several worlds. Wind Spirit's Sacred Shield Crown, Artifact Embryo, 4, Category, Head, Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level. Attributes, 2,400 Spirit Points, Quality, Golden can grow. Effect 1, Wine Sensitivity Shield, Ultimate, grants a shield equivalent to 3 Agility Points. The shield will have a 5-second cooldown upon being broken. Effect 2, Sacred Shield Protection, Ultimate, negates the damage of the next attack received, up to the user's maximum health. The shield will have a 10-second cooldown upon being broken. Description: a crown crafted using the power of wind, possessing the ability to create shields that resist damage. With the acquisition of the Swift Journey boots, Liu Cang's agility surged to an impressive 30,000 points. He promptly replaced the previous crown, which provided a shield based on spirit points, with one that granted a shield based on agility points. Consequently, this single crown could now offer a staggering 90,000 shield points. Should he engage in battle with the formidable heavy turtle now, Liu Cang could confidently assert that the creature would be unable to breach even his shield. As for the Sacred Shield, an additional layer of insurance has been added, allowing one to withstand a single instance of extreme damage. Unfortunately, there is no attribute to gain a shield based on strength. Otherwise, the shield could have been even more impressive. Subsequently, Liu Cang replicated the process, replacing his trousers with similar attributes. Wind Spirit Swift Leg, Artifact Embryo, 4. Category, Lower Garment. Equipment Level, 30, follows the user's level. Attribute, 2,400 Agility. Quality, Gold can grow. Effect 1, Wine Sensitivity Shield, Ultimate, grants a shield equivalent to 3 Agility points. Once the shield is broken, it will take 5 seconds to regenerate. Effect 2, Swift Critical Strike, Ultimate, provides an additional 35 critical strike rate. Description: utilizing the power of wind, this leg armor generates a protective shield and significantly enhances critical strike chances. Liu Cang specifically sought a lower garment that increased agility. affixing the corresponding attributes to it. The majority of lower garments typically augment vitality. Fortunately, this time, a diverse array of equipment was at his disposal. If a suitable piece was not found among the gold quality, one could always search through silver quality items. Once located, it could be upgraded similarly. The shield had already reached an impressive threshold, totaling 180,000 shields, supplemented by the 40,000 shields provided by Jinhua, culminating in a shield value of 220,000. With the protection of the sacred shield, even in a world with high attack types, Liu Cang could ensure he would not be instantly annihilated. Thus, for the second attribute, Liu Cang opted to enhance his critical strike rate, further amplifying his output capability. However, this only raised his critical strike rate by 35. Notably, this figure was achieved after the enhancement of the artifact embryo attribute, which initially only provided a mere 10 increase. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, formidable attributes typically emerge from higher quality equipment. The strength of attributes in gold and silver quality items is rather limited. One cannot expect to find attributes with the efficacy of artifacts in lower quality equipment, as that would be excessively unreasonable, even if one were to sift through hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions or billions of items. The entirety of gold and silver quality equipment in the world would never yield an artifact-level attribute. Regarding the pendant and ring, Liu Cang replaced the shield attribute of the ring with a near-death resistance. Death-defying ring, artifact embryo 4, category, ring. Equipment level, 30, follows the user's level. Quality, gold can grow. Effect 1, near-death resistance, ultimate, grants immunity to death damage, providing 3 seconds of invincibility, can trigger twice. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Effect 2, near-death resistance, ultimate, grants immunity to death damage, providing 3 seconds of invincibility, can trigger twice. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Description, with death resistance 2. It perfectly triggers the near-death resistance twice, making it the best equipment for preserving life. The term near-death resistance offers an invulnerability effect lasting at least 6 seconds. When combined with another similar term, it grants a remarkable total of 12 seconds of invulnerability. This allows one to engage in stationary attacks for a full 12 seconds, potentially inflicting nearly 100 million damage when critical hits are taken into account. In a level 30 world, even defensive types possess merely 150 million health points. This implies that when facing high-damage opponents, Liu Cang can utilize invulnerability to eliminate them before succumbing himself. Liu Cang holds great satisfaction with this term. The ring and necklace provide no attribute bonuses. In other words, their term effects are significantly stronger than those found on other equipment. This is indeed the finest term one can discover among golden quality rings. As for the ring with absorb, Liu Cang has not entirely dismissed it. The armed class primarily employs a combat strategy that allows for frequent equipment changes during battle. One can even switch equipment while in combat, not to mention during non-combat scenarios. The ring with the absorb effect can be equipped when needed. Regarding the pendant, Liu Cang has inscribed it with the terms Berserk and Purification. Holy Berserk Pendant, Artifact Embryo, for category, necklace, equipment level, 30, follows user level. Quality, gold can grow. Effect 1, Bloodthirsty Berserk, ultimate, increases attack speed by 50. Movement speed by 30, and critical hit rate by 35. Attack speed will increase over the duration of battle, reaching 150 after 10 seconds. Effect 2, Purification Ultimate, removes 3 negative status effects every 12 seconds. You can actively trigger Purification once with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Description, a pendant that significantly enhances attack speed and critical hit rates, while also providing an effect to remove abnormal statuses, making it exceptionally useful. Zhenyu already possesses a critical hit rate attribute of 30. With the addition of 2 critical hit rate terms, Liu Cang's critical hit rate has been maximized to 100. Provided the opponent lacks anti-critical attributes, Liu Cang will strike with critical hits consistently. As for Purification, while he can attain invincibility during regular attacks, he cannot maintain this state perpetually. It is prudent to remain vigilant against crowd control effects. In the event of being incapacitated, he can still cleanse himself. Furthermore, invincibility does not grant immunity to lingering abnormal statuses, such as poisoning or various markers. Thus, Purification remains essential. After equipping himself with optimal terms on his regular gear, Liu Cang turned his attention to other potentially useful functional equipment, subsequently combining their terms as well. This included underwater breathing, wall climbing, delayed poisoning, along with a comprehensive set of elemental resistance, health recovery, and mana recovery. He assembled sets for evasion, attack speed, magic resistance, and armor. Liu Cang meticulously combined all applicable terms, culminating in a complete overhaul of all his equipment. The combat prowess has indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement. After meticulously organizing the equipment, Liu Cang turned his attention to the classification of skill books. Each year, the world's first kill yields a singular unique skill book. As the name suggests, this skill can only be learned by one individual within the profession. The potency of this skill far surpasses that of others. The profession associated with this skill book is determined by the final blow. The class that delivers the last strike will drop the corresponding skill book. Being an armorer, Liu Cang naturally acquired the skill of his profession. The armorer's unique skill book, specifically mine, entitled Infinite Transformations. By elaborating on the equipment, readers can gain insight into the protagonist's specific gear and abilities. Among the audience, there will always be data enthusiasts who appreciate detailed statistics. In truth, detailing equipment is more laborious than narrating the plot. The storyline can flow seamlessly, but articulating the precise effects of each piece of equipment requires considerable contemplation. If this were a paid site, I would likely condense the data section, as every word incurs a cost. However, on a free platform, where no fees are charged, those who relish detailed data may indulge in their scrutiny, while those disinterested in equipment statistics may simply bypass it. In either case, no one suffers a loss. Chapter 25. The inescapable sense of oppression. Prior to the second-class transition, each profession possesses merely 4 skill slots, allowing for the learning of 4 skills. Were it not for these limitations, the common combat skills available in the marketplace number in the hundreds. The elites of the prominent families, with their financial prowess, often wield over 100 different skills. With all skills at their disposal, concerns about being unable to conquer the world would be moot. It is precisely due to the constraints of skill slots that each aspiring class changer must thoughtfully consider their skill combinations. Concurrently, prominent families employ dedicated analysts to scrutinize the synergy and transitions between skills. They also manage to procure exceedingly rare and potent skill books. Nevertheless, no other skill book, however rare, can compare to the uniqueness of the unique skill book. What Liu Cang now possesses is such an artifact. The armorer's unique skill book is likely the only one of its kind in this world. The conditions for acquiring unique skill book are exceedingly stringent. The armor profession, being a less favored class, has virtually no opportunity to encounter such a unique skill book. Armorer skill, infinite transformations, unique. Learning conditions, profession, armorer, level restriction, level 30, infinite. Active ability to acquire 3 distinct stances with a 1-second cooldown for stance switching. Swift stance, increases movement speed by 100 and attack speed by 50, while disregarding 40 of slow and immobilization effects. Attack stance, grants an additional 30 damage increase, while ignoring 50 of resistance. Defensive stance, gain an additional 20 damage reduction and acquire a shield equivalent to 5 of your maximum health every 2 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 10 layers. Alas, the armor class. Upon reading this skill description, Liu Cang found himself at a loss for words. Is the uniqueness of this skill truly so feeble? The enhancements from these 3 stances seem rather meager. Yet, if Liu Cang's thoughts were to be known by others, they might very well be inclined to deliver him a sound thrashing. The audacity, a 30 damage increase, coupled with a built-in 50 penetration against resistances. Is that not substantial? With a 100 boost in movement speed, a 50 increase in attack speed, and most importantly, immunity to all slow and hindering effects. Does this not exude strength? As for the defensive stance, acquiring a shield that replenishes 5 health every 2 seconds results in a shield equivalent to half of 1's health within 20 seconds. Even tank classes would weep with envy. And yet, one still dares to deem it weak? Upon utilizing the skill tome, Liu Cang learned the Boundless Transformation. You have acquired the skill, Boundless Transformation. The mastery of the armor class has triggered the perfect divine skill. Boundless Transformation, unique infinite alteration, unique infinite alteration. You actively gain 6 distinct stances, allowing you to seamlessly switch among them at will. Swift stance, increases movement speed and attack speed by 150, rendering you immune to all movement impeding effects. Offensive stance, gains an additional 50 damage increase and disregards resistances and armor. Defensive stance, gains an additional 40 damage reduction, acquiring a shield equivalent to 5 of your maximum health every second, stacking up to 20 layers. While the shield exists, you are immune to control effects. Turret stance, you are immobile, but your attack range is increased by 25 times, with the damage effective area doubling, based on linear distance calculations. Healing stance, all healing amounts are increased to 300, and simultaneously, you receive an equal amount of additional healing without the consumption of mana. Shadow Strike Stance cannot be targeted by skills. Every 2 seconds, you vanish for 1 second, leaving no trace in the world. The next attack after vanishing inflicts double damage. While in Shadow Strike Stance, all stealth skills remain undetectable by any form of detection and cannot be disrupted by external forces. These 6 stances are undeniably far more powerful than before. Previously, one could merely ignore 40 of slow and hindrance effects. Now, however, one is immune to all movement restrictions. The offensive stance has transformed into a 50 damage increase while disregarding resistances. The defensive stance has significantly enhanced its damage reduction, now providing a shield of 5 health per second, with the stack limit doubled to 20 layers, along with control immunity. As for the turret stance, the doubling of attack range implies that the attack radius now extends to 300 meters. The Shadow Strike stance allows one to avoid skill targeting entirely and simply vanish. The healing stance provides triple the healing amount. Truly, each stance surpasses the last in its extraordinary capabilities. Upon completing the acquisition of this skill, Liu Cang gazed upon the other skill tomes, an abundance of tomes belonging to various classes, yet none for the armored class. There is nothing else to take note of. Subsequently, Liu Cang gazed at the nearby undead bone horse. With a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared beside the undead bone horse, hundreds of meters away. His innate movement speed already reached an impressive 10 meters per second, a fundamental attribute, with a 100-fold enhancement. This translated to a staggering speed of 1,600 meters per second. Coupled with the additional boost of 150 from the swift stance, Liu Cang's velocity soared to an astonishing 4,000 meters per second, covering 4 kilometers in a mere second, and a remarkable 240 kilometers in just a minute. In contrast, the undead bone horse could only traverse 500 kilometers in an hour, a stark disparity to his own capabilities. Gently, Liu Cang patted the skeletal steed. "Ah, it seems I no longer require your assistance." The undead bone horse understood his command and swiftly turned towards the direction of St. Leon City. Once the horse departed, Liu Cang directed his gaze towards a mountain peak. He had now reached the midway point, the summit not far off. Peering downwards, he scanned the surroundings but discerned no signs of other worlds. Very well. In an instant, Liu Cang vanished from his location. 3 minutes later, a gust of wind swept through as he materialized at the mountain's apex. During his journey, Liu Cang had donned the speed set, equipping himself entirely with gear that enhanced his movement speed, granting him an additional 300 speed boost. This propelled his velocity beyond 9,900 meters per second. In just 3 minutes, he had traversed nearly 2,000 kilometers, reaching the summit where he could finally survey the entirety of the contiguous mountain range. Simultaneously, Liu Cang observed the scattered worlds around him. To the east lay 1, to the northeast 3, and to the north 5. How curious that none appeared in the direction from which he had come. At the mountain's peak, Liu Cang found himself somewhat speechless at this distribution. The nearest adversary was merely 10 kilometers to the east, a furious, 2-headed demon, alarmingly close, almost within reach. Upon locking onto his target, Liu Cang sprang into action. In a heartbeat, he vanished. Shadow Strike Stance. With a swift motion, he unleashed Attack Stance. Breaking the concealment, he wielded his twin swords with fervor. A resonant hum erupted, followed by a thunderous impact. 27,000,000 critical hit, stealth strike, damage boost. His strike unleashed a cataclysmic 27 million damage in one fell swoop. Before the foe could react, nearly a third of its health bar evaporated in an instant. This world lacked defensive fortitude. Its health was not particularly robust, totaling only 90 million. After executing an attack, there was no way Liu Cang would cease his onslaught. In an instant, he maximized his attack speed. Boom, boom, boom. 15,000,000 critical hit, damage bonus. 15,000,000 critical hit. 15,000,000 critical hit. The assault, akin to a tempest, was relentless. Under the condition of disregarding all forms of resistance, Liu Cang's damage equated to true harm. Within a mere 2 seconds, propelled by an exceedingly high attack speed bonus, Liu Cang had executed 9 strikes during the passage through his foe's form. At that moment, Liu Cang lingered behind, while the health bar of his adversary was entirely depleted. The world had not even the opportunity to unleash a single skill before being instantaneously annihilated by Liu Cang. A thunderous roar erupted behind Liu Cang as the body of his opponent collapsed with a resounding thud. World of Broken Mountains, Furious Blood 2-Headed Demon, level 30, has been slain. Killer S list, Loot Song. Time taken to kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. Another world announcement of a kill appeared before all of humanity. At the instant they beheld this notification, every member of the human race was thrown into utter disarray. What transpired? Hadn't Loot Song just secured the first kill of the Xian heavy tortoise less than half an hour ago? How could he possibly eliminate another world so swiftly? Moreover, it was once again a solo endeavor. Was there truly no limit to his prowess? Damn it, another world, first kill? I recall that each new map annually refreshes only 10 worlds. Now he has already vanquished 2 by himself. This is utterly absurd. My father enrolled me in an elite team, investing considerable wealth to secure a spot, all for the sake of participating in a world event. Surely, this cannot all be obliterated. No, it cannot be. Even if Loot Song is as monstrous as they say, he cannot single-handedly eradicate every world within a new map. 2 kills should be his maximum. Surely, he must take a moment to rest. Great power undoubtedly comes with a heavy price, a consensus shared by all in this realm. Now that Loot Song has consecutively slain 2 worlds, the burden of such feats must be monumental. Thus, it is time for him to pause. With Loot Song's latest kill, the world channel, which had gradually quieted, erupted once more. In an instant, countless messages surged through various subchannels. The entire human race began to fervently discuss Loot Song anew. Indeed, Loot Song had become the focal point of the Eastern human race. However, while the discussions were heating up, without allowing them a moment to regain their composure, another notification suddenly appeared before them. World of Broken Mountains, Abyssal Bloodvine Tree, level 30, has been slain. Killer S list, Loot Song. Time taken to kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 5 seconds. What the hell? What is happening? 3. Damn it. It hasn't even been a minute, and you've taken down another world? Is there no law? What the price? What is the cost? Does this power come without consequence? In under a minute, to have consecutively vanquished 2 worlds? Is this even human? Are you telling me that this is a newly awakened class changer? Surely, a level 200 powerhouse hasn't infiltrated a level 30 realm. Has he? At this very moment, not only have ordinary individuals lost their minds, but also the various factions are in a frenzy. They watch as Loot Song sets record after record, vanquishing one world after another, all succumbing to madness. Among them, the most frenzied are undoubtedly the Seeker's Church and the Scholars of the White Tower. They possess an extensive wealth of knowledge, but it is precisely because of this that they comprehend the essence of power more clearly. The essence of power is the exchange of costs. To gain strength, one must inevitably pay a price. Time, energy, and money are all required to enhance one's prowess. There must be a gradual process of advancement. Moreover, these scholars understand that the intensity of each level has its limits. Even with a high-level class, equipped with the finest gear and unique skills, it should not be possible to exhibit such overwhelming strength. At level 30, the maximum equipment attributes, even when fully optimized, would reach only 2,400 points. The equipment effects would yield a critical strike rate of merely 10, even for exceedingly rare dual stat gear, which would only amount to a 20 critical strike rate. As for skills, even the most unique abilities would cap at a multiplier of 30 times the attribute value. These scholars frantically calculated, setting everything to its utmost limits, envisioning the peak level classes, the most optimal gear attributes, and the highest possible unique skill values. They even doubled the foundational values in their theoretical constructs. Yet, the conclusion they reached was unequivocal. It should not be possible to decimate a level 30 world. This revelation shattered the scholars, as if the grand edifice of their theories constructed over millennia had collapsed. More importantly, they believed Loot Song had obtained power that was mismatched with his being and must inevitably pay a price. Thus, they have long held that Loot Song was in a state of overextension. However, since Loot Song emerged, it seems he has been in a continuous surge of strength. Where's the promised cost? Where's the anticipated painful price for using forbidden abilities, leading to a momentary rise followed by a fall into ruin? How is it that he has not only failed to become a husk of his former self, but continues to solo worlds? Loot Song, what on earth are you? 3 worlds should be his limit. This is his final frenzy. He cannot possibly hold on any longer. So, you must endure. In the northern starry wilderness of Saint Capital, at this moment, Xiao Batian clutched his son. Xiao Heba gazed at the message before him, feeling utterly weakened. He collapsed to the ground, staring at the darkened sky. Father, do you think I still have a chance to surpass Loot Song? It is simply too monumental. I feel as though I will never be able to scale this towering peak. You can do it, my son. You are a transcendent warrior of your level. Have faith in yourself. A mere level 30 armed fighter. You will surely surpass him. Cheer up. Xiao Batian could sense that his son's confidence had been utterly shattered by Lu Tsang. If this continued, there would be no way to accept the legacy of their family. Without a robust belief, it would be impossible to inherit the prideful blood battle intent after the second transition. At that moment, another notification appeared before them. The Broken Mountain World, Blood Axe Madman, level 30, has been slain. Killer's list, Lu Tsang. Killing duration, 0 hours 00 minutes 4 seconds. Today, countless prodigies gazed at the continuously refreshing announcement before them, their faces slightly pale, while their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. 70% of the human race's elite emerged from the first academy of Holy Capital. For the past 3 years at this academy, they have been consistently overshadowed by Lu Tsang, living in his shadow. Today, after finally awakening their professions, they believed they had escaped Lu Tsang's influence. Yet, upon witnessing the incessantly updating world announcement, they were left bewildered. In the end, they remained beneath Lu Tsang's shadow, with the world's attention fixated solely upon him. These prodigies suddenly felt a profound sense of melancholy, akin to sharing the same era as Lu Tsang. Chapter 26, Sudden Wealth. 15 Small Goals. The fourth beast let out a thunderous roar, nearly entering an invincible state. Otherwise, the efficiency of the kills would significantly decline. In most worlds, if the output was sufficiently high, Lu Tsang would directly reduce the health of the next 2 targets to a critical 50 before they could unleash their first skills. Taking advantage of the skill's casting interval, he would swiftly eliminate the remaining 50 health points. Achieving the world first kill was tantamount to securing the regional and racial first kills. The subsequent kills yielded only ordinary loot rewards. Nevertheless, even so, the sheer volume of loot from consecutively defeating 4 worlds was astonishing. There were still 6 worlds left, and my inventory could hardly accommodate it all. Lu Tsang had even discarded many worthless items. Then, Lu Tsang turned his gaze towards the locations of the other 6 worlds. Pondering slightly, after all, others wouldn't be able to enter for the time being. Since Lu Tsang entered the Broken Mountain Range, less than an hour had passed since he had slain 4 worlds, and it would be quite a while before other prodigies reached level 30. With this in mind, Lu Tsang felt no urgency and decided to prioritize handling the loot instead. Moreover, the commotion he had caused was rather considerable. He needed to create the Chaos Hidden Ring first. Subsequently, he donned a mask and equipped items with the Conceal Breath attribute. Once all preparations were complete, he swiftly moved. At this moment, it was already 10 p.m., yet the city of St. Lien remained vibrantly alive, illuminated by bright lights. Lu Tsang had a clear objective in mind and headed directly to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. He still harbored intentions of establishing a connection with the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. After all, the counterpart's primary business revolves around the sale of various precious mineral materials. Particularly, they cater to elite transmuters by supplying ultra-rare materials that are otherwise unavailable in the market. Concurrently, Lu Tsang requires a stable consignment point. Given his current notoriety, consigning items at unfamiliar trading posts would undoubtedly generate significant commotion. It suffices to have a reliable venue that can consistently transform his crafted goods into currency. Upon entering the Brilliant Gem Association, Lu Tsang presented his gold membership card to the receptionist. Upon seeing the card, a more elegantly attired attendant approached him with alacrity. "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" "I wish to sell goods in substantial quantity," Lu Tsang replied. "Additionally, I require some materials: the Chaos Fog Skill Book, the Void Breath Skill Book, 10 Dreamweaver's Webs, and 1 Soul of the Mist Shadow. I have already acquired the primary material for the Chaos Hidden Ring. Once I procure the remaining components, I shall be capable of crafting my 4th artifact. Of the 7 equipment slots, only the pants, headgear, and necklace remain unenchanted. I have taken another small step toward my goal of a fully equipped set of artifacts. More importantly, the Chaos Hidden Ring is paramount for Lu Tsang at this juncture. The disturbances he generates may attract the attention of countless observers. Lacking artifact-level concealment capabilities, he surmised that his golden equipment's attributes would likely prove insufficient. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's extensive list, the reception manager trembled with excitement. Having worked there for a decade, he was well-versed in the pricing of various materials. Every employee at the Brilliant Gem Association undergoes rigorous professional training. This was a transaction worth 100 million gold coins. According to the association's regulations, the individual who secures the deal is entitled to promotions and bonuses. Even a janitor could earn a commission as long as they facilitated the transaction. The thought of such a monumental deal sent the manager into a frenzy of anticipation. "We have all the items you require in our inventory. How would you like to proceed with payment?" "Through material barter." Please take me to the transaction room, Lu Tsang instructed. Upon entering the transaction reception room, he found an expansive space where traders exhibited their goods. The manager, beaming with enthusiasm, rubbed his hands together, akin to a fly in anticipation. Manager Wong, I must insist that the details of my transaction here remain confidential. Should I discover that your association has divulged my information, I will terminate our cooperation permanently. I believe there are numerous associations willing to partner with me. As he spoke, Lu Tsang removed his mask. The moment Manager Wong glimpsed his visage, his previously animated hands froze in astonishment. You are. However, before Manager Wong could finish his sentence, a sudden commotion ensued. In an instant, a portion of the goods intended for sale was unceremoniously dumped out. The vacant space in the reception area was entirely filled with these materials. Before my eyes lay heaps of golden equipment, over 20,000 pieces. These items were of golden quality. Lu Tsang did not transform this equipment into artifact embryos. Firstly, he lacked the ability to do so. Once ownership of an artifact embryo was transferred, it would revert to being ordinary equipment. Secondly, even if he possessed such capability, Lu Tsang was unwilling to reveal it. His ability to convert equipment into artifacts was his greatest trump card. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand the folly of exposing one's trump card lightly. Fame was inevitable, and strength was assured. After all, the second transition quest was to single-handedly defeat a world. When a world was vanquished, it would undoubtedly trigger a global announcement, an occurrence that could not be prevented. Lu Tsang could not fathom how to discreetly eliminate a world. Thus, this was unavoidable. However, concealing his possession of artifacts and his ability to absorb attributes for the infinite enhancement of equipment was within his control. With a gentle gesture towards the large box adjacent to the trading reception room, Lu Tsang instantaneously stowed all the displayed equipment within it. Dimensional warehouse. This was a dimensional warehouse with immense capacity, but its flaw lay in its seemingly compact size, which belied its considerable weight, rendering it unsuitable for carrying in a backpack. Above the warehouse, a number appeared. Items. Quantity of golden quality equipment. 320. Lu Tsang retained over 1,000 pieces of equipment for himself, equating to more than 100 sets of various functions and types. As for the 28,000 being sold, most were duplicates of attributes. Ultimately, the most common attributes for equipment were merely a handful of recurring ones. 80% of the equipment attributes were well known. In that moment, Manager Wong's expression grew grave. Mr. Lu Tsang, we will exert every effort to meet your demands as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, the news of your transaction with us will remain strictly confidential. This is the headquarters of the brilliant Gem Merchant Guild, fortified with a secret magical array set by a level 200 Archmage. Even those of level 200 cannot pry into its depths. You may trade with us with complete peace of mind. Upon hearing Manager Wong's words, Lu Tsang gave a slight nod. Even level 200 experts would find it challenging to directly spy on the heart of St. Lien City from afar. This area was home to the headquarters of major merchant guilds and powerful factions, all shrouded in layers of concealment and stealth arrays. If one could simply spy on others' secrets, they would be as trivial as cabbages. The city center has always been the safest place. This safety encompassed all aspects, including discretion. Are these goods sufficient to settle the debts? Please bring me the materials I require directly. A piece of equipment of level 30 with golden quality can fetch over 20,000 gold coins. With over 20,000 such items in his possession, Lu Tsang's collection is worth an astounding 600 million, if not more. Shall we come in? Lu Tsang called. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's request, Manager Wong dared not delay. Soon, a transport worker entered, carrying a box. Lu Tsang opened the box to inspect its contents and confirmed that the materials were indeed what he required. He swiftly stored the materials in his backpack. A thought crossed his mind. Crafting artifact, chaos hidden ring. Once synthesized, materials cannot be returned. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. With a hum, a portion of the materials vanished from his backpack, and a ring materialized within it. Chaos hidden ring, artifact, 4, quality, golden, upgradable. Equipment level, 30, scales with user's level. Effect, the chaos mist cannot be detected by any ability or effect, obscuring one's fate, can shield against divine detection. Clearing all marks that possess detection capabilities from oneself, and revealing all skills that attempt to probe into you. Effect 2, empty. Effect 3, empty. Effect 4, seal, unlocks with equipment quality improvement. Effect 5, seal, unlocks with equipment quality improvement. Effect 6, seal, unlocks with equipment quality improvement. Description, a ring capable of concealing all. The Chaos Ring has perfected the art of concealment. The singular effect of this artifact is to mask one's aura. Consequently, This ability has been enhanced to its utmost potential, capable of even blocking divine scrutiny. Equipping the ring, Liu Cang instantly felt himself enveloped by an intangible mist of chaos. This sensation was fleeting. Simultaneously, prompts appeared before him. Probe from the Grand Sage of the White Tower. Pumi, level 200, has been obstructed by a concealed formation. Search from the Demigod of the Mage Association. Chu Xiao, level 200, has been obstructed by a concealed formation. A series of probing notifications flashed before Liu Cang. Indeed, many were attempting to investigate him. Fortunately, the crafting of the chaos-hidden ring was swift. After donning the ring, Liu Cang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then continued with the transaction, pouring forth other items he wished to sell. Large Spatial Crystal 40, Medium Spatial Crystal 120, Tornado Scroll, Frenzy Scroll, Earthquake Scroll, Guardian Armor Scroll. He had 15 million pieces of silver quality equipment, various types of potions, over 1,000 different skill books, tons of materials, and even some formidable pet eggs. While these pet eggs may hold great power for an ordinary person, they were of little use to Liu Cang. Presently, he had no need for pets to assist him, as their levels could not surpass that of the user. Is there truly a pet stronger than Liu Cang at level 30? Upon witnessing the resources Liu Cang had discarded, Manager Wang felt a sense of bewilderment. He swallowed hard. Mr. Liu, please hold on. I require a moment. However, merely 2 minutes had passed before Manager Wang presented his valuation, 15 billion gold coins. Upon receiving this offer, Liu Cang saw no need to haggle. Given his current status, the other party would not dare to exploit him on price. Otherwise, would they wish to continue their business? Moreover, 15 billion precisely met his expectations. Furthermore, Liu Cang was not selling any rare items, those that could only be obtained through world-first kills. He merely sold some materials readily available in the market. However, once they became scarce, selling them would prove troublesome. It was precisely for this reason that he only sold for 15 billion gold coins. Otherwise, even hundreds of billions might not suffice to purchase all the materials in Liu Cang's inventory. Just the Black Star meteorite could command a price of 1 billion for a single piece, and Liu Cang possessed 50 of them. Very well. I have other matters to attend to. Please transfer the funds directly to my account. Simply deduct the cost of the materials I purchased. Wait, Mr. Liu Cang. Regarding this transaction worth billions, Liu Cang seemed utterly unfazed, showing no inclination to negotiate. As he turned to leave, Manager Wang immediately rose. This is our guild's black card. From now on, all your purchases will be processed at a 25% discount, the highest concession we can offer. Otherwise, we will incur losses. The materials you have purchased have already been discounted for you. With this black card, you will also enjoy priority purchasing rights for ultra-rare materials. Additionally, whatever items you acquire will be kept strictly confidential by our guild. Liu Cang nodded slightly, accepting the black card with ease. In truth, given the status of the Brilliant Gem Guild within the human realm, such a transaction worth only billions might not typically warrant a black card. There still existed great merchants in this world. Yet, he was Liu Cang, and that made all the difference. Even if Liu Cang bought nothing, the Brilliant Gem Guild would still ensure the black card found its way into his hands. What merchant would refuse to invest in a prodigious young genius capable of consecutively slaying 4 world bosses? This is the advantage that fame brought to Liu Cang. After receiving the black card, Liu Cang's figure vanished in an instant before Manager Wang's eyes. Teleportation? Staring at the spot where Liu Cang had just been, Manager Wang fell into a daze. However, after a moment of astonishment, he began to tally the resources. The reverse prodigy was beyond his contemplation. He then instructed his subordinates to ensure the funds were transferred to Liu Cang's account. They dared not breach this agreement. Otherwise, the reputation of the Brilliant Gem Guild would suffer immensely. With Liu Cang's arrival, a substantial quantity of resources required processing. Within the illustrious Gem Merchant Guild, every individual busied themselves. However, merely 15 minutes later, a familiar announcement re-emerged before them. Realm of the Shattered Mountains. Annihilation Demon, level 30, has been slain. Slayer's name, Liu Cang. Time taken for the kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 5 seconds. Chapter 27, Ascension to Kingship. 15 billion small objectives. How exhilarating. Alas, this map contains only 10 worlds. Before Liu Cang, the massive Demon, suspended in midair, had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Its health bar was already obliterated by Liu Cang. As Liu Cang recognized the extent of his damage output, his equipment choices grew increasingly ferocious. Shields? When you have eye for shields, I shall replace them all with attack speed gear. Retaining a single life-saving entry, Last Stand, Ultimate, suffices. As the Demon collapsed, it transformed into a mountain of spoils. Once more, Lutsong stored the loot into his backpack. A total of 100,000 items. Though not a world-first kill, the quantity of spoils was still impressive. Lutsong organized his backpack, meticulously counting the treasures. Yet, to his dismay, he found no skill book for the armored class. Had he known, he would have purchased one. Previously, within the Gem Merchant Guild, Lutsong refrained from acquiring skill books, believing they would drop during world encounters. However, having traversed 5 worlds, he found none. Yet, it was not entirely unexpected. Each world typically yielded only a few hundred skill books, while this realm boasted hundreds of thousands of professions. Nevertheless, Lutsong resolved to vanquish all 10 worlds first, aiming to complete his second transfer quest directly. After all, acquiring skills was not an urgent matter. Upon achieving the second transfer, he could learn the advanced skills directly, which seemed far more enticing. Moreover, the second transfer quest would provide an artifact ranked at 10. Compared to skills, Lutsong found himself more eager for this artifact. A rank of 10. Currently, the artifacts he possessed were merely of rank 9, and they were already immensely powerful. One can only imagine the strength of rank 1 artifacts. The next world lay a bit farther away. Lutsong exchanged some of his gear for speed-enhancing equipment. During this journey, he did not rush, but instead methodically eliminated minor foes along the way. Boom! 9,000,000 critical hit. 9,000,000 critical hit. 9,000,000 critical hit. 9,000,000 critical hit. The effect of Heart's tenacity surged forth, consuming all. Health limit increased by 100. Health limit increased by 100. Health limit increased by 100. With a single strike, he restored 400 to 500 health points. Remarkably, slaying a wild creature could even restore an additional 2,000 health. The advantage of the frenzied dance boots was evident here. Even while journeying and battling, Lutsong's speed remained unaffected. In the span of a second, Lutsong unleashed a flurry of 4 attacks. Slaying over 20 types of minor creatures in the wilderness, I swiftly reached the maximum health limit of 8,000. Moreover, the absorption ring aided Lutsong in gathering the spoils of war from the wild. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. With a rapid succession of attacks, I dealt a minimum of 3,000 health points, and at times as much as 15,000. On average, I could accumulate 5,000 health points every second. Such efficiency in monster hunting allowed Lutsong's health to steadily rise. 500,000 health, 600,000 health, 700,000 health, 800,000 health. Within a mere 3 minutes of travel, Lutsong had amassed a total of 1,300,000 health points. To be precise, it stood at 1,380,000, nearing 1,400,000. What an exhilarating experience! Observing the continuous rise of his health bar, Lutsong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Just recently, he had been a fragile character with only 200,000 health. Now, even a level 70 tank could not surpass his health. Next, he turned his gaze upon the Snow Maiden of the Howling Wind. The 6th world lay before him, the imperial palace of Holy Capital. At that moment, a splendidly dressed man sat upon the throne of the emperor, eyes closed in contemplation. Lutsong could not glean any information about him. Even employing the emperor's authority proved futile. This was unexpected. Could it be? The emperor suddenly seemed to grasp something. Such a formidable presence, impervious to scrutiny. Even to the extent that my royal privileges yield no results. This can only mean one thing. Lutsong has perhaps received a legacy from the true god. Only a divine inheritance could elucidate Lutsong's overwhelming strength. Furthermore, those chosen by the true god naturally enjoy divine protection, rendering them beyond the reach of mere mortals. With this realization, the emperor felt that everything fell into place. Lutsong's ability to single-handedly defeat a world now appeared more plausible. If he were indeed a chosen and nurtured being by the true god, such a possibility could very well exist. Moreover, this year marks the 5,000th anniversary of the Awakening era. Every millennium has witnessed significant upheavals in the world, often catastrophic in nature. The last millennium heralded the descent of divine monstrosities, which spurred the formation of an alliance among humans, dragons, elves, and beastfolk to combat these formidable threats. That conflict left the world in ruin. Since that calamity, the alliance has persisted partly due to the profound impact of that battle a millennium ago. In the millennium prior, the smallest of the 4 moons suddenly plummeted from the sky. It was through that event that the various races of the world discovered the celestial bodies were, in fact, Monstrous beings, remarkably powerful ones at that. It was then that humanity embarked on a systematic study of the stars, ultimately concluding. The night sky is filled with ominous creatures. Millennia ago, the earth was rent asunder, revealing an unfathomable abyss. This chasm continues to expand, occasionally unleashing horrifying entities from its depths. Contact with these dread beings may lead to contamination or even assimilation. This abyss is known as the abyss. Each millennium of calamity has left an indelible mark on the memories of the world's inhabitants. Presently, we find ourselves at the 5,000-year mark on the 28th of May. This date also heralds the annual upheaval in the world, and it is merely the first day. Remarkably, humanity has managed to conquer the world in a continuous onslaught. An extraordinary occurrence that reinforces the Emperor's conviction that this millennium will not be simple. In the dimly lit chamber of the Radiant Gem Association, a heavy atmosphere of oppression prevails. It is uncertain whether the master of this abode deliberately cultivates such a sense of dread among his subordinates by leaving the lights off. Has the black card been delivered to him? President, the black card has indeed been handed to Lutsong. Good. Well done. The 5,000-year mark has finally arrived. Lutsong's potential is not to be underestimated. He may very well become our protector in the future. The optimal moment to invest in a prodigy is when they have yet to fully mature. By the time they spread their wings, it will be too late to invest. Lutsong has procured materials worth 100 million from us, correct? Upon hearing the president's inquiry, a subordinate nodded slightly. Yes, President. Let him have it free of charge. Additionally, increase his credit from 1.5 billion to 2 billion gold coins. Ensure he remembers the benevolence of the Radiant Gem Association. The president possesses an exceptionally keen sense of intuition. He is acutely aware that if Lutsong truly possesses such strength, a few 100 million gold coins would pose no challenge for him. Rather, it is advantageous to gain Lutsong's favor with a mere few 100 million coins now. In the future, should Lutsong rise to prominence, a few 100 million would likely be insignificant to him. Just as the president's words lingered in the air, another announcement materialized before him. World of the Broken Mountain Range, Lady of the Storm and Snow, level 40, has been slain. Killer's list, Lutsong. Time taken, 0 hours 00 minutes 38 seconds. Witnessing this announcement, the president's expression flickered slightly. Ah, add it to 25 billion then? Yes. Transfer it all to Lutsong's account. Sigh. After all, this is a level 40 entity. Moreover, upon sustaining damage, it unleashed its first skill, Crystal Guardian, providing a staggering 90 damage reduction, which hindered Lutsong's output. The earth is beset by howling winds and swirling snow, and it remains invulnerable for 30 seconds, all the while inflicting chilling damage. Accompanied by various debilitating states that reduce both movement and attack speed, Lutsong patiently awaited the expiration of his invincibility. He stood still, activating defensive stance, observing the shield enveloping him, which steadily thickened. 2130, 2252, 2346, 2234. The frigid environment inflicted over 2,000 damage per second upon Lutsong. Yet his shield augmented by a staggering 90,000 every second. In the face of an extraordinarily formidable area attack that would typically strain the entire team's healing capabilities, Lutsong simply crouched down, retrieving a bottle of Coca-Cola from his backpack and burying it in the snow. This cola had been an impulsive purchase made while he was acquiring a mask during his departure from Saint Capital City. After 5 seconds, Lutsong extracted the Coca-Cola from the icy depths, feeling the chill radiating from the can. He pondered the conclusion. Indeed, the environment wielded an influence. Being newly transitioned into this role, Lutsong found the world still held many enigmas for him. The terrain's capacity for rapid recovery and the swift restoration of environmental damage left him somewhat perplexed. Were these changes in the environment genuinely impactful? It certainly appeared so. Cradling the cold can of Coca-Cola, he took measured sips while awaiting the conclusion of his invincibility period. At long last, 30 seconds elapsed, and the invincibility faded. Humans, submit to Shadow Assault Stance, Swift Stance, Attack Stance. With a swift strike, he unleashed a barrage of critical hits. 13, 500, 000, 13, 500, 000, 13, 500, 000, 13, 500, 000, 13, 500, 000, 13, 500, 000. The assailant had no opportunity to utter another word. Merely 3 seconds after emerging from invincibility, Lutsong obliterated her health bar entirely. Submission? Perhaps they should express themselves more freely. With a soft whoosh and a series of delicate sounds, countless snowflakes dispersed. and her form dissipated alongside them. In the aftermath of this kill, Lutsong unexpectedly received a unique friend request. The peculiarity of this request was undeniable, as it appeared before him despite having blocked all external friend requests. Yet, this particular request could not be obstructed. Human Sovereign Luo Jiutian requests to add you as a friend. This request is equal, and the Chaos Hidden Ring will not actively block it. You have received a notification from the Chaos Hidden Ring. The individual is the human sovereign, possessing supreme authority over the human race. Will the Chaos Hidden Ring block this individual? If blocked, this person cannot send you friend requests by any means, including sovereign privileges. A divine artifact capable of circumventing even the sovereign's authority? Lutsong had long been aware that the human sovereign held unparalleled power over all humans. Yet unexpectedly, his artifact's attributes can even disregard the authority of the Emperor of Humanity. It seems that the effects of my artifact transcend the racial privileges of the Emperor. Speaking of which, it appeared that the Emperor was also attempting to probe into my existence just moments ago. Lutsong received an overwhelming number of probing reports. It was not merely entities of level 200 attempting to pry into him. Even beings of levels 150 and 160 were making their efforts. Across the entire realm, any sentient being with even a modicum of remote probing capability seemed to be trying to investigate him. However, their attempts bore no fruit. The Broken Mountain Range, as a new level 30 map, is inherently an isolated space severed from the outside world. Thus, the external realm cannot ascertain any information regarding its interior. Throughout this process, no one could successfully probe into him. Shortly thereafter, within just a few minutes, Lutsong crafted the Chaos Hidden Ring. The other powerful beings had no opportunity to act. As Lutsong observed the friend request before him, he pondered thoughtfully before clicking confirm. After all, it was the Emperor of Humanity. He was curious to see what he had to say and to gauge the current Emperor's attitude towards him. You have added the Emperor of Humanity, Luo Jiutian, as a friend. As soon as the friend request was accepted, before Lutsong could utter a word, the other party sent a message first. Luo Jiutian, young brother Lutsong, you may not wish to be disturbed. I directly added you as a friend using the authority of the Emperor, which may be somewhat abrupt. Luo Jiutian's words were polite, yet his lips twitched slightly. Just how high is Lutsong's authority? As a dignified emperor, he could add any other human as a friend without requiring their consent. Even if the other party blocked him, he could still force communication. Yet, with Lutsong, he found himself needing to request approval first. Who, exactly, is the real emperor? Nevertheless, Luo Jiutian refrained from voicing these thoughts, for the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Luo Jiutian, I shall not beat around the bush. I will be succinct. Young brother Lutsong, I hope you can become the king of humanity. Upon reading this three-line message, Lutsong was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Is the message really that explosive right from the start? The King of Humanity? This title entails the governance of vast territories, control over several rare mineral veins, multiple city-states, and the qualification to inherit the throne of the Emperor. Furthermore, based on the knowledge I have acquired, typically, the King of Humanity is a high-level powerhouse who has made significant contributions to the human race, usually at least above level 100. Now, this Emperor dares to propose that I, a mere level 30 newly transitioned individual, assume the position of king? Chapter 28. Who then is truly? Why? Lutsong certainly would not accept such a proposition outright. He still did not comprehend the other party's intentions. Have you heard of the Millennium Catastrophe, Brother Lutsong? I have never been one to beat around the bush, so I shall be frank. Brother Lutsong, I hold your potential in high regard. However, in truth, Luo Jiutian's heart murmured otherwise. The true divine legacy has emerged. Who knows the magnitude of this millennium catastrophe? Moreover, I do not esteem the potential of the chosen ones. Who else could surpass the potential of a true divine selection? Naturally, such thoughts would never escape his lips in Lutsong's presence. After all, one cannot simply shatter the veil of his divine selection before him. What if the true deity behind Lutsong took offense? Lutsong pondered for a moment. The potential of the millennium catastrophe. Potential, indeed. Upon hearing the explanation from the Emperor of Humanity, Lutsong could comprehend. After all, the commotion he had stirred was undeniably immense. If one disregards current strength and focuses solely on potential, it is indeed justifiable for him to be chosen as a sovereign. Considering the invitation to assume the role of a sovereign, Lutsong reflected briefly. Upon becoming the sovereign of the human race, he would gain access to exceedingly abundant resources. For instance, the materials from the annual race kills would be prioritized for the sovereigns. Even successful adventuring groups would lack authority over resource distribution. Secondly, there would be a faction belonging to him. Having individuals to assist in gathering materials would be invaluable. The third point pertains to the mineral veins. The territories of sovereigns often encompass rare mineral deposits. These veins not only yield ordinary minerals, but also various rare ones, which Lu Cang currently finds himself in dire need of. As for the fourth point, it concerns the inheritance of the emperor's position. Should the emperor perish or abdicate, the new emperor would arise from among the sovereigns designated by the previous emperor. Indeed, becoming a sovereign presents more advantages than disadvantages. In fact, Lu Cang could scarcely contemplate any detriments at this moment. If one were to mention territory management, sovereigns typically carry only a title while enjoying authority without restrictions on their freedom. Moreover, dedicated officials would oversee territorial governance on their behalf, allowing sovereigns to focus on enhancing their strength. The title of sovereign signifies the combat prowess of the human race, while competent individuals manage affairs on their behalf. In an instant, Lu Cang contemplated many aspects. However, he did not intend to accept the offer immediately. After all, such an unexpected boon requires careful consideration. Lu Cang, I understand. Allow me to deliberate, and I shall provide you with my response later. Luo Jiutian's face contorted with disbelief. Deliberate? This was the position of a human sovereign, a title sought after by many. Some sovereigns regarded their positions as the utmost honor. Yet now, this position was laid before Lu Cang. How could it be that this emperor could deceive you? The sovereign, wielding the supreme power of the human race, must resort to bestowing wealth and glory upon you to ensnare a mere level 30 novice in the job transition? Such were the contemplations of Luo Jiutian. Yet, within his heart, he felt an even stronger conviction. Lu Cang was indeed the chosen one of the divine. Otherwise, how could he speak with such fortitude? Moreover, in the presence of the emperor, he remained composed, neither servile nor arrogant. It was inconceivable that he lacked discernment. Coupled with the intelligence he had gathered regarding Lu Cang's performance in the sacred capital II, the various omens, and the manifestation of his genius, the emperor was further convinced that Lu Cang was unequivocally the divine's chosen one, a certainty set in stone. Luo Jiutian, very well, I await your response, young genius. Proceed with your endeavors. After this declaration, Luo Jiutian ceased to speak further. As for Luo Jiutian's inner thoughts, Lu Cang remained oblivious. Lu Cang merely wished to ponder a while longer. He intended to make a decision only after he had vanquished the 10 worlds and completed his job transition. Lu Cang stored the spoils dropped by the snowstorm maiden into his backpack and continued towards the next world. At present, the entire map contained one level 40 world, 2 level 50 worlds, and 1 level 60 world. In the ensuing minutes, world announcement, congratulations to Lu Cang. World announcement, congratulations to Lu Cang. 2 more worlds had fallen. The sentiment among humanity began to shift subtly. They were numb, truly numb. Ever since Lu Cang's 5th solitary conquest of a world, they no longer regarded it as a miracle. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of apathy. It was utterly absurd. Lu Cang seemed as though he belonged to a realm entirely separate from theirs. No, it was more accurate to say, was he truly human? Was he not some divine being or a race of celestial origins? Was such a record truly achievable by mere mortals? Unprecedented, utterly unprecedented. Meanwhile, within Sacred Capital II, Teacher Li was also rendered numb. Not long ago, Lu Cang had mentioned that he would discuss matters further after completing his job transition at the Transition Temple. Teacher Li had believed him. Good heavens! This statement about completing the transition, did it warrant such a commotion? When you told me you were going to transition, did you mean you were going to single-handedly conquer worlds? Who transitions by slaying worlds? And not just one. Whose transition task requires the extermination of so many worlds? Yet, how could she know that Lu Cang's transition task was precisely to slay worlds, and 10 of them at that? Were it not for the absurd difficulty of this task, Lu Cang might have already succeeded in his transition. Shortly after the first 2 kill announcements, merely 2 minutes passed before another new world announcement popped up before the crowd. World announcement, the Mountain Breaker World. Moon's Greedy Wolf, level 50, has been slain. List of killers, Lu Cang. Time taken, 0 hours 01 minutes 45 seconds. The 9th one. In a world beset by the severed mountain range, a dire fate looms, threatening to extinguish all life. Observing the latest prompt, the transmigrators found themselves at a loss for words, particularly those parents who had invested considerable resources to secure a spot for their sons in a raid party. Their emotions were profoundly intricate. Only one creature remained. The mountain range should soon be cleansed. With each new map, only 10 world bosses would respawn. And once they were vanquished, one would have to wait until the following year. Lu Cang gazed upon the imposing giant before him. Giant Spirit Soldier, World. Rank world. Level 60. Health points 950, 000, 000. Mana points 100, 000, 000. Skills: Giant Strike, Devastating Rampage, Sweeping the Wilderness, Earth Pulse, Sturdy Giant Body. Description: a world-class beast, possessing an independent special rank, with tremendous destructive power and extraordinary vitality. Description 2. A formidable giant spirit soldier, excelling in both offense and defense, capable of continuously inflicting shockwave damage. At level 60, the creature's health approached 1 billion, even having that would leave 450 million. At this level, it was evidently impossible to deplete its entire health in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, Liu Cang had already whittled down its health to 2 million, making it a dream for the creature to eliminate him in one strike. Shadow Strike Stance. Liu Cang transitioned from Swift Stance to Shadow Strike Stance, vanishing in an instant. The hallmark of Shadow Strike Stance was that upon switching, one could instantly enter a state of invisibility, remaining undetectable for 2 seconds before reactivation. In the next moment, a thunderous impact resounded. 27, 000, 000. Stealth Break, critical hit. The highest damage unleashed in a single blow. Following this strike, waves of tremors radiated outward. Earth Pulse. Boom, 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 boom. A sequence of earth damage struck Liu Cang. Every 0.5 seconds, it inflicted 10,000 damage, resulting in a staggering 20,000 area damage per second. Liu Cang endured the assault with composure. Abundant health granted him the luxury of resilience against the onslaught. Boom, 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 boom. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. 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 Liu Cang faced the damage head-on, countering fiercely. Suddenly, from the heavens, an ethereal giant sword descended upon him. Defensive stance. In that fleeting moment, Liu Cang stood firm, activating his defensive stance to mitigate the incoming blow. A shield with a health value of 100,000 materialized around him. Simultaneously, in an attacking state, he possessed a damage reduction of 50 and a body of invulnerability. When combined with defensive stance, he instantaneously achieved a remarkable reduction of 90% in damage taken. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air. Liu Cang had merely lost 80,000 of his shield. Damn it! The locked attack damage remained so high. Without damage reduction, that strike would have cost him 800,000 health. However, it mattered little. In the next second, Liu Cang's shield replenished by another 100,000. Another second passed, and behold, another 100,000 appeared. With a 90 damage reduction and an additional 100,000 shield per second. Did you think he could take me down? Liu Cang decided against switching his attack stance. Instead, he maintained his 90 invulnerability while generating shields indefinitely, engaging in direct combat. I strike thrice, you strike once. I strike thrice, you strike once. 2, 103, 022, critical hit. 2, 192, 546, critical hit. 2, 560, 195, critical hit. 2, 109, 543, critical hit. 2, 483, 027, critical hit. Upon abandoning his attack stance, Liu Cang's ability to ignore resistances also dissipated. Consequently, his damage significantly decreased. In truth, due to resistance and armor reduction, the damage increase from the attack stance far surpassed that of 50, even exceeding it by 5 to 6 times. Yet, even so, his health continued to plummet. In contrast, Liu Cang's health remained utterly unaffected. 31, 402, shield resisted. 5, 402, shield resisted. 8, 354, shield resisted. 3, 829, shield resisted. Amidst the relentless assault, Liu Cang's health was steadfast. To be precise, not even a flicker disturbed the surface of his shield. In this exchange of blows, it became unclear who truly dominated the battlefield. Chapter 29, Second Transformation. Transforming Divine Armor. 80, 77, 73, 70, 66, 63. The world's health plummeted under Liu Cang's relentless strikes. Even with diminished damage, each attack still dealt over 200,000. In a short span, his health had been driven down to 50. Human, you have incurred my wrath. Boom! The giant spirit's form swelled once more. Crack! With a sharp sound, all of Liu Cang's shields shattered in an instant. What skill! In the next moment, Liu Cang's shields restored themselves. Shattered shields. Indeed, for a high shield class, this was impressive. However, his own shields were not of great value. Let them shatter. Boom! following the shattering of the shields. An immensely terrifying damage surged outward in all directions. This strike erupted instantaneously, sweeping the 8 realms. Boom! 53-0-24 shield resisted. Despite the overwhelming display, it held no significance against Lu Tsang. At that moment, his health bar had turned gray, indicating an invincible state. Great shockwave. Bang! Another strike. 84-321. Lu Tsang remained unfazed. Simultaneously, Lu Tsang noticed a state of vitality manifesting upon him. This vitality state initiated the recovery of his health. 100-0-0-0. 100-0-0-0. Every second, 100,000 health points were restored. Lu Tsang merely stood still, waiting for the invulnerability to pass. Boom, boom, boom. He endured the relentless barrage of attacks directed at him, while his shield gauge rose mercilessly without a hint of compassion. No matter how frenzied the assault, it appeared utterly futile, almost a mockery. Though silent, Lu Tsang seemed to convey a single sentiment. Worthless. Roar. Finally, after 30 seconds of frenzied attacks, the onslaught began to slow. A hum indicated that his invulnerability had been lifted, yet, simultaneously, a thin layer of luminous film appeared over his body, and he became enveloped in thick black stone. Stony Giant Soldier. Stony Form Ability. Full Resistance 299. Armor 299. Damage Reduction 80. As his invulnerability ended, he acquired a power akin to that of an indomitable turtle, sacrificing damage for immense resistance and armor. With a casual strike, Lu Tsang unleashed a blow. Bang! 500-504 critical hit. To his surprise, he only inflicted 500-000 damage. And with a health regeneration of 100,000 per second, the world felt truly repugnant. After dropping to 50 health points, a 30-second lock was imposed, while he continued his frenzied assault, directly entering the stony form that significantly bolstered his defenses. At this moment, the already diminished Team's damage output was drastically reduced, likely falling below 30% of their initial capability. Although the damage had plummeted, if the healing surpassed the damage dealt, it would spell certain defeat for the expedition. Indeed, the mechanics of this world were painfully insidious. However, what did Lu Tsang care for the team's plight? Damage had diminished. Yes? Attack stance. In attack stance, he ignored 100 of resistance and armor. No matter how much armor was stacked, it was rendered null before Lu Tsang. Boom, boom, boom. 13-500-000 critical hit. 13-500-000 critical hit. 13-500-000 critical hit. 13-500-000 critical hit. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tsang unleashed a torrent of attacks. Each strike dealt an astounding 13 million damage. With just 450 million health points, how many more attacks could it withstand? This battle was a merciless slaughter without a hint of suspense. The stony form was utterly countered by Lu Tsang's penetrating strikes. Encountering Lu Tsang was indeed a stroke of misfortune for it. World of the Broken Mountain Range, Stony Giant Soldier, level 60, has been slain. Killer's list, Lu Tsang. Time to kill, 005-56. World Channel. The people were no longer astonished. Instead, upon witnessing the world announcement issued by Lu Tsang, it was as if they collectively exhaled. He had truly accomplished it. Lu Tsang had single-handedly conquered the entire Broken Mountain Range. In that moment, the vast majority felt a profound sense of relief wash over them. If 9 have been vanquished, only 1 remains. The obsessive-compulsive disorder is likely to be driven to despair. Ultimately, those with vested interests in this world are but a minority. The vast majority yearn to witness a miracle. In the beginning, Lu Tsang's campaign against the world astonished them. They merely wished to see when he would falter or cease. Yet, as Lu Tsang continued to eliminate his adversaries, the public's anticipation subtly transformed into a desire to see him conquer all 10 challengers. Their expectations underwent an imperceptible shift. Regarding this prodigious youth, the overwhelming sentiment among the human race was one of admiration. Near the holy capital, Lu Tsang achieved a remarkable success. Long Xiao, upon receiving the notification before her, leapt with joy, entirely forgetting that she was engaged in monster hunting and leveling up. Second miss. A monster is charging at you. Be careful, the steward urged anxiously from the side. In a moment, the blizzard unleashed its fury, with countless ice spikes cascading from the heavens. In the face of such chaos, Long Chinchua intervened, swiftly dispatching the wild creatures attacking Long Xiao. She turned to her sister, who was brimming with excitement. Sister, did you see? Lu Tsang has defeated 10 worlds. He even conquered the world of the Broken Mountain Range. I told you he wouldn't become a failure. Was I right? However, observing the exhilaration of Long Xiao, Long Qianxue could only manage a wry smile. Xiao indeed. All the geniuses of the human race, contemporaries of Lu Tsang, gazed at the notifications before them, lost in contemplation. Xiao Heba sat upon a stone, reflecting on the announcement. Father, I've come to realize that I will not cling to Lu Tsang's shadow. Xiao Heba understood that Lu Tsang was no longer of their world. They could no longer compete on the same stage. In the western region of the holy capital, within the burning desert level 30 training area, Chui gazed at the twinkling stars above, letting out a long sigh. He had always been overshadowed by Lu Tsang, never anticipating such a release through this realization. Until now, he had regarded Lu Tsang as a peer, a competitor with whom he could contend. Yet, he had been perpetually suppressed, unable to surpass him. In this fleeting moment, He felt a sense of detachment, as if that individual were light years away, far removed from his stage. It was akin to how only rabbits can be compared to one another. One rabbit may be stronger than another, but is there shared species that allows for such comparisons? However, comparing a rabbit to a giant whale becomes a farce, as there exists no basis for comparison between the two. Thus, the pressure dissipated, replaced by a sense of liberation. The geniuses emerging from the holy capital had finally come to terms with their reality. A shared sense of relief washed over everyone. It was accompanied by an overwhelming emptiness. The severed mountain range had finally been vanquished, collapsing under the weight of accumulated damage. After slaying this final creature of the world, a notification appeared before Lu Tsang. Class Change Quest Notification. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Class Change Quest. You may now proceed to any Class Change Sanctuary to complete your second class change. With this thought in mind, Lu Tsang gathered all the spoils of war into his backpack. He had left himself thousands of return scrolls, enough to last a lifetime. In the bustling streets of St. Leon City, the crowd was still vibrant and lively. Various types of enchanting elven maidens graced the scene, golden-haired voluptuous elves, silver-haired petite elven Lolas, and even golden-haired twin-tailed half-elves. Having completed his class change quest, Lu Tsang finally had the leisure to appreciate these captivating sights. Who wouldn't he enjoy the beauty of maidens? As for the treasure chests within the severed mountain range, Lu Tsang couldn't be bothered to open them. Wind spirit grass was not something one could casually obtain. Ordinary golden treasure chests no longer satisfied his desires. Moreover, given his current rate of earning, it would be swifter to simply purchase what he needed, rather than scavenging in the severed mountain range. He preferred to focus on completing his class change quest and confronting the challenge dungeon that awaited him. Besides, as a potential monarch of the human race, why would he concern himself over a mere handful of golden treasure chests? He was already a man of wealth and land, with at least 4 or 5 mines to his name. Lu Tsang realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a wealthy individual who couldn't even be bothered to collect a few million gold coins. Upon returning to St. Leon City, he took out his trading card and briefly scanned the information. Current balance, 4,000,012,409. For billion? Wasn't it supposed to be 1.5 billion? Did he make an error? Such a large sum being miscalculated seemed outrageous. He then delved into the transaction records. Good heavens. Transaction in 1,500,000,000. Product sale transaction. Transaction in 2,500,000,000 from the Brilliant Gem Merchants Association. Message, Brother Lu Tsang, you truly are a prodigious talent with boundless potential. This is our growth support fund established for promising young talents. Please accept it graciously. What a surprise, a growth support fund. Lu Tsang had never heard of such a program before, especially one that came with 25 small goals. It was clearly a ploy to send him money under the guise of a fabricated excuse. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Brilliant Gem Merchants Association understood the art of business. Since they had offered such a generous gift, it would be unreasonable not to accept it. Lu Tsang had already harbored intentions of fostering a good relationship with the association, and their financial contribution was a clear indication of their desire to establish a connection with him. However, by declining, one might inadvertently provoke further contemplation from the other party. Consequently, it would be unreasonable to refuse outright. One can only graciously accept. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that such generosity is indeed remarkable. Offering 25 minor goals with such ease speaks volumes of one's wealth. Next, the focus shifts to the Transmigration Hall. Although there are still resources at hand, they do little to fill Lu Tsang's expansive backpack, which boasts a capacity of 570,000 slots. Therefore, Song resolves to first visit the Transmigration Hall to complete his second-class transition, also to ascertain what items he might require post-transition, facilitating a potential purchase at the Merchant Guild. Enhancing one's strength is always prudent, especially with the allure of that top 10 artifact occupying Song's thoughts. In the next moment, Song's figure vanished from his location. With the swiftness provided by the boots of swift travel, combined with the wall-passing effect of the shadow boots, he arrived at the Transmigration Hall in an instant. Inside the hall, the atmosphere remained bustling with aspiring transmigrants. Both third and fourth transitions necessitate mission acceptance and completion within this very space, often requiring multiple trips back and forth. At that moment, within the Transmigration Hall, none recognized Song, despite his lack of disguise or concealment. Their gazes merely flickered past him, as if he were merely a wisp of air. This phenomenon was a direct result of the Chaos Concealment Ring, which rendered him undetectable even to the naked eye. Approaching an unoccupied awakening crystal, Song placed his hand upon it. A hum resonated, signaling the onset of an extraordinary event. Yet, in an instant, the Chaos Concealment Ring emitted a subtle vibration, suppressing the anomaly. The awakening crystal merely glimmered briefly before falling silent once more. Before Song, a prompt materialized. Transmigration tasks. Task 1. Solo hunt world-class creatures. 1010 completed. Task 2. Possess 2 or more artifacts. 42 completed. You have completed all transmigration tasks. Do you wish to confirm your second transition? Second transition profession. Metamorphic divine armor. Divine. Confirmation. A brilliance began to surge, only to be once again subdued by the Chaos Concealment Ring. Song sensed powerful energies flowing toward him from within the awakening crystal. Another resonant hum filled the air, followed by a sharp crack. Song felt as if chains within his body had been broken. A notification appeared before him. Congratulations on completing your second-class transition. You have awakened the profession, Metamorphic Divine Armor. Chapter 30. Your skills are impressive, but they now belong to me. Second transition profession, Metamorphic Divine Armor. Your level cap has been unlocked to 60. You have acquired a new class specialization, Multiple Attribute Enhancement, Supreme Mythical Attributes. You have obtained equipment, Time Reversal, Artifact Rank, 10. You have acquired Hall of Transformation. Song, Level, 30, Class, Transformation Armor, Unique. Health points, 2, 108, 261, 210, 826. Mana points, 60, 006, 000. Strength, 60, 000. Constitution, 2, 400. Agility, 37, 200. Spirit, 40. Class Specializations, Perfect Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Technique, Multiple Attribute Enhancement, Supreme Mythical Attributes. Skills Mastered, Dual Wield Replication, Infinite Transformation, 27. Current Passive Ability, Colossal Devour, from Heart of Resilience. After the second transformation, the skill slots increased from 4 to 7. Song first gazed upon his newly acquired class specialization. This is the most crucial ability after the job change. Multiple Attribute Enhancement. For each additional identical attribute effect on your equipment, the non-artifact attribute effect receives an additional enhancement of 10. This ability significantly amplifies Song's capacity for repeated attributes. For instance, in a speed set with 7 pieces of equipment of golden quality, averaging 2 attribute slots per piece, the overall effect of attributes is directly enhanced by 14 times. Regarding the second class specialization, Supreme Mythical Attributes, for each unique mythical attribute on your equipment, gain corresponding enhancements based on the number of distinct attributes. Current enhancement. 4 mythical attributes grant the status Absolute Crit, which ensures that all damage will inevitably deal critical hits, including spell damage, skill damage, true damage, and percentage-based damage. This critical effect cannot be negated by critical resistance. Are these 4 mythical attribute enhancements truly that formidable? Song currently possesses 2 additional critical attributes, enabling a guaranteed critical hit. However, the critical rate only applies to normal attacks. As time progresses and the damage from normal attacks gradually pales in comparison to skill damage, most classes that do not heavily rely on normal attacks will refrain from stacking critical rate as a primary attribute. Conversely, if skills could critically hit, it would almost equate to doubling skill damage. Unfortunately, this world lacks the capacity for skill critical hits, implying that even if such an ability existed, it would be exceptionally advanced. To his surprise, he now finds himself able to effortlessly acquire this ability. As the number of divine artifacts he possesses continues to rise, the number of mythical attributes upon him will undoubtedly increase as well. For Song, this ability is a bonus. With 6 equipment attributes, the effects are indeed terrifying. An 80 cooldown reduction, unbound by the world's limitations. No matter how much ordinary individuals stack cooldowns, the upper limit remains at 40. Moreover, the cooldown reduction applies not only to skills, but also to the active abilities of one's own equipment. It is rare to find a cooldown reduction that affects gear. Furthermore, every skill is costless and can be unleashed in additional time, effectively allowing each activation of an active skill to be doubled. This is truly extraordinary. Although I am aware that my class defies convention, transcending the so-called tiered classes to be classified as a divine profession, this degree of power is astonishingly excessive. After reviewing my 2 class specializations, I turn my attention to the newly acquired artifact, a reward from the 2nd tier advancement quest. Regardless of the quest's difficulty, completion grants one the class specialization, with the only distinction lying in the rewards offered. The artifact ranks as a top-tier item. I gaze at the silver-white pendant in my hand, swallowing hard. This pendant, fashioned in the design of an intricately carved clock gear, exudes an air of antiquity while simultaneously appearing as a freshly crafted masterpiece, devoid of any signs of age. Merely gazing upon this pendant instills in me a sensation of temporal disarray. Temporal reversal, platinum, 5, artifact, equipment type, necklace, equipment level, 30, follows user's level. Effect 2, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 3, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 4, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 5, sealed, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 6, sealed, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 7, description, a pendant that disrupts the flow of time. Where to mend regrets. Upon seeing this effect, my mind buzzed. What is this effect indicating? The ability to return to the past. No cooldown, no consumption, no limitations whatsoever. Is this not invincibility? I found myself at a loss for words to adequately convey the magnitude of this artifact's power. This transcends any ordinary comprehension of effects. In fact, even if this equipment had a restriction of once per day usage, I would not find it surprising. Limitations would be entirely reasonable. One might even argue that it ought to possess some constraints. However, the reality stands before me. The effects of this equipment indeed entail no consumption and no cooldown. Goodness, as long as I wear this gear, it is as though I have access to unlimited potential from this very moment. With this thought in mind, I immediately equip temporal reversal. The ring and necklace bore no attributes. Otherwise, a top-tier artifact of platinum quality, fully enhanced, would surely yield significant numerical bonuses. Nevertheless, I surmise that it is precisely the absence of attribute values that contributes to such a formidable effect. Next, I contemplated the rewards that accompany an artifact of such ranking, my very own divine sanctuary. Song had just received a revelation, realizing that he had acquired the Temple of Transformation. Simultaneously, he understood the method of its activation. With a gentle closure of his eyes, his thoughts stirred slightly. In an instant, a humming sound resonated, and Song found himself no longer in the Transcendence Hall, but in a space enveloped in white mist. He could feel that he had become the master of this realm, wielding supreme authority over everything within it. Please confirm your name. This name shall be your mythic appellation. As Song gazed at the information before him, he pondered briefly before deciding on a name. Let it be Song. Will you recruit the first disciple of the Temple of Transformation? You cannot recruit disciples of a higher level than yourself, regardless of the method. You may acquire the skills and professional specializations possessed by your disciples. As your disciples' strength increases, you too shall gain more capabilities. Disciples may offer you any items they possess. You may bestow upon your disciples the artifacts you hold. The prospect of acquiring the abilities of other professions sent a thrill through Song. Regardless of his current formidable equipment, he was still limited by the absence of corresponding skills. Equipped with a bow, he lacked the archer's finesse. Armed with sword and shield, he was devoid of the warrior's prowess. With daggers, he had no assassin's agility. He found himself in a predicament where he could only rely on mundane attacks. Even now, having undergone a second transformation and become adorned with divine attire, he remained ensnared in this awkward situation, equipped for power, yet lacking the skills to wield it effectively. No matter how astonishing his ordinary attacks might be, they could never truly substitute for the effects of specialized skills. Yet now, the notion that he could acquire skills from other professions had surfaced. Would that not remedy his greatest shortcoming? Moreover, if his disciple were of a high-tier profession, Did it not imply that he could gain access to the abilities or skills of that tier? The effects of artifacts combined with the combat skills of high-tier classes. How fearsome that would be. Recruiting disciples. Please set the conditions for recruiting disciples. High-tier combat professions, race unrestricted. Filtering suitable beings for you. The Sanctuary of the Dawn Forest, the abode of the Holy Maiden. While an ordinary adventurer would require time to slay monsters and level up, she, as an elven Holy Maiden, underwent a legacy every 500 years. She could choose to drink from the ancestral crystal dew, thus acquiring immense experience points and directly elevating her level to 30. Each race possesses its unique attributes. The ancestral crystal dew is a resource exclusive to the elven kind. She chanted the characters inscribed in the sacred tome, reciting the prayers, yet remained oblivious to the secrets inscribed within the tome itself. Characters are being rewritten at an extraordinary pace, and she remains blissfully unaware that the prayer she has chanted countless times has already transformed. Master of Artifacts and Lord of Change. All artifacts in the world are created by you. The armaments and minions of all things are bestowed by your grace. The living protect themselves with weaponry. I praise you, Cang. Elise slowly closes the book. This is the daily prayer that every elf must recite, an expression of gratitude to the god of harvest and life, Kumaloni. Yet, as Elise closes the book and raises her gaze, she discovers that the scenery around her has shifted. Before her stands not her humble forest cottage, but a grand palace shrouded in chaos. Elise, welcome to your arrival. Lu Cang overlooks the elves from his elevated position. The moment the elf arrives, he perceives all the information about her. Elise, Sacred Talika Kumaloni Liliulaway. Level, 30. Race, Elf. Heritage, Sacred Maiden of Elves. Class, Stellar Archer. Class Specialization, Star Speed Barrage, Star Sword Strike, Close Repulsion, Light Refraction Mirage. Skills, Meteor Arrow Rain, Star Flash. In the instant Elise hears her name called, she feels an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Instinctively, she gazes toward the hall, but all she sees is a chaotic white mist. To be precise, this aura is not merely terrifying. It is magnificent, exalted, a manifestation of a different echelon of existence. In that moment, it dawns on her that this is not a prayer of praise to Kumaloni. If it is a prayer to an unknown entity, it has drawn her into this space. Merely reciting a prayer has transported her into this realm. Such a being with this thought, Elise cannot help but swallow hard. There is only one possibility. She dares not contemplate further. The term true deity is far too grand, far beyond what her mere level 30 existence could comprehend. Even a high-tier profession would seem no different from an ant in the presence of such an entity. Lu Cang gazes at Elise, knowing he must first make her his disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Cang speaks. I require a disciple to attend to certain matters. Do not worry. I do not intend to harm your kin. Upon hearing these words, Elise's body trembles slightly. 1,000 thoughts flash through her mind in an instant. Elise is willing to serve you. The being before her is not engaging in negotiation. Since this entity has drawn her into this space, it is clear that it possesses the power to enact other deeds. Should she refuse, it is quite possible her kin would be endangered. Elise harbors no doubt that this presence has the capacity to easily annihilate her entire elven race. She has just been crowned as the Elven Saintess. How could she possibly doom her entire clan? She possesses no real choice in the matter. Simultaneously, the honor of becoming a disciple of a true deity carries profound implications, perhaps not all of them unfavorable. The moment Elith agreed, Lu Cang felt a bond forming between them. Elith could now offer items to him through the method of sacrifice. You have acquired a disciple, Elith 112. Lu Cang beheld the gifts he had received. Disciple level, 30. You have acquired the class-specific skill for the Stellar Archer, Star Flash. Star Flash can only be activated with bow-type weapons. Effect: enter Star Flash shooting state. Each shot releases a swift flash, causing a Star Flash explosion upon hitting the target. Inflicting damage equal to 20 times agility. Cooldown time: 1 second. Mana cost: 20 mana per arrow. Description: a momentary flash that leaves no chance for evasion. 20-fold agility damage? This is astonishing. Although it is single target damage, the multiplier is excessively high. Is this what it means to possess a high-level class? Such a terrifying skill. While it may not surpass the wide-reaching damage of his own artifact, which inflicts 10-fold strength damage, artifacts are inherently incomparable to ordinary skills. Lu Cang gazed at this skill, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your skill is impressive, but it now belongs to me. However, possessing a bow-type skill without a bow-type weapon is quite frustrating for Lu Cang. He could hardly abandon Jinhua to wield some ordinary platinum-quality bow, could he? Contemplating this, Lu Cang turned his gaze towards the elven saintess. Surely, as the saintess, she holds some authority within her clan. The elven race enjoys a notable status in the world, so their treasury must house numerous rare materials. To craft the celestial bow, he requires 50 units of black star meteorite. Other materials for bow-type artifacts, which are not available in the market, should be present, but he mustn't be too greedy. If he requests too many rare materials at once, it could attract excessive scrutiny from the elven clan. Should this lead to her being restricted in her actions, it may inadvertently limit his access to materials. After all, acquiring such a large quantity of materials simultaneously, only for them to vanish without a trace, would surely raise suspicions. However, black star meteorite is a material associated with the stellar category, closely linked to her class. She has a legitimate reason to require black star meteorite to enhance her strength. At times, acquiring certain skills or undergoing class advancements necessitates special materials. The higher the class tier, the more valuable the required materials become. It is entirely plausible for a stellar archer to need some black star meteorite. With this in mind, Lu Cang turned his attention back to Alith. Chapter 31. The Elven Queen is my disciple. Isn't the Elven clan mine as well? The voice of Lu Cang carried a hint of mirth. Cang, you may address me as such. Lu Cang endeavored to present himself as a benevolent deity. After all, should the other party perceive him as a malevolent god, one could not predict the extreme actions they might undertake. What if his sole high-ranking disciple chose to sacrifice herself to save the elven race from the clutches of a dark deity? That would be an insufferable loss. Upon hearing the title, Alicia momentarily traversed through the names of all the deities in her mind, from the ancient gods to the modern 7 divine beings. Yet, none of their names corresponded to the entity before her. I praise you, Cang. It is my honor to serve you. Alicia dared not append any titles to his name, for that would be a grave disrespect to the divine. Lu Cang regarded Alicia as she bowed in reverence, contemplating how to initiate conversation. It seemed somewhat beneath a divine being to request rare materials from a junior. After considerable reflection, Lu Cang resolved to first establish an image of a god who treats his disciples kindly, ensuring that while Alicia felt awe, she would not be overly apprehensive. With this thought, Lu Cang spoke with a gentle tone, laced with a hint of smile. Alicia, I have never been stingy with rewards for my disciples. However, your current strength is insufficient to fulfill your mission. Strive to enhance your abilities. You may attempt to offer sacrifices to me. My principle is one of equivalent exchange. If you can present me with offerings that delight me, I shall bestow upon you the rewards you deserve. But remember, do not harbor illusions of entitlement. Every ounce of power you acquire bears a corresponding price. In this brief moment, Lu Cang had already contemplated the future development of their relationship. The elven saintess was destined to inherit the throne of the elven queen, a position equivalent to that of the human emperor governing the entire elven race. Such a being was his disciple, implying that he would be the unseen force behind the elves. As long as Alicia flourished, her rising status would yield increasingly abundant resources from the elven treasury, effectively granting him access to an entire race's additional wealth. Thus, Lu Cang understood the need for prudence. He must not exhaust the source. Stability was paramount, and he could not allow the elven saintess to be met with suspicion. Upon hearing Cang's words, Alicia felt a surge of emotion within her. Was her strength truly inadequate to partake in Cang's grand design? Was this the strategy of a deity? Was she merely a pawn chosen by the divine? The realization that she had become embroiled in a celestial scheme astonished her profoundly. What kind of treasure must I sacrifice to please you? She inquired, her voice tinged with reverence. After she posed this question, Lu Cang released a long breath, finally steering the conversation toward this significant topic. He gently tapped the table within the hall. It seems as though one is speaking of a matter of little consequence. What I hold dear are the rarest of materials, much like Kumaroni's fondness for grains and sustenance. Should you offer me 50 portions of black star meteorite, I shall bestow upon you the rewards you rightfully deserve. Of course, I have no desire for the uninitiated to be aware of my existence. 50 portions of black star meteorite. Elise did not genuinely consider that Lu Cang was in dire need of these materials. Rather, she perceived it merely as a test of her own resolve. Furthermore, as a celestial archer, utilizing black star meteorite would surely raise the least suspicion. Cang had already foreseen this. Simultaneously, Elise felt no surprise at the divine's affinity for rare materials. Much like Wind and Bao, Lulu Wei, who cherishes bows and arrows, or Kumaroni, who treasures grains, the offering of items favored by the gods would yield a slight blessing. The more precious the sacrifice, the greater the blessing received. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, it is ultimately a loss. Considering the item's favor by Cang, Elise harbored no doubts. Moreover, in contrast to the blessings of other deities, she found herself in direct trade with the divine essence itself. Elise contemplated briefly. In accordance with your command, Cang, I shall raise no suspicions among my kin and will present to you the treasures you cherish. Elise still dared not append any other titles to Cang's name, fearing to provoke the deity's ire. Very well, depart. To offer your sacrifice, no elaborate rituals are required. Simply whisper my name during the offering. Lu Cang had long since understood the intricacies of how to make a sacrifice and how to allow disciples to re-enter the temple of transformation. This knowledge had entered Lu Cang's mind as he stepped into the temple. Upon his utterance of these words, Elise noticed that there was no transition between the scenes. It was exceedingly abrupt. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily flipped through a book to the page where she had just recited the prayer. Master of artifacts and the Lord of transformation. All artifacts in this world are created by you. The armaments and minions of all things are blessings bestowed by you. The living are shielded by arms for their protection. It was true. The prayer to Cang had supplanted Kumaroni's prayer. Yet, as soon as she finished reading, the characters seemed to ignite and vanish. Subsequently, Elise closed her eyes and attuned herself quietly. Indeed, she sensed a peculiar connection had been established between herself and a realm not of this world. Have I truly become a disciple of the divine? For a fleeting moment, Elise felt as though she were in a dream. Moreover, this divine presence did not evoke the madness associated with malevolent gods. Instead, it imparted a sense of profound fairness, surpassing even the current righteous deities. Every year, the elven race offers a portion of the previous year's harvest as a tribute to Kumaloni, blessed solely by serene and tranquil collective, which restores 10 points of health every second. Yet today, I have encountered a genuine, living deity who possesses the ability to speak. This sensation is akin to the experience of the Chicken Dodo followers encountering their god, akin to the feelings of Lu Cang in his previous life on Blue Star. The existence of divinity is undeniably real, and the profound shock is truly ineffable. Elise took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions before stepping outside. She dared not be negligent in the face of divine trials. The sacred Lien city was my spirit transported to the temple of metamorphosis, while my body remains in the present world. At least, I cannot harness this ability during combat. Otherwise, it could prove perilous. Lu Cang pondered the implications. If the body could reach the temple of metamorphosis, then during moments of peril, after completing the second transition, he would once again return to the resplendent gem exchange. This time, no one impeded Lu Cang's passage. He swiftly arrived at the trading venue, having vanquished a level 40 world and acquired platinum tier equipment. However, without transforming it into an artifact embryo, he could not absorb its potential for quality enhancement. Lu Cang refrained from hastily selling his items and instead made his way to the trading hall. Unlike the bustling trading halls outside, this one was exclusive to black card holders. In this hall, all purchased items enjoyed a generous discount of 25%. Searching for the armorer's skill books, he found a list. Skill book, Armored Resilience. Usage level requirement, 0. Price, 500 gold coins. Skill book, Weapon Enchantment. Usage level requirement, 0. Price, 1,500 gold coins. Skill book, Lightweight Weaponry. Usage level requirement, 0. Price, 500 gold coins. Lu Cang glanced over these skills and was left speechless. Prior to his awakening, he had not delved deeply into the armor class. Even now, only a few hours post-awakening, his understanding of his own armorer profession remains limited. To his astonishment, there were merely 4 skill books available for the armor class in the entire market, one of which he had already mastered, the dual-wielding skill, which he had evolved into a dual-wielding replication technique. Thus, these 4 skills represent the entirety of my professional arsenal as an armorer. Weapon Enchantment allows weapons to inflict magical damage, albeit at a reduced potency, apart from dealing with creatures that can only be harmed by magical damage. Lu Cang found himself questioning the significance of this skill's existence. Why would converting damage in a magical form incur a negative effect of reduced damage? The lightweight weaponry skill reduces the weight of the weapon. Sturdy armor enhances the defensive capabilities of armor-type equipment. This seems to be the most respectable option. While I am aware of my perfect divine skills and professional specialization, which can lead to a significant evolution of my abilities, the fundamental effects of these skills are rather feeble. This is precisely why there is a distinction in the levels of professions. Some professions possess inherently powerful skills, Or perhaps it is their formidable skills that have classified them as advanced professions. For instance, Eliza's skills deliver 20-fold agility damage, and they are not merely single-target abilities. Rather, they are enhanced shots that can be fired continuously. In contrast, my own skills as an armor merely convert damage types, occupying a skill slot while bearing negative repercussions. How can I possibly compare? In any case, I should strive to master all my skills. After all, there are a total of 7 skill slots available, and I have only acquired 2 thus far, which is rather inadequate. Ultimately, I chose to purchase the skill books, Weapon Enchantment, Sturdy Armor, and Agile Weapon. Gold spent, 1875. In the trading hall, all purchased items are directly delivered to the buyer, eliminating the need for collection. As Liu Song completed his purchases, a spatial pouch appeared before him. He retrieved the items within: Skill Book, Weapon Enchantment, Skill Book, Sturdy Armor, Skill Book, Agile Weapon. He learned the skills: Weapon Enchantment, Sturdy Armor, Agile Weapon. Perfect Divine Skill has been activated. Your armor skills have achieved perfect evolution. In the Dawn Forest at this very moment, a verdant hue accompanied by silvery radiance surged into the sky. This beam of light struck the clouds above, painting the heavens in shades of emerald and silver. The Holy Trees class advancement was underway. Eliza was undergoing her professional awakening. The spectacle that had just manifested in the sky was her class transition phenomenon. The Holy Maiden is indeed formidable. Such a magnificent class transition phenomenon has not graced our elvenkin in many years. With Lady Eliza at the helm, our elven tribe shall surely flourish. This must be the blessing of Lady Luluwei and Lord Comeroni. If Lord Comeroni were to witness such a sight, he would surely feel a sense of comfort, would he not? However, as these elves extolled Lord Comeroni, they remained oblivious to the fact that the elven holy maiden before them had already become a disciple of Song. What say you, Eliza? Upon seeing Eliza accept her second-class advancement quest, an elf designated to oversee her upgrade approached to inquire. I have accepted the second-class advancement quest, which requires 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite. Furthermore, I must independently clear 20 nightmare difficulty dungeons and set the record for the fastest completion. However, Eliza refrained from disclosing the remaining class transition tasks. This task bears an additional requirement: the possession of 3 divine artifacts. The stipulations of this task are exceedingly daunting. Artifacts, as their name suggests, are the equipment of deities. How could an insignificant mortal of merely level 30 possibly possess such items? However, having become a disciple of Song, Elise felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Song is the deity who governs the artifacts. As a disciple of Song, the completion of this task no longer seemed entirely implausible. Ultimately, the task merely states possession. It does not preclude the notion of borrowing. Acquiring 3 artifacts to fulfill the second transition task, only to return them afterward, remains a feasible option. Surely, one cannot fall from the second transition merely due to a lack of artifacts. Once the transition task is completed, it is a permanent achievement. Naturally, the details of this task must remain confidential. Otherwise, should she alone succeed in a transition task that requires the acquisition of 3 artifacts, suspicion would inevitably arise. 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite for a level 50 transition task is indeed rigorous. Fortunately, it is a material collection task. Our clan should possess over 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite in reserve. Lady Saint, please hold for a moment while I make the necessary arrangements. Elise felt a sense of relief. This should suffice for completion. She pondered whether these 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite would appease Song and how she might broach the subject of borrowing the artifacts. Chapter 32. The Eruption of the Core. Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Equipment Attribute Growth Gradient. Equipment Growth Multiplier. Current Artifact Attribute Calculations. Graceful Lightness, Divine. Passive: your equipment will disregard the influence of gravity, becoming exceedingly lightweight, while you yourself will be unaffected by any movement restrictions, allowing for effortless movement in any environment. Artifact of Magic, Divine. Passive: your attacks will inflict equivalent arcane magical damage, and your strikes can directly sever magical skills, provided your damage exceeds that of the opponent's skill. For non-damage type magic, it will sever based on its magical intensity. Inherent Defensive Heavy Armor, Divine. Passive: gain a 50 increase in armor, elemental resistance, and arcane resistance each time you sustain damage. Your overall resistance and armor will increase by 5, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Graceful Lightness has evolved from the evolution of lightweight armor. Even post-evolution, this effect appears rather superfluous. One is inherently unaffected by the negative impacts of equipment. As for movement restrictions, switching to a swift stance yields a similar effect. Nevertheless, despite this, the specialization of perfect divine skill remains undeniably formidable. Regarding the artifact of magic, it has evolved from weapon mystification. Its current effect effectively doubles one's damage output. Inherent defensive heavy armor further enhances one's defensive capabilities. At present, Liu Cang does not perceive anyone of the same level who could potentially eliminate him. Next, he considers the auxiliary materials required for the synthesis of the Amatsu bow. A short bow is required, one that absorbs the attributes of scatter and random shot. Additionally, the multi-shot skill book is necessary. These materials are relatively easy to procure, yet the rarest among them is the 100 pieces of Black Star meteorite. Currently, Liu Cang possesses 50, while a Lith can provide another 50, which totals just enough. He proceeds to purchase the multi-shot skill book. Unfortunately, he does not possess any skill books, and none have dropped in the world. As a Black Card member, your discount has been calculated. You have spent 75,000 gold coins. Successfully purchased skill book multi-shot. This skill enables the archer to unleash multiple arrows with each ordinary attack. However, subsequent arrows will inflict diminished damage and lack any special effects, rendering it a rather standard skill. Next, he turns to the short bow equipment, which he has in abundance within his inventory. He also possesses the attributes of scatter and random shot. Liu Cang locates a short bow that bears both scatter and random shot attributes and combines them into a single piece of equipment. Now, he merely awaits a Lith to deliver the materials, so he can forge the celestial bow. Liu Cang has completed his purchases. As for the Emperor's invitation, he does not intend to rush. In fact, he wishes to meet the Emperor in person to discern his true intentions. Such unexpected opportunities, akin to a pie falling from the sky, warrant careful consideration. Nevertheless, Liu Cang now faces danger with confidence, equipped with the time reversal item. He resolves to test this extraordinary ability, for should it fail at a critical moment, caution is prudent. Since the description states there are no other limitations, it implies that a trial would incur no losses. In the next moment, Liu Cang activates time reversal. With a click, the effect of the equipment is triggered. A hum resonates as, in an instant, Liu Cang glances at the time. 2241, precisely the moment he entered the brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Subsequently, he examines his attributes. The newly acquired skill has vanished. Indeed, he has reverted to a past timeline. Following this, Liu Cang repeats his earlier actions, purchasing all the skill books and combining the equipment attributes before exiting the trading hall. He senses that his pendant remains in a state ready for activation whenever he desires. However, it does not allow him to venture into the future. He must relive these events once more. In essence, he can only retreat, not advance. Even though he hails from the future and was equipped with the time reversal pendant at that time. This implies that Liu Cang must once again traverse a century of time. Of course, this is predicated on the condition that his future self is equipped with the time reversal. However, this is tantamount to a form of immortality. This is the essence of time reversal, of veiled immortality. Now, it is also time to undertake the challenge dungeon. He had previously entered into a contract with the glimmering Gem Merchant Association. Once this contract is signed, it becomes imperative to fulfill it. Furthermore, he finds himself in need of an upgrade. Achieving level 60 is essential to undertake the third job advancement quest and become stronger. Merely having reached the second job advancement has already granted him time reversal and transformative sanctuary. One wonders how powerful the third advancement must be. It is known that each job advancement surpasses the previous one in strength. Moreover, the challenge dungeon is a solo instance, yielding skills and equipment relevant solely to the corresponding profession. This aligns perfectly with his current situation. While equipment is of lesser concern, skills hold paramount importance. More crucially, in the absence of the skills from the transformative sanctuary, he can still utilize those of the armored warriors. Typically, an ordinary armored warrior advances to the armored master. However, he is of the transformative sanctuary, rendering skills incompatible. Thus, he must seek unconventional means to acquire skills exclusive to this profession. A select few in this world have attained mutated professions, unable to employ standard skill tomes and instead relying on unique methods for acquisition. Consequently, the path of growth for a mutated profession is significantly more arduous than that of an ordinary one. The challenge dungeon serves as one such avenue for obtaining skills pertinent to his profession. With this thought in mind, Liu Cang set forth once more. Under the influence of his newly acquired specialization, multi-attribute amplification, his speed surged to an astounding 21 times its previous rate. This was still constrained by certain attributes that were inconvenient to replace. Otherwise, his velocity would have been even greater. At this moment, Lutzong's speed reached an impressive 20,000 meters per second, covering a distance of 20 kilometers in a single second. At such a rapid pace, within a mere 2 minutes, Lutzong arrived at a dungeon near the city of St. Leon. Indeed, nearby, this world is vast beyond measure, with new landscapes emerging each year. Each map is incomprehensibly expansive. Over the course of thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it is difficult to fathom a world that does not seem immense. The territory still belongs to the vicinity of St. Leon, extending over 2,000 kilometers. His health has surged to 283 million. Unlike the ordinary wilderness and the continuous mountain range, where the variety and number of monsters are considerably sparse, the rate of health regeneration remains steady. Each year, on the Day of Aberration, numerous new dungeons are refreshed across the world, while some old ones vanish. However, the challenge dungeon appears only once a year, with the old challenge dungeons disappearing in tandem. This new challenge dungeon will manifest adjacent to the level 30 new map, akin to twin siblings. Lutzong discovered the precise location of the dungeon through a post in the community. It lies to the northwest of St. Leon City, perched upon a high mountain cliff. Challenge: Wine Demon Cliff. Dungeon challenge: Level restriction: levels 30 to 60. Class restriction: Second transition classes. Party size restriction: 1. Difficulty levels: Simple, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Insane. Description: Wine Demon Cliff is teeming with elemental monsters and features terrain damage from fierce winds. Within this map, one will continuously suffer from wind blade damage. This dungeon is intended for players above level 30, with its highest difficulty set at Insane. The Insane difficulty offers the potential to acquire platinum-quality equipment. Naturally, the challenge becomes exceedingly formidable. While one might manage to conquer the Nightmare difficulty with sheer effort and several attempts, reaching Insane difficulty necessitates a top-tier team for any chance of success. At minimum, a party of 5 should include at least 3 members of high-level classes. Anything less would spell inevitable defeat. As for the difficulty beyond Insane, there exists a level 100 dungeon classified as Hell, where the number of capable challengers is exceedingly rare. Only the Emperor of Humanity or teams composed solely of high-level classes stand a chance of success against such formidable odds. The equipment dropped in Hell difficulty is of diamond quality. To challenge the Insane difficulty on the very first day of transitioning classes is, in retrospect, an absurd notion for Lutzong. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he reached out to touch the luminous interface of the dungeon, selecting the Insane difficulty before entering. On May 28th, the day of the world's transformation, he found himself in the depths of the Demon Essence Tribe, within an exceptionally spacious cavern. Countless small chambers housed a myriad of intricate instruments. These rooms brimmed with vibrant potions resting atop laboratory tables, bubbling and releasing pungent aromas under the heat of flames. Various demon essences moved about the cave, manipulating these peculiar materials, their faces adorned with manic grins. However, the true focus lay at the heart of the cavern, a colossal transparent capsule encased in numerous tubes. Inside the capsule swirled a dense green solution, within which floated a spine resembling that of ginseng. This elongated spine was surrounded by countless golden filaments resembling nerve fibers, undulating amidst the liquid. Infused with arcane energy, a mage essence stood atop a device, responding promptly to an order. He immediately directed arcane charge towards the apparatus. Soon, a tube emitted a pale blue glow, channeling energy into the capsule. As the arcane energy flowed inside, the scene unfolded. The once stable and serene interior of the capsule suddenly began to stir. Success was at hand. The unstable reaction had reached its critical threshold. The latent energy within the essence had been successfully activated. Below the capsule, countless magical spirits gazed upward at it, while within the capsule, a brilliant crimson light emanated from the spine, accompanied by a slight tremor. The entire solution within the vessel was violently boiling, revealing an extraordinary instability of energy that could potentially erupt at any moment. Yet, upon witnessing the perilously charged capsule, the magical spirits below fell into a frenzy of ecstatic delight. Huzzah! Ha ha! It's accomplished! Finally completed! Ah, giggle giggle! A cacophony of laughter rang out, each sound more peculiar than the last. The essence explosion had indeed come to fruition. One magical spirit leaped onto the operations platform, dancing with exuberance. Testing the explosion, the trial team prepared for detonation. Essence explosion number 1, Annihilation. Commencing the test explosion. The test site, Dragon Clan, Valley of 10,000 Dragons. An explosion to obliterate the mightiest race within the Alliance. The launch platform was erected, and the cave's apex opened. In the sky, 3 moons hung high, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 purple. The blue moon was the largest, while the red moon was the smallest. Under the illumination of these 3 moons, the eyes of the magical spirits turned crimson, as if entranced. Indeed, they were enchanted. The second millennium of awakening heralded an anomaly known as the blood moon. That year, the smallest moon in the sky gradually became stained with a sanguine hue. With the occurrence of this aberration, over 90% of the races in the world were affected, becoming bloodthirsty and exceedingly destructive, intent on annihilating everything in their path. In contrast, the few races that remained unaffected faced relentless assaults from the mutated races. Fortunately, those who only knew destruction and not development would ultimately not endure. These frenzied races gradually approached extinction. However, remnants of the world still harbored some races, possessing extreme discipline to inflict even greater devastation. The magical spirits were among them. The magical spirits had a fervent passion for research and excelled in invention. Many of the black technologies that fused capabilities from various domains were birthed from their ingenuity. The singular aim of all their research was to orchestrate something monumental. And today, that monumental event had indeed arrived. At the bottom of the capsule, a base had been installed, adorned with hundreds of intricate magical formations and marked with unique symbols. Acceleration formation, flame eruption formation, instantaneous advancement formation, directional deviation formation, positioning mark, locking mark, and barrier protection formation. A series of magical formations is designed to transport this massive capsule to the predetermined test explosion site, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Established centuries ago, it is, without a doubt, the optimal location for detonation, capable of obliterating the most formidable race within the Alliance. The test squad observes as the capsule is affixed to each launching device, meticulously assembled to resemble a bomb. Their excitement is palpable. The explosion is an art form of magical essence. The fixed magical array is deactivated, allowing the capsule to move. Activate the acceleration array and the flame eruption array. Locking in on the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Ignition sequence initiated. Boom! A brilliant eruption of flames propels the capsule into the vast night sky. Chapter 33. This dungeon is exceedingly challenging. The Valley of 10,000 Dragons serves as the capital of the dragon race, where countless dragons soar and nest. Unlike humans, dragons possess inherent combat abilities from birth. Even a young dragon can contend with low-level magical beasts. Upon hatching from their eggs, they can immediately see their attribute panel. However, they have no designated profession and lack any specialized skills. Nevertheless, their innate strength is sufficient to enable them to hunt magical beasts in the wild. Newly hatched dragons possess over 100 points in their 4-dimensional attributes. By slaying magical creatures, they can elevate their levels, potentially reaching level 30 even before their profession change. On May 28th each year, these young dragons participate in a ceremony to transition from being unclassed to adopting their respective professions. The profession of a dragon is typically related to its species. Gold dragons often embody tank-like roles, such as guardian dragons and protector dragons. Silver dragons are frequently associated with magical roles, like arcane dragons and spell-casting dragons. White dragons represent holy healing professions and often possess purification abilities, serving as healers within their kin, such as healing dragons and guardian dragons. Of course, some white dragons may forsake healing in favor of potent retribution capabilities, exemplified by punishing dragons or sacred judgment dragons. At this moment, in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, a mature dragon is hunting alongside a group of younglings near the forest. Suddenly, it senses something amiss. Raising its head, it spots a small black dot rapidly approaching from the horizon. At Wind Demon Cliff, a thunderous strike lands. Critical hits of 27, 500, 000. In an instant, Lutsong unleashes a devastating blow, dealing a staggering 27 million damage with a single slash of the enchanted weapon. This is the damage of the artifact of magic, a fusion of physical and magical damage, effectively doubling Lutsong's output. With this strike, the impact is monumental. Surrounded by an array of monsters, they perished in an instant. However, simultaneously, a thin layer of protection was stripped away from Lutsong's own shield. Entering the instance at a maddening difficulty level, he was immediately besieged by multiple foes. This was the infamous door kill. Nevertheless, with over 2 million health points, he was far too resilient for these creatures to inflict any significant harm. Their attacks merely dealt over 2,000 points of damage, which, upon Lutsong, felt utterly inconsequential. You have slain the Wind Demon, level 30. You have gained experience, 90,000, 2000 experience from Mad Dungeon. You have slain the Wind Crossing Eagle, level 30. You have gained experience, 90,000, 2000 experience from Mad Dungeon. You have slain the Wind Wing Dragon, Elite, level 30. You have gained experience, 390,000, 2000 experience from Mad Dungeon. Congratulations, your level has risen to 33. Level up. Upon witnessing his advancement, Liu Cang nonchalantly drew forth a mountain-cleaving greatsword, Platinum. This was a platinum-grade equipment suitable for level 31, as he was unable to convert items of higher levels into artifact embryos. He had been unable to absorb superior equipment until now. However, with his recent upgrade, he could finally do so. Absorbing the mountain-cleaving greatsword would elevate the quality of his Jinyue. Absorbing mountain-cleaving greatsword, Platinum. A resonant hum echoed from the dark Jinyue. Supreme enhancement triggered. Jinyue enhancement level has reached its limit. Jin artifact 5, quality, platinum, growth potential available. Equipment level 33, follows user's level. Strength value 99, 611. Critical hit rate 50. Critical hit effect 250. Effect: each normal attack with Jinyue will generate a shockwave, inflicting equivalent earth-type damage within a radius of 225 meters, dealing 10 times the strength value. Can critically hit. Effect 2. Charge Strike, Ultimate. Each normal attack transforms into a charged heavy strike, dealing triple damage. Effect 3. Invincible Attack, Ultimate. Each normal attack grants you an invincible state, reducing damage taken by 50, and provide the shield equivalent to 15 of your maximum health. Effect 4. Awaiting Absorption. Description: Jinyue, capable of instantly completing its charge, ensures that no one can hinder its wielder from brandishing this colossal sword. Regrettably, the critical hit rate had lost its significance. Every attack Liu Cang delivered was a guaranteed critical strike, rendering the 50 critical hit rate a sheer waste. If only he could exchange this redundant substat for something more beneficial. Nonetheless, he was exceedingly pleased with his fundamental attributes. The difference between level 33 and level 30 may seem slight, yet the attributes of the equipment varied by a factor of 3. Following the second reincarnation, the equipment attributes would experience a monumental surge. Moreover, the quality of the equipment has been significantly enhanced, resulting in an outrageous augmentation of Jinyue's attributes. As it absorbed the platinum-grade greatsword, Jinyue's range of effects expanded from 150 meters to an impressive 225 meters. While it may seem like a mere increase of 75 meters, the actual radius has surged to 15 times its previous extent, thereby amplifying the covered area by an astounding 225 times. The slender form of Jinyue, now enveloped in a denser shroud of dark energy, has transformed dramatically. Unlike a typical greatsword, Jinyue is not excessively broad. Rather, it possesses a certain elegance that conveys an ancient gravitas. Surprisingly, its appearance has even become slightly more compact, imparting a sense of agility. However, Liu Cang remains unfazed, as he is unaffected by the burdensome drawbacks typically associated with heavy weaponry, such as slowness and rigidity. After permitting Jinyue to absorb the platinum greatsword, Liu Cang surveyed his surroundings. The challenge dungeon possesses a unique characteristic. All monsters within it are perpetually scaled to Liu Cang's level. As he ventures into the second-tier dungeon, the maps have evolved from the simplicity of beginner stages to more expansive terrains, often spanning hundreds of kilometers. Successfully conquering a dungeon may require days, or even weeks, of dedicated effort. Activating Turret Stance. In an instant, Liu Cang utilizes the skill Ethereal Lightness, which solely benefits him by lifting the mobility restrictions of the Turret Stance. Turret Stance. Unable to move, but all attack ranges are increased by 25 times, while the damage effect area is doubled, calculated based on linear distance. In a heartbeat, Jinyue's attack range escalated from a radius of 225 meters to an astonishing 788 meters. The next moment, Liu Cang unleashed another explosive attack. Boom! This strike now encompassed a diameter exceeding 15 kilometers. Bang! With Jinyue wielded in his hand, a wave of dark energy surged forth, reverberating violently. The platinum-grade Jinyue manifested an even more staggering attack effect, swirling with heavy dark energy. 229, 9611, critical hit. 329, 9611, critical hit. 229, 9611, critical hit. 292, 9567, critical hit. 229, 9611, critical hit. In yet another moment, swathes of Wind Demon, Bird of Wind, fell before Lu Tsang, while his experience bars surged rapidly. Regrettably, the monsters within this dungeon are equivalent to his level, meaning that foes exceeding his rank will not emerge, precluding any opportunities for level-up kills that yield multiplied experience. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang's rate of advancement remains astonishingly impressive, having ascended to level 37 after merely 2 strikes. You must persist for an additional 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Originally, was the type of this instance a steadfast one? Lu Tsang gazed towards the cliffs on either side. At this moment, the creatures hovering in midair had been eradicated by Lu Tsang. However, soon, with the howling of the tempest, a multitude of azure wind demons began to coalesce once more. It was only at this juncture that Lu Tsang discerned the attributes of these creatures. Wind Demon, level 37, health 370, 000, skills, Windblade, Gale, Orb, traits, flight, physical damage evasion, physical damage reduction, exceptional earth resistance. Description: a diminutive creature capable of harnessing the power of the wind to soar through the sky, exceedingly difficult to strike. No wonder my damage has diminished so significantly. With physical damage reduction and formidable earth resistance, if I do not activate my offensive stance to penetrate resistances, my damage will indeed be severely limited. Ethereal entities are the greatest counter to physical harm, while wind-based creatures possess the utmost resistance to earth damage. I find myself at a disadvantage. Moreover, within this instance, even a mere ordinary creature boasts a staggering 370, 000 health. Simultaneously, its skills are quite insidious, featuring 2 ranged abilities along with the ability to fly. Compounded by the tempestuous environment, the ranged attacks of the assault team will be adversely affected by the gale, leading to misdirection. However, the creature's ranged assaults remain unaffected. As Lu Tsang surveyed the surrounding terrain, he noted that before him lay a narrow mountain path devoid of any railings or handholds, akin to walking a tightrope. With the chaotic winds in play, this would dramatically impede movement. A moment's inattention could result in a fall from the cliff, were it not for Lu Tsang's possession of graceful lightness, which negates any movement restrictions. He would be in grave peril without switching to agile stance. Indeed, the winds could very well hurl him off the precipice. Is this the essence of the madness difficulty? Beneath such perilous terrain, one must contend with the swiftly flying wind demons, each possessing 370, 000 health. The challenge is undeniably outrageous. The mere ability to strike is questionable, and even if one could land a blow, the wind demons possess the trait of physical damage evasion, significantly increasing their chance to avoid harm, along with physical damage reduction. Coupled with their high health pool, it can only be said that the challenge level surpasses the so-called nightmare difficulty by leaps and bounds. Having personally delved into the madness difficulty instance, Lu Tsang has come to fully appreciate just how extraordinary it is. He understood why only the elite teams of humanity could undertake such an endeavor. 315, 310, 303, 295, 287, shield refresh, 60, 000 shield points. The surrounding gale environment continuously materialized wind blades, incessantly depleting Lu Tsang's health. This difficulty is truly beyond comprehension. Simultaneously, he casually unleashed a sword strike. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of wind demons materialized around him, only to be reduced to ashes once more. This dungeon proved to be exceedingly challenging. As Lu Tsang contemplated the difficulty of his quest, he couldn't help but wonder how those high-level professionals managed to clear it. He possessed a profound understanding of his own strength, having lived in this world for 18 years, during which he was immersed in its myriad teachings. Thus, Lu Tsang would never dare to compare his prowess with that of ordinary individuals. With determination, Lu Tsang wielded his weapon, Zhenyu, and steadily advanced towards the mountain summit. He struck with precision, inflicting critical damage. 3, 299, 611. 4, 299, 611. 5, 299, 611. 3, 929, 567. 3, 299, 611. Simultaneously, his level progressed steadily. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 38. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 39. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 43. Although he did not enter a combat state by virtue of instant kills, one could enter combat simply by being attacked. The moment he entered the dungeon, he faced unavoidable assaults, leading to the effect of his 1,000-mile swift boots dissipating. However, during this battle, Lu Tsang still had the opportunity to activate his speed boost thrice. Yet, he pondered what was the point. This dungeon was of the defend type. Without enduring for 30 minutes, the conclusion would not manifest. No matter how swiftly he ran, it would be of little consequence. Thus, Liu Cang meandered forward, dispatching the surrounding monsters with a single swing of Jinyu, annihilating them effortlessly. Evasion? It was irrelevant. With a 100 hit rate from the Frenzy Dance attribute, he needed not worry. Even if the wind elemental creatures significantly resisted earth damage, it mattered not. He only needed to inflict a mere 1 point of damage to vanquish them. Furthermore, these creatures could hardly withstand 99 points of damage. At most, they would mitigate 90. As Liu Cang's level ascended, the health of these monsters increased correspondingly. Yet, regardless of their augmented vitality, they remained unable to escape the fate of being swiftly dispatched by Liu Cang's blade. In fact, he couldn't be bothered to activate attack stance. He maintained his artillery stance, sweeping the battlefield with maximum range time and again. Liu Cang's rapid slaying of the monsters resulted in their swift respawn. Once the number of creatures stabilized, they ceased to refresh, but his relentless assaults prompted them to reappear repeatedly. Simultaneously, he utilized this opportunity to enhance the quality of his other equipment to platinum. Across all 7 equipment slots, Liu Cang had reserved platinum gear to absorb. The 1,000-mile swift boots granted him an increase in base movement speed. The base movement speed bonus has been elevated from 10 to 20. Additionally, a new effect has been acquired. The acceleration effect persists for 3 seconds upon entering combat. Furthermore, the number of activations for the acceleration effect during combat has increased from 3 to 5. Liu Cang speculated that if the quality were to improve further, he might be able to maintain a state of extreme speed in combat. As for his heavy armor, the Resolve of the Heart has simply and brutally enhanced the health points of each type of monster. Now, each monster can provide an upper limit of 150 health points. Moreover, a single type of monster can stack twice, resulting in a total of 3,000 health points, with the world's health raised to 100,000. Regarding the necklace, it is of platinum quality by itself. The ring has also gained an effect that conceals the identity of others. Liu Cang believed this effect could be utilized by Iris, allowing her to hide her identity as his disciple. Thus, amidst the howling winds, Liu Cang leisurely strolled toward the mountain peak within the Valley of 10,000 Dragons during a mad difficulty dungeon. At this moment, in the territory of the dragon race, countless dragons gazed skyward. In the heavens, something was plummeting rapidly toward the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, gaining speed. The dragons took to the skies, observing the dark spot above. A few elder dragons wore grave expressions. As top-tier beings, they possessed an incredible intuition. What is that? My instincts are alerting me. That thing is dangerous. Whatever it is, I sense ill intentions from the arrival. Intercept it. Oyer, Hyman, follow me. A hurricane dragon emerged, surrounded by numerous azure magic circles. These circles of light illuminated, and in an instant, the hurricane dragon accelerated to extreme speed, charging toward the dark spot. Chapter 34. Infinite Resurrection? Is there such a good fortune? Once again, a wave of monsters fell to Liu Cang. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 55. Liu Cang gazed at his own level. Finally, it had reached 55. After level 30, the journey to level 60 typically took nearly a year for ordinary job changers. The experience gained from killing monsters after level 30 pales in comparison to the experience required for leveling up. A level 55 monster only yields a base experience of 8,250. With the 20-fold experience bonus in a mad difficulty dungeon, one could acquire a mere 1.65 million experience. Yet, advancing from level 55 to 56 requires 200 million experience. At least 1,000 must be slain. Bang! Liu Cang swept his sword horizontally. A wave of black energy spread out. 8, 648, 266, critical hit. 9, 648, 872, critical hit. 7, 648, 657, critical hit. 9, 648, 328, critical hit. 8, 648, 157, critical hit. Patches of wind demons disintegrated into chaotic gusts and ultimately vanished. You have slain 492 wind demons. You have slain the Windwing Dragon, 334. You have slain the Wind Mirage Bird, 593. You have vanquished the Elite Raging Hurricane Demon, 13. You have defeated the Elite Fury Windwing Dragon, 4. You have gained 269, 693, 725 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 56. In an instant, Liu Cang's experience points reached their maximum capacity, exceeding it significantly. As Liu Cang continued his ascent, he approached the mountain summit within a mere 10 minutes. His level had already reached the pinnacle of the second advancement, 60. Now, even with ordinary movements, Lu Cang exhibited remarkable speed, achieving a velocity of 30 meters per second. Although this number may not seem considerable, it is noteworthy that this speed is attained without any enhancements to movement speed. If he were to utilize abilities that augment his speed, he would easily surpass the 100 mark, rendering him virtually untraceable by his opponents. Moreover, within the ranks of second-tier professions among the human race, none could rival Lu Cang's prowess. At last, he reached the summit. The reason for Lu Cang's ascent was straightforward. This dungeon offered but one path. There was no alternative to progressing upward. He could not remain stationary at the starting point. Furthermore, the presence of a path implied that something awaited him ahead. Typically, a path signifies a place ripe for exploration. Following this line of thought seldom leads one astray. Even if it were a misstep, he could always return to the beginning. Upon arriving at the pinnacle, as Lu Cang set foot on the final step and onto the flat expanse, a thunderous roar erupted. The earth trembled as a series of boisterous sounds resonated behind him. In an instant, the staircase he had ascended disintegrated, with massive stones cascading down the cliffside. Observing the ruined steps behind him, Lu Cang grasped the essence of this dungeon. Turning his gaze forward, he beheld three entities before him, two in the sky and one on the ground. The one on the ground was the flame-wind blue tiger, a creature formed entirely of wind elements, wreathed in azure flames. Above, a dark cloud loomed, crackling with the brilliance of lightning, the raging thundercloud. The other entity was an ice-blue bird, enveloped in frigid winds as it flapped its wings, exuding an intimidating presence, the crystal frostbird. These beings were hybrids of elemental types, fire and wind, thunder and wind, ice and wind. One dealt sustained damage, another focused on explosive damage, and the last specialized in control. Their health, astonishingly, each possessed 100 million health points, rivaling that of a level 30 world. However, while worlds can be challenged by thousands of warriors united, this was a solo dungeon, necessitating a one-on-one confrontation. Could the intensity truly be comparable? Moreover, this encounter involves facing three formidable adversaries simultaneously. Concurrently, Lu Cang observed a notification. Time remaining until complete frenzy, 1931. This aligns precisely with the countdown I must endure. Thus, if I fail to reach the pinnacle within 30 minutes, will these creatures succumb to a state of frenzy? I am left to ponder the potential combat prowess they might wield in such a state. As Lu Cang contemplated this within a fleeting moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the azure-flamed wind tiger. The sky reverberated with the sound of rolling thunder. In that brief interval of reflection, the three adversaries launched a direct assault upon Lu Cang, accompanied by a multitude of lesser foes that emerged nearby. Indeed, three entities, each possessing a staggering 100 million health points, were now supported by thousands of smaller creatures. Regardless of the formation one might devise, this scenario was undeniably one steeped in despair. Yet Lu Cang merely adjusted his grip on Jinyu and assumed an attack stance. In an instant, he unleashed a devastating strike. Boom! A wave of black mist rapidly spread in all directions. The shockwave effect of Jinyu was triggered instantaneously. Bang! 183, 702, 600 critical hit. 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 In that fleeting moment, every hostile creature, both in the heavens and upon the earth, was annihilated. Lu Cang gazed at the newly generated kill report. Not only did it account for the aerial foes, but there were also notifications of monsters slain within the depths of the cliff. It seemed that subterranean creatures lurked beneath the surface. How insidious! The madness of this dungeon posed threats that were exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Lu Cang's level had ascended to 60. The power enhancement from Jinyu had reached an impressive 114 points, with a strength value exceeding 200,000. Dual-wielding copies of Jinyu amounted to a staggering 400,000 points. This was nearly 7 times greater than his attributes at level 30. Each strike he delivered inflicted damage that had surpassed the 100 million mark. Lu Cang found no surprise in this outcome. Such minor rewards accumulate over time, with the final tally only being assessed upon the ultimate defeat. However, should a total wipe occur before that climax, the treasure chests would not vanish. Instead, they would summon all participants of the dungeon once more after the conclusion of the encounter to distribute the minor rewards, as long as even a few adversaries were slain. It indicated that this dungeon run yielded profit. Consequently, some teams, recognizing their inability to conquer the final challenge, would opt to eliminate the smaller foes and settle for their rewards, thereby securing some minor gains. In fact, this methodology also served as a means to farm for equipment. For instance, acquiring platinum quality gear in a dungeon of such difficulty was a daunting task. Thus, elite teams would strategically choose to dispatch a few lesser foes to obtain treasure chests. The production of platinum quality equipment remains feasible. However, even with such methods, the yield of platinum quality gear is still exceedingly rare. After all, even if the goal is not the ultimate one within the human race, encountering a small team that can ultimately triumph over others is an infrequent occurrence. Take Liu Tsang, for instance. Having just undergone his second transformation, he is already adorned in platinum quality gear, fully enhanced, a rarity among the entire human population. It would be nearly impossible to find a second individual with such opulent equipment, even among the most venerable families. Moreover, it is crucial to note that upon leveling up, one must change their equipment. To waste such abundant resources on enhancing an item that will soon be replaced is nothing short of wasteful. Generally speaking, players tend to linger at these levels for an extended duration. Just as the treasure chest settlement notification appeared, Liu Tsang observed a wisp of azure flame rising before him. Dark clouds once again gathered in the sky, and above, an ice egg with a health bar marked in gray indicated its locked state. At that moment, fissures began to form on the surface of the ice egg. Crack, 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 crack. The cracks multiplied and intensified. Boom. At last, the ice egg shattered completely. Bird calls. In the next instant, a colossal bird composed entirely of ice materialized before Liu Tsang. Rank King. Level 60. Health 120. 000. Mana 1,000,000. Skills: Hardened Dive, Icy Descent, Extreme Frost Surround, Deep Binding. Traits: Winds Protection, Ice Crystal Guard, Flame Resistance, Extreme Cold Aura. Special Guardian. Upon death, it transforms into an ice egg and revives after 3 seconds. This trait disappears after entering a berserk state. Description: a frost-laden bird wielding the power of freezing, capable of ensnaring all surrounding foes in cold and lethargy. This special guardian attribute did not exist previously. Had there been such a description earlier, Liu Tsang would have certainly taken note. It seems this is a hidden ability of the opponent, revealed only upon activation. If it is not slain, this concealed power will remain undisclosed. Reflecting on this, Liu Tsang could not help but marvel at the cunning nature of such tactics. While other teams expend tremendous effort to vanquish 3 foes, only to discover their ability to resurrect, one can only imagine the despair they would feel. He then turned his gaze toward the thundercloud and the fiery tiger. Indeed, they too possessed similar resurrection abilities. With their revival, numerous minor foes began to respawn around Liu Tsang, encircling him. It must be said, in the heat of battle, the most bothersome adversaries are often the myriad of pesky minions surrounding one. Well then, facing this scenario, Liu Tsang let out a gentle sigh and once more wielded his weapon, Jinyue. Come at me then. With a resounding crash, he struck down. 183702600, critical hit. 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 Following this strike, Liu Tsang transitioned his stance to turret mode. Boom! Another blow. 126482666, critical hit. 126488872, critical hit. 106488657, critical hit. 9648328, critical hit. 126485157, critical hit. Within the span of 2 swift attacks, he once again cleared the summit. Meanwhile, another notification emerged. The treasure chests have multiplied to 6? Can one accumulate chests by slaying again after resurrection? Upon seeing this prompt, Liu Tsang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What could possibly allow for infinite resurrection and accumulation of treasure? Surely, one wouldn't be able to stack them by killing a 3rd time? Liu Tsang gazed skyward at the gathering storm clouds and the ice egg, which was on the verge of shattering. Such fortune. Chapter 35. The New Artifact. The Bow of Heaven's Thicket. 1,000 arrows in a second. Roar. Boom. Birdsong. Before him, the resurrected foe roared once more, but Liu Tsang merely raised his weapon, Jinyu, with calm determination. Boom. Another strike. 183702600, critical hit. 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 Not an attacking stance. Thus he could not dispatch these foes with a single blow. Indeed, it posed a slight inconvenience. Current accumulated treasure count, 12. Lu Tsang examined the chests he had amassed, having vanquished these foes 4 times. The ability to resurrect infinitely was truly remarkable. He felt tears of joy threatening to spill. Infinite resurrection? Such a treasure could not be easily obtained by ordinary folk. Lu Tsang watched the ticking countdown. Frenzy countdown, 1847. With 18 minutes remaining, the battle would reach its conclusion. Lu Tsang, feeling no urgency, stowed away Jinyue behind him. With his right hand, he wielded the weapon with ease. As for the turret stance, he found no need to switch. The minions could not approach him. Having reached level 60, he no longer required the experience from slaying lesser foes. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of attack rippled outward. Lu Tsang then retrieved a small stool from his bag and sat atop the windswept peak, beginning to browse through community messages. News of the elven race unveiling a grand talent had surfaced. Oh, what news? The White King and the great sorcerer's dragon must be among the most formidable beings in this realm. Furthermore, communication with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons has encountered anomalies. Communication disrupted. Fault in connection with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. The suspected emergence of signal fog has resulted in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons losing contact with the outside world. Is there any news about me? Let us see what these individuals have to say. Lu Tsang opened one community news article after another. The great sage cannot penetrate the fog. Is Lu Tsang's identity a mystery? The emperor appears to have extended a royal invitation to Lu Tsang. Will he become the youngest monarch in history? Speculations on Lu Tsang's anomalous profession. Let us enumerate Lu Tsang's hidden abilities. Post after post flooded in. The overwhelming majority of these discussions revolved around Lu Tsang's abilities and the distinctive traits of his profession. Yet, all of it was mere conjecture, utterly devoid of any substantive clues. After all, Lu Tsang had never demonstrated his prowess before others, not even once. The only insight they had came from the world's rules, showcasing one outrageous announcement after another related to Lu Tsang. In the eyes of the Eastern tribes, Lu Tsang had become a grand enigma. Lu Tsang swiftly perused a multitude of posts concerning himself. There were simply too many to digest. He managed to read a mere dozen before losing interest. The authors of these posts had no leads, lacking any images or videos. They merely crafted captivating titles, leaving the rest as baseless fabrications. Consequently, a plethora of wild speculations emerged. Some even claimed he had stumbled upon a stack of instant kill scrolls capable of obliterating any creature in sight. Such absurd scrolls were concocted. Others asserted he was a reincarnation of a true deity, descended from the heavens, an embodiment of an immortal grade demon. Was that not even more ridiculous? However, among the millions of discussion threads, someone was bound to stumble upon a correct guess regarding the artifact. Yet, this accurate assertion was buried among countless erroneous answers, rendering it untrustworthy. It was akin to how, in Lu Tsang's previous life on Blue Star, no one would believe that Luffy was a mythical zootype of the gum-gum fruit in its Nika form. Naturally, Lu Tsang would not casually reveal clues about himself. The fewer people who knew before he fully matured in strength, the better. Subsequently, Lu Tsang continued to scroll down, suddenly encountering some posts worthy of attention. The awakening period of 5,000 years has arrived. The legends of the Millennium Catastrophe. Will the Millennium Catastrophe once again manifest upon us? A retrospective on the Millennium anomalies throughout history. The Millennium Catastrophe. Upon seeing these titles, Lu Tsang's expression grew slightly grave. At the same time, he gently waved the Jinyue in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 recently revived beings were annihilated once more. Lu Tsang didn't even spare them a glance. The first awakening, the Blood Moon, the Abyss, the Stars, divine demonic creatures. Only the initial anomaly granted the world's races the power to awaken and change professions. The remaining 4 occurrences were merely disasters. Moreover, the impact of these calamities persists to this day. To this moment, the moon in the sky remains blood red. The abyss still lingers as well. Once, there were 4 moons in the sky. Now, one has fallen. Regarding the remains of divine monsters and the temples, they're scattered across the world. Occasionally, their followers emerge, causing havoc in the realm. This year marks the 5th millennium, not counting the initial awakening. Alas, the great calamity of a millennium coincides with my fate. I hope the anomalies do not manifest prematurely. As Lu Cang perused the community, he casually wielded Zhen Yu. Time continued its relentless passage. Boom, boom, boom. Notifications of kills rang out incessantly. Current accumulated treasure chests, 486. The treasure chests had indeed accumulated to 486, surpassing the total produced by humanity in an entire year of mad difficulty. The closer the chaos drew, the faster the three resurrected beings returned to life. The quicker they resurrected, the quicker Lu Cang dispatched them. In just a matter of minutes, they had already perished over 100 times. With 1 minute remaining, Lu Cang glanced at the timer. Browsing through the community for over 10 minutes felt reminiscent of his past life spent on doing. In the final minute, Lu Cang rose to his feet. Simultaneously, he noticed in the distance, countless mists were coalescing. At an estimated distance of 10 kilometers, the mist was forming a corporeal entity. Lu Cang furrowed his brow, recognizing this as the ultimate being, Final Storm. Rank, King higher. Level, 60. Health, 320,000,000. Mana, 1,000,000,000,000. Skills, Wind Pillar. Brutal Tornado, Wind Shock, Ultimate Storm, Thunderstorm, Flame Storm. Traits, Wind's Blessing, Ignore Earth Damage, Gale Aura, Resistance for Proximate Beings. Description, the ultimate master of the Tempest. Possesses immense destructive power. With a staggering 320 million health points, facing this dungeon was akin to a duel against the world itself. It was conceivable that the difficulty of this challenging dungeon was slightly elevated compared to ordinary ones. Lu Cang observed the final formation, forming hypotheses in his mind. The difficulty of this mad dungeon indeed seemed excessive. Having witnessed the world, he knew that a level 60 world typically boasted health around 900 million. This mad dungeon, with its final 320 million health, coupled with the mechanism's enhancements, truly matched the intensity of a world of the same level, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, there were those three smaller beings nearby, along with a horde of lesser monsters. The three, in a frenzied state, possessed 12 million health each, augmenting the overall intensity to its peak. However, textbooks had not mentioned that there were no distinctions within mad difficulty. It was akin to the difference between strong nightmare difficulty and weak nightmare difficulty. They did not seem to belong to the same classification. Strong nightmare difficulty could challenge even seasoned professional teams, while weak nightmare difficulty could be easily conquered by a purely professional team with a bit of synergy. The upper and lower limits are entirely disparate. The current challenge I have undertaken, dubbed Insanity Difficulty, may very well be deemed as exceedingly formidable. Moreover, Lu Cang harbors another hypothesis. The world is undergoing a transformation. After all, it is a new millennium, and who can predict what may unfold? It would not surprise Lu Cang if creatures from the dungeons were to emerge and wreak havoc upon the world. Nonetheless, there are myriad reasons for this scenario, and pondering them excessively serves no purpose. The task at hand is clear. Thus, I shall vanquish the adversaries before me. Lu Cang squinted towards the precipice, where he remained in a state of locked health. It was evident that he must await the conclusion of the 1-minute countdown, anticipating that the three minions would enter a frenzied state. During this interval, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens. Lu Cang stood unfazed, merely activating a near-death resistance trait, absorbing 2,418 damage through his shield. TCH, he had expected a far greater threat. In the distance, the final Tempest had launched an assault against him. Even though it remained in a locked health state, rendering it impervious to harm and situated 10 kilometers away, it nevertheless initiated an attack. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. However, it proved futile. His inherent defensive heavy armor, divine, passive, had already reached maximum capacity, granting Lu Cang an impressive 550 points of armor and resistance enhancement. Coupled with his naturally high health and robust shield, he could withstand any assault. Rising from the charred remnants of a chair, Lu Cang's actions were undeterred. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a forceful strike. Boom! Current chest accumulation, 498. The chest had amassed to a total of 498. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In an instant, the three minions resurrected once more. Employing the same strategy, Lu Cang delivered another decisive blow. The trio fell again, and the chest count increased. Current chest accumulation, 501. Subsequently, Lu Cang retrieved the Wind Spirit Grass from his pack. Effect, upon use, permanently increases agility by 20 points and temporarily grants the ability to fly for 1 hour. Can be crafted into Windwalker Elixir, providing extended flight duration of 6 hours. Description: a precious herb that allows one to harness the power of the wind. This creature, akin to a turtle, remained ensconced at a distance, eluding his grasp. Flight was imperative to reach it. For those who had yet to master the art of flight, this dungeon was akin to hell. Just as Lu Tsang prepared to consume this precious herb valued at 500,000, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. A voice resonated within his heart. "Tsang, your disciple Iris fervently prays to you. I have obtained the rare materials you cherish, and now offer them as a sacrifice." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Tsang felt a surge of elation. The moment had finally arrived. On Iris's side, the sacrificial ritual had been meticulously arranged. After concluding her prayers, she presented 50 pieces of black star meteorite at the very heart of the magical array. In an instant, without waiting for Iris to complete the subsequent ritual procedures, the 50 pieces of black star meteorite vanished without a trace. Iris gazed blankly at the sacrificial array before her, astonished by the swiftness of the event. A peculiar sensation akin to being robbed washed over her. Yet, soon after, a celestial voice echoed within her mind. "Offer your sacrifice, devoid of excessive complexities." Meanwhile, Lu Tsang, observing the 50 additional pieces of black star meteorite in his backpack, felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, he could forge a second divine artifact. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Monsters at Wind Demon Cliff have entered a state of frenzy. In an instant, the previously howling black cliff was drenched in crimson. Amidst the tempest, strands of blood rain cascaded down. However, Lu Tsang's gaze remained icy and resolute. Forging the heavenly bow, absorbing the rapid-fire bow, platinum, commencing the synthesis of the divine artifact. With a hum, the replica of the Jinhue in Lu Tsang's left hand dissipated, replaced by a short bow shimmering in a blend of sky blue and forest green. Heavenly bow, divine artifact, 5. Quality, platinum, upgradable. Equipment level, 60, follows user's level. Agility, 163, 291. Attack speed, 100. Effect, heavenly arrow rain. Your shots will unleash a simultaneous volley of 150 arrows, each carrying identical additional effects. Base. Effect 2. Rapid fire, ultimate. Grasping the short bow allows for rapid consecutive shots without releasing the string. Effect 3. Scatter shot, ultimate. Each shot releases an additional 3 arrows at random directions. The angle of deviation will not exceed 30 degrees from the main arrow. Effect 4. Splitting, ultimate. Upon release, the arrow will divide into 3 parallel smaller arrows, each inflicting 50 additional effects and 34 base damage. Effect 5. To be unlocked, unlocks upon class change or quality enhancement. Description: a formidable short bow capable of unleashing 150 arrows in an instant, seemingly endowed with further enhancements to increase shot frequency. Who knows how many it could fire in one shot? Lu Tsang marveled at his new divine artifact, exclaiming in awe at its extraordinary nature. Subsequently, he cast his gaze towards the final destination, situated 10 kilometers away. His equipment subtly transformed, switching to attack speed set. In an instant, nearly all of Lu Tsang's gear was replaced with items enhancing attack speed, the total bonus reaching a staggering 680. He then transitioned directly into attack stance. With the Jinhue in his right hand relinquished, Lu Tsang raised the short bow in his left, gripping the bowstring tightly, aimed towards the direction of Final Storm. Simultaneously, his skills were activated. Starry Archer skill, Star Flash. Buzz. In an instant, brilliance coalesced upon the bowstring, and simultaneously, a surge of radiant light erupted from the bow's tip. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, thousands of beams of light pierced through the final body. The journey seemed to dissolve into nothingness. This was true speed, akin to a flash of light. Star Flash. Chapter 36. Over 500 treasure chests, all opened. Rapid fire. With this effect in play, Lu Tsang drew the bow without needing to perform a shooting motion. Merely holding the bowstring taut unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows. This was a relentless barrage akin to a tempest. 3, 265, 820, critical hit. 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 A single arrow split into 3, and these 4 arrows further divided into 12 scattering arrows. The Amatsu bow multiplied this number by 150. This allowed Lu Tsang's ordinary attack to unleash 800 arrows, even though each arrow, due to scattering, bore an additional effect of 50. The damage dealt by each arrow exceeded 3 million. Not to mention, Liu Cang's attack speed was extraordinarily outrageous. In a single second, he unleashed far more than one attack. Even without aiming, the sheer size of the target ensured that thousands of arrows found their mark effortlessly. Thus, in that brief moment, he was pierced by over 1,000 star flashes. With 300 million health points, it could be said that his health was obliterated in an instant. Easter Human Clan World Channel. Has our Liu God fallen silent? It's rare for Liu God to remain inactive for half an hour. Previously, there was a world announcement every few minutes, often heralding a solo kill. It was utterly astonishing. Simultaneously, due to the alerts of these world announcements, Liu Cang had created a frenzy of presence. Thus, after just over half an hour without a world announcement regarding Liu Cang, people began to become restless. Is our Liu God truly done causing chaos? What else could possibly engage Liu God's attention? Surely, he must be preparing for a class change? After making such a stir, could it be said that Liu God is meeting with the Emperor of Humanity to discuss becoming a sovereign of the human race? Liu God as a sovereign of the human race. Goodness. In which territory? The only vacancies are in the Northern Realm and Southern Frontier. But the Northern Realm is adjacent to the Abyss. It seems that only the Southern Frontier remains for Liu God. Goodness. Whether it be the Northern Realm or the Southern Frontier, both are vast territories. This, damn it. Didn't the Emperor say that these two lands were reserved for his most favored heirs? If this were granted to Liu Cang, at this point, the patrons in the tavern swallowed hard. The implications of this were clearly understood. However, has Liu Cang truly ascended to his royal position? Why have I not heard of Liu Cang completing his second transition? I have heard that during his awakening, a phenomenon enveloped the heavens and the earth, even exhibiting trends of a high caliber. When he undertook the second transition task, the spectacle was terrifying, with columns of light soaring into the sky, even tearing off the roof. I heard that those from the Awakening Temple were seeking compensation from Liu Cang at that time. Later, it seemed that members of the Brilliant Gem Chamber stepped in to cover the expenses. If the Divine Liu has indeed completed his second transition, one can only imagine the magnitude of the commotion it would generate, especially considering the uproar caused merely by accepting the task. The manifestation upon completion of the task would likely be visible from hundreds of kilometers away. Yet to this day, there has been no report of a grand phenomenon. It appears that the Divine Liu has yet to complete his second transition. As they fervently debated whether Liu Cang had indeed completed his second transition, suddenly, another world announcement appeared before all of humanity. Liu Cang has achieved the first kill of the challenge dungeon, Wind Demon Cliff. First kill difficulty, insane. Completion time, 0 hours, 30 minutes, 0 seconds, 54 milliseconds. List of achievers, Liu Cang team, Brilliant Gem Chamber. Silence. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the entirety of humanity had fallen into a hush. What was happening? Just moments ago, they were asserting that Liu Cang had not completed his second transition, and now he had secured the first kill in a challenge dungeon accessible only after the second transition. Unbelievable. After a brief silence, a fervent uproar ensued. What on earth happened? The insane difficulty has been cleared. This must be a first in the world. Liu Cang, after such a long absence, was evidently preparing for something monumental. A completion time of 30 minutes? That pace is astonishing. However, unbeknownst to them, Liu Cang had indeed taken 30 minutes to clear this dungeon, simply because the dungeon required that duration. Had it merely been about defeating the final boss, Liu Cang would have likely consumed Wind Spirit Grass and swiftly vanquished the final adversary in mere seconds. Brilliant Gem Chamber. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. A cup fell to the ground, shattering and spilling coffee everywhere. The president of the Brilliant Gem Chamber gazed at the notification before him, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The name of the Brilliant Gem Chamber appeared on the first kill list for the insane difficulty dungeon? Or rather, this could very well be the sole completion on record. Moreover, this achievement will be eternally enshrined, as no one in previous years has ever completed the challenge dungeon at the insane difficulty, with no one else having cleared it. The singular individual who has succeeded shall forever hold the title of first place. Furthermore, after the dungeon's disappearance, the record stone will remain. This first place will be passed down through the ages, and given its uniqueness, it may well be inscribed in history. The illustrious Gem Merchant Guild shall undoubtedly be immortalized in history, perhaps even gracing the pages of textbooks. What an extraordinary promotional effect. Their guild is poised to reap immense profits. Although the president of the Gem Merchant Guild is aware that Liu Cang has signed a contract to undertake a challenging quest, it is evident that Liu Cang can effortlessly conquer a quest of simple difficulty. Thus, the matter seemed to conclude rather hastily. However, given Lu Cang's esteemed status, they certainly do not suffer losses. Yet, little did they anticipate that Lu Cang would immediately triumph over a quest of madness difficulty, ultimately signing off with the name of their guild, the Gem Merchant Guild. What an invaluable contract. It was Huang Tao who finalized this agreement, correct? Yes. Let the branch in the holy capital pay special attention to the esteemed manager Huang Tao. By fostering a good relationship with Lu Cang, they also secured a premier advertising position, a truly lucrative venture. However, the president of the Gem Merchant Guild soon regained his composure. As a businessman, he recognized that such a generous gift from the other party could potentially turn into a favor owed by the Gem Merchant Guild. Should there come a time when he wishes to solicit Lu Cang's assistance, it may prove challenging to negotiate. This line of thought posed a dilemma for the president, as Lu Cang's status was swiftly rising. Soon, he would ascend to become a lord of the northern or southern regions. What leverage could he possibly wield to capture the attention of such a burgeoning sovereign? At this moment, within the quest, Lu Cang was assessing the rewards of his endeavor. The reason he chose to associate his victory with the Gem Merchant Guild was to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. After all, he had received a staggering sum of 25 billion gold coins from them. Furthermore, the name of the team could potentially benefit the Gem Merchant Guild, though it bore no significance for him personally. Typically, Lu Cang's conquests were marked by whimsical team names. Now, by utilizing a single team name, he had effectively repaid the favor of the 25 billion gold coins, while subtly placing the guild in his debt. By exchanging something of no value to himself, he had acquired a wealth of resources in return, a most advantageous trade. Of course, such a maneuver was uniquely suited to Lu Cang, as only he could triumph in a quest of madness difficulty, thereby bestowing such worth upon his signature. What would others achieve by overcoming a quest of madness difficulty? As for how the Gem Merchant Guild would respond, that was their concern to grapple with. Meanwhile, Lu Cang began to tally the rewards from his quest. Quest completed. Your evaluation is: your chests have received a quality enhancement. Your chests will likely yield a greater quantity of high-quality equipment. Maximum, platinum. Current chest count, 505. Final storm, chest 1. Platinum, chest 504. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Cang's expression was one of sheer elation. A dungeon, 505 treasure chests, all of which have been elevated to a higher quality. How many extraordinary items must be unearthed? With a clattering sound, one chest after another descends from the heavens, forming a small mountain atop the summit. Although there is potential for further exploration, Lu Cang finds it tedious. Over 500 chests are already more than sufficient. With such an abundance, the likelihood of rewards being redundant is exceedingly high. Ultimately, they would merely be sold for coin. Presently, the resources that money can procure have dwindled significantly. More crucial, however, is the elevation of status, which affords access to items that cannot be purchased. Thus, there is little reason to invest another half hour in replaying the dungeon. With a command from Lu Cang, the chests burst open one after another. His rewards once again form a towering heap. First to catch his eye are thousands of platinum-quality pieces of equipment. Remarkably, each chest yields nearly 10 pieces of platinum gear. Is this the boon of quality elevation? This output rivals that of the entire human race's production of platinum equipment over a year or even decades. It is important to note that other teams, even those who conquer the most challenging dungeons, seldom achieve a high rating. As for those who open small chests without completing the dungeon, the probability of finding platinum quality gear is another matter entirely. Calculations have shown the odds to be a mere 5, averaging 1 platinum piece per 20 chests. Yet now, with nearly 10 platinum quality pieces from single chest, Lu Cang's haul surpasses that of others who would need to open 200 chests to match his. However, the equipment is secondary. What captivates Lu Cang's attention most is the exclusive skill book for Wanhua Divine equipment. This dungeon has indeed yielded a skill book tailored to his profession. And not just one. At last, he can replace those inferior skills. If others were to learn of Lu Cang's sentiments, they would likely scold him. How could he deem his skills as inferior? Chapter 37. The Form of Wanhua. Superstar Flash. Lu Cang stows the equipment into his backpack, leaving behind several skill books, 10 copies of exclusive skill book for Wanhua Divine equipment. Armed Magic, 20 copies of exclusive skill book for Wanhua Divine equipment. Overarming. 1 special proficiency skill for Wanhua Divine equipment. Enhanced arming, and 160 copies of exclusive skill book for Wanhua Divine equipment. Weak replacement. In addition, there are skill books for other professions. Are there only 4 types of skill books? There exists one more, a special proficiency skill, exceedingly rare, which grants an additional specialization capability. gazing at the skill books extracted from chests. Lutsong notes that the armed magic skill is contained within the final storm treasure chest, suggesting its superior strength. However, the enhanced arming skill appears to be even more elusive, given that there is only a single copy, and it is distinctly extraordinary. Amidst the multitude of treasure chests, none contained a unique skill. Even in the excruciatingly difficult dungeons, there was a conspicuous absence of such rarity. This underscores the extreme scarcity of unique skills, which can only be obtained through world-class achievements. However, this is not an absolute certainty. With a flicker of intent, Lutsong activated Rewind. A resonant ticking echoed from his chest as if a clock were in motion. Click, 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 ding. In an instant, before Lutsong lay the contents of his quest. Without delay, he rummaged through his backpack and consumed a precious Lucky Potion. Lucky Potion. Effect: Luck 1. Cannot exceed a luck value of 5. Duration: 10 seconds. Luck is the most coveted attribute, and even an increase of a single point is exceedingly valuable. Lutsong wasted no time and immediately reopened the treasure chests. With a cacophony of sound, over 500 chests burst open simultaneously, revealing a mountain of treasures before him. However, this time, Lutsong felt a discernible difference. The quantity of platinum-grade equipment had indeed increased. Each chest yielded nearly 10 items, a significant enhancement from before. He gathered the equipment and then turned his attention to the skill books. 13. Armed Magic. 34. Overarmament. 1. Enhanced Armament, and over 200 weak replacement. Yet, the elusive unique skills remained absent. The increased quantity of skill books indicated an improved drop rate, but still, no additional skills appeared. Lutsong decided to try again. With a click, Rewind activated once more. He drank the Lucky Potion and opened the chests again. The result was not markedly different from before. The quantity of equipment showed little change, and due to the sheer volume of chests, the items mostly consisted of similar attributes, varying only in quantity. As for the skill books, only minor fluctuations in numbers were observed, with no other noteworthy drops. After several repetitions, Lutsong ultimately concluded that this dungeon only yielded these 4 skill books, which collectively comprised all the skills for metamorphic divine equipment. Regarding the platinum-grade equipment, Lutsong employed Rewind to painstakingly acquire the desired attributes: instant death resistance, death rejection, forced awakening, and illusion resistance. Though he now possessed the ability to rewind time, being instantaneously defeated before he could respond would still be a tragic fate. This equipment required proactive activation to trigger its effects. Thus, even with Lutsong's considerable health, formidable shields, and high resistances, he remained vigilant. However, he still prepared new, life-saving skills to protect himself. When faced with an enemy, it is unlikely that they will be of equal level. What if a being of over 100 levels appears? A few million damage dealt by them would be effortlessly lethal. If he were to be eliminated in an instant, to whom could he turn for solace? Subsequently, Lutsong gazed at his new skill, Armed Sorcery. Effect: each time you switch to a new weapon, this skill transforms into one usable with that weapon, equivalent to the strength of a professional skill of the same level. This truly is a divine skill. It seems that after his class change to the transmutational divine gear, the foundational effect of this skill has significantly improved. The previous skills of the armorer were indeed quite lackluster. However, this is likely due to the fact that the transmutational divine gear is a genuinely divine class, and thus the skill book is naturally of divine caliber. Upon learning Armed Sorcery, he received the notification: you have learned the skill Armed Sorcery. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Armed Sorcery, transmutational form. Effect: each time you switch to a new weapon, you temporarily gain a skill usable with that weapon, equivalent to the strength of a professional skill of the same level. Effect 2. Skills obtained from the Transmutational Temple will be elevated to divine level effects. Description: transmute your methods of attack into countless variations, rendering enemies unable to predict your moves. Lutsong looked at this skill and could only express his admiration. Immediately, he turned his attention to Star Flash, a skill derived from the Starry Archer. At this moment, under the enhancement of transmutational form, it had also advanced. Superstar Flash Divine. Equivalent to the effect of Star Flash. After the explosion ends, 5 arrows will split from the center of the explosion, randomly dispersing in all directions, with each arrow capable of penetrating up to 3 enemies, dealing 5 agility damage to each penetrated enemy. No secondary explosion will occur. This is remarkable. Originally, a 20 agility damage was already impressive, but now, after the explosion, the ability to split into 5 arrows adds up to a total of 25 agility damage. 1 arrow, in total, inflicts 45 agility damage. Truly worthy of a divine skill. Moreover, Transmutational form not only enhances Star Flash. Any further skills I acquire from the disciples of the Transmutational Temple can also be fortified. Thus, this is the essence of transmutation, endless and ever-changing. Then, Lutsong turned his gaze to the second skill, overarmament, passive. Effect. You can simultaneously wear 2 upper garment pieces, but the second will only activate 40 of its effects and attributes. This skill effectively grants an additional equipment slot. For a divine gear wielder, this is genuinely beneficial. Lutsong immediately learned it. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Overarmament. Ample armament divine. Effect. You can simultaneously wear 2 upper garment pieces. This directly allows him to don an additional upper garment without any detriment. For a divine gear wielder, an extra piece of equipment is tantamount to being able to equip another divine artifact. It is essential to understand that clothing, much like weaponry, is categorized into distinct subtypes. The attributes of light armor cannot be transferred to heavy armor. Thus, this skill holds significant importance for oneself, as it effectively allows the simultaneous equipping of 2 different types of garments, akin to acquiring an additional artifact slot. Subsequently, Lutsong turned his gaze to the third skill, the over 70 tomes of enhanced armament. The greater the number of skill books obtained, the less rarity this skill possesses. Relatively speaking, when considering probabilities, with an upgrade in quality, 505 treasure chests, and 1 point of luck yielded over 70 tomes, the odds are indeed exceedingly low. However, in comparison to overwhelming armament and armament sorcery, this is considerably higher. Enhanced armament class specialization. Effect. It allows one attribute's effect to be entirely doubled. This means Lutsong can maintain a continuous doubling effect on a particular attribute. The arrows of the heavenly bow can be directly increased from 150 to 300. This skill essentially transforms one artifact attribute into 2. Next, he examined the final skill, which had the highest number of drops. 185 tomes of transformative divine gear exclusive skill book, weak replacement. Weak replacement. Effect. It allows you to replace the secondary attributes of your equipped items with other types, though the enhancement of the secondary attributes will be reduced to 60. Learning, weak replacement. Perfect divine technique has been triggered. Weak replacement equivalence. Effect. It allows you to equivalently replace the secondary attributes of your equipped items with other secondary attributes. This effect is perfectly suited for me. Secondary attributes refer to those beyond health, mana, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. For instance, health regeneration, mana regeneration, movement speed, critical hit rate, cooldown reduction, and attack speed are all considered secondary attributes. However, certain attributes are subject to world limitations. For example, cooldown reduction can only reach a maximum of 40, and evasion rate can only attain a maximum of 99. This is indeed a commendable skill. With this attribute, Lutsong can replace the worthless critical hit rate attribute with others, such as movement speed or attack speed. Thus, Lutsong has successfully mastered all 4 skills. Current skills: dual wield duplication, infinite transformation, magic artifact, equivalence replacement, abundant armament, transformative style. As for intrinsic defensive heavy armor, it was directly replaced by Lutsong. The only issue is that the turret's stance cannot be moved. Nevertheless, this is not a significant concern. After all, the switching of stances occurs instantaneously. After executing an attack while in turret stance, transitioning to another stance can be done just as swiftly. Subsequently, Lutsong stored all other loot in his backpack. Over 5,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment were collected. It is noteworthy that even after defeating numerous worlds, Lutsong possessed only about 50 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Yet now, this number has surged 100-fold in an instant. After accomplishing all of this, Lutsong did not immediately depart from the instance. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes within it. The completed instance is the safest sanctuary. Lutsong connected spiritually with the Temple of Metamorphosis. In the next moment, he found himself in the saint's cottage. Iris remained in a posture of prayer, devoutly reciting her invocations to Tsong. It had not been long since she had offered the Dark Star meteorite in sacrifice. Lutsong had slain the final storm and counted his spoils, which had taken less than 2 minutes. Soon, he opened his eyes once more. Iris realized she had arrived in the Temple of Metamorphosis. Well done, Lutsong's voice, imbued with a note of approval, echoed with warmth. The affirmation from the divine sent Iris's heart racing. Had she truly received the deity's commendation? How precious this was. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. In an instant, Iris discovered that all her equipment had transformed into artifact embryos. Each item's attributes had been significantly enhanced. However, due to Iris's status as the elf saintess, Her gear was already of golden quality and fully reinforced, thus sparing her the need for Lu Tsang's assistance in further enhancement. Upon observing these attributes, Iris's pupils constricted slightly. She understood well what this signified. Her equipment had reached its utmost potential, and it seemed there was no further possibility for advancement. Yet, Lu Tsang had audaciously elevated her equipment's limits to an entirely new echelon. Is this the formidable power of the divine, transcending worldly constraints? Iris felt a profound shock. Not only this time, but in the future, should she acquire new gear. All she need do is pray to me, and her equipment shall transform into artifact embryos. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's promise, Iris trembled with excitement. What did this mean? Currently, her golden quality gear was already so potent. How terrifying would it be if she were to replace it with platinum or even superior equipment? Moreover, these were the rewards you earned for your sacrificial offering. Lu Tsang casually bestowed upon Iris an entire set of platinum quality equipment, which had already transformed into artifact embryos. Once Iris completed her second transformation, she would be able to don a fully reinforced set of platinum gear, her combat prowess reaching its peak. Were it anyone else, Lu Tsang would not have granted such gifts. However, Iris was his disciple, and her ascendance and strength would enable him to gain greater abilities through her. Furthermore, her rise in power would elevate her status, allowing her to procure more treasures for him. Not to mention, the 50 pieces of Dark Star meteorite certainly justified this complete set of equipment, aligning perfectly with the principle of equivalent exchange befitting a deity. Otherwise, it would be utterly unseemly for a god to act as if they were merely seeking petty gains. Iris accepted the divine offerings, her heart brimming with excitement. Yet she simultaneously urged herself to remain calm. One must not lose composure in the presence of the divine. It is my honor to serve you, Tsang. I extol your virtues. However, your disciple, Elise, has encountered an insurmountable challenge in her second transition quest. She may require your assistance. Elise has already devised a way to articulate her needs to you. For this second transition task, it is indeed impossible for her to succeed solely with her own strength. She has no choice but to beseech the divine for aid. I have undertaken a second transition quest of considerable difficulty, which necessitates my possession of 3 sacred artifacts, alongside the completion of 20 nightmare-level dungeons, all while setting a record for the fastest completion time. Although conquering these dungeons is daunting, I believe I can devise a solution for that. It is solely the task of collecting the 3 sacred artifacts that compels me to seek your support. Upon hearing Elise's plight, Tsang felt a subtle sigh escape his lips. Indeed, the difficulty of a second transition quest is exorbitantly high. He must face 10 worlds alone, while Elise is tasked with completing 20 nightmare dungeons and breaking the fastest record. In terms of combat difficulty, it is undeniably more formidable than his own. Yet, regarding the challenge of collection, acquiring 3 artifacts is a daunting task for anyone not endowed with his divine capabilities. Without his support, Elise would surely be unable to complete her second transition quest, thereby rendering her elevation in status unattainable. Very well, I understand. Within the sanctum, a longbow radiating a blend of sky blue and forest green light was projected forth. Chapter 38, Unlocking the Divine Artifact Compendium, introducing a new ranking of sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts. Upon her first glimpse of this equipment, Elise instinctively recognized its significance. This is a true sacred artifact. Tsang, it is undeniable that you are a genuine deity. According to ancient records of the elf lineage, only a divine being would possess such an artifact. In other words, the true deities are those who wield sacred artifacts. As she gazed upon the artifact, Elise dared not breathe. Tsang, however, spoke with calm assurance. You may temporarily wield this sacred artifact. When a need arises, you must pray to me in advance for its use. Tsang articulated this, knowing that when he required the use of the heavenly bow of Amatsu, Elise would seek to borrow it. In such circumstances, he could not grant her that request. When you are prepared to undertake your second transition quest, I shall also lend you the other 2 sacred artifacts. However, remember this, all gifts from fate bear their price. Tsang's final words were a subtle prelude for Elise to offer greater sacrifices in the future to appease him. Thus, the materials for crafting sacred artifacts would come to fruition. Tsang's calculations were astute in his mind. Of course, as my disciple, you may pray to me at any time. After Tsang uttered these words, reflecting on the events that had just unfolded, Elise felt as though she were living in a dream. The Divine Lord had bestowed upon her such generous rewards. In truth, before the act of offering, Elise pondered that the 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite might merely suffice to cover the cost of borrowing the divine artifacts. After all, artifacts were indeed distant and elusive. The Black Star meteorite, however, still had avenues for acquisition. In contrast, artifacts were entirely out of reach. If 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite could facilitate the completion of her second-tier transition task, the entire Elven race would deem it worthwhile. Thus, in Elise's eyes, these 3 artifacts were unequivocally worth the 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite. Yet, she was taken aback by the deity's remarkable generosity. Not only did he promise to lend her 3 artifacts, but he also bestowed upon her a complete set of platinum-quality equipment, all in the form of artifact embryos. The notion that her current gear could permanently transform into artifact embryos left Elise in profound astonishment. Was this the bliss of being a disciple of the divine? Regardless, this deity must be a benevolent and magnanimous god. After all, had he been malevolent, her soul would have likely perished long ago, let alone engaging in trade with the god. As for the most crucial item, the bough of heaven's thorns, using it required prior application to Tsam. For now, she decided against disturbing the divine being. She would pray again before the dungeon. Unbeknownst to Elise, she had unknowingly been cloaked by Lu Tsang's chaos hidden ring. As Elise departed, Lu Tsang also exited the transformation sanctuary. At that moment, he remained at the Wind Demon Cliff, where the fierce winds had calmed, and the monsters had vanished, leaving him alone atop the summit. At 11:34 p.m., the day was drawing to a close. Subsequently, Lu Tsang examined the divine equipment catalog. With his level rising, 6 additional rankings had been unlocked. He finally reached the 87th rank, allowing him to view more artifacts. The artifacts he could now synthesize were composed of materials he had scarcely heard of. The Profane Dagger effect inflicts an undispersible desecration upon targets suffering life point damage, which will continuously spread until they are entirely tainted. Once fully tainted, the target loses all rationality. Was this not tantamount to a guaranteed death upon contact? This could at least be considered a spiritual obliteration. To lose all reason and retain only the primal instincts of a sentient being. Could one still be deemed alive? Oh, but wait, my time reversal could save. Lu Tsang found himself intrigued by this equipment. If it guaranteed a kill regardless of the opponent, he could contend even against foes over 200 levels higher than himself. He then turned his attention to the crafting requirements. The materials needed included the heart of a level 200 Abyssal Terror, along with 1 billion Elven souls, 1 billion Abyssal Creature souls, 1 billion Dragon souls, 1 billion Demon souls, and 1 billion Human souls. Damn, upon reflection, the method for crafting this artifact was indeed sinister. Setting aside other races, the mere thought of extinguishing 1 billion human souls is unfathomable. Subsequently, Lu Tsang's gaze shifted towards the other equipment. The White Guardian Tome, ranked 89, boasts foundational attributes that augment mental value. The shield value it provides is amplified 1,000-fold, and the shield value it bestows upon others is similarly enhanced. The duration of this shield is extended 100 times, and it can be stacked 3 times. Furthermore, the shields conferred can defend against true damage. Truly, this artifact lives up to its divine status, offering enhancements that soar into the thousands and allowing for triple stacking, effectively resulting in a shield value of 3,000 times. Lu Tsang recalled that, at level 60, the protectors could typically provide a shield of approximately 100,000 points. With the White Guardian Tome, one could potentially grant a shield of 100 million points. 3 applications would yield 300 million in health. Utilizing his own Jinhua, it would take at least 2 attempts to breach such a formidable barrier. It is terrifying, indeed. The crafting materials required include 100,000 reverse scales from the White Dragon and 10,000 random shield universal skill books. The exclusive skill for Guardians, Fusion Shield, also demands the rare reverse scale of the White Dragon, which is notoriously difficult to obtain. After all, a single dragon yields but 1 scale, and the White Dragon is among the rare breeds. Moreover, procuring a dragon's reverse scale is tantamount to slaying the creature itself. It must be acknowledged that each piece of equipment requires exceedingly rare materials. Ultimately, while perusing the myriad divine artifacts, Lu Tsang discovered a new divine item that he could feasibly craft, the Crown of Insight. Category: Crown Attributes, 400 mental value effect, grants the ability of divine perception, allowing detection within a radius equal to one's mental value in kilometers, and provides information on all living beings and objects within this range. This perception cannot be sensed by entities below the divine level, enabling one to discern lies, falsehoods, and see through deceptions. With this crown, he would uncover the true motives behind the emperor's desire to make him king. Most importantly, the ability to pierce through lies, combined with information gathering, would render it exceedingly difficult for others to orchestrate his downfall. Although he currently possesses formidable strength, he remains vulnerable to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. A single misstep could lead to disaster. At times, one may be ensnared without realizing the truth. The pursuit of vengeance could be misdirected, allowing the true puppeteer to escape unscathed. Thus, the crown of insight is indeed indispensable. The required materials include a crown with a perception attribute, which he possesses, and 33 divine thought flowers. Upon seeing this material, Liu Cang's lips twitched involuntarily. It should be available on the market, albeit likely at a steep price. In that moment, he truly felt as though money flowed like water. The mouth of the liar demon, the face of the false demon, and the skin of the disguised demon. These items, fortunately, should be obtainable. The demon race and humanity can be considered partially neutral, with certain factions engaging in mutual benefit, while others remain entirely unaligned. Even so, conflicts frequently arise with the human race. Therefore, these items should indeed be available for purchase. As for taking matters into one's own hands, that is preposterous. The demon territory lies a staggering distance away. When matters can be resolved with currency, why engage personally? After determining how to proceed, a sudden flash. In the next moment, the scroll illuminated with brilliance. Illustrious gem merchants, Manager Wang, I require some materials and would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. Manager Wang Yuanmo was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure before him. He recognized him as the manager who had previously attended to Liu Cang and had promised to keep Liu Cang's arrival strictly confidential. At that moment, he was in his office, counting his bonuses. Receiving Liu Cang had resulted in a promotion, a raise, and substantial commission. In his eyes, Liu Cang was a veritable stroke of fortune. Now, with Liu Cang's unexpected appearance, Manager Wang's heart skipped a beat, but quickly steadied. Regardless, he was a level 65 class-transformed individual and certainly not one to be easily frightened. Need materials? Brother Liu Cang, whatever you require, do not hesitate to command. As long as we have it, we shall provide it, and credit is no issue. You may charge it. Upon hearing Manager Wang's words, Liu Cang couldn't help but marvel at how the illustrious gem merchants were resolutely intent on forging a connection with him. The illustrious gem merchants were notoriously strict about credit, declaring that even the wealthiest merchants of equal standing, like Mai Yunting, were not afforded such leniency. Yet now, they had opened this door to him. Regardless, their attitude was commendable. The materials I need are spirit mind flowers, totaling 33 pieces. Upon hearing this request, the corners of Wang Yuanmo's mouth twitched involuntarily. What did you just say? Spirit mind flowers? Do you not have any? Wang Yuanmo's lips quivered. Spirit mind flowers belong to the category of exceedingly rare materials. In our Sanctian City warehouse, there is but a single spirit mind flower, and its price is 10 billion. His expression imperceptibly twitched. Did this imply that after purchasing the spirit mind flowers, he would still owe an additional 35 billion with his current 25 billion gold coins? Although he understood that rare materials were costly, this was truly exorbitant. Yet, it was somewhat understandable. The heavenly twisting bow required 100 units of black star meteorite, which, when converted, was far more expensive than the crown of insight. Moreover, the ranking of the crown of insight surpassed that of black star meteorite. I have items that can serve as collateral. Can you assist me in acquiring them from elsewhere? Additional funds are not an issue. Fortunately, he still possessed thousands of platinum-quality equipment. Each piece could easily fetch a price in the billions, and they were in a state of high demand. This would be sufficient to purchase 33 spirit mind flowers. That should be feasible. Brother Liu, as long as you require assistance, the illustrious gem merchants will endeavor to support you wholeheartedly. However, it may require a bit of time as we need to mobilize resources from other regions. Additionally, we might have to procure from other chambers of commerce. Perhaps within the 100 Herbs and Blossoms chamber, the mind flower will be more abundant. Nonetheless, purchasing from our brilliant gem chamber guarantees the most favorable prices. We can still offer you a discount on the black card, based on market value. After uttering that statement, Manager Wang felt a twinge of unease and quickly added, should Liu Cang approach the 100 Herbs and Blossoms chamber, he might find himself expelled from the brilliant gem chamber. All right, how long do you think it will take for you to gather everything? Liu Cang, disinterested in venturing to other chambers, chose the brilliant gem chamber as a stable trading partner precisely for its discretion. A fixed trading partner is always more reliable than scouring about aimlessly. The fewer people who know about one's intelligence, the better. It should take approximately 2 hours. The transportation of goods is swifter than that of personnel, and mobilizing from other chambers will only require an hour to arrive. However, procuring from elsewhere may prove a bit cumbersome, but within 2 hours, it should be manageable. All right, While you're at it, please gather one, each of the mouth of the liar demon, the face of the false demon, and the skin of the disguised demon. Understood. Lord Liu. These materials are not particularly rare and are valued at 600,000 gold coins. Consider it a token of gratitude from the brilliant gem chamber. After imparting these instructions, Liu Cang selected 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Let us use these to settle the debt. With a total of 33 billion after a 25 discount, it comes to 24.75 billion. The value of 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment is nearly 30 billion, which indeed suffices to cover the debt. Please sell these items for me. If that isn't enough, there's more. With that, Liu Cang turned and vanished from sight. In the office, Manager Wang stared at the assorted equipment strewn across the floor, his mind in disarray. What on earth? 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment just tossed aside like refuse? This is platinum quality gear. Only the world and the most challenging dungeons yield such items. The annual output may not even reach 300. Furthermore, they're typically claimed by various major factions on the spot. Yet here he is discarding 60 pieces on the ground. Any single one of these would cause a sensation in the world, with families and factions clamoring to seize it. And what does if that isn't enough mean? Is he casually picking more dishes at the dinner table? He has only cleared one challenging dungeon, hasn't he? Just how many platinum quality items did he acquire from that challenging dungeon? Chapter 39, Explosive. World-destroying magical essence constructs. Manager Wang gazed at the air where Liu Cang had just disappeared, lost in thought. He finally understood why Liu Cang was so eager to disperse the funds. Indeed, had he delayed even slightly longer, others would have lost interest. Manager Wang, you have. Creak. The door to Manager Wang's office swung open as a subordinate stepped inside. Scattered across the ground lay an abundance of platinum-grade equipment, startling her so much that she sank to the floor. Manager Wang, she murmured, bewildered. However, Manager Wang merely gestured for silence, subsequently shaking his head gently. After departing from the resplendent gemstone chamber, Liu Cang strolled through the city of St. Lien. He had been occupied for several hours, from afternoon until evening, without a moment's respite. Even the finest energy potions could not sustain his frazzled spirit. Liu Cang felt the need for a brief reprieve. With 2.5 billion gold coins at his disposal, he could indulge in extravagance and revelry. Nonetheless, Liu Cang eschewed indulgence, opting instead to purchase some local delicacies of St. Lien and find a picturesque spot to savor them. Simultaneously, he perused the community updates. Chaos fog has emerged in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, rendering all communication impossible. Departure of airships to the Valley of 10,000 Dragons may be delayed. Signals from the Valley of 10,000 Dragons appear to be actively obscured. Dragon Tribe Travel Guide. The Chaos Fog. Was it truly that the Valley of 10,000 Dragons was completely unreachable? He wondered if some anomaly had transpired. After finishing the last of his squab legs, Liu Cang rose slowly. A brief interlude of rest had sufficed. He was no longer an ordinary individual yet to transition. He was a level 62nd tier class changer, possessing formidable physical prowess in every regard. Liu Cang sought not unbridled pleasure, but merely a moment to relax his mind. Alongside that, he intended to gaze upon the enchanting elven beauties. He then activated time reversal and swiftly made his way toward the class transition sanctuary. Liu Cang merely required a slight mental respite. His body was not fatigued in the slightest. Was time a waste? Certainly not. The impending anomaly could occur at any moment. A millennium of turmoil would undoubtedly claim the lives of numerous powerful beings. Only by becoming a bit stronger could he hope to safeguard himself. Otherwise, with his level 60 attributes, Liu Cang could not claim any semblance of self-preservation amidst a millennium of catastrophe. What exactly was the Valley of 10,000 Dragons? Merely 5 minutes prior, the Hurricane Demon Dragon Laney had intercepted the abnormality in the sky. Yet this strange object was entirely enveloped in adamantine. Adamantine was an exceptionally high-strength material. Even a level 200 berserker would require over 10 minutes to shatter it. The durability of adamantine was unparalleled, capable of withstanding the brunt of super-tier magical assaults. Laney, the Grand Sage, has arrived. Laney looked into the distance as a silver dragon approached, soaring towards her direction. The ancient silver dragon sage, Yaoman, who had lived for over 300 years, having survived 2 great calamities. The wind howled fiercely. Even a level 200 dragon would not be slow. In mere instants, it closed the distance. The great sage projected a thought. I apologize for my tardiness. I have just investigated the reason behind the obscured information of the Valley of Dragons. Upon sensing this thought, Laney comprehended the situation. No wonder I was unable to establish direct contact with you. Have you discovered any results? However, the silver dragon shook her head. Not yet, but it appears to be a deliberate act, intended to sever our communications with the Valley of Dragons. While emanating her thought, her dragon claw rested upon the capsule-shaped object. Material identification, structural analysis? Unknown, extreme steel, unstable essence, stable liquid, arcane energy crystals, magic essence technology product. Magic essence technology? In that instant, a comprehensive structural diagram of the material materialized within the silver dragon's mind. Inside, there was a timing device, slowly counting down. Countdown, 30, 29, 28. Upon identifying this information, the expression of the great sage shifted dramatically. She turned to look behind her, with a dragon's awaited answer, akin to curious children eager to discover the nature of this descending object. Witnessing this scene, the silver dragon's vertical pupils constricted sharply. A thought surged forth, expanding instantaneously. What are you all doing here? Children, run. The farther, the better. Yet, the great sage's command plunged the numerous dragons into confusion. It was too sudden. Run? Where to? But your protection is here. We have countless defensive formations in the Valley of Dragons. Silence. Run. Laney, you are the fastest. Take this thing away. The farther, the better. Other dragons. Run. In the opposite direction of Laney. Just milliseconds after Bileman, Laney reacted. Immediately, she grasped the enormous capsule with her claws, activating all acceleration skills and charging northward at full speed. Children, run. Run with all your might. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Dragons, the collective roar of dragons echoed. At the Transmutation Sanctuary, Lu Tsang arrived, marking his third visit there today. Others ventured into dungeons less frequently than he did. Placing his hands upon the awakening crystal, he activated the third transition task. Activating the third transition task for you. Your only selectable task level is... He chuckled, recalling that he had options last time, but now there were none. Why not offer a higher level task for selection? Lu Tsang remarked, slightly grumbling as the chaos-hidden ring in his hand vibrated, suppressing the extraordinary phenomena during his transition. Select the level transition task. A hum resonated. A faint ripple appeared on the awakening crystal. The awakening task had yet to materialize. Lu Tsang remained unperturbed. This was a normal occurrence. The more intricate and challenging the awakening task, the longer it takes to complete. As one's level increases, this duration becomes increasingly apparent. After a few minutes, the awakening crystal gradually brightens, and a series of tasks finally materializes before Lu Tsang. He gazes upon the tasks presented to him, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena, yet there exists a subtle sense of mundanity. This is the reality for the vast majority of those undergoing a class transition. Activating the awakening crystal unveils the conditions for his third transition. Task 1. Choose a deity and become their selected disciple. Completed. Chosen deity. God of Transformation and Artifacts. Tsang. Task 2. Complete a challenging dungeon at a mad difficulty level, setting the fastest completion record completed. Task 3. Personally slay a divine monstrosity's divine servant. 0-1. Incomplete. Task reward. A choice of an artifact grade armor ranked 80. Clothing, lower garment, boots, crown. Examining these tasks, Lu Tsang meticulously analyzes them. Is the task of selecting a deity and becoming their chosen disciple truly completed? I'm my own disciple. Nevertheless, this seems to pose no issues. The essence of the task is to have a disciple, and as the embodiment of a deity myself, bestowing upon myself the title of disciple appears to be quite acceptable. As for the challenging dungeon, it conveniently aligns with his current path. However, slaying a divine monstrosity's divine servant is another matter entirely. Those divine servants are sentient beings, not the foolish entities of the world. They possess intellect and are exceedingly cunning. They might even conceal themselves within the societies of various races, rendering them difficult to detect. The greater challenge lies not in their defeat, but in locating them. The reward for the task, a ranked 80 artifact, is rather commendable, akin to the ultimate rewards of a second transition task, a thought Lu Tsang scarcely dared to entertain. After accepting the tasks, Lu Tsang opens his friend list. In his friend list, those he has known for the past 18 years are grouped together, creating a cacophony of noise. It is not that Lu Tsang lacks camaraderie, but he has been perpetually occupied. Furthermore, the number of individuals seeking him is overwhelming. In fact, almost everyone in his friend list, whether familiar or not, is attempting to reach him. He simply cannot afford the luxury of engaging in idle chatter, for he has his own matters to attend to. In contrast, those he has met since his awakening are categorized into a separate group titled Trading Group. Wang Yuanmo, note, assists in buying and selling items. Huang Tao, Note, sells items in the holy capital. New group, Luo Zhuqian. Note, Emperor of Humanity. In total, there are merely 3 friends. Lutsong clicks on the chat window for Luo Zhuqian and sends a message. Lutsong, I wish to discuss matters concerning the conferral of kingship with you in person. I am in St. Lian City and will be available in approximately 2 hours. Meanwhile, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the divine beasts under the divine favor. At this moment, Luo Zhuqian is soaring through the heavens, heading southward. Suddenly, he receives a message from Lutsong. After a brief glance, he muses, it would indeed be intriguing to meet this youthful prodigy. 2 hours hence? That should pose no issue. As for the whereabouts of the divine beasts under divine favor, I shall consult my secretary for any pertinent information. Upon noticing Lutsong's query regarding the divine beasts, Luo Zhuqian's mind began to speculate. He had heard whispers of clandestine rivalries among the deities. Although the divine beasts are not true gods, they are nonetheless entities imbued with divinity. Lutsong's pursuit of the divine beasts likely stems from a divine directive, though the nature of the potential conflicts remains ambiguous. Nevertheless, it is evident that Lutsong is linked to the true gods. With this thought, Luo Zhuqian's conviction regarding Lutsong's identity deepened. After reviewing the message from the Emperor of Humanity, Lutsong replied with a simple all right, then promptly closed the chat window. He glanced at the time. 0000. Unbeknownst to him, the day was drawing to a close. Perhaps I should accumulate some wealth, he thought, while also gathering materials for other divine artifacts. Lutsong still harbored thoughts of the abyssal summoning staff, which should be among the easiest staff-type equipment to craft. By allowing any staff to come into contact with the taint of the abyss and supplementing it with some inexpensive auxiliary materials, one could create it. However, the distance to the abyssal contamination was quite considerable, as it resided in the northern territories, far too far. Just as Lutsong prepared to take action, a thunderous rumble shook the ground violently, as if the very earth were sinking momentarily. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing, but quickly regained his balance by transforming into swift stance. What transpired? He promptly consumed the wind spirit elixir to gain the ability to fly, soaring into the sky. Thanks to the attributes of the shadow boots, Lutsong could traverse through walls. Upon ascending to a great height, he observed that the entire transmigration hall had tilted slightly, and the buildings of St. Lian City were askew. The ground below had developed numerous fine fissures. What was happening? An earthquake? Dragon Clan's Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Time 0000. Key explosion. Joy. From within the core explosion, the cheers of demon essence echoed. Laney accelerated away with the utmost speed, yet it was already too late. Boom! A heavy aura emanated from the extreme steel. Bang! In an instant, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons was obliterated. However, the waves of destruction did not cease. Rather, they continued to spread in all directions. Cloud peaks of the dragons, Earth Dragon Prairie, Fire Dragon Volcano, Sea of Water Dragons. The waves of devastation show no signs of abating. The hurricane sweeps across the earth, subsequently obliterating the ground and carving out immense chasms. Nothing can impede this ominous crimson energy. All defenses crumble as if made of mere paper. The annihilation radiates from the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, spreading infinitely. Within a mere 3 seconds, a third of the Dragonkin territory is transformed into a deep pit, plunging down tens of kilometers. And this is far from a conclusion. The dragons, in an instant, grasp the gravity of the situation, yet there is no opportunity for escape. The speed of this destruction exceeds the speed of light from the previous life of Lutsong. In the blink of an eye, it penetrates countless kilometers of territory. 10 seconds later, 2/3 of the Dragonkin realm lies in ruin. The rate of devastation begins to slow down from this moment forth. However, as the final ripples of destruction continue to propagate, ultimately, all that remains of the Dragonkin domain is a cylindrical abyss. Chapter 40. In reversal. There are things I can accomplish. The residual waves of destruction continue to spread, taking a full 5 minutes to subside. Yet, the devastation does not merely affect the dragons. Even the southern lands of humanity have been caught in the turmoil. 2/3 of the southern territory has plunged directly into the abyss. Above, countless human warriors gaze at the enormous pit in the distance, their pupils narrowing in shock. What has transpired? How has the Dragonkin territory vanished into nothingness in the span of a mere minute? At this moment, the human emperor stands aloft in the sky, surveying the horizon. What once were mountains, rivers, and vast plains have now vanished entirely, leaving only a vast, dark chasm. In the human emperor's friend list, name after name fades away. Those are the powerful dragons with whom he once had connections. The Hurricane Demon Dragon Lane, the sage silver dragon, Yalman, the celestial dragon of destruction, Laban. One by one, their names dim. The human emperor realizes that nearly all the dragons in his list have been annihilated, save for the super mage white dragon and a few who remained among humanity. In the dragonkin territory, a staggering 99% of their kind have perished. When the world has occurred, the human emperor lingers in the sky, no longer advancing a step further. Simultaneously, he reaches out mentally to the Grand Sage within the White Tower. Grand Sage, did you witness this? From the human emperor's perspective, he synchronizes with numerous other powerful human beings. All kings, sages, leaders of major associations, heads of esteemed academies, and patriarchs of influential families. All eyes are directed towards the realm of the Dragonkin. Yet, the territory of the Dragonkin no longer exists. It is a scene of utter devastation, truly horrific in its extremity. Nothing remains upon the earth, only an empty, desolate chasm. Meanwhile, atop the White Tower, the Great Sage is also deducing the implications of this phenomenon, seeking to comprehend the events that have transpired in this place, St. Lien City. In a fleeting moment, Lu Tsang sensed a terrifying aura ripple through the air, filling him with a sense of foreboding. He observed the freshly updated posts within the community, and, at this moment, the messages no longer pertained to him. Instead, they were replaced by announcements of calamity. The Dragon Clan's territory has been reduced to unfathomable pits. Are they suspected to be entirely obliterated? Aerial footage. The site of the Dragon Clan's annihilation. I witnessed the destruction firsthand. Video attached. Breaking news. The Dragon Clan's domain has been leveled to deep craters. A frontline reporter brings you live coverage. Lu Tsang clicked on the news containing the video. The footage depicted a human perspective from high above, flying over the southern territories of humanity toward the Dragon Clan's region. All that was visible was a faint flicker of dark red light. In the next instant, a colossal spherical wave rippled outward, expanding almost instantaneously. It was impossible to discern how it burgeoned, but within a mere moment, this terrifying energy wave engulfed a significant portion of the Dragon Clan's territory. Furthermore, the wave of destruction showed no signs of abating. It continued to radiate outward, leaving behind immense, gaping pits in its wake. As Lu Tsang watched the scene unfold, he was compelled to swallow hard, despite not being physically present. The individual filming was retreating frantically, the destruction seemingly hot on his heels. After 5 minutes of desperate flight, the videographer managed to escape, though the devastation halted perilously close behind him. Once the destruction finally stabilized, 2/3 of the southern territories of humanity transformed into deep pits, remnants of the annihilation. After watching the video, Lu Tsang took a deep breath. He tightened his grip on the pendant, reverse time. Witnessing such devastation, he pondered what he could possibly do. He was merely a level 60 second transformation job holder in St. Lien City. He questioned, if such an explosion were to occur in St. Lien City, would he even have a chance to flee? Escaping the human territories within an hour seemed implausible. At his current speed, it would take at least 2 days. Only space mages above level 100 could utilize such abilities, and even they could not teleport across such vast distances in such a short time. Moreover, even with last-ditch resistance, there were limitations on invincibility. One must survive for at least 5 minutes within that area. At present, he simply did not possess that capability. Taking another deep breath to calm himself, Lu Tsang soon realized what he ought to do. Although he lacked the power to alter this disaster, he resolved to undertake whatever actions he could, regardless of the circumstances. As a member of the human race, I now possess the ability to effect change, and I am better prepared for what lies ahead. With this thought, Lu Tsang activated the time reversal. He promptly dispatched a message to the Emperor of Humanity, urging all members of the human race in the southern wilderness to utilize any means of transportation available and flee northward with utmost urgency. Every individual capable of escaping should do so. After conveying this message, Lu Tsang hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from mentioning the situation concerning the Dragon Clan. It was futile for the Dragon Clan to flee at this point. The devastation had already permeated the southern wilderness. Even if they began their escape now, starting from the borders of the Dragon Clan, there would be no chance of survival. Moreover, the vast majority of the Dragon Clan resided deep within their territory. Informing the Dragon Clan at this juncture was utterly pointless. Suddenly, Luo Jiuqian received Lu Tsang's message and was momentarily taken aback. Flee? Why should they run? However, Lu Tsang conveyed his thoughts to Luo Jiuqian with grave urgency, warning him that hesitation could cost them precious time. The reasons could be explained later. The communication software allowed for various modes of interaction: voice, text, thought, and video. Yet the simplest was through thought. At this moment, Luo Jiutian sensed Lu Cang's serious intent, which felt far from jest, especially given the gravity of the situation. He then posed a final question. Is this the guidance of the divine? Upon reading this, Lu Cang affirmed that the situation was indeed dire. Additionally, he requested Luo Jiutian to assist in locating the whereabouts of the divine beings associated with the divine monsters, with proximity to St. Lian City being preferable. After receiving this message, the Emperor of Humanity quickly responded, affirming, understood. I will inquire about the divine monsters. The Emperor was not one to beat around the bush. He recognized that indecision could lead to chaos. Moreover, given that today marked a day of upheaval, coupled with Lu Cang's connection to the divine and his recent miraculous feats, the Emperor was inclined to believe him. Surely, Lu Cang would not fabricate such a tale for mere amusement. Thus, almost simultaneously, a notification appeared before Lu Cang. Family announcement. Imperial decree. All members of the human race in the southern wilderness are to flee north at all costs. If necessary, abandon all resources. Upon seeing this announcement, Lu Cang breathed a sigh of relief. What the Emperor decided next was no longer his concern. That was a matter for the Emperor to deliberate. Meanwhile, Lu Cang, present in St. Lian City, could not afford to dwell on distant matters. He had done what he could. The rest lay in the hands of fate. Subsequently, Lu Cang followed the protocol and entered the Hall of Transformation, reciting his previous words verbatim within that sacred space. In the Hall of Transformation, Lu Cang possessed an exceptionally clear awareness. He successfully brought Eliza into the hall, and after ensuring her comfort, he proceeded directly to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. At this moment, Lu Cang, having completed his second job advancement, possessed a black card bestowed upon him by the Radiant Gem Guild during the battle against the Fourth World. Additionally, Lu Cang had amassed a fortune of 2.5 billion gold coins. However, this time, Lu Cang did not repeat his previous actions. Instead, he directly approached Manager Wang at the Radiant Gem Guild and sold all over 60 pieces of platinum equipment he had acquired from his world encounters, retaining only a complete set for upgrading purposes. He also informed the guild to assist him in procuring divine thought flowers and other supplementary materials. After conveying these instructions, the time was 22:43. Subsequently, Lu Cang swiftly completed his purchases and equipped his movement speed set before heading directly to the challenge dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon at the most challenging difficulty, Lu Cang activated the active effect of the thousandly swift boots. Within mere seconds, he ascended to the mountaintop and commenced his farming. After 30 minutes, Lu Cang managed to acquire over 1,000 treasure chests. However, due to his accelerated pace, Elisis was unable to deliver the Black Star meteorite in time. Consequently, Lu Cang did not synthesize the heavenly bow of the Amatsumagatsuki to defeat the final storm. Instead, he consumed the Wind Spirit Elixir, granting him the ability to fly, and dispatched his foe using Zhenyu. This took a mere 20 milliseconds longer than his previous attempt. Once everything was accomplished, Lu Cang proceeded to the Job Advancement Sanctuary to accept his third job advancement quest. Ultimately, at 23:30, he acquired the third job quest, having gained an additional half-hour compared to his last endeavor. In the southern borders, under the urgent decree of the Emperor of Humanity, airships departed with utmost speed, transporting people. Those possessing flying mounts brought along their families and neighbors. All transportation resources in the southern borders were mobilized, while supplies were entirely unloaded to accommodate the evacuation. Once filled with people, they set off without delay. Meanwhile, flying mounts soared northward at nearly maximum velocity. In the Luo Jiutian, Lu Cang received a message stating, "I have executed your instructions and facilitated the evacuation of the southern borders. The resources mobilized are significant. I hope this decision proves to be wise. Furthermore, the divine beast, divine favor you sought can be found in the southeast of St. Lian City, where there exists a ruin. There seems to be an organization that venerates divine beasts there. Numerous official teams sent to eradicate it have met their demise, including the loss of an elite level 87 adventurer. The official association estimates the challenge level exceeds 100. Recently, St. Lian City has been planning to assemble a formidable team to obliterate that ruin. Perhaps divine favor awaits within." Lu Cang gazed at the message from the Emperor of Humanity, assuring him, "I can guarantee that your actions are indeed correct. As for what transpires, we shall know within half an hour. Thank you for the information regarding the divine favor." Lu Cang promptly closed the chat box, recognizing the futility of further discussion. In merely half an hour, the Emperor of Man would witness the impending calamity. As for the Dragon Clan, although they stand as allies to humanity, it is regrettable that he currently lacks the strength to save them. Perhaps there is still hope for the dragons. Nonetheless, it is too late to intervene, even if it were merely to offer his intellect. Furthermore, the veil of misinformation obstructs the flow of vital communication. As for the rationale behind reversing time to rescue humanity, it is self-evident. There is no personal loss involved, yet countless billions of human lives could be spared. Each life is invaluable. To refrain from such an endeavor would question one's humanity. Efforts to facilitate the acquisition of divine mind flower have also led to the opening of more treasure chests in Wind Demon Cliff, yielding an abundance of platinum gear and various materials. Though Lu Tsang might hesitate or ponder, the absence of cost, coupled with potential benefits, renders inaction indefensible. The only explanation for refusal, then, would be that one is utterly malevolent, a traitor to humanity. After accepting the class transfer quest at 2331, Elise summoned him as anticipated. Lu Tsang responded to her call, synthesizing the celestial bow, and subsequently entered the Hall of Transformation to converse with Elise. His principles regarding her treatment remained unwavering. At 2334, he encountered the divine monster's favor. Lu Tsang opened the map and input the coordinates sent by the Emperor of Man, revealing a location that was not particularly close. He promptly exchanged all his equipment as sub-attributes for enhancements to basic movement speed. Each piece of gear, once altered, matched the base movement speed of the 1,000-mile Swift boots. However, the increment in basic movement speed follows a logarithmic growth pattern. The more stacked, the greater the decay. Ultimately, Lu Tsang's base movement speed reached a mere 100. Next, he activated the enhanced armament attribute on the 1,000-mile Swift boots, doubling the effect and raising the movement speed enhancement from 100 times to 200 times. Now, under these extreme conditions, his maximum movement speed could reach an astonishing 240 kilometers per hour. Emperor of Man, your proximity is indeed remarkable, he mused. Do you truly consider a distance of 200,000 kilometers to be nearby? In terms of my previous life, how many laps could one make around the entire blue planet? At this speed, it would take me at least 2 minutes to arrive. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Tsang set forth to the secret ruins. There, a pyramid of stone loomed, encircled by runes venerating the divine monsters. The ground was strewn with human bones and flesh, offered as sacrifices. As Lu Tsang approached the vicinity of the secret ruins, he was immediately met with a nauseating aura. Lu Tsang gazed towards the source of the emanating aura, only to behold a figure wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through the wrappings, fixating its gaze upon him. The information was shrouded in mystery. Level 89, health, mana. Such unknowns were to be expected, for he possessed no discernible ability to see through the veil. However, the palpable energy radiating from the individual suggested they were not weak. Lu Tsang scrutinized him and coldly inquired, "Are you a favorite of the gods?" The bandaged figure rasped, "Ah, yet another soul seeking demise. Indeed, I am favored by Lord Amicio." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Tsang abruptly materialized behind him. Enhanced weapon amplification, earthquake shockwave. With a thunderous clash, Lu Tsang's sword descended upon his neck. A resounding crash echoed as blood mist erupted forth. Almost instantaneously, the grand pyramid surrounding them fractured, blood oozing from its crevices. Lu Tsang surveyed the shattered remains of his foe. "I do not consider myself inherently violent, yet my current mood is rather displeased." Chapter 41. Blood of Resurrection. Materials for Revival. The favor of the gods are not mere wild beasts, but beings of profession, graced by divine monstrosities or tainted by their essence. Their attributes typically belong to the realm of class changers, often witnessing a moderate enhancement in capabilities. Ultimately, they are individuals who profess faith in divine monstrosities. However, ordinary class changers are not so easily defined. Amassing health in the billions is akin to reaching for the stars. Even a level 100 tank class typically possesses health in the millions. Achieving the billion mark seems but a dream. This belief underpins Lu Tsang's confidence in vanquishing the favored. Unless this favored possesses the capacity to surpass the billion health threshold, it merely means he would need to strike multiple times rather than once. An insignificant difference. Class change task notification. Your task has been completed. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Tsang turned his attention to the pyramid before him. Typically, places guarded by divine monstrosities harbor unique treasures, though their nature remains uncertain. At times, they may conceal malevolent artifacts capable of causing corruption, yet on other occasions, they might house rare materials or special skill tomes. Since he was already present, Lu Tsang resolved to venture inside. Upon entering the stone pyramid, he was enveloped in total darkness. Without hesitation, he tore open an illumination scroll. Instantly, A radiant light spread forth, illuminating the entire corridor. Within this passage lay the lifeless bodies of numerous followers of the divine monstrosities, all dispatched by Lu Tsong's swift strike. Proceeding at a moderate pace, he keenly observed his surroundings, concerned about missing some hidden passages, places that may very well conceal treasures. Lu Tsong suddenly felt a chilling breeze behind him. A dagger pierced his back, yet inflicted no substantial harm. He was astonished to discover he had been ambushed. His health bar diminished by a mere 5 points, resulting in nothing more than a slight abrasion on his skin. Turning to glance behind him, Lu Tsong found nothing amiss. The protective range of Jinyue was insufficient to encompass the entirety of this pyramid. Faced with a concealed assailant, Lu Tsong exhibited no inclination to search for them. Adopting a cannon position, he swung Jinyue. Boom! In an instant, corpses began to tumble from the ceiling, revealing that the assassins had been stealthily lurking above, silent as shadows. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that their attacks must first breach defenses. Lacking reconnaissance abilities made navigating this labyrinth exceedingly inconvenient. Furrowing his brow, Lu Tsong resolved to abandon any leisurely approach and instead transitioned into swift stance. Concurrently, he activated the boots of swift travel, propelling himself to the end of the corridor. Before him lay a vast circular hall, at the center of which was a ritualistic array painted in blood. Dominating the altar at the heart of this array were various offerings, resembling a sacrificial ceremony dedicated to Iris. However, this ritual was considerably more macabre, with human bones and entrails strewn across the floor. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, Lu Tsong frowned once more. Any normal human would feel revulsion at the sight of exposed human organs littered across the ground. Yet, Lu Tsong quickly set aside such feelings. In this otherworldly realm, amidst elves and dragons, swords and sorcery, adventure and conquest, taverns and hearths, darkness also lurked. Lu Tsong understood he would inevitably encounter this grim aspect of existence. He activated defensive stance, recalling that textbooks often warned of traps in such places. Taking a single step forward, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive bolt of purple lightning crashed down from the ceiling. Indeed, the textbooks had not deceived him. Lu Tsong's health had now surged to over 4 million. His resilience had evolved since the Wind Demon Cliff, allowing him to accumulate health from each type of monster twice. Yet, for Lu Tsong, who could annihilate foes en masse, this effectively doubled his health gains. In merely a minute of travel time, he had already accumulated several 100,000 points. The damage from this trap was indeed substantial. Even with damage reduction, it inflicted over 500,000 points of harm. Were a fragile character to endure such a blow, they would likely perish instantly. Even a level 100 class changer, be they a mage or assassin, would scarcely possess 1,000,000 health points and would be unable to withstand the trap's assault. Lu Tsong paused for 2 seconds to restore his shield, simultaneously equipping all gear imbued with shield enhancement and near-death resistance attributes. The efficiency of the shield generated on his body has indeed improved, although it pales in comparison to the 1,000-fold shield of the White Armor Scroll. Nevertheless, for Lu Tsong, it represents a substantial enhancement. He continues to advance forward. A sudden gust of icy wind sweeps through, but Lu Tsong remains unfazed. Ordinarily, this effect would have frozen him in place. However, during the existence of his shield, he is immune to control effects and remains completely unaffected. With a sequence of attacks, Heaven's Punishment Fire, Ultimate Flash, and Chaos Peak Stab, explosions resonate around him. In merely 3 steps, he triggers 4 traps, effectively traversing a path laden with dangers. After covering a distance of 10 meters, Lu Tsong pauses briefly, waiting for 20 seconds until his shield is fully charged, exceeding his health limit. He then activates the 1,000-mile Swift Boots, propelling himself across several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. However, in that instant, the floor and walls illuminate with intricate patterns as a series of explosions ensue, accompanied by various elemental shock waves echoing behind him. Simultaneously, dozens of bolts of lightning and beams of light chase after Lu Tsong. The damage manifests as numbers: 142,819, 123,828, 104386. While enduring this onslaught, Lu Tsong wields the Jinyue, maximizing his damage reduction. Ultimately, the countless traps' damage is entirely mitigated. Arriving at the center of the altar, he finds the soul offering, the blood of resurrection. Its effects are remarkable, capable of crafting resurrection scrolls to revive beings below level 100, provided they have not been dead for more than 3 days, making it an exceedingly rare and valuable material. Additionally, it enhances the resurrection effect of the scrolls for higher level targets and those with longer death durations. The description reveals it as the blood of an ancient deity of blood and immortality scattered throughout the world. The blood of resurrection consists of 10 precious drops. A rare sight indeed. While resurrection abilities are not entirely absent in this world, they are exceedingly scarce and, as noted, come with numerous limitations. The ability to resurrect is confined to targets below level 100. Nevertheless, it remains a power of revival. Upon securing the blood of resurrection, Lutsong realizes he has surpassed the remnants of the Omisu, which are scattered across the world. At that moment, its eyes snap open within the crevices of the rocks. My blood of resurrection. Who dares to take it? It only requires these final 10 drops to complete its resurrection. Awaiting the next sacrificial day, just 2 days hence, it intends to reclaim the blood for its revival. Yet, it suddenly senses that the blood of resurrection placed upon the altar has vanished, taken by a chaotic entity. Strangely, it cannot discern the nature of this presence, which appears as a shroud of mist. Furthermore, the blood bears its own tracking mark. However, once this blood of resurrection was taken by that entity, the positioning mark vanished without a trace, rendering any investigation futile. Such formidable concealment capabilities suggest at least the level of a great sage among the human race. Could it be that he has uncovered my resurrection plan? During this process, a being known as Omizio attempted to probe me, yet still found nothing. The divine creature's inquiry into my affairs indicates that this blood of resurrection must hold significant importance for it. Divine creatures are a scourge upon the world, the common enemy of all races. Regardless, a loss for the enemy translates to gain for him. At this moment, the time has reached 23:43. On the way back, Lutsong replenished his vitality once more. With each encounter with powerful entities, he increasingly felt that his reserves were insufficient. After some contemplation, Lutsong pondered whether possessing an ample supply of blood would allow him to remain unscathed even at the epicenter of a dragon's explosion. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that his blood accumulation was still lacking. Naturally, while this thought crossed his mind, Lutsong did not intend to spend excessive time on this accumulation. He focused on fulfilling his task. Task completed. Please select your rank 80 artifact. Options: armor, lower garment. Crown boots. The crown is in progress, and I already possess the boots. As for the armor and lower garment, Lutsong felt that he could choose any of the 4, as an artifact typically features 2 attributes. However, after careful consideration, Lutsong resolved to examine his options further. The lower garment was the only part currently lacking an artifact. Thus, he chose the lower garment. You have obtained Leap Spirit Artifact. Leap Spirit Artifact 5. Category: leg armor. Equipment level: 60, follows user level. Attributes: Agility 204114. Quality: Platinum, evolvable. Effect: grant spatial jumping ability, allowing free leaps to any location within 60 kilometers, increased with level, and disregarding spatial restrictions. Cooldown time: 2 seconds, can store 50 uses. When facing potentially lethal damage, it will automatically leap to a safe location. Description: an artifact endowed with exceptional spatial jumping capabilities, allowing one to go wherever they desire. Spatial abilities: this can be considered one of the rarest capabilities in this world. Space and time: even spatial mages find it challenging to leap freely. However, upon further reflection, Lutsong did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he activated reversal time, returning to the moment before the selection. He chose light armor. Unable to select type of upper garment. Automatically assigned heavy guardian armor. Lutsong focused directly on the effects of this artifact, rather than dwelling on its attributes. Effect: super heavy armor. Physical damage taken is permanently reduced by 99, and armor value is increased by 100 times, while also providing a fixed damage reduction of 1,000 points after damage reduction calculations. The defensive capabilities in the realm of physics can only be aptly described as formidable. However, at present, there is no necessity for such strength, especially considering that no exceptionally potent physical adversaries have yet emerged. Should one opt for this equipment only to encounter a foe steeped in the arcane arts, it would be rather foolish. Subsequently, Lutsong reactivated his time reversal ability and glanced at the headgear. Crown of the Dead. Effect: the undead creatures summoned by the Crown of the Death Lord will be at least level 70. If their summoning level exceeds 100, they will be at level 30. And all undead creatures will gain a state of frenzy, with a cooldown reduction of 40 and a mana cost reduction of 90. All summoned undead will be equipped with a full set of gear equivalent to level 3 golden quality and possess the ability to resurrect 5 times. Upon examining this crown, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lutsong's mouth. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to summon the undead. Moreover, even if he were to utilize the equipment's effects to summon, he could only conjure a few level 70 undead, which would still be insufficiently powerful. He would ultimately need to forge the tenfold summoning staff to truly engage in the summoning arts. In the end, Liu Cang turned his attention to the boots. Category Boots. Equipment level 60 follows the user's level. Attributes: Agility 204114. Quality: Platinum, can evolve. Description: a divine artifact of spatial manipulation, possessing immense capabilities of spatial movement, allowing one to traverse vast distances instantaneously, even across billions of kilometers. Having perused all the equipment, Liu Cang momentarily set aside the crown and clothing. What remained were two artifacts of spatial nature, both undeniably powerful. One offered a high degree of freedom, yet the places he had visited were not influenced by the timeline, which piqued Liu Cang's interest. This signified that even if he returned to places he had previously visited, the temporal fabric would not resemble that of the future. After a brief contemplation, he acknowledged that while the ability to leap through space was formidable at his current speed, it was not particularly utilizable. You are now receiving the second stage of the class transition quest. Chapter 42, The Second Destruction, Altered Timeline. Current quest, second stage. Quest objective: successfully complete 100 dungeons on Madness difficulty consecutively, while maintaining the fastest completion record. Quest reward: unique skill book of the Transmogrification Divine Equipment, Spirit of Equipment. Completing 100 dungeons on Madness difficulty seems manageable, as the majority of dungeons above level 30 feature this degree of challenge. The real question lies in whether an ordinary class changer can succeed. Yet, facing such an arduous task with such nonchalance is a feat likely achievable only by Liu Cang. Were it another individual undertaking a third-class transition quest, it might take them a lifetime to complete. As for the quest reward, while Liu Cang could comprehend the skill book, the nature of the Spirit of Equipment remained a mystery, and he was unable to preview it. Well then, let us commence with the nearby dungeons. Liu Cang opened the community interface. Locate the dungeon guide for St. Lien City. Back then, on the airship traveling from St. Capital to St. Lien City, a guide was sold for 500 gold coins. It had long been widely circulated in the forums of St. Lien City. Liu Cang casually found a map marker and copied it onto his own map. Soon, his map was adorned with a plethora of various markers. Dungeon, Dawn Canyon. Dungeon type, Defense. Level, 3,560. Dungeon, Marsh Wetlands. Dungeon type, Combat. Level, 5,060. Dungeon, Abandoned Ancient Tower. Dungeon type, War. Level, 4,060. Dungeon, Exquisite Clock House. Dungeon type, Puzzle. Level, 4,060. Each marker represented a different dungeon. Within St. Lien City alone, there were several dungeons above level 30. He removed the markers for the defense-type dungeons. In a flash, a small section of markers on the map vanished. Yet, many different types of dungeons remained, such as Puzzle, Capture Point, and Escort dungeons. These dungeons were rather troublesome. Ultimately, after contemplation, Liu Cang made another exclusion and opted for purely combat-type dungeons. Soon, a significant number of dungeons were filtered out. However, the remaining dungeons were all suitable for speed runs. Liu Cang focused on the dungeon closest to him. As for the boots of swift travel, they became mere attribute-less whiteboard equipment. Upon activating this attribute, the artifact attributes on Liu Cang's body reached 6. The effects of this supreme artifact attribute of class specialization, with 6 attributes, were activated. All equipment skills of Mana Spring are activated, gaining an 80 cooldown reduction, and all skill equipment effects can be released without any cost. You can additionally release all skill equipment effects once more. Cooldown reduction is not constrained by world limits. World limit constraint for cooldown reduction is 40. Unfortunately, at present, there are no skills that require dual release. Subsequently, Liu Cang donned his movement speed gear. In mere seconds, he appeared before a dungeon named Abandoned Castle in St. Lien City. He selected the difficulty, Madness. Upon entering the dungeon, Liu Cang's figure vanished from in front of it. 10 seconds later, he emerged from the dungeon. The record stone tablet for the dungeon had notably changed. Fastest dungeon completion record. Madness first place Liu Cang, completion rating. Completion time, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. After Liu Cang left this dungeon, due to the presence of the Chaos Hidden Ring, no one noticed his passage. The only proof of Liu Cang's visit lay in that record stone tablet. It remained uncertain when someone would eventually discover that the records on the stone tablet had quietly transformed. Starry Night Wilderness. Liu Cang entered the dungeon, drawing the bowstring taut. I am directly at the distant 3-headed giant wolf. Powerful armament. Enhanced effect. Rain of arrows from the heavenly bow. Rain of arrows, divine. Enhanced. Transforms your shot into a barrage of 300 arrows, each imbued with identical supplementary effects. The number of arrows from the heavenly bow has once again doubled. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows were unleashed. Supernova flash. A torrent of light surged forth. 3, 265, 820, critical hit. 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 Almost simultaneously, upon striking the creature, streams of light erupted. Splitting into finer strands, they radiated in all directions. 816, 455, critical hit. 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 In that moment, the entire dungeon was aglow. Indeed, the challenging dungeons beyond seemed somewhat lacking in comparison. The final 3 giant wolves possessed merely over 100 million health points, proving not particularly formidable. The streams of light in Liu Cang's hands resembled a Gatling gun, sweeping effortlessly from left to right, dispatching arrows one by one. The damage of Supernova Flash is calculated based on agility. Currently, Liu Cang's arrows dealt over 3 million damage each. For these creatures with their 100 million health, withstanding even 40 instances of Supernova Flash would be absurd, let alone the multitude unleashed. From start to finish, Liu Cang's completion time did not exceed 5 seconds. The minor foes scarcely had the opportunity to mount an attack against him, inflicting only a few thousand points of damage before being eliminated. Upon dispatching them, Liu Cang promptly assessed his rewards. After opening the treasure chest, he departed immediately, hardly glancing at the spoils within. What difference did it make what the chest contained? Merely a few dozen pieces of platinum-quality equipment at best. Thus, Liu Cang continued to navigate the map in search of dungeons. Over 100 dungeons are scattered throughout the city of St. Leon regardless. Some time must be expended. Time flowed inexorably onward. 0000. Liu Cang heard the sound of a beep, the alarm he had set for himself. Sighing softly, he murmured, "Rest in peace, dragonkin." Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Yet Liu Cang was already prepared, having soared into the air. As he ascended, he surveyed the community, which was in a state of chaos, just as he had previously witnessed. With a mere glance, he closed the community window and resumed recording the dungeon locations. Lacking sufficient strength, he was ill-equipped to confront such overwhelming destruction. Worrying about it was futile. Southern frontier. Hurry. Faster. Even faster. Countless airships soared northward at breakneck speed, trailing a relentless wave of destruction in their wake. This merciless annihilation laid waste to the homelands of the southern tribes, reducing vast expanses to ruin. At last, the tide of devastation came to a halt, leaving 2/3 of the southern lands, alongside the territory of the Dragon Clan, utterly obliterated. Once the destruction ceased, the airships, shrouded in thick smoke, made urgent emergency landings. The survivors gazed back, hearts racing with dread, acutely aware that had they lingered even a moment longer, they too would have been reduced to mere dust amidst the chaos. It was the command of the Emperor that had saved them. I always knew it was right to trust in the Emperor. Above, the Emperor stood in the heavens, his gaze fixed upon the south, his eyes wide as saucers. What had transpired? What was the nature of that destructive energy? Such devastation could rival the legendary super-tier forbidden spells. If such an assault were to befall the human realm, would humanity possess the means to withstand it? Yet, what was most urgent to ascertain was what had transpired within the territory of the Dragon Clan. In that instant, the Emperor's thoughts turned to Liu Cang. With a flicker of intent, he reached out his perception toward the southern direction within the human domain. The majority of the southern tribes had survived. Most of them resided in the temperate northern regions, while the southern expanse was fraught with perilous swamps and formidable fiends. The northern areas were the only habitable cities, akin to the vast Sahara Desert in Liu Cang's previous life, where communities thrived in suitable environments. The same principle applied to the southern lands. Thanks to this, when the Emperor ordered an all-out retreat northward, despite the obliteration of 2/3 of the southern territories, the number of human lives lost was not as extensive as it could have been. Witnessing the horrific scene and the vast chasms created by the Dragon Clan, the Emperor could not help but swallow hard. What had Liu Cang foreseen? Or what revelations had the divine imparted to him? The emperor felt an urgent need to meet with Lu Tsang. Sage, if you uncover any insights, relay them to me immediately. I must visit Lu Tsang. Concurrently, another imperial edict was issued. Imperial decree. All southern tribes are to migrate north at once, evacuating the southern lands. All cities within human territory are duty-bound to unconditionally accept southern refugees. Upon issuing this decree, the emperor turned and summoned the Star Dragon Beast. Hastening toward the city of Saint Lien. Community announcement. The people of the south should not thank me, but rather Lu Tsang. During his journey, the emperor took the opportunity to post a message, affixing it at the top of the bulletin with his authority. All who entered the community interface would see this pinned announcement at the earliest opportunity. He does not intend to vie for credit with Lu Tsang. Without Lu Tsang's intelligence, he, as the emperor of humanity, would be utterly powerless, incapable of safeguarding his own people. The accolades rightfully belong to Lu Tsang, and they are undoubtedly his. One by one, members of the human race eagerly clicked on the emperor's pinned post. After grasping the background and context, their hearts were filled with astonishment. Naturally, the emperor had omitted certain details regarding the divine beings and personal matters concerning Lu Tsang's connection to them. What? I have heard that the emperor foresaw this calamity and urged the people of the southern frontier to flee northward. Is this information truly from Lu Tsang? When did Lu Tsang ever establish contact with the emperor? Do you really think that becoming a monarch is merely a fanciful notion? Once one is on the brink of kingship, how could they possibly lack communication with the emperor? So, what truly transpired in the territory of the Dragon Clan? I hail from the southern frontier, and the terrifying destruction halted just behind us. Had we delayed even slightly, my family and I would have perished. We owe our survival to Lu Tsang. The overwhelming majority of the southern frontier populace expresses their gratitude toward Lu Tsang. The people feel as though they are living in a dream, having undergone a harrowing ordeal of life and death in such a brief span. Were it not for Lu Tsang's warning, they would now be lifeless corpses. No, in such a scenario, there would be no bodies left, not even ashes. At that moment, aboard the airship, the surviving individuals from the southern frontier sat huddled together. They had truly lost their homeland. Although the southern frontier had not been entirely obliterated, and some areas remained untouched by destruction, who would dare to reside in such places? God only knows what transpired among the Dragon Clan. They wished to never endure such a calamity again. Furthermore, the emperor had issued a decree for all southern frontier citizens to vacate the region entirely. If Lu Tsang ascends to kingship, we are willing to follow in his footsteps. Will Lu Tsang become the monarch of the northern frontier in the future? Mother, I wish to migrate to the northern frontier. In the vicinity of Saint Lien City, Lu Tsang had completed 35 dungeons. However, the treasures from these 35 dungeons combined paled in comparison to those from the Wind Demon Cliff. Dungeons that allow for infinite respawning and repeated runs are indeed rare. Nevertheless, when measured by time, Lu Tsang had cleared more than 30 dungeons in just over a few minutes, acquiring nearly 100 treasure chests. This speed, in conventional terms, was not particularly slow. The Wind Demon Cliff dungeon had merely stymied his progress. Just as Lu Tsang prepared to tackle the next chaotic dungeon, he received a notification. Ding. You have new messages. Current unread messages. 2 messages had arrived. The only individuals capable of sending him messages and ensuring their delivery were those 3. Lu Tsang, I have many questions to ask. I will arrive at Saint Lien City shortly. Let us meet and converse. Wang Yuanmo also sent himself a message. Lord Lu, we at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association have already procured the Mind Blossom you requested ahead of time. The materials from the Demon Clan you sought are also prepared. You may come to collect them now. This time, we have not charged you a single coin. Upon reading these 2 messages, Lu Tsang chuckled softly. Indeed, it was quite timely. Just before his meeting with the Emperor, he received the materials for the Crown of Insight. Chapter 43. What the hell? Why did the dungeon record suddenly refresh? There were still 65 dungeons left at the insane difficulty level. Well, a trip to collect the materials would not consume much time. With this thought in mind, Lu Tsang in the next moment found himself before the entrance of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Lu Tsang's optimal plan was to traverse all the dungeons he needed to clear before commencing the first one. This way he could arrive in an instant at any dungeon. Naturally, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association was one of Lu Tsang's frequent haunts, so he made a visit there as well. At this moment, Lu Tsang entered the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association once more and arrived at Manager Wang's office. I have come to collect the materials. Manager Wang seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Tsang's enigmatic mode of transportation, hardly batting an eye as he appeared right before him without using the door. If it weren't for the spatial restrictions in the association's warehouse that prevented entry, Manager Wang might have believed Lu Cang could simply enter the warehouse and take what he needed without any purchase. Of course, even if Lu Cang could do so, he would not be so unscrupulous. One ought to pay for what one acquires. He was not impoverished. Upon Lu Cang's appearance, Manager Wang wore a flattering smile. Recognizing him as a superlative benefactor whose importance rivaled that of other cooperative partners of the same caliber. A single individual could represent an entire merchant association. It would be remiss not to extend proper hospitality. Had Lu Cang's appearances not been so elusive, Manager Wang would have known his taste better. Otherwise, he would have arranged for dozens of beautiful attendants, with ample bosoms and slender waists as a standard, including beast-eared maidens, half-elves, elves, and humans, all prepared for Lu Cang. As for half-dragons, alas, given the plight of the dragon kin, it was best not to pursue that. Lord Lu, I have heard of your heroic deeds. It is said that you saved our compatriots from the southern region. For this order, we are giving you a 50% discount. This is the treatment deserved by a hero of our human race. This price cannot be lowered any further. We are already taking a loss on this transaction. To expedite the acquisition of the Mind Blossom, our association even absorbed the price increase from other associations. We procured them from others at 1.5 billion gold coins each. Offering you a 50% discount, we sell it for 500 million gold coins. Selling you this flower incurs a loss of 1 billion. As for the proceeds from the equipment sold, those funds have already been transferred to your account. The Brilliant Gem Merchant Association is not the type to perform good deeds without recognition. We are merchants after all. Lu Cang inscribed the names of the first conquerors of the challenge dungeon at the mad difficulty level. This could be considered a favor extended to them. Simultaneously, it was imperative that they articulated clearly what they had done for Lu Cang. Otherwise, all their good deeds would remain unknown to others, rendering their efforts fruitless and resulting in a loss rather than a gain. As a businessman, they would never engage in such folly. It was acceptable to perform good deeds or incur losses, but it was essential that the other party recognized and understood their contributions. Upon hearing Manager Wang's remarks, Lu Cang nodded slightly. I understand. I have a batch of goods available for you to sell. Next time, when you assist me in acquiring materials, I simply ask for speed. A slightly higher price is inconsequential. Lu Cang, at this moment, was indeed affluent, possessing a monopolistic level of platinum quality equipment. In just an hour, he could produce a quantity of platinum gear that would take humanity decades to amass. If he were still short on funds, it would be truly indefensible. Having spoken, Lu Cang selected 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment from his inventory. He then glanced at the storage box in Manager Wang's office and transferred the equipment into it. Here are 2,000 pieces of platinum quality gear. Distribute the profits as you see fit. Once this batch sells out, just let me know. With that, Lu Cang hastily left, leaving the platinum quality equipment on the ground. From that moment onward, Manager Wang's office was equipped with a storage box specifically designated for the elusive Lu Cang's merchandise. Originally, his office was not a trading reception room. Typically, substantial transactions required negotiation in a designated space. However, Lu Cang was an exception. One could only say that Lu God would come and go as he pleased. The reason he worked late into the night was due to Lu Cang. He feared that Lu Cang would seek him out and find him absent. Of course, working late was inconsequential. The important thing was the profit. Lu Cang's recent transactions had earned him millions of gold coins and commissions. How many years of work would it take to earn such a sum? Gazing at the order for 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment presented by Lu Cang, Manager Wang was overwhelmed with joy. Rest? What is rest? From today onwards, I am the loyal servant of the Brilliant Gem Trading Association. I love my job. I revel in overtime. Every order that passed through their hands, once sold, would yield a commission of one of the transaction amount. Selling those 2,000 pieces of platinum gear would mean a commission of what? Had this been any other regional branch, the president would surely have to make way for him. After discarding the equipment, Lu Cang turned and departed. He intended to complete several more mad difficulty dungeons before the arrival of the human emperor. Ideally, he wished to complete the third transformation quest before facing the current human emperor. Regardless of the circumstances that lay ahead, strength was always paramount. As he left, Lu Cang quietly synthesized the Crown of Insight within his backpack. The Crown of Insight, Artifact, 5. Quality, Platinum, upgradable. Equipment level, 60, scales with user level. Spirit value, 204. 114. Spirit resistance, 180. Effect 1. Grants the ability of divine perception, allowing detection of all entities and items within a radius of 3 spirit points kilometers. This perception remains undetectable by beings below divine rank. enabling one to discern lies, falsehoods, and unveil true appearances. Effect 2. Pending absorption. Effect 3. Pending absorption. Description. A crown capable of perceiving all, possessing exceptional detection and reconnaissance abilities, capable of seeing through all disguises and deceptions. Liu Cang equipped the Crown of Insight, augmenting his artifact attributes to 7. Simultaneously, the effect of the Supreme Artifact attribute was triggered once more. Supreme Artifact Attribute 7. Effect of certain death rejection. This rejection of certain death can negate fatal damage from true gods and death effects, immune to abilities of divine rank and below. 7 attributes. This effect. It is undoubtedly the finest preservation mechanism. No matter the circumstances, it grants the ability to survive. More importantly, he now possessed 7 artifacts, allowing this effect to activate 7 times, sustaining him for 7 minutes. This meant that even the cataclysmic explosion capable of annihilating the dragon race could not bring about his demise. From a video observed, the duration from the onset to cessation of the explosion lasted merely 5 minutes. Assuming no further calamities followed this strike, survival was indeed plausible. Moreover, this ability, irrespective of the situation, provided him with the opportunity to trigger reversal of time. Even in the worst-case scenario, Liu Cang would not be instantaneously obliterated. The shattered artifacts were as though they had never been broken. After accomplishing all this, he returned to his usual endeavors, continuing with the dungeon grind in the sacred Lian city. At that moment, before the abandoned castle dungeon, several job changers gazed at the entrance. Are we all prepared? After being stuck in the 3rd transition for 2 years, they aim to attempt clearing a dungeon of mad difficulty. The mad difficulty of the abandoned castle had yet to be conquered by anyone. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, we represent the optimal personnel configuration for clearing the abandoned castle. A level X spirit exorcist, a level X profession, holy purifier, myself, a level X profession, demon hunter, alongside a level X profession, radiant guardian, and a level X profession, divine punisher archer. All of us hail from various corners of the world as advanced professionals. As the captain, a level X demon hunter is undoubtedly the most fitting for this dungeon, as its ultimate foe is a demon. Just as the captain was articulating his thoughts, suddenly, beside him, the teammate designated as the holy purifier gazed at the record stone, covering her mouth in astonishment. Captain, did you not say that this dungeon had never been cleared by anyone? The captain was momentarily taken aback by the mention of this name, Liu Cang. In an instant, realization dawned upon him as he rushed to the record stone, gazing at it in bewilderment. When had he cleared this dungeon on such a mad difficulty? No. Just a moment ago, there had been no names inscribed. It was not just this team. As time passed, more and more class changers discovered that in the dungeons they were engaging in, the record stone for the mad difficulty had mysteriously acquired an additional name. This kind of dungeon completion was unlike any global announcements or challenge dungeons. It would not be widely broadcasted, but merely refreshed on the record stone. As for the dungeons in Shengjing No. 2, they were specially set up by the school. Upon the emergence of a new record, an announcement would be made immediately. Rather than an announcement, it was akin to a trumpet that automatically played within the dungeon. Whenever a record was refreshed, the trumpet would proclaim the name, showcasing the school's honor. However, the outer dungeons lacked such embellishments. Completion merely resulted in a name appearing on the record stone, and that was all. Today, the people of Shonglian City discovered an exceedingly eerie phenomenon. The mad difficulty dungeons had all been cleared, and by the same man, Liu Cang. What was even more terrifying was that even in the mad difficulty dungeons, this man's slowest completion time did not exceed 10 seconds, with some dungeons being completed in as little as 1 second. In the community, discussions erupted. The ghost haunting Shonglian City, frantically clearing mad difficulty dungeons. Having never witnessed Liu Cang's presence, yet the dungeon records have been shattered. Forbidden arts? Speculations dismissed. Scholars from the White Tower assert that even the highest level of forbidden arts could not yield such results. Experts in forbidden arts research have stepped forward to clarify. There may be some misunderstandings regarding forbidden arts knowledge. In the World Channel, various class changers engaged in fervent discussions about the unfolding events. Within the Shonglian City Map channel, subchannel number 358965, a small channel with only a few hundred members, the chatter continued. What? I remember the dungeon record I just observed. I was watching intently. Just a moment ago, there was no record of clearing mad difficulty. The clearer was Liu Cang, and the completion time was 5 seconds. Can you believe it? It happened in the blink of an eye. I was just about to explain to my girlfriend that I was going to run the dungeon with my friends. No girls around, so I even recorded a video file. As soon as this video was shared, In a fleeting moment, word spread like wildfire. Is this truly happening? What on earth has transpired? Yet, there is no sign of the god of the land. Indeed, after a thorough glance around, no trace of the god of the land appears near the dungeon. How did this monument of records suddenly refresh? A specter, it truly is a specter. I genuinely believe. Previously, while preparing to enter a dungeon at the dry water cliff in the northern part of St. Leon City, I witnessed the record refresh right before my eyes. The time was 0:23, refreshing at the 21-second mark. What? You saw the dry water cliff record refresh at 23 minutes? At the very same moment, I beheld the record for the desolate mountain range refresh. Goodness. It was also achieved by Lute Song, and I distinctly remember capturing a screenshot, though I didn't record video. Let me check the timestamp of the screenshot. My word. That dungeon record refreshed at the 27-second mark. For a moment, I pondered. The desolate mountain range is situated to the south of St. Leon City. Isn't it? That distance must span tens of thousands of kilometers. This is truly uncanny. Completing a dungeon in 10 seconds is already impressive. But how on earth did he finish the record in the north, and, within mere seconds, arrive at the south of St. Leon City? This defies logic. It is neither science nor magic. The job changers of St. Leon City were utterly bewildered. As this incident unfolded, an increasing number of individuals inexplicably witnessed fresh completion record for dungeons before their eyes, all bearing that familiar name, Lute Song. That recognizable completion time, merely 4 or 5 seconds. In each dungeon, Lute Song's name appeared, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. Under the night sky, the Emperor of Humanity rode swiftly towards St. Leon City atop his dragon beast. While on his journey, he sought to comprehend the changes occurring in this world. Simultaneously, he endeavored to gather more information regarding Lute Song. Ironically, the intelligence obtained from his own department was even more meager than the gossip circulating in the community. Thus far, the intelligence department could only provide details about Lute Song's life for the first 18 years. However, during those 18 years, Lute Song's life bore no ambiguity. Yet since his job change today, Lute Song seemed to have vanished completely, leaving no trace of his whereabouts or actions. Lute Song's identity had become an enigma. The Emperor was compelled to search for Lute Song's name within the community, making deductions based on the fragments of information available. As the Emperor searched for Lute Song's name in the community, he found himself further confounded. A specter? What is happening? New rumors have emerged in St. Leon City? Has Lute Song cleared all the dungeons of extreme difficulty within this brief span of over half an hour? No. Are you clearing dungeons in bulk? Chapter 44. The Legend of the Walking Spectre. The Legend of the Spectre. What nonsense is this? Extreme difficulty dungeons. Shouldn't this be the most challenging level for those below level 100? Even an entire team of class changers would find it exceedingly difficult to conquer challenges without the advantage of class counters. Yet, what are they saying in this community? Should they not reflect on the absurdity of their words? Completing a dungeon in under 10 seconds? Or clearing multiple dungeons in one go? When did humanity become so formidable to triumph over ultra-difficult dungeons with such ease? However, the name that suddenly came to the mind of the human emperor was Lute Song. If such feats were attributed to others, it could only be dismissed as mere fabrications. Even if these events were to be placed upon the shoulders of the human emperor, Luo Jiutian, he would merely conclude that they were nonsensical tales. Yet, when it comes to the name Lute Song, the narrative becomes far more complicated. After all, this entity had recently conquered an ultra-difficult challenge dungeon. Logically speaking, overcoming other ordinary dungeons of similar difficulty should not pose any significant issue. The sole problem lies in the sheer absurdity of this ease. Lute Song, O Lute Song, how many more surprises shall you bestow upon me? While I am aware that the divine may have chosen individuals, the legacies have never indicated that such choices would be so outrageous. Luo Jiutian even contemplated resurrecting the previous human emperor from his tomb to inquire whether, in his era, the chosen ones were equally remarkable. Were the disciples of the divine always this formidable? Although it is said that the disciples of the divine could also challenge ultra-difficult dungeons solo. Is this truly the nature of such challenges? No, esteemed former human emperor. According to your earlier descriptions, did you not assert that the disciples of the divine, even when alone, could still gain the upper hand after enduring fierce battles within ultra-difficult dungeons? How is it that Lute Song's performance exceeds your initial descriptions by such an extraordinary margin? Is completing a dungeon in 10 seconds what you would consider gaining the upper hand after a fierce battle? Luo Jiutian's desire to meet this legendary prodigy intensified. As for the Dragon Clan's territory, the human emperor was not neglectful. He believed that inquiries regarding the happenings there must be directed towards Lute Song. After all, it was he who had commanded the evacuation of the southern region's populace. Thus, the mysteries could only be unveiled upon encountering Lu Tsang. Meanwhile, in the Dawn Forest, Lu Tsang was diligently clearing dungeons while, on the other side, Elith was no exception. She, too, began to fulfill her second-class transition task. I pray to you, Tsang. As Elith offered her prayers, the heavenly bow gradually took shape in her hands at the entrance of the dungeon. Her heart raced with excitement. A level 30 platinum quality equipment? To think that a level 30 item could reach platinum quality. Truly, as the master of artifacts, she could transcend the very rules of the world. Simultaneously, Elith believed that this level was set by Tsang to accommodate her. Otherwise, how could a grand deity resort to mere level 30 equipment? Moreover, Elith also believed that the quality of this artifact was undoubtedly far more intricate than it appeared. This was the limit of her control. Should the seal of this artifact be entirely lifted, it could not possibly remain confined to the level 30 threshold. Yet, she could never have anticipated that the reason this artifact was of platinum quality was simply that it was, indeed, platinum. Subsequently, Elith examined the effects of the equipment, and upon doing so, she was taken aback. Each arrow would transform into an equivalent of 150 arrows. As an archer, she instinctively understood the implications of such an effect. Possessing such an item would render soloing nightmare difficulty dungeons a trivial endeavor, wouldn't it? After witnessing this effect, Elith's confidence soared. Initially, she had doubted her ability to tackle nightmare difficulty dungeons alone. However, at this moment, she felt no apprehension whatsoever. Instead, a sense of eagerness welled up within her. Clutching this artifact, she was overcome with an urge to unleash an arrow without delay. Choosing nightmare difficulty, she entered the dungeon. You have entered the dungeon, tranquil forest. Before the darkness could dissipate, Elith had drawn back her bowstring, disregarding the minor creatures surrounding her. The archer class possessed exceptional vision, and at the very moment of entry, Elith keenly detected the positions within the distant woods. In that instant, she released the bowstring. At that moment, hundreds of starlight erupted. Star flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 895, 587. 895, 587. Merely 2 damage outputs pierce through. You have slain the dungeon, Tranquil Lich. You have completed the dungeon, Tranquil Forest, Nightmare. Your dungeon score is. As this dungeon record refreshed, the Elven Maiden, intently watching the record stone tablet, was left in a state of shock. Soon, Elith's completion record caused a sensation throughout the entire Elven race. St. Lien City. Lu Tsang's pace quickened significantly, even to the point where he no longer needed to contemplate the order of dungeon runs. He had traversed all the dungeons he intended to tackle. Consequently, all dungeons effectively possessed teleportation points, eliminating any travel time to continue on to the next dungeon. Efficiency surged exponentially. Previously, even if travel time required several seconds, or even tens of seconds, the cumulative time across 100 dungeons was substantial. However, now all that time had been saved. Nevertheless, even so, considering the dungeon settlement and the potential for varying mechanisms across different dungeons, there would still be instances requiring a bit of effort. Moreover, even if one were to teleport directly before the dungeon, selecting the difficulty and entering would still require a second or two. Ultimately, it took a full half-hour to complete all 100 dungeons of the insane difficulty. Within that span, the legend of Lu Tsang's ghost spread throughout the city. It was exceedingly strange, for not a single shadow was seen, yet the dungeon records emerged. Even dungeons located thousands of kilometers apart simultaneously displayed their records. How could this not be uncanny? Naturally, no matter how much they pondered, they would never unravel the mystery of how Lu Tsang had cleared the dungeons. This might become an enduring enigma in the city of St. Lien, a new urban legend to last for a millennium. On the other hand, Lu Tsang surmised that Elise had already completed 78 dungeons of nightmare difficulty. She frequently prayed to him, recounting her recent experiences. Lu Tsang was more than willing to listen to his disciples' prayers, as it was her duty to report her circumstances to him. He could infer the situation she faced. Currently, Elise exhibited an overly dominant demeanor, attracting the attention of her clan. Her reputation within the clan continued to rise, surpassing even that of the esteemed elf saintess. Lu Tsang could already envision the wealth of materials she would contribute in the future. As for the discovery of the artifact, Lu Tsang held no concerns. Elise possessed the hidden capabilities of the Chaos Concealment Ring, which upon attaining platinum quality, granted her the ability to obscure the information of others. Unless subjected to divine-level scrutiny, it would be nearly impossible to detect that she bore an artifact. As for Elise voluntarily revealing this information, Lu Tsang doubted she would entertain such thoughts. Whether she would act in such a manner would become clear when they next met in the Temple of Metamorphosis. Presently, he wielded the Crown of Insight and was back in the Temple of Metamorphosis. This time, Lu Tsang overheard discussions among the people within the temple regarding his ghost legend. The tale had transformed him into a spectral entity capable of clearing dungeons without lifting a finger, effortlessly claiming rewards. Furthermore, there were whispers that the Glimmering Gem Consortium had acquired 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment for sale. This rumor only solidified the public's conjecture. After all, who but Lu Tsang could procure such a vast quantity of platinum-quality gear? The Glimmering Gem Consortium was not inclined to disclose information about him. Yet the challenge of selling 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment discreetly was indeed formidable. Regarding the information about Lu Tsang, the Brilliant Gem Merchants Guild undoubtedly maintains strict confidentiality. However, selling goods while withholding product information is truly an impossible endeavor. Buyers of platinum equipment, upon learning of the availability of items of platinum quality, will naturally speculate about the current uproar surrounding Lu Tsang's specter in St. Lian City. The discussions in St. Lian City starkly contrast with those in other regions inhabited by humanity. While elsewhere, the discourse revolves around the affairs of the Dragon Clan's territory. Only a mere half-hour has passed since its catastrophic demise. The world's attention remains fixated on the Dragon Clan. Yet St. Lian City stands out as an anomaly amidst the chaos, engaging in conversation predominantly about Lu Tsang. Nevertheless, as the central figure, Lu Tsang feigns ignorance. Directly approaching an awakening crystal, he places his hand upon the awakening crystal to undertake a third-tier quest. You have acquired the unique skill book of the 10,000 Transformations Divine Gear. You have obtained the Spirit of Special Partner Equipment. Spirit of Equipment, capable of equipping an additional weapon, automatically locking onto targets for attack. If a defensive weapon is equipped, it will actively protect. If a healing weapon is equipped, it will automatically heal the most endangered allied unit. The Spirit of Equipment benefits from your attributes as a bonus and possesses identical skills to yours, including those from the Temple of 10,000 Transformations. The Spirit of Equipment remains invisible to entities below divine level. It possesses physical form, cannot penetrate walls, but you may telekinetically summon it to your side, disregarding any obstructions. Upon equipping the Spirit of Equipment with a weapon, you will gain equivalent attribute values of that weapon. At that moment, a pure white orb of light materialized beside Lu Tsang, hovering gently like a cluster of fireflies. Lu Tsang equipped this entity with a heavenly bow of Amaterasu. Instantly, the orb transformed into a silhouette resembling himself, clutching a short bow, which happened to be Lu Tsang's heavenly bow of Amaterasu. It was a splendid acquisition, alleviating the need to grapple with the dilemma of melee versus ranged combat. Simultaneously, the attributes of the heavenly bow were conferred upon Lu Tsang, granting him an additional 20,000 agility points, a most delightful boon. Subsequently, Lu Tsang's gaze fell upon the unique skill book he had received as a reward. It was at this juncture that a message from the Emperor of Man reached Lu Tsang. I have arrived in St. Lian City. Chapter 45. The Emperor and Tsang. The Emperor had indeed reached St. Lian City, yet upon his arrival, he did not immediately seek out Lu Tsang. Instead, he chose to inspect one after another of the level 3,060 dungeons. As expected, the rumors circulating within the community were accurate. Each of these dungeons was completed in an exceptionally brief span of time. The fastest completion time recorded was a mere 1 second, while the slowest was no more than 10 seconds. Whenever it came to purely combat-oriented dungeons, Lu Tsang would successfully conquer them in no time at all. He did not engage with them directly, but the truth of the matter was undeniable. After perusing several copies, the Emperor of Humanity made his way directly to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. He deftly bypassed the association's barriers and, in mere moments, stood before the head of the association. This individual had been seated within the association, engrossed in the latest data reports. Ever since Lu Tsang's arrival, the association's metrics had soared to unprecedented heights. As he reveled in the promising prospects of promotion and salary increase, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the Emperor of Humanity, a being of exalted status, wielding life and death authority over the entire human race, and the most formidable warrior among them. How could such an illustrious figure appear before him? As a merchant, his immediate thought was that the Emperor had come to make a purchase. Yet, it was clear that the Emperor had no need to buy anything. All resources of the human race were at his disposal, available for direct command without the need for acquisition. Nevertheless, Driven by professional instinct, he politely inquired, "Your Majesty, is there anything you require?" The emperor, however, wasted no time with pleasantries and directly posed his question. "I have heard that your association has suddenly acquired 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment that are urgently for sale. May I inquire about the source of this equipment? Is it related to Lu Tsang?" This question left the head of the brilliant Gem Merchant Association in a quandary. They had been instructed by their superior not to disclose any information pertaining to Lu Tsang. Yet, the person before him was the emperor, the highest authority within their entire race. This internal conflict lasted scarcely a second before the head of the association resolved what to do. "To hell with the orders," he thought. "What does the association's leader matter? Can he possibly rival the emperor?" It was clear that the emperor's word held sway. This was not an intentional betrayal of Lu Tsang. Rather, it was a necessity when faced with the emperor. The moment of indecision rapidly yielded a conclusion. As he prepared to speak, the emperor raised a hand to interrupt him. "Enough. No need to say more." He then turned his gaze toward a seemingly empty space beside him. Gradually, a youthful figure came into focus, a clear sight of Lu Tsang, who was also present in the room. How had he failed to perceive this before? The presence was remarkably subtle. What extraordinary ability was this? "Lu Tsang of the human race pays his respects to you." Just as Lu Tsang was about to bow, an unseen force lifted him. "You are a hero of the human race. There is no need for you to bow to me." In that moment, the emperor of humanity, a figure of legend, finally met the rising star of their kind. The emperor activated his abilities to probe into Lu Tsang's past, yet all he found was a veil of hazy chaos, yielding no discernible results. Such a close distance, yet unable to discern the outcome? As the emperor of the human race, his authority is exceedingly high, particularly concerning his kin. In principle, it is inconceivable that anyone could shield themselves from his scrutiny. Yet now, even with Lu Tsang before him, he is incapable of uncovering any information. However, while he cannot probe Lu Tsang, the latter effortlessly utilizes the crown of insight to directly unveil all information regarding the emperor. Emperor Luo Jiuqian. Profession, balancer. Ascended to the throne 272 years ago. Level 200. Personality, calm and steady, earnest, benevolent, selfless, straightforward. Combat evaluation, the strongest among the human race. A level beyond which he cannot compete. Attributes, undying monarch, fortune of the living, pinnacle of humanity. Skills, equilibrium of all things, equality of life, equality of magic, shared damage. Shattered balance, dominant attack, strength conversion. Professional specializations, attribute balance distribution, combat method transition, mastery of healing, mastery of defense, proficient in combat techniques, mastery of magic. Upon witnessing this combat evaluation, Lu Tsang could not help but sigh. The emperor is, after all, the emperor. Lu Tsang understands that even if he were to face a level 103rd tier class change, he could easily annihilate them. Yet, in the presence of the emperor, a considerable gap remains. Of course, being unable to defeat him does not equate to being unable to escape. Should the need arise, the emperor would find it impossible to catch him. Lu Tsang's speed has become astonishingly formidable. Nevertheless, this ability to perceive is indeed remarkable, capable of revealing such intricate details about the emperor. Logically, one would expect the emperor to have concealed his information. Conversely, the Chaos Concealment Ring also provided him with a notification. Detection of probing from Emperor Luo Jiuqian. This probing has been shielded by the Chaos Concealment Ring. You may choose to deactivate the shielding. The emperor has initiated a probe against him, yet has failed to glean any information at all. Their initial encounter is but a brief test of waters. Subsequently, the emperor glanced at the person in charge nearby and then addressed Lu Tsang, saying, "It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Let us step outside." "Very well," Lu Tsang replied. In an instant, the two departed from the resplendent gemstone chamber and strolled along the street. The emperor was somewhat surprised by Lu Tsang's speed. This youth could keep pace with him? Despite his inner astonishment, the emperor refrained from voicing it. "To be honest, I have long wished to meet you, Lu Tsang. Ever since you vanquished the first world, I have yearned to encounter our strongest young prodigy." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lu Tsang offered no flattery, instead responding with a smile. "Haha, in this world, who wouldn't he wish to meet the emperor? I have long heard of your illustrious name. You wish to see me, and I wish to see you. It seems we are both longing for one another." In the presence of the emperor, Lu Tsang felt no pressure whatsoever. Rather, he jested freely. The more this unfolded, the more the emperor of humanity perceived the extraordinary nature of Lu Tsang. It was remarkable that an 18-year-old youth could exhibit such composure. In the face of himself, there was not a trace of panic. Truly, he was a person chosen by the divine. Before the emperor could continue his discourse, Song had already taken the initiative to speak. However, I am somewhat curious as to why you wish for me to become a monarch. Now possessing the ability to discern falsehoods, Song felt emboldened to pose this question directly. Should the emperor speak untruths, he would be able to ascertain this immediately, allowing him to judiciously weigh the pros and cons. In response to Song's inquiry, the emperor stroked his chin, pondering momentarily. Shouldn't it be I who poses the questions first? How has it turned to him interrogating me? Nevertheless, after a brief interval, the emperor provided an answer. If I were to speak the truth, would it provoke discontent from the divine entity behind you? The implication was unmistakable. He was inquiring whether the deity associated with Song would be displeased. Song was no fool and quickly grasped the emperor's intent. He then smiled, replying, "Discontent? Your Majesty, you underestimate the magnanimity of the divine." Upon hearing Song's words, the emperor seemed to exhale with relief. "Very well, I shall be forthright. I believe you are a true divine chosen one, capable of rescuing humanity during the impending calamity of a millennium. Hence, I hope you will assume the role of a monarch to contribute to the salvation of our kind." Although the specifics of this millennium calamity remained uncertain, the emperor was acutely aware that it would not be trivial. Especially on this very first day, the Dragon Clan had already met its demise. To claim that humanity was not in peril would be sheer folly. The millennium calamity would grow more perilous with each passing year. In the previous millennium, humanity was already on the brink of extinction. Thus, it was imperative to place hope in those extraordinary beings. In the current era, could there be anyone more exceptional than Song? He could not conceive of a second candidate. Upon receiving this revelation, Song regarded the emperor with calmness. Feedback from the Crown of Insight affirmed his thoughts. The emperor spoke the truth. He genuinely believed himself to be connected to the divine, with the aim of positioning Song as one of the hopes for overcoming the millennium calamity. Naturally, while safeguarding humanity, Song would also be entitled to resources commensurate with the powers of a monarch. Moreover, though framed as protecting humanity, the reality was that Song merely needed to grow stronger. His sole obligation was to enhance his strength to combat the impending anomalies. In other respects, the emperor would not impose stringent constraints. In fact, he permitted a certain degree of sacrifice, provided it remained within reasonable limits. The emperor understood the brutality of the millennium calamity. To expect to save an entire race without making any sacrifices was utterly absurd. In the face of 1,000 years of upheaval, no one could guarantee absolute certainty in their ability to resist. All one could do was prepare for the best possible response. A fraction more of certainty could mean the difference between survival and demise. After Song listened to the emperor's proposal, the emperor did not rush him. One is the current ruler of humanity, while the other embodies the hope for the future of the human race. They strolled along the riverside of St. Lien City, contemplating their ultimate actions and strategies, which could potentially reshape the future world order. Song made his decision. "I agree. Now, the only territory left for me is the northern region, correct?" "Indeed. I initially intended to allocate land in the southern frontier to you, as it is adjacent to the Dragon Clan and poses little danger. However, it seems the Dragon Clan is the greatest threat. The northern region, bordering the Abyss, is also affected by a millennium of anomalies. Each millennium anomaly brings forth previous disturbances, which become active again. 4,000 years ago, the Abyss emerged alongside divine beasts and stirred into action. Thus, this year, yet, given your demonstrated potential, I must bestow upon you the title of king. This is a necessary right for inheriting the emperor's position. If you continue to grow with such formidable momentum, I believe you will soon surpass my strength." Luo Jiotian's words were explicit. He held Song in high regard and intended for him to inherit his position. The comparison of potential was evident. The emperor acknowledged that he had not achieved such brilliant accomplishments in his youth. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he ascended to the throne of humanity more than 2 centuries ago. What extraordinary talents had he not encountered? The current kings represent the most dazzling geniuses of his era. Each generation of talent can be said to stand shoulder to shoulder, none inferior to the others. However, someone like Song was unprecedented in his experience. Thus, the emperor was profoundly convinced that Song was the most exceptional genius he had ever witnessed. Chapter 46. First, let us gather several tens of thousands of divine artifacts. All right, I understand. The northern region poses no issues. It conveniently lies along my path. Song had also clarified his stance toward the emperor. Very well. I will expedite your coronation ceremony. With that, the topic was concluded, and the emperor shifted the conversation. Now, As the king of the northern region, Lu, how much do you know about the impending devastation of the Dragon Clan? Lu Tsang could surmise why the emperor posed this question, as it was a topic he himself had raised. However, he was uncertain about the situation concerning the Dragon Clan. Nevertheless, he had already devised a response to this inquiry. I know nothing of it. This guidance comes from the divine. Since the other party is adamant that I am the chosen one by the divine, everything aligns. The divine, after all, is a half-veiled enigma. Why should it be strange? As a disciple of the divine, I am merely tasked with fulfilling its directives. What is peculiar about that? In any case, if pressed for answers, I would be in a state of utter ignorance. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, Luo Jiutian sighed slightly. He too had considered such a possibility. Indeed, it seemed the most normal course of events. However, at the very least, the Emperor of Humanity could discern the divine attitude behind Lu Tsang in this matter. Although he could not entirely assure himself that he could fathom the thoughts of the deity, it appeared evident that this god was at the very least an ally of the human race. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the divine being to concern itself with the obliteration of the southern wilderness, nor with the demise of countless human lives. Hence, one could only contemplate this perspective. After all, should one consider the deity as an adversary of humanity, the situation would be utterly dire, almost a deadlock. Moreover, the multitude of possibilities was overwhelming. Overthinking would serve no purpose. The only course of action now was to remain steadfast in one's choices. Hesitation would lead to chaos. Is there anything else you wish to convey? If you have no further matters in St. Lian City, I shall escort you directly to the northern frontier. Coincidentally, you have reached level 60. And this year's level 60 area is situated near the northern frontier. Once you complete your third-class transition, you may conveniently level up there as well. By the way, do you require any assistance with your third-class transition? I shall do my utmost to aid you. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Lu Tsang fell into a brief contemplation before responding, Please give me 10 minutes. I have a matter to attend to. Additionally, for the third-class transition quest, I require 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. The Emperor of Humanity casually mentioned this, yet aiding a prodigy in completing his class transition quest, with the authority he possessed, should not prove to be a formidable task. However, upon hearing Lu Tsang's stipulation, Luo Jiutian's expression turned momentarily blank. 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones? What kind of demand is that? Why not just go and seize them? King Lu, wait a moment. Let me consult the Treasury Administrator. Luo Jiutian promptly accessed his friend list and opened the contact for Treasury Administrator Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, how many Black Abyss Sage Stones do we currently possess in the Treasury? Do we have 100,000? Upon hearing the Emperor's inquiry, Zhang Bao was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Your Majesty, are you planning to establish a grand formation for humanity, or perhaps a colossal soul refining array? Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply provide me with the information. The Emperor's actions did not require justification to anyone. This was his prerogative. Understood. I have just tallied the inventory, and we possess over 50,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Upon receiving this response, Luo Jiutian's eyelids flickered. What had Lu Tsang just said? 100,000 Sage Stones? Even emptying the treasury would still leave him in deficit by 50,000. King Lu, have you undertaken a level-class transition quest? Yet. In response to this inquiry, Lu Tsang merely nodded slightly. No, my third transition is also a level-class quest. There is no need for such an outrageous demand. Lu Tsang could only respond with a smile. He certainly would not speak of the newly presented task options. However, the reward to be gained would simultaneously increase. This task was something Lu Tsang had never encountered before. Nevertheless, as a practitioner of a divine-grade profession, he instinctively chose the highest difficulty level. The requirement of the task was, among other things, to acquire 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Alas, our treasury does not possess that many Black Abyss Sage Stones. If you require Sage Stones, we can gather 100,000, but the Black Abyss Sage Stones can only be obtained deep within the Abyss. Yet, the Abyss is perilously dangerous. Over the past years, our explorations into the Abyss have dwindled, and the output of Black Abyss Sage Stones has virtually ceased. I understand. I will find a way myself. However, there are other materials that I require as well. Lu Tsang promptly produced a list. Now, as a prospective king of humanity and a hero of the race, seeking a modest amount of materials was not unreasonable, was it? The Emperor of Humanity received the list Lu Tsang had prepared and merely cast a fleeting glance at it before his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. 10,000 scales of the White Dragon? What is this? Such an enormous quantity of various souls. What does he intend to do with them? The essence of the Mother Tree of Life? that the very lifeblood of the mother tree? The mother tree is a source-level entity, far surpassing even my own power as emperor. By the heavens, is there a single reasonable material on this list? Each item S demand is on par with emptying the treasury. The emperor gazed at the list in a state of alarm. Yet, he quickly realized what this entailed. Perhaps these were the very items required by the divine beings. The power Lu Tsang currently possessed was bestowed upon him by the gods. Yet he must also fulfill the divine mission. Understood. I shall endeavor to procure these items, to the best of my ability. However, even I cannot gather too many, as these materials are exceedingly rare and sought after by many powerful individuals. I cannot appear to show you favoritism, especially before you achieve more illustrious merits. Do you have a priority list for these materials? Lu Tsang nodded slightly and then directly sent a chart to Luo Jiuqian, highlighting key materials. Very well. You proceed with your tasks. I shall assist with the procurement of the materials. You can resolve your matters in 10 minutes, correct? Let us reconvene here after that. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang did not delay. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, prompting Luo Jiuqian's pupils to contract slightly. Such speed, even he, as the emperor, could not discern his movement. But how could he possess spatial mobility at merely the second transformation? Even professions like the spatial assassin or spatial sorcerer would not achieve such capability. Direct spatial leaps are a matter reserved for those who have undergone at least 3 transformations. In this world, the ability to manipulate space is exceedingly difficult to attain. Luo Jiuqian, though perplexed, was profoundly shaken by this revelation. This time, Lu Tsang did not seek out Wang Yuanmo, but instead made his way directly to the trading hall. He procured items at the trading window, acquiring 50,000 copies of the Earth Scroll skill book in one fell swoop. He also purchased 500,000 Earth crystals without hesitation. As for the greatsword type equipment, he acquired 50,000 of them, all of golden quality. With the sale of platinum quality gear consigned to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Guild, funds began to flow steadily into Lu Tsang's account. Presently, he found himself with a staggering 500 billion in his account. The rationale behind these purchases was straightforward. These items served as materials for the synthesis of the artifact known as Jinhua, which had the most economical synthesis path, requiring merely 100,000 gold coins to forge. Now that he had activated the death resistance ability, possessing one artifact translated to 1 minute of life, wouldn't it be prudent to acquire several tens of thousands of them? Infinite Life Extension. Chapter 47. Dual Artifacts. Multiple Attribute Stacking. After Lu Tsang's departure, the emperor strolled through the city of St. Leon, reflecting on the series of miraculous records created by Lu Tsang, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Yet in those moments, he recognized that he was not as formidable as Lu Tsang. Just as the emperor reminisced about the past, an unexpected message arrived. Your Majesty, I have traced the origins of the Dragon Clan's great destruction. Within this annihilation lies a divine energy, seemingly activated from the remnants of deities, causing it to become frenzied and unstable. The results of this energy align remarkably with the designs from the Magic Crystal Laboratory we dismantled 200 years ago. I have just retrieved the operational files from our mission to destroy that laboratory and found descriptions related to this matter within the confiscated blueprints. This appears to be the potential excavation of divine remains. Design Proposal Number 3, Marrow Explosion. Furrowing his brow, the emperor pondered the implications. Magic crystals? Were not these frenzied races eradicated 2 centuries ago, along with their plans and experimental facilities? How could such a situation arise? Moreover, where did they acquire the essence of divinity? And what of the Seers Association? Why did they not foresee such a monumental event? Are they not always proclaiming that the greater the event, the clearer the prophecy? Was the annihilation of the Dragon Clan not monumental enough? Upon hearing this intelligence, Luo Jiuqian felt a surge of indignation. Magic crystals? The Alliance should have exterminated the remnants of the magic crystals during the campaign 2 centuries ago. Predictions from various clans indicated that no magic crystals remained in this world. Now you tell me it was the magic crystals behind this? What on earth were you doing all this time? Nevertheless, Luo Jiuqian swiftly composed himself and continued to inquire further. Therefore, in light of this recent attack, you are able to ascertain that it was indeed the work of the magical essence. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Emperor of Humanity, and with the scholars employing their analytical capabilities, there's a 97% certainty that the devastation was wrought by the marrow explosion. There remains a 3% possibility that a deity directly intervened to deliver this strike. The Emperor of Humanity narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the concept of the marrow explosion. Suddenly, a question struck him. Is it feasible to mass-produce this phenomenon? Upon hearing the Emperor's query, the intelligence department promptly responded, according to the design schematics. As long as there exists divine marrow from a deity, the marrow explosion could indeed be replicated. However, each divine marrow signifies the death of a god. We have yet to discover a second divine corpse after all this time. To seek such an entity relying on a mere handful of surviving magical essences seems rather. However, upon receiving this response, the Emperor's expression grew grave in an instant. No, we must not entertain such thoughts. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot afford to take that gamble. Find a way to locate the remaining magical essences. If the marrow explosion were to detonate within human territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon territory, the domain of the dragons, had transformed into a vast chasm. At this very moment, a colossal dragon emerged from the depths of the pit, its body shedding ashes, exuding an aura of extreme frailty. The ability to survive was not exclusive to land song alone. Upon reaching elevated levels, such resilience was common. Yet, to endure such catastrophic annihilation, had they preemptively prepared a resurrection array, they could theoretically revive at a designated location after death. However, such a capability would prove futile, for beneath such overwhelming destruction, even the resurrection array would be obliterated, and the very earth would be upheaved for miles. To cling to life? Such aspirations are mere folly. Nevertheless, a minuscule fraction of the dragon kin, a scant few, somehow survived this cataclysm. Damn, it hurts. What on earth transpired? Within the chasm, a golden dragon was utilizing healing art to mend its wounds while gazing upon the desolate, barren landscape before it. For a moment, its mind became engulfed in confusion. It had been in a dungeon, battling alongside comrades, fighting fiercely to acquire more treasure and enhance its strength further. Yet, midway through the dungeon, just as they were poised for the final confrontation, they were ensnared in a terrifying wave of destructive energy. Before it could comprehend the situation, it felt its very life force drain away, suffering grave injuries. Left with no choice, it activated its sole skill, absolute invincible defense, rendering itself immobile while enveloped in an impenetrable state of invincibility. It was through this formidable fourth-tier skill that it managed to survive. Now, with the invincible state lifted, it remained oblivious to the true nature of the events that had unfolded. Was I not at the peak of the dragons just moments ago? Where am I now? It is so empty. Is it truly above the stars? That cannot be. The life-preserving abilities I possessed have shattered completely. What on earth has transpired? The golden dragon gazes at its current predicament, utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What has occurred? It then attempts to access its friends list to inquire with companions about the situation. Yet upon opening it, it discovers that nearly all the names of the dragon kin have faded to gray. A gray name signifies an inability to establish contact. However, under normal circumstances, there exists another interpretation. They might be dead. The golden dragon, Uri, stares blankly at the friends list. The names of human allies remain illuminated, readily contactable. The same applies to the elves and even the demons. Yet, uniquely, all the names within the dragon clan have turned gray. What has truly happened here? Meanwhile, Lutsong has completed the acquisition of materials required for forging the artifact, Jinyue. Although he already possesses reverse time, he feels it prudent to stockpile more artifacts. Presently, he only has 7, which is insufficient. He can only remain invincible for a mere 7 minutes. In the face of the cataclysmic power of the dragon kin, survival would be a tenuous endeavor. Thus, it is wise to gather several tens of thousands of artifacts. Alas, the inventory slots remain painfully limited. Skill books and earth crystals are manageable, as identical materials and items can stack within a single slot. One slot can accommodate 100 skill books or 1,000 earth crystals. Even tens of thousands of skill books would occupy only a few hundred slots. And the same logic applies to earth crystals. However, equipment is a different matter entirely. Each piece of equipment occupies a slot, regardless of whether the name, attributes, and traits are identical. This implies that even if he maximizes his inventory solely for great swords, he can store no more than 500,000 of them. Even if all these swords were crafted into Jinyue for self-preservation, he would only achieve invincibility for a few 100,000 minutes. Ultimately, the limitations remain. Lutsong harbors a certain aspiration towards the concept of infinity. His current ability to prolong life can only be deemed a pseudo-infinity. While it allows for continued existence, it is not a true perpetual motion. For now, however, this will suffice. Pseudo-infinity is already quite formidable. Upon purchasing these materials, Lutsong instantly finds himself in the outskirts, far removed from the city of Shenyang. Synthesis. Artifact Jinue. Synthesis of Artifact Jinue requires Earth Scroll Skill Book, 10 Earth Crystals, and any quality greatsword equipment. Materials will be consumed and cannot be refunded upon synthesis. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm. The world artifact Jinue already exists. Cannot synthesize. However, soon another prompt emerged. Skill, dual artifact, passive, has been triggered. You have synthesized the artifact, Jinue. Lu Tsang gazed at the second Jinue that had materialized in his hands. It was the Soul Skill Book of Wanhua Divine Equipment. Temporary second artifact. This skill enabled him to utilize materials to forge a temporarily limited second artifact. This artifact would eventually vanish, and its attributes would dissipate along with it, regardless of how they have been transferred. He then endeavored to synthesize a third artifact of Jinue. Bang! The sound of materials shattering resonated. As expected, the synthesis of the third Jinue was a failure. Artifacts possess uniqueness. A second artifact cannot be synthesized. You currently possess the passive skill, dual artifact. You may hold a maximum of 2 artifacts of the same name. What a disappointment. Observing this outcome, Lu Tsang felt somewhat speechless. Was the failure of synthesis and the immediate waste of materials truly necessary? Nonetheless, he had anticipated this result. It was worth a try. After all, with no significant loss involved. Subsequently, Lu Tsang activated Rewind Time, returning to the moment before he attempted to create the third Jinue. The materials had also been restored. He then looked at the Jinue in his hand. This particular Jinue had accompanied him since his awakening, serving as a valiant ally in his growth. My apologies. Destroying the item. Items destroyed cannot be restored. Do you confirm? Confirm. Bang! With a crisp sound, the artifact Jinue shattered into specks of light. Almost all items that could fit into the backpack, aside from those with attributes like absolutely indestructible, could be annihilated. Even the sturdiest material, extreme steel, could be destroyed as long as it resided within the backpack, provided it was permissible to be stored there. The items that could be placed in the backpack must completely belong to oneself. After Jinue was destroyed, Lu Tsang extended his right hand, immediately consuming materials from his backpack. In the next moment, a brand new Jinue coalesced in Lu Tsang's right hand. A new Jinue had been crafted. This implies that as long as the original artifact was destroyed, it could be recreated without any cooldown restrictions. The crafting time, however, would take approximately 2 seconds. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Tsang felt a sense of relief. Although he could not stockpile thousands of Jinue at once, as long as he triggered death resistance, he could create a new one after the previous Jinue shattered. The effect would remain the same. After concluding this experiment, Lu Tsang utilized Rewind Time to reverse time, returning to the moment prior to the destruction of Jinue. The Jinue he had obliterated was restored once more due to the temporal reversal. With the possession of the reversal time, Lu Tsang could effortlessly engage in experiments of exorbitant cost. Subsequently, he embarked on the second experiment, the skill known as dual artifacts. This skill, in contrast to its pre-evolution state, boasts the remarkable effect of eliminating temporality. Regarding this effect, Lu Tsang had yet another test to conduct. On the Jinyu, there exist 4 slots for attributes, which are filled by Charged Strike, Invulnerability Attack, and the inherent Shockwave attribute of Jinyu. As for the 4th slot, Lu Tsang randomly placed an attribute of 20 life steal from normal attacks. The life steal attribute is exclusively found on platinum-grade equipment. Observing this effect, he realized that he currently had no need for the life steal capability. With a mere thought, Lu Tsang absorbed the attribute from Jinyu, replacing the 4th slot. In the next instant, the attributes of Jinyu underwent a transformation. The life steal attribute vanished, and Jinyu now possessed 2 Shockwave attributes. It indeed proved to be absorbable. Subsequently, Lu Tsang destroyed the vacant attribute of Jinyu. After the new Jinyu was obliterated, the old Jinyu retained its 2 Shockwave attributes. It was indeed feasible. This indicated that other divine artifact attributes could also be stacked in such a manner. How formidable that would be. Chapter 48, Retracing Ultra-Long-Distance Teleportation. In the northern region of the map, the darkness represents the abyss, with the central city being Baiyuan City. After all, the most unique aspect of the temporary second artifact is that when the temporary artifact vanishes, the attributes derived from it will also disappear. However, the dual artifacts did not explicitly state this point, which inspired Lu Tsang to experiment. Consequently, the materials for crafting the Heart of Tenacity could also be procured with currency. Lu Tsang planned to imbue all 4 slots of the Heart of Tenacity with Colossal Devour, effectively quadrupling the stacking effect of life steal. As for the Boots of Swift Travel, the world had initially revealed 50 units of the Everlasting Stone, and he could indeed produce 4 more. Yet, He was uncertain whether the same attributes would be calculated multiplicatively or additively. Nevertheless, regardless of the method, the enhancement would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative change. With these thoughts, he instantaneously arrived at the trading hall to procure materials once again. Regardless of whether his current health was useful to him, he decided to max out the artifact attributes without hesitation. Moreover, how could health possibly be deemed useless? The Inferno armor, ranked 90th, inflicts damage based on maximum health points. It could deal 50 fire attribute damage to a wide range of enemies every second, based on a maximum health value. If this equipment were successfully crafted, health would naturally prove to be exceedingly valuable. You have purchased 100 dragon beast hides, 1,000 life crystals, 10 stomach bags of the devouring giant, and 10 hearts of giants. You have synthesized the artifact Heart of Tenacity. Subsequently, Lutsong reviewed the attributes of the synthesized Heart of Tenacity. Directly allow the essence of Heart of Tenacity to absorb the entry. Heart of Tenacity has absorbed the entry of Colossal Devour. Heart of Tenacity has absorbed the entry of Colossal Devour. Heart of Tenacity has absorbed the entry of Colossal Devour. It has directly acquired 4 entries of Colossal Devour. As for the previous entry that increased health by 30, Lutsong has chosen to forego it. An increase of 30 essentially translates each monster's contribution to health into a 13-fold enhancement. However, even with 3 entries of Colossal Devour upgraded to 4, the health gain from each monster surpasses that of 30. It is akin to transforming 300 into 390, yet with 4 entries, one could directly attain 400 health. Ultimately, affixing all entries with Colossal Devour proves to be more formidable. Regarding the Swift Journey boots, Lutsong made a slight attempt. Alas, this entry does not stack. Upon exiting combat, movement speed increases to 100-fold, cumulative with other acceleration effects. In this state, movement does not induce fatigue, and one gains heightened awareness for perfect speed control. One entry enhances movement speed to 100-fold post-combat, and 2 entries still yield the same effect, of little utility. So be it, if it cannot stack, it cannot. However, the Mountain Suppression entry has indeed triggered 2 shockwaves. In dual-wielding mode, this results in 4. Naturally, the range does not stack, remaining at 225 meters. Lutsong glanced at the time. There were 5 minutes left until the rendezvous with the Emperor of Humanity. He intended to utilize these 5 minutes to replenish his health. There are unique advantages to invincibility, yet possessing a greater health pool also bears its own merits. Moreover, in this world, damage inflicted upon the body is indeed painful. The higher the percentage of health lost, the more pronounced the resulting phenomenon. For instance, inflicting 1 point of damage on an individual with 100 health might merely leave a faint mark. Inflicting 10 points could strip away a layer of skin, while 50 points would result in a penetrating wound. Excessive pain can indeed hinder combat effectiveness. Lutsong does not wish to suffer excruciating pain while striving to survive in battle. Lutsong stood firm within the Lien Duan mountain range, grasping the heavenly bow of Amatsu in his hand, raising it high towards the sky, and unleashed a barrage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon, the sky erupted with tens of thousands of luminous streams. Health accumulated at a rapid pace. The most terrifying aspect of Super Star Flash, compared to Star Flash, lies in its scattering capability. With 1,800 arrows under the double effect of enhanced armament, it escalated to 3,600. This 3,600, under the effect of Super Star Flash, underwent 5 additional splits, transforming into a staggering 18,000 streams of light. Coupled with Lutsong's current prodigious attack speed, the number of arrows fired per second has already exceeded 100,000. Lutsong aimed his arrows towards the very heart of the Lien Duan mountain range. Arrows erupted into the sky, dispersing in all directions, enveloping every corner of the Lien Duan mountain range. There was no need to run. Merely standing still sufficed to accumulate blood. Dong, dong, dong. 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, within the Lien Duan mountain range. The variety of monsters was so numerous that they could scarcely be counted. As long as the names differed, they were deemed distinct species. 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. As time progressed, the rate at which Lutsong accumulated blood eventually slowed considerably. The monsters of the Lien Duan mountain range were nearly purged. Nevertheless, within just 5 minutes, he had amassed 30 million in blood volume. Lutsong felt immensely satisfied, estimating that soon he would possess a health bar thicker than the world itself. Time had come. Lutsong, having gauged the moment, prepared to return to the rendezvous with the Emperor of Humanity. In an instant, he appeared before Luo Jiuqian. Observing Lu Cang's sudden arrival, Luo Jiutian's lips twitched slightly. This spatial ability was, without fail, astonishing. To materialize before the Emperor of Humanity without any prior indication was nothing short of remarkable. Are you ready? You have no other matters to attend to in Saint Lian City, correct? None, Lu Cang replied. Your coronation ceremony must be personally overseen by me. Come with me. We shall proceed swiftly. At least, it won't be too slow. After witnessing Lu Cang's spatial prowess, the Emperor began to doubt his own speed, even pondering whether he had already been surpassed by Lu Cang. After all, Lu Cang's velocity was utterly incomprehensible to him. The Emperor summoned his steed, the star dragon beast, a creature enveloped in darkness akin to the night sky, adorned with patterns reminiscent of stars upon its back. Luo Jiutian affectionately stroked the dragon beast's head and remarked to Lu Cang, "My steed has been my companion for many long years. It can traverse tens of thousands of kilometers in a single second. Even a journey to the northern realm takes merely 20 hours. Upon hearing this distance, Lu Cang's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he was slightly taken aback. Although he was aware that this world was far larger than the blue star of his previous life, it now seemed overwhelmingly vast. Tens of thousands of kilometers per second, requiring 20 hours? Was the speed of this dragon beast approaching that of light? However, it was understandable. The blue star of his past life was but a mere atom when compared to the entirety of the universe. Comparing a planet to a world indeed seemed rather absurd. If this world were as expansive as the universe of his former life, then such distances would hardly be remarkable. At the very least, it had yet to reach a light-year scale. Nonetheless, it appeared that the speed of light in this realm had no limits. Using light years as a unit of measure for this world is indeed inappropriate. However, contemplating such vast distances, Lu Cang and the human emperor mounted the star dragon beast. The moment they ascended, the star dragon beast radiated a brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing towards the northwest. After an arduous journey spanning 20 hours, Lu Cang and the human emperor finally arrived at the northern realm. During their travels, Lu Cang engaged in extensive discussions with Luo Jiutian regarding various aspects of this world. As a mere high school graduate with no affluent background, his inquiries seemed entirely reasonable. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Cang gleaned a wealth of knowledge about the world through the human emperor, who could be regarded as one of the most knowledgeable humans about its intricacies. Through their exchange, Lu Cang discovered that the upper limit of levels was indeed capped at 200. Beyond this threshold, the path forward was blocked, and no means of advancement had yet been found. In contrast, the last incursion of divine monsters featured beings of level 300, surpassing the strength of the world by 100 levels. That incident rendered the entire world perilously vulnerable. A millennium ago, Luo Jiutian was merely a 20-year-old youth. Yet he bore witness to the harrowing brutality of that great war. Humans, dragons, elves, and even treacherous demons united to resist the divine monstrosities. Failure would have meant certain death for all. In that era, the scheming and strategies of the various races unfolded, giving rise to countless heroes who were born only to meet their demise. After enduring innumerable tribulations, they finally managed to secure a semblance of hope. Even during the climactic battle, all races, regardless of age or gender, devoted themselves entirely to attacking the divine monsters. The ferocity of the conflict was so dreadful that the world endured a relentless downpour of severed limbs and blood for 4 to 5 months. The sky remained shrouded in a deep crimson hue, with the air filled with the echoes of frenzied whispers. The earth cracked, and the world teetered on the brink of annihilation. Listening to the human emperor recount the battles of yore, Lu Cang felt an almost visceral connection to those events. It was precisely because Luo Jiutian had experienced that war firsthand that he held such apprehension toward the impending calamity of this millennium. For him, the trials of 1,000 years were etched into his memory, impossible to forget. The survival of their races hung by a thread, as exemplified by the current plight of the dragon race, which could be annihilated in an instant. The thought of the marrow explosion befalling humanity was too dreadful to contemplate. The journey stretched on interminably. For Lu Cang, these 20 hours were an intense period of accelerated learning, acquiring knowledge that had eluded him prior to his awakening, as well as insights absent from textbooks. Observing Lu Cang's immense thirst for various materials, the human emperor graciously presented him with a compendium of rare materials, detailing the means and methods to procure all manner of precious resources. With this invaluable tome in his possession, Lu Cang felt a surge of potential and possibility. As long as one possesses the requisite strength, one can seek out the materials one needs. After all, there are certain things that the human race simply lacks. As the journey progressed, the younger generation in the outside world gradually reached level 30, entering the continuous mountain range. However, this time, they found themselves devoid of any world to hunt within. They could only engage in dungeons within the mountain range, battle wild monsters, and open treasure chests. Their sole consolation was that Lu Tsang showed no interest in the treasure chests scattered throughout the continuous mountain range. Nevertheless, everything in St. Lian City was temporarily irrelevant to him. At last, they arrived at the Northlands. Contrary to Lu Tsang's expectations of a snow-covered expanse perpetually shrouded in snow, the region presented a variety of terrains, and the climate was not excessively harsh. Upon entering the Northlands, Lu Tsang finally caught sight of the distant abyss. To the north of the Northlands, the entire region was enveloped in the inky darkness of the abyss, its depths so profound that even from a great height, one could not discern its end. The land adjacent to the abyss appeared slightly darkened, as if tainted. 2 millennia ago, our human race once possessed a much larger continent, and the Northlands were originally known as the Central Passage Realm, a vast expanse leading westward. However, ever since the abyss emerged and fragmented the continent, we lost all contact with the Western tribes. North Abyss City was nearing. This was the principal city of the Northlands, and the one over which you would preside. I shall use the Emperor's seal to mark you in the main city, thus formally establishing you as the lord of this territory. From then on, safeguarding the safety of the people of this land shall be your responsibility. Naturally, as the guardian of the most perilous dominion, you shall enjoy greater privileges. Each year, you will have priority in the selection of supplies and the largest quota. Moreover, you must attend the next Lord Assembly, which is precisely when resources will be allocated among the lords. Suddenly, Lu Tsang interrupted Luo Jiutian. May I first take a look near the abyss? Luo Jiutian glanced back at Lu Tsang, fell into a brief silence, and then nodded. Very well, the abyss is a perilous place. But as long as you do not venture too deep, it should not pose a life-threatening risk for someone of your capabilities. However, we shall only circle around the vicinity of the abyss without delving deeper. Soon, the star dragon beast ascended higher, charging towards the dark expanse of the abyss. After a brief circuit near the abyss, Lu Tsang personally descended to explore the area. Subsequently, he nodded to the emperor. Luo Jiutian did not inquire further. Many in the human race were curious about the abyss, and Lu Tsang's curiosity was hardly unusual. The two then mounted the dragon beast and continued their flight. Before long, the star dragon beast landed in a clearing near North Abyss City, sending ripples across the grass. No damage was inflicted. Lu Tsang and the human emperor leapt from the back of the star dragon beast. In that fleeting moment, Lu Tsang activated the reverse time ability. In the next instant, as the human emperor had just summoned the star dragon beast, Lu Tsang spoke, "Your Majesty, there's no need for your escort. I shall take my leave first. I will await you in Beiyuan City." With those words, Lu Tsang vanished from sight, leaving the newly summoned dragon beast and a bewildered Luo Jiutian behind. What had Lu Tsang just said? Waiting for him in Beiyuan City? In the next moment, he received a video call from Lu Tsang. Upon answering, the human emperor was greeted with the visage of Lu Tsang, set against the backdrop of the formidable fortress constructed of jet black bricks, Beiyuan City. You were just before me, and in the blink of an eye, you've already arrived at Beiyuan City. Your speed is rather astonishing. After exchanging pleasantries with the human emperor, Lu Tsang did not linger in Beiyuan City, but proceeded to the edge of the abyss, a location recently explored by the human emperor. By traversing this place, Lu Tsang effectively marked it. Below lay the infamous abyss. With a resolute gaze, Lu Tsang leapt into the chasm. His descent was not an act of recklessness. Endowed with the trait of certain death resistance, perishing was not so simple. He plummeted rapidly into the depths, accelerating further. A shroud of black mist enveloped his form, and even Lu Tsang's health bar gradually transitioned from green to a deep obsidian hue. For ordinary individuals, exploring the abyss demanded a hefty price, often compelling them to crawl cautiously along the stone walls, conducting limited explorations within the various caverns. For someone like Lu Tsang to plunge directly into the abyss was, by all accounts, a foolhardy endeavor. As he descended, his speed was remarkable, covering hundreds of kilometers in mere seconds, leaving even some monstrous creatures unable to react. Yet, before long, Lu Tsang triggered the certain death resistance, a dark mist emanating from him, eroding his body, a sensation that was indeed painful. He consumed a vial of the pain resistance potion obtained from the world, diminishing his physical discomfort while attuning himself to the surrounding restrictions of the abyss. The constraints of the abyss were straightforward. Within its depths, ascent was impossible. One could only continue to descend. Should one attempt to ascend, they shall incur a certain curse as retribution. The deeper the abyss, the more severe the consequences of attempting to rise. Third transformation quest. Quest Objective 1. Acquire 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Quest Objective 2. Prevent the resurrection of a great entity. Completed. Quest Objective 3. Participate in the slaying of a being that surpasses the limits of humanity and has reached its maximum level. Quest Rewards. Promotion for the Transformational Divine Outfit profession, acquisition of a Rank 9 artifact, and a cornerstone of the temple. The quest for the Black Abyss Sage Stones is one of Lu Tsang's primary motivations for descending into the abyss. The available Black Abyss Sage Stones among humanity are woefully insufficient for his ascension. What alternatives remain? He must seek them himself. According to the Emperor of Humanity's accounts, there is a significant likelihood of discovering deposits of Black Abyss Sage Stones in the depths of the abyss. This conclusion was drawn by the gem researcher profession, boasting a credibility of 99. However, given humanity's current capabilities, delving into such profound depths remains unfeasible. Thus, the extraction of Black Abyss Sage Stones is generally limited to shallower layers. If Lu Tsang cannot procure the Black Abyss Sage Stones, he shall have no choice but to settle for completing the level-based tasks. Yet he cannot shake the feeling that his combat prowess would be severely diminished. After all, had he not completed the level-based transformation quest previously, he would not have been able to attain the Transformational Temple and Time Reversal. The disparity between these two rewards is simply too vast. As for the second quest objective, Lu Tsang is uncertain how he accomplished it. The only plausible explanation he can conjure is that he removed 10 drops of resurrection blood from the altar. However, he remains uncertain about what ritual he disrupted. Nonetheless, the resurrection blood is presumably linked to the act of revival, likely related to a resurrection ceremony. After all, there appeared to be a being named Omizio that glanced at him at that moment. This seems to be the name of the divine monstrous entity that was sacrificed at the altar. Perhaps it pertains to the resurrection ceremony of Omizio. Yet, there is no need to dwell on the details. What is done is done. This task is the most troublesome for Lu Tsang, as it lacks clarity. Who knows how to locate the ritual of a great existence? Furthermore, would the rituals established by such a being be so easily dismantled? Regarding the creature that transcends the limits of humanity, Lu Tsang previously inquired with the Emperor of Humanity. According to him, it may exist within the abyss. As for how to defeat it, that indeed poses a challenge. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang intends to locate it first before devising a strategy. As Lu Tsang descends, the spirit of equipment beside him unleashes a barrage of firepower. Superstar Flash, Superstar Flash, Superstar Flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hot, 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 hot. 1-0-29, 923, 1-0-84, 842, 1-863, 293, 428, 853, 1-0-29, 923, 1-0-84, 842, 1-863, 293, 428, 853. Although 18,000 arrows were unleashed in a single volley, only a single arrow's worth of magical energy was consumed. Each arrow requires 20 points of mana. Lu Tsang's crown provides a remarkable 200,000 points of spiritual energy, translating to 4 million units of mana at a ratio of 20 blue per spirit point. Even without automatic mana regeneration, such a vast reservoir of magic could sustain an entire day of shooting, let alone a year. Furthermore, Lu Tsang has activated 6 divine artifact attributes, rendering all current skills devoid of mana costs. It is not merely a matter of shooting for a day. Even a year would not deplete his resources. Within the abyss, demonic creatures spawn incessantly. Most of these fiends dwell in the caverns on the abyss's surface or scuttle along the rocky walls. Additionally, some creatures possess the ability to fly within this realm, unlike Lu Tsang, an outsider who can only plummet through its depths. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Tsang's Superstar Flash swept across the stone walls of the abyss, annihilating a succession of demons. The numbers flashed: 1-0-29, 923, 1-0-84, 842, 1-863, 293, 428, 853. The radiance of Superstar Flash shone brilliantly in the darkness. The spirit of his equipped weapon, the heavenly bow of Amit Sumigatsuchi, continued its relentless assault. Meanwhile, the effect of his tenacity triggered time and again. Clang, clang, clang. Health, 363, 852, 912. Health, 365, 857, 612. Health, 372, 291, 812. In just a brief hour, Lutsong's health surged to over 100 million, even reaching 300 million. During this time, he had retreated to St. Leon City, replenishing his supplies at the trading post, where he acquired several vials of pain nullification potion. This potion, however, came at a steep price due to its high material requirements and limited utility, resulting in a scarcity of alchemists willing to brew it. Fortunately, Lutsong could afford it at 500,000 gold coins per vial. For a total expenditure of 10 million gold coins, he acquired 20 vials, capable of nullifying all pain for 1 hour. Equipped with the Crown of Insight, Lutsong could detect all living beings and information within a radius of 600,000 kilometers. As he ventured deeper, the demons grew increasingly formidable. In the areas closer to the surface, the creatures hovered around level 30, while those deeper within reached levels of 100. In the void of the abyss, a creature of pure darkness, lacking any corporeal form, extended its hand towards Lutsong. Shadow of the Obscure. Buzz. Whoosh. The brilliance of Superstar Flash pierced through its form in an instant. Bang. The magical creature of level 103 erupted into fragments. Even monsters of level 100 could scarcely endure the onslaught of Lutsong. He swiftly gathered the remnants into his backpack. How far have I descended? Lutsong gazed at his health bar, which had plummeted to a mere 600 million. Presently, he was left with a mere sliver of vitality. 752, 999, 823, 822, 1022, 942. As he plunged deeper into the abyss, the toll on his health grew increasingly dire. Now he was losing 1,000,000 hit points every second. The affliction of corruption stacked an additional 200 layers each second, hastening his exposure to the abyss's taint. However, this state would instantly dissipate the moment it reached its peak. At this juncture, Lutsong relied solely on desperate resistance to prolong his existence. After his weapon, the Jinhua, shattered, he promptly crafted a new one. He prioritized the reconstruction of Jinhua. Otherwise, if the Tianzong Bao, also ranked 99, were to break, he would be unable to recreate it. Despite the continuous and significant loss of health, the pain was rendered negligible due to a pain-dulling potion. With the spirit of his equipment autonomously engaging foes, Lutsong needed only to maintain his descent. Meanwhile, the Crown of Insight persistently searched for the stone of the Abyssal Sage. Throughout his fall, he sensed dozens of these stones, yet they scarcely met his needs. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the abyss as it slipped away. Lutsong appeared to enter a state akin to automatic play, relying entirely on the spirit of his equipment for combat, while his maximum health steadily increased. The automation was indeed advantageous. After 3 hours of descent, he had spent a total of 5 hours in the abyss. During this time, the monsters became more numerous and densely packed, appearing with increasing frequency. Strangely, this allowed Lutsong's health to accumulate further. Although he began to encounter abyssal foes that he could not eliminate with a single strike, nevertheless, his health had now risen to 30 billion. Was the depth still insufficient? Why had he not yet discovered it? Continuing his descent, Lutsong suddenly sensed something remarkable: the stone of the Abyssal Sage. At last, he had found it. Moreover, it was an entire vein of Abyssal Sage stones. In the next instant, Lutsong adjusted his trajectory and soared toward the vein. Although ascending was impossible, he could still alter his direction downward. Soon, he arrived at a cavern within the rocky walls. The walls of the cave. The area is filled with an abundance of black stones, representing an entire vein of the Black Abyss Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, Luo Jiutian did not deceive me. Upon landing here, Lutsong did not hasten to commence mining. Spatial movement restrictions are in effect in your current location. In an instant, he found himself at the trading hall of the Brilliant Gem Merchants Guild, replenishing his stock of the Earth Scroll skill book along with earth crystals and a great sword. These were all essential materials for crafting the Mountain Guardian. You have expended 78 million gold coins. Lutsong stored all the materials in his backpack. Ding! Another notification appeared. Spatial movement restrictions are in effect in your current location. Despite the spatial limitations, he remained undeterred. Buzz! In the next moment, caution was paramount. He intended to replace the lost artifact materials, but Lutsong had no such plans. After all, he had accumulated 5 hours of health, amounting to a staggering 30 billion health points. To restart the process would incite his wrath. Furthermore, time was not pressing. The Emperor of Man would not arrive in the Northern Realm for another 15 hours. He was already aware of the events that would unfold in the following 20 hours. which held no extraordinary occurrences. Lu Tsang plucked a piece of the Black Abyss Philosopher's Stone. However, as soon as he harvested it, he sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching from a distance. The speed was astonishing, rivaling that of the Star Dragon beast. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang's perception range extended for 600,000 kilometers. Even with the speed of the Star Dragon beast, it was impossible for the entity to reach him without granting him any reaction time. At this distance, he had several seconds to prepare. Upon detecting the strong presence, the spirit of his equipment instantly heightened its vigilance. Superstar flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of starlight erupted. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Yet this time, the superstar flash proved ineffective. Buzz. Bang, 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 bang. All of these attacks penetrated the creature's form effortlessly. Curse it. Lu Tsang's perception swept across the enemy, revealing its attributes. Abyssal Kingdom Lord Sarko. Level, 250. Health, 75 billion. Personality, dark, fallen, gambler, indulgent. Skills, dark deflection, abyssal revival, undying. Low-level monster annihilation. Domain, chaotic domain. Kingdom, the land of bets and chips. Description, a gambling-obsessed lord of the abyss, possessing countless treasures of the deep, with a notably low inclination for aggression and battle. Upon reading this description, Lu Tsang's brow furrowed slightly. With 75 billion health points, even after 5 hours of accumulation, his health was but a mere fraction in comparison. Most importantly, he was faced with an adversary of level 250. Having surpassed the limits of human capability, one might exclaim in astonishment. Just recently entering the abyss, I encountered an entity of such formidable strength. Even the Emperor of Humanity might struggle to secure a victory against it. My previous assault was entirely disregarded by its ability to manifest shadows. With all my arrows simply piercing through as if they were evaded entirely, the damage effortlessly avoided. Within mere seconds, this being approached Lu Tsang, standing at an imposing height of approximately 5 meters. While not excessively towering in the context of this realm, Lu Tsang could not help but feel the overwhelming aura it exuded. It gazed at Lu Tsang, stating, "You are not a creature of the abyss." Lu Tsang, adorned with the chaos hiding ring, was merely less discernible, not truly invisible. After all, this was not a genuine ring of invisibility. If one were to create a significant disturbance, attention would inevitably follow. You are a creature of the surface. I have never encountered one such as you. It then focused on the Black Abyss Sage Stone clutched in Lu Tsang's hand. Ah, the Black Abyss Sage Stone you possess is my property. Chapter 50. The Bed of Time Reversal. Who has ever triumphed over me? In an instant, Lu Tsang, through the crown of insight, directed his thoughts to lock onto the vein of, or, the Black Abyss Sage Stone vein. Mining level, 8, holder, Sarko. With a mere thought, Lu Tsang attempted to store the Black Abyss Sage Stone in his backpack. As anticipated, the stone resisted his efforts to be contained. Once a vein of, or is claimed, its resources are exclusively accessible to the claimant or to those granted mining privileges by the claimant. Otherwise, one must either seize ownership through force or endure a protracted process of reoccupying the vein. Alternatively, one might eliminate the claimant, rendering the resources ownerless. Should seizing ownership prove impossible, acquiring items from the vein would necessitate thievery. By forcibly extracting a piece of, or, one must wait several days until it transforms into an ownerless entity, thus becoming one's own. However, such acts of theft are notoriously inefficient, making large-scale extraction exceedingly challenging. After all, theft is still theft. This abyssal demon regarded Lu Tsang, noting his utter lack of fear. Simultaneously, it found itself unable to penetrate Lu Tsang's information. This clearly indicated that Lu Tsang was at least its equal. No, he might even surpass it. After all, this encounter occurred within the abyss, where all non-abyssal beings are subject to its corrupting influence. Moreover, the abyssal entities enjoy additional enhancements within their domain. Yet even so, it remained unable to discern Lu Tsang's true nature. This sufficiently illustrates that Lu Tsang's power surpasses his own. As for the recent tentative attack, it was merely an instinctive probe. Such a test, allowing him to evade, is entirely reasonable. However, should a true battle ensue, it is inevitable that he would incur some cost. With this thought in mind, Sarko's desire for combat diminished significantly. I have long heard tales of other species existing above ground, yet I have never ventured to the abyss to witness it myself. Surely, you are the one referred to as humanity? At the same time, Sarko gazed at the Black Abyss Sage Stone in Lu Tsang's grasp. What? Are you interested in my mind? Lu Tsong turned to Sarko, nodding slightly. Indeed, I am human. There is no need to deny it, Lu Tsong graciously acknowledged. Simultaneously, he did not conceal his fascination with the Black Abyss Sage Stone, observing the dark crystal in his hand with keen interest. I desire this Black Abyss Sage Stone. What would you require in exchange? Lu Tsong inquired nonchalantly, as if haggling at a marketplace. However, despite his casual demeanor, within this brief span of time, Lu Tsong had already discerned all of Sarko's abilities through the crown of insight. Class, Dark Contractor. Class Specialization, Betrayal Contract, Lucky Plunder, Compulsory Bet, Aura Suppression. Dark Side of Contracts. Betrayal Contract. When you sign a contract and violate its terms, you may choose to pay only half the cost. Lucky Plunder. When you engage in a fair bet with another being, should they fail, you may permanently gain their luck, provided their luck exceeds yours. Compulsory Bet. You may force a being into a betting agreement, but doing so will result in a loss of certain advantages. Aura Suppression. When you have a betting agreement with a being, you mitigate 50 damage from them and deepen 50 damage to them. Dark Side of Contracts. When you sign a betting contract with a being, you need not strictly adhere to its terms, as long as your cheating goes unnoticed. It is not regarded as a breach of contract. This abyssal creature possesses its own class, akin to a transcendent being, and its abilities are predominantly related to betting agreements. Its primary manifestation lies in various wagers, allowing it to plunder capabilities from others. It certainly stands as a formidable existence, with high levels and formidable strength. Indeed, Lu Tsong suspected that this demon might even eclipse the Emperor of Humanity in might. However, this remained merely a suspicion. Observing its abilities and considering its character, Lu Tsong was nearly certain that Sarko's subsequent actions would involve enticing him into a game. Oh, human? You're intrigued by the Black Abyss Sage Stone? That is easily arranged. I harbor no desire to engage in battle with you, Sarko remarked. Simultaneously, with a gentle flick of his right hand, a cascade of sounds erupted. Within the mine, the ores became dislodged, and a multitude of Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones tumbled to the cave floor. These 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones serve as a token of my esteem as the Lord of the Abyss, as well as the stakes in our wager. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsong's expression remained unchanged. He merely stowed the 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones into his backpack. After all, why refuse a gift? In any case, should he wish to flee, it would merely be a matter of thought. Even in a state of combat, they could still be utilized. Observing Lu Tsong accept the Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones, the shadow of Sarko revealed a smile. Human, I have always held a fascination for your world. Does the notion of gambling exist therein? This creature communicated with Lu Tsong through thought, a method that transcended linguistic barriers, ensuring the most precise conveyance of meaning without any ambiguity or misinterpretation. Indeed, it exists. Then it is settled. A world devoid of wagers is not a perfect one. You desire the Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones, correct? Very well, but you need not offer anything in exchange. In my realm, only wagers hold value. This marked Lu Tsong's inaugural interaction with an intelligent being from the Abyss. Previously, he had encountered only mindless beasts, fixated solely on combat and slaughter, devoid of any considerable intellect. Sarko could be considered the first abyssal entity capable of communication that he had encountered. Indeed, this might very well be humanity's first contact with an intelligent abyssal being. Contemplating this, Lu Tsong could not help but regard the situation with increased seriousness. Subsequently, Sarko once again dislodged 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones from the mine. This is a specialty unique to our Abyss. Would you wager your 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones against mine? In response to the inquiry, Lu Tsong maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us engage in a game, but in a fair manner. This area periodically spawns new abyssal creatures, does it not? Upon observation, their levels appear to be around 135 to 136. How about we wager on the level of the nearest abyssal creature that spawns next? If I am correct, shall that signify my victory? This method posed a challenge, even for Sarko, as the spawning of wild creatures was dictated solely by the world's rules. After articulating his proposition, Lu Tsong added, as the Lord of the Abyss, surely you cannot influence the spawning patterns of these abyssal creatures? Upon hearing Lu Tsong's words, Sarko's form coalesced into a tangible entity, a dark being reminiscent of a jester, markedly different from the other ferocious abyssal monsters. Sarko's form exudes an exquisite beauty, akin to a work of art, starkly contrasting with the wildness, chaos, and fallen darkness of the Abyss. As you suggested, let us wager. Indeed, humanity is fascinating. Rest assured, even I cannot alter the laws governing the emergence of monsters. Lu Tsong's crown of insight, has provided feedback. Sarko did not lie. He truly lacks the ability to change the laws of this world. Therefore, the contract is formed. The wager contract is established. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, and Lu Tsang sensed that the contract had been fulfilled. Truly, the demon excels at wagers, handling such matters with remarkable proficiency. Witnessing the completion of the contract, Lu Tsang wasted no time and proceeded to make a guess. The next monster to emerge would be of level 135. A new abyssal creature, spawning near the cave entrance. Dim Veil Fish, level 136. Huh, you have lost. According to our agreement, all your stakes have now been surrendered to me. Observing this outcome, Lu Tsang maintained a calm expression, silently activating rewind time. Click, time reversed. Returning to the moment when Lu Tsang awaited the announcement of results. Back in the temporal space prior to the wager, Lu Tsang did not immediately make a guess. Let me first confirm, you 1T cheat, will you? A slight smile graced Sarko's face. Naturally, I would not engage in deceit during such a game. The next moment, Crown of Insight swiftly reached a conclusion. Sarko did not speak falsely. I speculate that the next abyssal creature to spawn, the one closest to us, will be of level 136. Soon, a new abyssal monster appeared nearby. Dim Veil Fish, level 136. Upon receiving this result, Sarko displayed no surprise. In this area, the probabilities of spawning a level 135 monster and a level 136 monster are quite similar. With a probability of 50, it is quite normal for Lu Tsang to win. Sarko indeed did not engage in any cheating. After all, this was merely an appetizer. Fortune favored him. According to the wager, these 5,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones now belong to you. Now, you may wager all your Black Abyss Sage Stones for a chance to receive 10,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones in return. Do you accept this wager? The corners of Sarko's mouth lifted slightly, his excitement gradually building. Each time, he sought to gamble away all of Lu Tsang's stakes. In Sarko's view, continuing this wager methodically offered him countless opportunities for failure. However, should Lu Tsang lose just once, all that he had won would be returned to Sarko. This, indeed, is Sarko's delight, torturing his opponent, casting them from paradise to the depths of despair. And as for cheating, Sarko was certainly capable of it. For instance, eliminating a large number of level 135 monsters in an instant would significantly increase the probability of the next spawn being a level 135 creature. Yet, there is no need for such tactics. In the present realm of gaming, it merely serves as a pastime for him. Cheating, in fact, diminishes the enjoyment. He holds disdain for engaging in deceitful practices within such trivial games. To him, possessing 10,000 obsidian sage stones is inconsequential, as he commands an entire vein of resources. Swapping 10,000 obsidian sage stones for another 10,000? Indeed, within this abyss, it constitutes a fair exchange. However, should one wish to seek out new veins, they must procure them from other lords of the abyss. These lords may not be as accommodating as I am. I am merely a gambler at heart, while they are bloodthirsty and warlike. Attempting to seize anything from them will exact a grievous toll. Unlike me, who readily concedes upon your victory. A faint smile graced the lips of Sarko, who inclined his head slightly. He appeared less as a lord of the abyss and more akin to a sincerely courteous servant. Lu Tsang's Crown of Insight probed once more. This gambling Sarko was, astonishingly, speaking the truth. Is it possible that this jester-like creature consistently speaks honestly? This revelation surprised Lu Tsang. Indeed, one should not judge abyssal beings by their appearance. Yet, the existence of such formidable entities suggests that there are even more powerful beings lurking within the abyss, underscoring its terrifying threat. Despite the surprise brewing within him, Lu Tsang's demeanor remained unchanged upon hearing this proposal. He simply smiled gently. Of course, but I shall be the one to guess. I'm not at ease with you guessing. Observing Lu Tsang's magnanimity, Sarko's smile widened. I relish your generous spirit. Lu Tsang, feeling apathetic, made a casual guess. Level 135. Time passed swiftly, and soon another abyssal creature was summoned. Remarkably, Lu Tsang guessed correctly on the first attempt. It was indeed level 135. Sarko's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile. Shall we continue? 20,000 for 20,000. Sarko was in no hurry. A consecutive win, statistically speaking, is not insignificant. A probability of 25. Does that seem low? Yet, as Sarko had stated, he possessed countless opportunities. Each time, he wagered everything that Lu Tsang had earned thus far. Should Lu Tsang lose once, he would be left with naught. However, even if Lu Tsang were to win a dozen times, it it would not be enough to cause substantial harm to this Lord of the Abyss. As for what Sarko stands to gain, he could only express the satisfaction derived from dragging his opponent from paradise into the depths of despair, letting them experience the thrill of absolute loss. Following that, meticulously leading them deeper into the abyss would be a source of unparalleled delight. Every being of the abyss possesses an innate vice, and fulfilling this vice becomes the very essence of their existence, one that even surpasses the meaning of human survival. Sarko believed that in terms of combat prowess, he might not match the human before him, yet he could prevail through cunning and wagers. Slowly, one shall lead this human to ruin. First, strip him of his resources. Then, exploiting the insatiable greed that dwells deep within every being, entice him to succumb repeatedly to despair until he ultimately loses everything. In response to Sarko's proposal, Lutsong wore a smile. Both the individual and the Lord of the Abyss remained unchanged in demeanor. Very well, we may certainly proceed. I surmise the next creature to emerge will be of level 136. However, the subsequent beast that materialized was of level 135. Just as Sarko's grin morphed into a sinister sneer, intent on seizing all that Lutsong possessed, Lutsong activated Time Reversal once more. I believe the next creature to spawn will indeed be of level 135. Swiftly, a brand new abyssal monster appeared in the vicinity, its level unmistakably 135. Chapter 51. A minor victory in securing a vein. Sarko, witnessing this turn of events, furrowed his brow. A 3-win streak? The odds, albeit low, were still conceivable, a 1 in 8 chance. Yet with favorable fortune, it was indeed possible. Sarko's grip tightened slightly. Bang! In the distance, the freshly spawned abyssal creature contorted grotesquely, collapsing into a singular point, and soon vanished entirely within a singularity. Instant kill magic. Low-level monster annihilation. Effect: instantly slay ordinary monsters that are 80 levels below you. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Mana cost: 15,000. At Sarko's level, he possessed dozens of skills, and this instant kill magic was regarded as a versatile ability. Generally, ordinary monsters of a level 80 lower would require no special skill to eliminate. Nonetheless, this skill could synergize with Sarko's other abilities, which was why he had learned it. After dispatching the creature, Sarko relieved a modicum of his displeasure and addressed Lutsong. Shall we continue? Next was the 4th round. Lutsong proceeded to sign another wager. The terms mirroring those of before, except this time, it involved trading 40,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones for another 40,000. Lutsong surmised that if this continued, the mine would soon be his. I predict the next spawn will be of level 136, he stated with a nonchalant tone. As the monster emerged, one could not help but acknowledge that his luck was rather abysmal. Level 135. Losing 3 out of 4 times was disheartening. Lutsong shrugged slightly before activating Time Reversal. Click. Time rewound. Lutsong announced the count once more. The next creature was level 135. This declaration secured his victory without question. Beside him, Sarko's lips twitched in irritation. A 1 in 16 chance was already quite low. At this moment, Sarko was engulfed in profound frustration. Why was this happening? How could a human's fortune be so extraordinary? Was his luck exceptionally high? After all, this was a realm of abyss. Betting was an arena where Sarko excelled. He believed that unless his opponent was a deity, it was implausible for them to cheat in his wagers without him noticing. If there was no cheating involved, then it could only be attributed to sheer luck. However, if this entity truly possessed divine capabilities, capable of manipulating the outcomes of his bets, then what was the point of wagering? Sarko's only recourse would be to turn and flee. If the being before him was indeed a deity, any tricks he might employ would be futile. A true god would have no need to engage in gambling. They could simply eliminate him and claim whatever they desired. This suggested that Lutsong did not possess the certainty of defeating him without incurring any cost. In fact, he lacked absolute assurance of being able to kill him outright. Thus, he resorted to gambling. Yet, to achieve 4 consecutive victories without cheating and relying solely on luck was indeed remarkable. Sometimes, the probabilities of this world do not adhere to pure statistical reasoning. When luck reaches a certain threshold, theoretical probabilities cease to serve as reliable indicators. However, the better his luck became, the more devastating his losses would be against Sarko. With this thought, a smile returned to Sarko's lips. If Lutsong lost to him even once, his luck would transfer to Sarko's own. After all, he possessed the skill, Luck Plunder, which had elevated his own luck to a considerable level. He could perceive his luck attribute, which stood an impressive 9 points. For this reason, Sarko dismissed the idea of resorting to tricks in such a game. This was a staggering 9 points of luck. Merely relying on luck was sufficient to overwhelm the vast majority of beings. Moreover, he still had numerous opportunities for failure. Was there truly a need for deceit? Yet, the entity before him had managed to win against him 4 times in a row, relying solely on luck, despite Sarko's 9 points. This human-esque luck could very well have reached a terrifying 10 points, perhaps even beyond 105. Every incremental increase in luck signified a qualitative leap. The deeper one delves into the concept of luck, the more profound their understanding becomes. Sarko could scarcely fathom the notion of his opponent possessing 11 points of luck. Nevertheless, even with such thoughts, Sarko felt a surge of excitement. If he could win even a single exchange against Lu Tsang, the latter's luck would become his own. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang feigned ignorance of his opponent's intentions and calmly inquired, "Demon Lord, you have yet to reveal your name." Although Lu Tsang was already aware of his name, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances. This way, Sarko remained oblivious to Lu Tsang's knowledge of his information, thus creating a disparity in understanding. "Salir, you may simply call me Salir. I am uncertain how I should address you, esteemed guest from the human realm." "Ah, you may refer to me as Hengluo." Lu Tsang reminisced about the whimsical name he had initially chosen for the dungeon. This abyssal lord even provided himself with a pseudonym. Is it to shield his true name from curses? Yet, I too must withhold my true name, even if he were to divulge his true name. Lu Tsang intended to deceive him with a false one. One must always remain vigilant. Moreover, he is not of human origin. "Lord Salir, shall we proceed?" However, I find this repeated wager somewhat trivial. Instead, I propose to claim the entirety of your mind. After all, once this wager concludes, you will be left with but a few stones. If you deem this unfair, I can offer alternative materials. Lu Tsang wore a smile as he spoke. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's proposition, the abyssal lord's smile grew even more pronounced. "No, you are the guest, so let us wager on your terms. However, this time, you must guess correctly 10 times in succession. If you succeed in half of those attempts, you shall be the victor." Lu Tsang gazed into the abyssal lord's eyes, a glimmer of light igniting within. It felt as though he had fulfilled some peculiar condition. In that instant, Lu Tsang's crown of insight detected the abyssal lord's information. Disadvantageous bet. When your wager's benefits are markedly inferior to those of your opponents, you will possess a greater advantage, and fate shall bestow upon you a certain favor, granting you an additional stroke of luck. He intended to secure a victory in this round, thereby triggering the disadvantageous bet bonus. A third-tier specialization, intriguing indeed. I wonder what form this favor of fate takes. Lu Tsang hesitated briefly before acquiescing. "Very well. Favor, then let it be favor. Unless this favor has the power to alter a predetermined future, it holds little value against my time reversal. It is only natural that he cannot discern my deceit. Such matters are beyond the reach of ordinary beings. The artifact ranked 10th in power. Merely possessing it is akin to wielding the strength of a formidable true deity. If it truly exists, let us consider it as though he never mentioned it, setting aside the elements and the magic of Ispalut. Should we speak of the winds and bows of Lulu Y, or the earth and guardianship of Obetus? Lu Tsang finds the notion of true deities in this world to be rather far-fetched. The betting contract has been signed. Your wager, Contractor 180. 000 Abyssal Sage Stones. Contractor 2's wager. Ownership of the Abyssal Sage Stone Mine. Lu Tsang scanned the surroundings with his mind. The Crown of Insight is capable of not only probing the essence of living beings, but also examining the nature of all objects. This mine currently has the potential to yield approximately 200 Abyssal Sage Stones. The new generation of stones is estimated to be around 100 per day, amounting to over 30 stones per year. It must be said that this entity, at the depths of the abyss, cannot truly be considered an exceptionally rare resource. At the very least, it does not reach the caliber of Black Star meteorite. However, the human race is incapable of delving to such profound depths. 80,000 abyssal sage stones in exchange for an entire vein of, or indeed places the opponent at an absolute disadvantage in this wager. Were it not for the potential to trigger special bonuses, no one with sense would engage in such a gamble. The first creature is level 135. The second creature is also level 135. 135, 136, 136, 135, 135, 136. Lu Tsang disregards everything, simply guessing at random. He will assess the outcome once it is revealed. Soon enough, abyssal monsters began to spawn one after another. However, Lu Tsang realized that he was extraordinarily unfortunate this time. Out of 10 consecutive guesses, he failed to hit even once. Was this the favor of fate? Human, you have lost. According to the agreement, you should Swish. Without waiting for the opponent to finish speaking, time reversal activated. The first creature, level 135. The second creature, level 135. The third creature, level 135. The fourth creature, still level 135. Lutsong reported a continuous series of level 135s. 10 creatures, all level 135. Sako, upon hearing Lutsong's report, could not help but smirk internally. Guess away, guess away. No matter what, you cannot win against me. Under the disadvantageous betting agreement, in terms of luck, losing was simply impossible. As expected, Lutsong guessed incorrectly on the first creature. The second was also wrong. The third, still incorrect. However, he guessed correctly on the fourth. Sako paid little heed to Lutsong's occasional correct guess. After all, he was a person of great fortune, so winning one round meant little. However, the subsequent outcomes caused Sako's expression to change. Another correct guess? No, that cannot be. But soon enough, by the time the seventh creature spawned, Lutsong had already missed 5. With the remaining creatures, Lutsong merely needed to err one more time, and he would claim victory. Yet, he still had 3 chances left. Hung Luo, you have indeed fallen into my hands. In such a disadvantageous stroke of luck, surely he could not guess all 3 correctly. Could he? Sako maintained his smile. Another wave of great fortune was about to be his. However, what transpired next left Sako utterly dumbfounded. Ultimately, the spawn creatures were indeed level 135, and astonishingly, Lutsong guessed all 3 correctly. Upon witnessing this outcome, the smile on Sako's face froze instantly. What in the world is happening? This should not be. In a disadvantageous match, how could one possibly lose in a gamble of luck? Furthermore, did not the previous momentum seem favorable? Out of 7 choices, he had triumphed in 5. Logically, it should not have unfolded this way. Yet, Sako quickly regained his composure. In a flash, he had completed his line of thought. He swiftly deduced one conclusion. If luck had been just a fraction less, he would have triumphed over me. This time, his luck had reached its limits in terms of salvation. In other words, if I were to increase my bets, and should I find myself at a disadvantage, fate would surely favor me even more. I could triumph over him. In that fleeting moment, Sako arrived at this conclusion. The outcome of this wager indeed hinged on the slightest margin. Meanwhile, Lutsong was caressing this vein of ore. After fulfilling the betting contract, it had already become his property. Unexpectedly, his first vein was not located within his own fiefdom, but rather in the abyss. He had merely come to the abyss for a stroll and was gifted an vein. How embarrassing. Thank you, dear Salir, for this vein. I'm grateful for the bounty from the abyss. A relaxed smile adorned Lutsong's face as he held a corrupted staff in his left hand and began to strike the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The walls of the vein trembled, and the black abyss sage stones cascaded down. Lutsong placed each stone into his backpack. Witnessing Lutsong's actions, Sako's eyes reddened slightly. This was indeed his possession. While their vein might not be exceedingly rare, it was certainly valuable. After all, why would every lord of the abyss strive to seize a mine of black abyss sage stones? Relinquishing this vein brought a pang of regret to Sako, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter, as long as I could defeat Lutsong once, he will be compelled to relinquish all these treasures. Chapter 52. Too slow? Brother Hengluo. Amidst a few exchanged words, the two had already begun to address each other as brothers. Our encounter in the abyss must surely be fated. Moreover, Brother Hengluo, your daring venture into the depths of the abyss must be for a purpose, right? Why not come visit my realm? Let Brother Hengluo experience the exotic charm of my kingdom. Perhaps, if you have matters to attend to, I might be of assistance. The language of the abyss may not be particularly straightforward, but the essence of these thoughts conveyed translates to that meaning. Upon hearing this proposal, Lutsong did not rush to continue mining, but turned to face Sako. Your kingdom? Yes, indeed, a realm brimming with joy, and one of the most orderly domains within the abyss. With Brother Hengluo's fortune, you would surely thrive in my kingdom. Would you care to indulge? Lutsong, intrigued by this suggestion, felt a surge of interest. More importantly, this level 250 Lord of the Abyss before him presented an excellent target. Furthermore, even if he did not eliminate this level 250 Lord, Lutsong believed he could employ a betting strategy to compel this Lord to vanquish other Abyssal Lords. From what Lutsong understood of Sako, as long as he could win the wager against him, perhaps it is indeed feasible. In due time, one could witness 2 Abyssal Lords embroiled in conflict, while reaping the benefits from the sidelines. Simultaneously, this would allow the completion of the 3rd-tier job transition quest, eliminating 2 formidable foes for humankind. Is this not akin to killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Upon contemplating this, Lu Tsong readily agreed. All right then, lead me to the abyss. It happens to be my first visit after all, so I would appreciate it if you could guide me, dear Salir. A flicker of discomfort crossed Sarko's lips. Of course, for I am the most hospitable lord of the abyss. As these words escaped his mouth, the crown of insight provided feedback. This was a falsehood. Sarko's true intent was merely to best Lu Tsong in a contest. It was rumored that the goddess of fortune possessed a luck value of merely 13. If he could elevate his own luck to a level of 10, while not equating to that of a true deity, it would be akin to a demigod's fortune. Thus, he regarded Lu Tsong as a being of demigod caliber and approached him with caution. Your devout disciple, Elise, prays unto you, Tsong. Just as Lu Tsong engaged in conversation with Sarko, a prayer echoed forth. Within the abyss, information could not be transmitted outward, nor could it receive external communication. Nevertheless, the prayers of his disciple still reached Lu Tsong. I have fully complied with your requests and completed the task. I shall now proceed to the Temple of Transition for my job change. Upon hearing this prayer, Lu Tsong turned his attention to Sarko. Dear Salir, I have some matters to attend to temporarily. I hope you can wait for a moment. As soon as Lu Tsong uttered these words, he vanished from the abyss in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a property he had purchased through the Radiant Gem Association in the city of Saint Lien. It was quite affordable. The estate spanned over 2,000 square meters and cost merely 5 million gold coins. One must admit, it was somewhat of a bargain. However, such is the nature of this world, where territories are vast and construction proceeds at an astonishing pace, especially with the profession of builder at play. In a past life, erecting a house could take years, yet in this world, a dwelling might be completed in half a day. Thus, properties are not particularly valuable. A villa acquired for 5 million gold coins, a quaint cliffside retreat, was also to Lu Tsong's specifications. Upon returning to the residence, he found it satisfactory. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he entered the Hall of Transformation, pulling Elise along with him. All praise unto you, Tsong. Lu Tsong looked down upon Elise, who no longer exhibited fear in his presence. Instead, there was a hint of pride in her status as a divine disciple, though her reverence for Lu Tsong remained undiminished. As per your request, to avoid raising undue suspicion among my kin, I have suppressed the speed of the dungeon completion, she stated, addressing her people's inquiries and scrutiny. I have also elucidated that I have received a fleeting and unique blessing from the wind and the bow of Luluwei. Unlike Lu Tsong, who possesses divine artifacts embodying his own tangible power, the abilities I wield are not inherently mine. They are borrowed from Lu Tsong. Moreover, my identity within the elven race is exceedingly sensitive, leading the higher echelons of our kin to be acutely aware of my capabilities. Following the completion of several challenging quests, my overwhelming strength has aroused some trepidation among our people. Consequently, the elven leaders have temporarily halted my advancement and summoned me to the sacred prayer chamber for scrutiny, fearing that I may have unwittingly pledged allegiance to some inexplicable malevolent deity or been possessed by the spirit of an ancient and formidable being. After all, the physique of a high-ranking practitioner is an irresistible temptation for any spirit. In this world, the pursuit of power is fraught with perilous consequences that must be approached with utmost caution. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared by the divine favor of malevolent entities. A perilous example of strength that has succumbed to corruption and lost all reason. The process of safety verification is not brief. It was only after extensive examination that the elven leaders were persuaded by my assertion that I truly had received a divine blessing, which accounts for my formidable combat prowess. However, this scrutiny has also brought trouble to Lu Tsong, who has resolved to have me publicly declare my identity as a chosen of the true deity. Much like Luo Jiutian, who believes himself to be a divine selection, the disciples of a true god are not subject to the prying eyes of others, which is a perfectly reasonable expectation. Thus, whatever actions I undertake will no longer evoke astonishment within the elven community, even if I openly acknowledge that I have borrowed a divine artifact. It is only natural for the disciple of a true god to be lent such a relic. In fact, the ability to wield such artifacts serves as a testament to one's genuine status as a disciple of the true deity. Nevertheless, the right opportunity is still lacking. Lu Tsong plans for me to reveal my chosen status in the most staggering circumstances. Therefore, he advises me to maintain a low profile for the time being. The pace of clearing quests should be moderated slightly. Ideally, each quest should take around 20 minutes. This is also why it took me 5 hours to complete the solo challenge Nightmare quest. After my class transition, I should disclose to my kin that I am a disciple of the true god. However, I must refrain from mentioning any deity's name, be it Lulu Wei or my own. Lu Tsong remains unaware of whether other true gods are observing this world, but invoking their names for deception seems rather inappropriate. It is acceptable to claim that I have received a blessing from a certain deity, but to pretend to be another's disciple would be exceedingly discourteous. Other lies may be frivolously uttered, masquerading as the deceptions of disciples of other divine beings, but the truth cannot be distorted. Moreover, Iris had previously declared to her kin that she had been bestowed with the blessing of Lulu Wei of wind and bow, even without uttering the name of the deity. The members of the Elven clan would inevitably speculate in that direction. It is indeed customary for deities to impose their own regulations. Thus, if a god forbids the utterance of their name, the Elven folk cannot compel Iris to speak it, can they? I shall adhere to your will, Song. I shall accomplish the task you have entrusted to me with utmost perfection. Upon uttering these words, Lu Tsong cast 2 projections within the temple, bestowing upon Iris 2 divine artifacts, a pair of boots and a great sword. He lent her the unadorned boots of swift travel and his second Jing, along with the heaven's bow. Altogether, these constituted 3 divine artifacts, fulfilling all the conditions for this class transition quest. Upon witnessing the 3 artifacts, Iris's eyes narrowed slightly. While she was aware that she stood before a true deity who wielded such artifacts, the prospect of obtaining all 3 remained profoundly awe-inspiring. Thank you, I praise you, Song. To become your disciple is my utmost honor. Iris spoke these words from the depths of her heart. Had she not become a disciple of Song, she would have never had the opportunity to encounter such divine artifacts. Well then, be off. With the 3 artifacts secured in her pack, she proceeded towards the awakening treehouse. Lady Iris is about to undergo her class transition. It was said that the deity had recognized Lady Iris's potential and was testing her. Should she succeed in the trial, she would become a disciple of the divine. Is that true? Which deity is it? The Holy Maiden is truly remarkable. Have you not heard? It seems the deity took notice of her, ultimately granting her the blessing from Lulu Wei of wind and bow. The Holy Maiden has consecutively cleared 8 dungeons of nightmarish difficulty, each within 5 seconds. 5 seconds? How extraordinary. The dissemination of news can be swift or slow. Thus, the deity who chose the Holy Maiden must surely be Lulu Wei of wind and bow, a venerable true god and one of the principal deities of the elven race. Surrounding Iris, the elves formed a circle. For a class transition of this caliber is a rare spectacle indeed, particularly one chosen by a true deity. I pray to you. Song. Iris silently intoned within her heart, placing her hand upon the awakening crystal. Task 1. Clear 20 dungeons of nightmare difficulty solo, setting the fastest clear record, 2020. Completed. Task 2. Acquire 3 divine artifacts, 33. Completed. Task reward. Advancement to Starry Universe Archer, absolute mastery of bow weapons, domain of Star Ring execution. You have achieved a class promotion. Starfield Archer, Descender of Stars. Temple of Transmutation. After waiting for approximately a dozen minutes, Elith ascended to the rank of Starfaller. Reaching level 30, your disciple's profession has achieved a significant advancement, and you have acquired the specialized abilities of the disciple's profession, Star Convergence and Star Flash. Star Convergence allows for continuous shooting without the release of arrows. During this sustained shooting period, all arrows that can be launched will accumulate damage, ultimately culminating in a singular arrow that unleashes the total damage. Star Flash ensures that every arrow you fire, upon striking an enemy, will ricochet to 2 additional nearby foes. Though it cannot trigger secondary effects, these abilities are undeniably potent. However, this time, no skills were obtained. Both are specialized abilities rather than skills. It is likely due to her not having learned any skills yet. If she could drop a skill book, would I then be able to learn her new skills after she acquires them? Lu Tsong pondered. If Elith could drop the unique skill book of her profession, would it not grant me access to the singular skill of the Starfallers? Furthermore, this skill could potentially evolve again through the art of transformation, much like Star Flash evolving into Ultra Star Flash. That would indeed be rather impressive. Well, let us continue to enhance our strength. You may utilize my Amatsu Bow to complete the challenge dungeon within your clan. After arranging matters regarding Elith, Lu Tsong first replenished his stock with 100 bottles of pain resistance potions. Moments later, he returned to the abyss. Salir, witnessing Lu Tsong vanishing beneath his very eyes, was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? He vanished just like that? This is the abyss. Creatures from outside the abyss should be prohibited from ascending. As for teleportation, what a farce. Where could he possibly teleport within the abyss? Yet, Lu Tsong had suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving no aura behind. Or perhaps, Salir was simply incapable of sensing Lu Tsang's presence. This, in an intangible way, elevated Salir's estimation of Lu Tsang even further. However, as the wise say, fortune favors the bold. It is precisely due to Lu Tsang's formidable strength that Salir's desire for adventure was ignited. He was, after all, a compulsive gambler, eager to claim victory from a powerful being and seize his fortune. Was this not a grand gamble in itself? Contemplating this, Salir's spirits soared. Since I must wait, I have no objection to doing so. After all, there is little else to occupy my time. Sensing Lu Tsang's immense and unfathomable power, Salir felt a tingling threat to his very existence. Yet, it was this very sensation that exhilarated him. He yearned to triumph in this high-stakes gamble. However, he did not have to wait long. In an instant, without any forewarning. All right, let us depart. My kingdom is quite close to this mine. It will take merely a few minutes to reach. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang nodded slightly. Very well, lead the way, he replied, casting a glance at Salir. Though Sarko was taken aback by Lu Tsang's sudden appearance, he did not betray his surprise, merely nodding slightly before swiftly darting toward a specific direction within the abyss. The moment he sprang into action, Lu Tsang's lips twitched in disbelief. This speed was astonishingly rapid. He found himself utterly unable to keep pace with his counterpart. Presently, even with the boots of swift travel, Lu Tsang could only achieve a velocity of 240 kilometers per second, while Sarko's speed approached that of the Star Dragon beast, estimated to exceed 10,000 kilometers per second. He was barely a fraction of his opponent's pace. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang persisted in his pursuit. After a few seconds of flight, Sarko turned back to sense his follower, only to perceive Lu Tsang trailing behind him at a pace akin to a tortoise. In that instant, Sarko seemed to grasp a crucial insight. The human's vulnerability lay in his speed, which was a staggering 50 times slower than that of his peers. With this realization, Sarko felt he had discerned a significant weakness in Lu Tsang. My human friend, I had no idea your kind was so sluggish. There is no need to rush. We shall fly leisurely, he conveyed telepathically. Lu Tsang, detecting the underlying mockery in Sarko's words, merely smirked, unfazed as he continued to follow at a relaxed pace. Thankfully, the corrosive nature of the abyss did not compel Lu Tsang into a combat state. Otherwise, it would have indeed posed a significant dilemma. What took Sarko mere minutes to traverse required Lu Tsang over 4 hours of flight. Throughout this journey, Lu Tsang gained a foundational understanding of the abyss. Exchanging this knowledge through the insights of the human race, he candidly divulged numerous confidential details about humanity, as imparted to him by the human emperor, who was grooming him as a successor and entrusted him with many undisclosed secrets. The previous 20 hours had allowed ample time for learning. Given that mental communication surpassed verbal exchanges in speed, coupled with the inherent learning abilities of powerful beings, Lu Tsang had already acquired information that would typically be accessible only to those at the kingly level, categorizing it as human secrets. Through this method, Lu Tsang and Sarko engaged in a reciprocal exchange of intelligence. Sarko, at times, questioned Lu Tsang's sanity, wondering why he would reveal such internal secrets. Did this human truly seek to align himself with the abyss? In contrast, the information Sarko initially offered was riddled with falsehoods. However, Lu Tsang revealed his ability to discern lies, prompting Sarko to become forthright. He began to share truths about what he could disclose, while withholding information he could not. Whenever Sarko attempted to obfuscate or engage in verbal games, Lu Tsang was quick to catch on, pressing for clarity until Sarko, left with no choice, reluctantly confessed the truth. As the two of them chatted leisurely while on their journey, they finally arrived before a vividly colored dimensional portal. This was the entrance to another realm, akin to the passage within the boutique mount store. On the other side of this portal lay an independent space. Observing this passage, His Majesty King Hengluo remarked, "Thanks to your swiftness, we have enjoyed an extended conversation. It is a pleasure to delve deeper into your character and the entirety of humanity." In response to Sarko's taunt regarding his speed, Lu Tsang smirked and activated reverse time. Is it slow indeed? If it weren't for the leisurely pace, I would hardly have acquired so much intelligence. Chapter 53. There are countless who surpass me, vacation's end. Buzz. At this moment, Sarko was delivering his final words to Lu Tsang. All right, let us proceed. My realm is in close proximity to this mine. We shall arrive in just a few minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang replied, "You lead the way." Immediately after Lu Tsang spoke, Sarko's figure vanished in an instant. His speed remained as astonishing as ever. However, this time, Lu Tsang did not lag behind. He swiftly positioned himself ahead of Sarko. After just a few seconds, Sarko realized that Lu Tsong had appeared right before him, startling him with such rapidity, such speed. As Sarko's pupils narrowed slightly, Lu Tsong chuckled. Sarkar, is this the speed of a Lord of the Abyss? Hearing Lu Tsong's words, a jolt ran through Sarko's heart. This human surpassed him in speed. He was likely a being of far higher rank. One could only wonder how many such beings existed within the realm of humanity. Now, with the day of transformation upon them, and the Abyss poised to extend its territory outward, if the humans possessed numerous powerful entities like Hangluo, perhaps their plans for surface invasion would necessitate more careful consideration. Contemplating this, Sarko slowed his pace. Brother Hangluo, why are we in such a hurry? Instead, why not share some intriguing tales from your world? I can also regale you with some amusing anecdotes from the Abyss. For instance, I know of a certain Abyss Lord, known as the Lord of Deep Darkness. He harbors an intense fear of the light emitted by solar creatures. However, in the shadows, his combat prowess is unparalleled. Due to the nature of the Abyss, he is perpetually in his strongest form, making him one of the most formidable entities among the Abyss Lords. Yet, if he were to obtain solar stones, special minerals that radiate the light of solar creatures, he would likely find himself outmatched by any of us Abyss Lords. Alas, solar stones are nowhere to be found in the Abyss. Brother Hangluo, do you not find this quite fascinating? Sarko tossed out this information regarding the weaknesses of other Abyss Lords as bait for further intelligence, seducing Lu Tsong into an exchange of intelligence. Sarko believed that even if Lu Tsong refrained from divulging particularly specific information or revealing critical secrets of humanity, he could still glean insights into the human realm through the subtle hints embedded in Lu Tsong's words. Moreover, the trivial piece of intelligence he proffered was, in fact, a matter well known among many Abyssal Lords, thus hardly qualifying as a secret. Unbeknownst to him, however, this information had already been thoroughly processed by Lu Tsong in a previous encounter, during which Lu Tsong had directly engaged with him in an exchange of information. Sarko had even been momentarily stunned by the revelations from Lu Tsong, who seemed to disclose everything without reservation and conducted the exchange with remarkable straightforwardness, eschewing any circumlocution or pleasantries. Upon hearing Sarko's attempt to entice him, Lu Tsong merely smiled, finding the situation amusing. Observing Lu Tsong's lack of response, Sarko pressed on, inquiring, "So, dear Hangluo, are there any intriguing events occurring in your world? Let's consider this a sharing between brothers and friends. I am quite fascinated by the realm of humanity." After Sarko finished speaking, silence enveloped them as they traversed the Abyss at a remarkable speed, with Lu Tsong consistently maintaining a half-step lead over Sarko. The latter could scarcely discern how Lu Tsong moved. To him, each of Lu Tsong's movements appeared as instantaneous teleportation. In his heart, Sarko had begun to form a preliminary assessment of Hangluo as a demigod capable of wielding spatial powers. Naturally, among demigods, there exists a spectrum of strength and weakness. Those who surpass level 200 and possess a modicum of divine power can be classified as demigods. Yet the disparity between them can be even greater than that between level 200 and level 1. A being with no divine foundation, but possessing a drop of divine power, is considered a demigod, while one with a complete divine essence and peak divine power is also classified as such. The gulf between these two categories is staggering. A weaker demigod may not necessarily outmatch a peer lacking divine power, and conversely, a powerful demigod can dominate higher-tier entities devoid of divine power. It appears that Lu Tsong may belong to the stronger echelon of demigods, especially given the fluidity with which he employs his spatial abilities. There is nothing particularly novel in the human world. Aside from the mightiest emperor of humanity, the numerous kings should represent the strongest among us. Below the kings, there are the lords of various cities, the presidents of associations, and the heads of educational institutions. As for my current standing in the human realm, I am neither a king nor even a city lord. A twinge of anxiety gripped him momentarily, yet he quickly masked it with a smile. Dear Hangluo, with your prowess, you must be considered a formidable figure among humanity, no? Might there be some unspoken difficulty that has led you to forego the status you rightfully deserve? Otherwise, with your prowess, the title of king would undoubtedly be yours. Doubt it not. Hung Luo sighed, not for lack of desire, but rather due to the fact that I am currently unqualified for such a position. Indeed, the Emperor of Humanity is yet on his way. Without his appointment, how could I ascend to kingship? Moreover, my strength remains insufficient. To speak candidly, among the human race, any king could easily overpower me, forcing me to retreat in utter defeat with no chance of victory whatsoever. This statement is, without a doubt, the truth. Presently, my level stands at a mere 60, a stark contrast to the formidable beings at 200 who hold the title of king. In combat, I would undoubtedly be outmatched. However, these words reached Salco's ears with an altered significance. The strength displayed by Liu Cang, even if merely a glimpse, was already quite terrifying. His spatial abilities allowed him to traverse the abyss with ease, and his fortunes seemed to have reached an almost unparalleled zenith. Even activating adverse situation would not guarantee a triumph over Liu Cang. His luck may indeed have reached a staggering 11 points. It is no exaggeration to assert that, by mere virtue of his luck, Liu Cang cannot be weak. Salco had never encountered a being with such high luck whose strength was lacking. After all, with 11 points of luck, one could casually stroll and stumble upon rare materials and extraordinary treasures. Moreover, one as profession might undergo various beneficial mutations, all of the most favorable kind. Opening treasure chests would almost certainly yield desired items, should one accumulate critical hit rates or various critical attributes. Even a mere one chance could lead to successive critical hits. With such a being, how could one possibly consider them weak? If Liu Cang's strength is indeed formidable, then the only remaining explanation is that the human race is exceedingly powerful. The strength of others truly surpasses his. Chapter 54, The Abyssal Realm. Nevertheless, Salco was not so easily swayed by the claims of a foreign power. He remained cautious regarding Liu Cang's assertions. While not entirely mistrustful, he opted to observe further. Brother Hung Luo, given your considerable strength, just how formidable are the kings among your people? Pray, regale me with tales of your kin's kings. Yet, Liu Cang slightly shook his head. There is little to recount. I have only heard legends of the human kings, but have never laid eyes upon them. Besides, Salil, have we not arrived? Salco gazed into the distance, realizing that, unbeknownst to them, they had indeed approached their destination. Despite his inquiries, the information he had gleaned from Salco was already substantial. Even should the latter provide further insights, the likelihood of acquiring anything truly valuable was slim. Moreover, Salco was quite astute. If Liu Cang did not divulge pertinent information in exchange, there was no chance he would reveal any useful intelligence to Liu Cang. Thus, Liu Cang resolved not to waste further effort in conversing with him. He remained as reticent as a sealed vessel, entirely disinclined to engage in any exchange of intelligence. Yet, Sarko remained blissfully unaware. His information had already been deftly extracted by Liu Cang. Observing Liu Cang's impenetrable demeanor, Sarko could only sigh. Since you, my esteemed brother Hung Luo, are reluctant to speak, let us proceed inside. Welcome to my realm of wagers and stakes. With a bow, Sarko gestured for Liu Cang to enter the threshold of his domain. As Liu Cang stepped into this portal to another dimension in the next instant, everything before him illuminated brilliantly. This world possessed a radiant existence, unlike the abyss where, apart from the occasional faint glimmer from special gemstones, there was an utter absence of light. Without the ability to perceive, one would be no different from a blind person in the depths of the abyss. In this realm, a blood-red gemstone hung high in the sky, casting a luminous glow over the entire world. Liu Cang expanded his perception, enveloping a radius of 600,000 kilometers. Simultaneously, he took note of the following. Ruler of the realm. Within your own domain, all attributes are doubled, and you can perceive everything within the realm, utilizing its unique enhancements. In an instant, Sarko's attributes were magnified twofold. Furthermore, being within this realm endowed him with abilities such as instantaneous movement, multiple revivals, and boundless magical energy, along with a slight enhancement in his gambling prowess. Assured victory. When wagering with your subjects, you will inevitably win within the bounds of reason. This assured victory was a rather unscrupulous ability. Fortunately, Liu Cang was not a subject of his realm. Otherwise, even the reversal of time might not guarantee a win. The certainty of victory seemed to approach the strength of causality itself, rendering even foreknowledge potentially futile. Of course, this was merely Liu Cang's speculation. He had neither tested nor desired to test it. Upon entering this realm, it was not only Liu Cang who observed Sarko. Sarko was equally scrutinizing Liu Cang. However, what Sarko discerned was merely a haze of chaos, devoid of any information. This only heightened Sarko's vigilance, to the point where he contemplated expelling Liu Cang outright. It was terrifying. Even within his own domain, possessing an almost omniscient ability, he could not glean any information about this entity. To what extent did this being's power extend? Ultimately, however, his gambling spirit overcame his fear. He was determined to win a substantial wager against Liu Cang. It promised to be exhilarating. Those abyssal lords had always been reluctant to gamble with him, shying away from his games. Throughout the years, he had never wagered against a true powerhouse, nor had he encountered a worthy opponent capable of defeating him. Even in defeat, it has been a matter of a millennium past. Moreover, the loss was but a single game, which left the opponent in utter ruin. Before him stood Lu Tsang, the sole rival he had encountered over the course of 1,000 years. What is paramount is that the opponent is not merely a foe in battle, but rather in the realm of wagers. This distinction is of utmost significance. For the beings of the abyss, the fulfillment of their primal desires outweighs all else. They would even forsake their very lives for it. And for Sako, the innermost yearning is the thrill of gambling. Brother Hengluo, within my domain, there exist certain unique customs that I hope you will honor. Of course, given your formidable prowess, forceful acquisition poses no challenge. Adhering to these customs is but a modest request from me. Upon the conclusion of Sako's words, several prompts appeared before Lu Tsang. The realm of bets and stakes. In this realm, one may acquire everything through the art of wagering. Every being may compel another once a day to engage in an irresistible wager. Each being is obliged to accept one unavoidable wager daily. However, if faced with multiple invitations, refusal is permitted. When both parties consent to wager, there are no limitations on frequency. This world harbors special stakes that can appraise the value of basic items. With mutual agreement, unfair wagers may be enacted. In this realm, all wagers are safeguarded by special regulations to ensure fairness. Cheating in wagers is strictly prohibited in this domain. However, beyond these stipulations, the Crown of Insight revealed an unspoken, hidden rule. In this realm, all wagers may be deemed as those initiated by the sovereign of the realm, who may join at any time to relish in the spoils of victory. Lu Tsang regarded the prompts with a slight nod. I understand, he acknowledged. Subsequently, Sako squinted at Lu Tsang. You are a distinguished guest in our realm. I shall provide you with opulent palace accommodations, situated near the most extravagant casino. Whenever you desire, you may engage in a game with me. As Sako spoke, he guided Lu Tsang toward the heart of the realm. Naturally, due to the absence of recorded coordinates, Lu Tsang's pace of flight slowed once more. Yet, he remained unfazed by this deceleration. Instead, he took the opportunity to observe this so-called realm of the abyss. With perception sweeping across this world, every detail came to light within Lu Tsang's insight perception. The very composition of the soil, the characteristics of flora and fauna, and the locations of treasures could not escape his awareness. The abyssal realm truly opened Lu Tsang's eyes. It is said that different races possess distinct civilizations, and it appears that this assertion holds true. Indeed, the abyssal domain is vastly different from that of humanity. In the abyss, there exists a multitude of entities beyond human comprehension. For instance, the teleportation array. Teleportation array. Effect: teleports the designated target to another teleportation array. Description: a unique transportation tool. Upon sensing the presence of this artifact, Lu Tsang's heart fluttered slightly, and his pupils stirred with intrigue. However, he soon noticed that Sako seemed to perceive his emotional shift as well. Although he could not directly probe into Lu Tsang's information, he was acutely aware of his own physical state. With keen observation, he detected a subtle acceleration in the rhythm of his own chest. Sako astutely grasped his emotional state. Lu Tsang, too, sensed Sarko's scrutiny through the crown of insight. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as inconsequential. The other's observations were ultimately futile. Lu Tsang continued to survey this realm. He discerned that beside the teleportation array stood a formidable abyssal creature guarding it. Clad in robust armor and wielding a black spear, it towered at approximately 5 meters tall. Teleportation array holder, Boon. Level, 132. Race, abyssal. Class, guardian. All beings wishing to use the teleportation array must wager 50 tokens against it. Victory grants the right to use the teleportation array. Failure results in the loss of 50 tokens. This teleportation array is privately owned. Boon's schematic was lost to others in a wager 15 days prior. The schematic can be acquired through a wager of 10,000 tokens at the Royal Capital Mall. Boon's historical win rate, 36. Is the teleportation array privately owned? Constructing a teleportation array and gambling against all who wish to use it seems to be quite a lucrative venture. Upon reading this information, Lu Tsang realized he need not obtain the teleportation array schematic from Sako. With sufficient tokens, he could venture to the Royal Capital Mall to gamble for one. It appears that teleportation arrays are not a rarity within the abyss. However, should humanity gain access to such arrays, it would undoubtedly lead to a transformative shift. The expanse of human territory is vast, Even the Emperor's steed, traveling at remarkable speed, requires 20 hours to fly from the central hub of St. Lien City to the northern reaches. Other modes of transportation might take months or even years to traverse the same distance. Possessing the ability to teleport would drastically reduce travel time. Indeed, if such technology were to proliferate, even Lu Tsong would benefit from its convenience, as the cost of time is exceedingly high for him. Lu Tsong's perception did not linger overly long on the teleportation array. Beyond the teleportation array, he also sensed a plethora of other unique materials, specifically those found only within the abyss. Lu Tsong's thoughts. The focus has shifted to a peculiar black grass that flourishes upon this land. Known as Black Abyss Herb. Effect. It serves to absorb pollution emanating from the abyss. Craftable. Abyssal Pollution Purification Potion. It is indeed astonishing to discover such an herb in this realm. As the saying goes, the one who ties the bell must be the one to unfasten it. Pollution from the abyss has perpetually posed a significant challenge for humanity. Upon contact with the abyss or its denizens, one inevitably confronts pollution. Should the pollution remain unchecked and unpurified, it accumulates over time, leading to assimilation into abyssal beings. In the human world, each endeavor to cleanse the abyssal pollution necessitates substantial resources, requiring exceptionally advanced purification capabilities to mitigate even a fraction of the contamination. Yet, unexpectedly within the abyssal domain, this herb capable of purifying pollution grows abundantly, akin to weeds. The creatures of the abyss, after all, have no need to purify the pollution of their own realm. Hence, this herb finds itself devoid of demand. Contemplating this, Lu Tsong resolved to gather more of these weeds. He was soon to govern the northern territories, positioning himself at the forefront of the battle against the abyss. Possessing the ability to purify abyssal pollution would undoubtedly enhance his combat efficacy against the abyss. Simultaneously, Lu Tsong recalled his abyssal summoning staff. His staff was yet incapable of crafting an abyssal summoning staff. He had prepared all other auxiliary materials. According to the Divine Artifact Compendium, what was required was a staff that has been severely tainted by the abyss. However, despite the prolonged pollution, each time he attempted to synthesize, he was met with the message that the pollution level was insufficient for synthesis. To this day, Lu Tsong had yet to acquire a staff with adequate pollution levels, leaving him uncertain as to what constituted a staff that has been severely tainted by the abyss. Lu Tsong resolved to procure some ancient staffs within this realm, those birthed in the abyss and weathered through centuries, even millennia, of time within it. He could hardly believe that such pollution levels would be deemed insufficient. Along his journey, Lu Tsong's perception extended, marking down all the materials he sought. Teleportation array blueprint, Black Abyss Herb, forbidden wood, and a plethora of other abyssal materials suitable for crafting artifacts. Such items are scarcely found in the human world, likely obtainable only deep within the abyss. Who among humanity could venture so far into the abyss and emerge unscathed to enter the domain of the Abyssal Lord? After nearly 3 hours of flight, the traveler and the Abyssal Lord finally arrived at the royal capital. Upon landing, Lu Tsong employed his familiar tactic, activating reversal of time. With a hum, time unraveled. You are a distinguished guest of our realm. I shall provide you with a luxurious palace residence. As he spoke, the other party's thoughts had not fully transmitted before. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the heart of the royal capital. Sarko momentarily stood in stunned silence. Before him, Lu Tsong suddenly vanished. What the hell? Here we go again. It's one thing to be in the abyss, but here, in his own realm, he could teleport? Was that really necessary? Who, after all, is the true master of this domain? Salko's lips twitched in frustration. He nearly let out a curse, but ultimately restrained himself. He sensed that Lu Tsong had now appeared within the royal capital. Lu Tsong had deliberately released his coordinates, allowing Salko to perceive his presence. Otherwise, he would have had no idea where Lu Tsong had gone. Did he truly possess the ability to cover the entirety of his kingdom with his perception? At the thought of this, Salko's body quivered slightly, a blend of fear and excitement coursing through him. Yet, he experienced no hesitation. He had made his choice. No matter how formidable Lu Tsong was, he was determined to best him. In an instant, he too materialized within the royal capital. Being in his own territory allowed him to teleport to any location at will. He approached Lu Tsong, suppressing his astonishment and feigned calmness. Pointing toward a nearby opulent palace adorned in red and black, he spoke, "Brother Hengluo, this shall be your residence. Stay as long as you wish. Should you require assistance, I am always at your service. Oh, and by the way, to the northwest of the palace, there are fresh succubi from our dealings with the demons. These succubi have been purified and pose no threat, only offering pleasure without harm. You may indulge freely. Chapter 55. All in, all in, all in. Upon hearing Salco's words, Lutsong suddenly grasped a significant point. What? Succubi? No, demons? The sentient beings of the abyss are trading with demons? How does such a transaction occur? Moreover, when did demons begin engaging in trade with the abyss? This was information he had not encountered just hours prior. In those preceding hours, the exchanges he had partaken in were of a confidential nature. Had dealings with demons in the abyss become common knowledge? Lutsong had no intention of dilly-dallying and directly inquired. Demons? How do they come about? Brother Hengluo. Intrigued by demons? If we calculate correctly, the trading day is approaching. If the opportunity arises, I can arrange for you to meet the demon merchant. He occasionally brings us items from the surface. He claims to engage solely in trade, wandering across various realms. The goods are of high quality, though the prices are somewhat steep. However, this demon merchant is quite tight-lipped, only selling wares and never divulging any surface-related matters. Interestingly, the last time, he sought to purchase divine essence from us, which puzzled me. I wonder what he intends to do with it. His chatter had noticeably increased. However, Lutsong surmised that this newfound sense of security stemmed from the substantial enhancement of his capabilities within his realm. Upon hearing his words, Lutsong was astonished to discover that he was not the only terrestrial being capable of entering the Abyssal Kingdom. Indeed, this world is vast, and it is only fitting that there exist certain extraordinary individuals. Well, should the opportunity arise, I shall pay a visit as well. So, Brother Hengluo, enjoy your time. I shall be in the innermost palace of the royal palace. If you wish to seek me, feel free to come directly. Subsequently, Sarko tossed a black chip towards Lutsong. This is but a single chip. With your prowess, I trust you can easily amass more chips. Brother Hengluo, I wish you a delightful experience. Having said this, Sarko's figure flickered and then vanished without a trace. Lutsong tossed the chip in his hand, his lips curling slightly. Just one. The esteemed Lord of the Abyss is indeed rather stingy. He then proceeded to toss the chip and made his way towards the opulent casino before him. Royal Capital Casino. How truly extravagant. Lutsong's perception swept across the entirety of the casino. The establishment could be aptly described as resplendent. Oddly enough, even the denizens of the Abyss seem to favor gilded decor. How peculiar. Should they not prefer darker hues? Of course, it is also possible that this is merely Sarko's personal taste, unrelated to the other lords of the Abyss. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that Sarko's aesthetic sensibilities do align somewhat with those of humanity. Observing the entirety of the kingdom, Lutsong noted various structures and an array of designs. While not particularly stunning, they certainly could not be deemed unattractive. One might describe them as possessing a unique taste that, while unconventional, does not offend the eyes. Sarko's remarks held a kernel of truth. He genuinely appreciates the civilizations of other races. However, it must be acknowledged that abyssal beings remain what they are. Even the most amicable of them possess a malevolence that far exceeds that of the majority of human villains. Within this kingdom, the prevailing ethos advocates that each being expend all their chips, losing everything they possess. Thus, even with a solitary chip, Lutsong could enter the grandest casino. Naturally, he could also exchange all his resources and rare materials for chips, but such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. Tossing the uniquely crafted chip in his hand, Lutsong surveyed his surroundings. What could one chip possibly achieve? At that moment, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the casino. Congratulations. Hee. Congratulations to Demon Gate number 8564. You have won the grand prize. Congratulations to the winner for acquiring chips totaling 342,892. Following this announcement, a sound akin to a tidal wave surged forth. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Bang, bang, bang. 151, 105. 108, 102. A pitch-black portal continuously spews forth chips. Bang, bang, bang. The force with which these chips strike the walls is so great that they even create small indentations. At this moment, a frail abyss creature stands before the portal, relentlessly battered by the chips. Abyss Mud. Level 35. Health points 622, 317, 044. Luck 1. Historical win rate 11. Current chip status 1. Bankrupt. Lutsong gazes at the information of this creature. In the realm of Sarko, there exists a multitude of such feeble abyss beings. According to Sarko, these abyss creatures struggle to survive in the external abyss and thus seek the protection of powerful abyss lords. Naturally, in return, they, as subjects of the abyss lord, are obligated to adhere to the lord's regulations. Bang, bang, bang. The torrent of chips resembles a relentless barrage from a Gatling gun. in a mere 3 seconds. This weak abyss creature is overwhelmed and falls lifeless to the ground. As the creature perishes, other beings in the casino rush over to seize the chips scattered on the floor. Beside Lu Tsang, a ghostly abyss shadow slowly approaches him. Lord Hengluo, aren't you going to collect some chips? It's quite rare to witness a guest being killed by chips today. Lu Tsang looks at the shadow beside him, unfazed by the sudden conversation. I can't be bothered to pick them up. Subsequently, Lu Tsang activates reversal. Buzz. Upon entering the casino, Lu Tsang strides towards the demon gate. As he approaches the demon gate, a ghostly figure directly addresses him. Greetings. I'm the steward assigned to you by the Lord. Please feel free to inquire about anything you wish. Observing Lu Tsang standing before the demon machine, he immediately begins his cordial introduction. Lord Hengluo, this is the demon gate we purchased from the demon merchant. It is said to be the most popular gambling device among the demon race. Within it, chips will continuously accumulate. As long as you keep feeding chips into it, one day, all the accumulated chips will be spewed forth. Standing before the demon gate, Lu Tsang activates the perceptive powers of the Crown of Insight. He conducts a detailed probe of the demon gate. Demon gate. Chips accumulated. 342, 891. When the accumulated chip count reaches 342, 892, all chips will be expelled. Description. Who knows whether your chips will run out first or will spew forth the money? One cannot help but admire the formidable effect of the Crown of Insight. In truth, even without reversal, Lu Tsang possesses enough prowess through the abilities of the Crown of Insight to navigate this realm with ease. Had it not been for the Crown of Insight, facing off against Sarko would have been somewhat insufficient. After all, certain matters are purely governed by luck, rendering insight ineffective. Lu Tsang gazed nearby at the abyssal mud, which was poised to wager its final chip. He smiled faintly and said, "Allow me to take the lead, shall we?" The abyssal mud trembled slightly, then turned its attention to the spectral entity beside Lu Tsang, promptly retreating. This dark shadow was a confidant of the Lord of the Abyss, one not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing Lu Tsang's decision, the shadow conveyed a cautionary thought. Lord Henglu, please consider carefully. The demon gate has consumed countless chips. Take, for instance, the one to your left, which has devoured billions without ever relinquishing them. No one, save for the Lord, knows when the demon gate will finally spit out the chips. It is quite possible that what awaits you is an unfathomable abyss. For prudence's sake, you ought to play conservatively. Before the creature could finish, Lu Tsang cast his final chip into the gate. Instantly, his form vanished. Congratulations. Hee hee hee. Congratulations to Demon Gate number 8564 for spitting out the grand prize. Congratulations to the winner for acquiring a total of 342, 892 chips. In the northern realm, Lu Tsang perched upon a cliff, the dark mist dissipating from his form, his vitality gradually recovering. The oppressive atmosphere of the abyss was overwhelming. At that moment, Luo Jiuqian had sent him a series of messages, important matters for the newly appointed king to heed, along with knowledge privy only to the king. Lu Tsang collected these documents, as this time his counterpart could only transmit files to him. Leaving the abyss was merely a brief respite, simultaneously a means to evade the explosive emissions of the demon gate. After all, who would wish to be struck by falling chips? After a brief interlude of several seconds, Lu Tsang reappeared beside the demon gate. At that moment, he was surrounded by abyssal beings, all fixated on the chips, yet taking no action. These chips were untouchable. Their owner was Lu Tsang, and they could not be drawn into their own spaces. Lu Tsang donned the absorption ring, instantly gathering all the chips from the ground. In less than a minute, he amassed over 2 million chips. With his newfound wealth, Lu Tsang proceeded to the nearby Mad Dice table. The rules were straightforward: 20 dice, with a maximum value of 12, totaling 240 numbers. Should one correctly predict the chosen number, their wager could yield returns ranging from 100 to 200 times. There are also options for predicting high or low, odd, or even, albeit at considerably reduced odds. Lu Tsang first exchanged his 2 million chips for 2 yellow chips. The 2 yellow chips, each valued at 1 million, were placed upon the table of crazy dice. Surrounding them were abyssal beings, all clutching their chips while observing Lu Tsang. Humans? I have perused the library established by the Lord. With such an appearance, he must be human, right? Look at the confidant of the Lord accompanying him. He is likely a distinguished guest of the Lord. A human, indeed? How intriguing. I never anticipated that humans would indulge in such games. I wonder if he has ever experienced the despair of losing everything. Lu Tsang directed his perception towards the dice, yet it proved futile. The dice would only begin to shake after the bets were placed. Investigation could not predict the outcome. Lu Tsang remained unperturbed, watching as they played around. First, they placed their bets, and, subsequently, the dice began to shake automatically. Finally, the result was revealed. 156 points. What? A total of 156 points? Goodness. That is 120 times. Issues 155. I am filled with rage. Fortunately, I guess an even number, which doubles my winnings. Damn it. Why did I have to bet on an odd number? After witnessing the result, Lu Tsang activated reversal time. With a hum, he wagered all his chips on 156 points. All in, the surrounding abyssal beings were taken aback by Lu Tsang's audacity. What? Wasn't he that the entirety of the chips he had just spewed forth in the Demon Gate? 2,342,892 chips. 234. 2892. All wagered? Damn, brother. You're incredible. Is this the courage of a human? I feel inadequate. Brother, I lack your bravery. I'll stick with 20. The abyssal beings gazed at Lu Tsang's wager in astonishment, but they had no choice but to wait. Soon, the dice began to spin, and their opportunity to bet vanished. Yet, the result arrived swiftly. Miraculously, it was indeed 156. What? It truly is 156? 120 times. 120 times. In crazy dice. The wager is directly against the casino. The amount won equals the amount bet. In this round, Lu Tsang instantly amassed 280 million chips. Subsequently, to the eyes of the abyssal beings, Lu Tsang appeared almost entranced. All in, all in, all in, all in, all in. Each time, he placed all the chips won from the previous round upon the exact number. This place was unlike the outside world. Sako forbade any cheating. Beyond himself, no gambling within this realm was permitted to involve deceit. The casino was no exception. After all, Sako did not care who the owner of the casino was, nor did he concern himself with who won or lost. Within his domain, what difference does it make who triumphs or falters? It is merely a transfer of possessions from one pocket to another. He is solely interested in the process of gambling itself. Thus, the casino could alter no outcomes. Everything here is an uncontrollable game of chance. Thus, with each reckless gamble, Lu Tsang's stack of chips soared to astonishing heights. 280 million. All in. 320 billion. All in. 37 trillion. All in. 450 trillion. Just as Lu Tsang was poised to make another bold wager, several abyssal beings suddenly slid over and clung to his legs. Brother, please wait. The casino is running out of chips. In the Dawn Forest, after completing her second transformation, Iris arrived near the challenge instance of the Elven race in the Great Thousand Forest. At this moment, Iris had publicly revealed her identity as a chosen of the true God. As one selected by the true God, she enjoyed elevated status within her community. Now, she was prepared to undertake the challenge instance, a task bestowed upon her by Lu Tsang. I pray to you, please bestow your devoted follower with the power of a divine artifact.